yards against the 49ers again for Cooper Kupp. This one is juggled, picked. There goes Hufanga. Hufanga, touchdown, San Francisco. Pick 6. Oh, my gosh!
October 3rd, 2022, Monday Night Football. And the return of Talanoa Hufanga this week at SoFi Stadium. And maybe that's the jolt the 49ers need, because I'm not sure who's going to be ready as we play We Ready, We Ready, We Ready, a theme on the Morning Roast on game day. I'm just not sure who's going to be ready. Is Charvarius Ward going to be ready? Is George Kittle, who's coming off a dynamic game against the Minnesota Vikings, will he be ready? Well, I guess we'll figure it out. We'll see who practices today for the San Francisco 49ers, but it is the walking winded for both teams here, which is evening up this matchup. If you're a gambler, you probably want to stay away from this game. But boy, the Niners got to win this one, and the margins are getting extra thin here with all the injuries going on in San Francisco. Good morning to everybody out there getting off the graveyard shift. Good morning to all the overnight dancers, all the janitors, all the street cleaners, all the sweepers, all the people, as Shasky pointed out, waiting for the Apple, what is it, the iPhone?
iPhone 16.
iPhone 16.
There was a full line of people.
Damn.
Dreamforce was ruining my way in, and then 6th Street, there were 7,000 ambulances and fire, whatever the hell. I don't even know what's going on. I'm sure 17 encampments caught on fire because, free drug trade going on right there on 6th Street. But regardless, I saw a bunch of people at Union Square, 50 or so, lined up, waiting for the iPhone.
Yeah, and I think the Apple Watch 2 is going to be in stores. I think maybe today.
Well, I have an Apple Watch Ultra. What right. Apple Watch?
There's a new Apple Watch coming out, and it was telling me.
Cool.
I told her, I said, you know what? I maybe just bite the bullet and get one.
I like the Apple Watch.
Whatever. They're whatever. But just to have something to check my steps and all that stuff, because the phone is not accurate or whatnot. Yeah. But it's just, so many Apple products and watch. I forget my watches everywhere. So I'm a liability when it comes to that stuff.
I never wore a watch ever in my entire life. I didn't like how it felt. I'm not a jewelry guy. I don't even wear my wedding ring, and not because I don't love my wife. It's just because I don't like jewelry. I'm not one of those, individuals that wore like a chain or any of those stuff. None of that stuff. It was always stuff that could get what I felt like ripped off me, or get me stuck up. And so I went to the Apple Watch, I don't know, 2-3 years ago to track all my workouts. And I'm telling you, Bonte, it changes your life. In terms of it shames you into wanting to work out.
I'll love for myself. I'm going to dare myself to forget my wedding ring one day and see how Anna reacts to that.
That's stupid. Don't say that again.
Some wives are cool with this. Some wives aren't.
To each their own.
To each their own. It is what it is.
My wife knows I love her dearly.
Right.
And, she just assumes that,
Hey, you would look sick with a gold rope around your neck, though. Boy, if you had the little taco meat showing, you got a little chain, Shasky. Yeah. Boy, you look saucy. You should think about it. Anyway.
I always think about when I see Tony Soprano, and he's got I call it the chain on the right side of the hand. He's got the gold bracelet, watch, and then he's got it was a bracelet, excuse me. Can you wear that all the time? Like, I don't know. It feels like it would get in the way of stuff.
Well, Anna's grandmother tried to get me a bracelet this past week, and she goes, "About to." And I was like, "Nah, I'm not a bracelet guy. Nah, I'm not that. I'm not trying to look like I'm some, gangster. So no, keep it off of me or whatnot. But no, you can stick it on all the time, man. It's pretty cool."
Speaking of gangsters, I saw, and we're gonna get into.
You get a chain around your neck though. Now I'm thinking about it, Shasky. You look kind of sick with that. You look like ooh. Operation Shasky chain.
I don't invest Operation in jewelry. Shasky to those chain. That do, I know it holds its value for a long time. I try to, in the words of Bonte, I'm trying to invest in real estate. Working on that 9th house. But that's just the way I roll. I'm watching a jewelry show last night with a gangster in it, The Penguin on HBO, right, and let me tell you, it's excellent.
Okay,
that's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, that's it.
That's all I'm going to say.
Did you watch Spinoni?
For a reimagined character, it's really, I like it. They did a great job.
Stop right there.
Good hour.
Stop it.
Stop right there. Stop right there. Stop right there.
Are you ready to watch it?
Oh, absolutely. I thought about putting it on last night, but I was on daddy duty. His dad had a hair appointment and all that stuff.
Oh, I know all about those.
I don't watch those things around Chaz right now because I don't want her to see that stuff. Yeah, but
that Jets game ended.
She goes to bed, and last night, of course, is like Papa. I was like, just come on in.
That's what happened this morning with the little guy. Little guy, 2 a.m, screaming, howling. Next thing I know, I roll over. He's in the bed. He's like, "Hey, what's up?"
Yeah, they love it. It's like playtime.
You're up. I'm up.
Playtime for them. As a matter of fact, I got out the shower this morning. I heard the door open. She got out of her bed because Mama, I guess, when she came home, put her back in her bed. She came in with her Minnie Mouse doll. I was like, And what that means in Russian is, come here. And she came over. I was like, go get in the bed on my side.
How do you say big game in Russian?
That I do not know.
Because this is a big game this weekend. This is what I would call a swing game, meaning momentum swinger. Do you swing the momentum back to the Rams to get life back into their season? Or do you swing momentum back into the Niners to just start feeling good and win a game when you're not at full strength, not even close to full strength? This is a big momentum game.
Oh, it's a huge game. I don't know if it's a legacy game. No. But it's a must have. It's a must have, must win. Now Stafford, I believe, is 1-5 against the Niners since he came over from the LA Rams, if I'm not mistaken. 1-5. They've had his number. Hell, even in an NFC Championship game, I know he had to drive and he hit Cooper Kupp over K-Wall Williams, who was compromised with an ankle injury, and Cooper Kupp ran right in front of Rocco, and I say, damn, that guy's good. But he threw a couple up. He threw the pick in the end zone to Jimmy Ward. And he tried to throw a pick to Jaquaski Tart. We don't need to go down that rabbit hole. We know what happened there. Scoreboard, Jaquaski Tart, and we had him on the show. Remember Spadone? We had him on the show the next year. And he was transparent about everything that happened. He wanted to get paid. He never played it out in the football again. So, poor guy, man. But Stafford will throw him up. And we played the pick 6 by Talanoa Hufanga on Monday Night Football back on October the 3rd, 2022. And maybe this is the jolt that the 49ers need, because it feels like they need some energy. They need an infusion of energy. Fred Warner's flying around. He's hitting people. Nick Bosa, I thought, played better. When you watch the tape over and over, every time you watch the game, I was like, all right, he had a better game than I thought. There was a couple plays against the run that I didn't like, but overall, I thought Bosa was solid. Now, we need him to be great. We don't need him to be solid. He's got to be great. It is what it is. When I look at that other side of the football, who's going to give this team juice on the offensive side of the football if George Kittle's not playing? Because everybody's so focused on, well, man, that's another receiver. It's the run game for me. It is the run game with George Kittle. George Kittle in the run game is such a factor that if he doesn't go with this hamstring tightness, all of a sudden Jordan Mason running the ball. What's the run game going to look like without George Kittle? And we got to sign a tight end. Who's going to play backup tight end? Kyle Juszczyk? I mean, this is bad.
Yeah, it's not good. I mean, we've been clamoring for a second tight end for multiple years, but I still think they can find a way to win this one. You know, I mean, Saubert made some plays the last week. I mean, it's not like he can't make a couple plays. He is a veteran. They do seem to like those veteran backup tight ends. I don't know. I'm
just looking at the run game with George Kittle because he means so much there when it comes to inline blocking. No, he is, no doubt about it. But who's behind these guys at tight end? I'm looking at the tight end depth chart right now. And you got Jake Tongs, number 88.
Yeah.
So he'll probably get the call.
Was he an undrafted free agent?
Yeah, it looks like it.
I think he would. Anyway, but he gained a couple of plays in the third preseason game, if memory serves. Look, I get your worry about the offense. I'm watching that Jets game last night, and I'm watching the Patriots, and I'm saying to myself, all right, is Hassan Reddick ever going to play for the Jets? And if he's not, I know it's going to cost an arm and a leg to pay him. Like, don't worry about the finances of next year. Everyone, Purdy's got to get... I don't care about next year. All I care about is this year. And if I have to solidify my pass rush and go get Hassan Reddick and give him X amount of dollars to just get through this season, I think it might be worth it. And I know, like, the Jets are kind of in a screwy spot here with him where they've got to make a decision whether they're going to pay him. Is he going to show up? I think it's week 5 or week 6. He's got to make a determination if he's going to play this year. Otherwise, his year goes to the following year and he can't hit free agency. If Hassan Reddick can be had, and this is an organization, the Jets, that you do have friends, Robert Saleh, a part of that building, I don't know. Like I think it might be worth, and I get your point on backup tight end, and I understand, look, the offense right now is depleted. But, like, if I could solidify my pass rush, why not?
Well, I think Yannick is the guy. Yannick is the guy that you may have to get because the Jets just lost Jermaine Johnson. He's out for the year with an Achilles tear. They have Will McDonald on the other side from Iowa State, their first-round pick. He's going to be fine. I think the Jets are going to do everything in their power to keep Hassan Reddick in the building to try to get him on the football field to solidify their defense because I think watching the New York Jets, Niners may have caught them at the right time. And I say may because I don't know where the Jets are going to be, but it feels like they're getting better and better with every game under Aaron Rodgers. Now, the Patriots... we all believe that they're going to be one of the worst teams in the league, but they've come out this season. They beat Cincinnati. They played tough against Seattle, lost in overtime in their home opener. I don't think they're a slouch defensively, but the Jets had their way. They had their way, and Rodgers seems to getting more comfortable by the snap. And their defense is flying around, hitting people. They were blitzing like crazy yesterday. I think Salah blitzed like 15 times yesterday. They were talking about it on a post-game show. But I believe the Jets will try to keep Hassan Reddick in that building whatsoever because they just lost the pass rusher. And Jermaine Johnson just went out for the season with an Achilles tear. So they're thinking the same thing, like our depth is depleted. We got to try to figure this out.
Ponte, they traded for a guy who wanted a new contract and then didn't give him a new contract. Like, it's classic Jets. All I'm saying is there's a reason there's a stalemate right now, and I think anything's on the table, and I would just give them a call and just see what's going on there, because clearly the Niners need defensive line help, and it feels like that's been the saga for many, many years. Look, in Ndakwe, Hassan Reddick, we're on the same page here. Like, they need to go solidify that. I feel a little more comfortable on the offensive side of the ball, even though I know it's not perfect right now. That is Shanahan's side of the ball, and I feel confident that he can create some stuff with lesser talent. It's the defensive side. You got to have the Hogs.
Well, yeah, no doubt. You know, my biggest X factor going into the season, we were all talking X factor. I think at the summit and on this show, my biggest X factor, there's no doubt, edge depth. Edge depth was my biggest X factor. I don't think we have enough depth on the edge. There's no doubt. So I hear trying to make a trade for Hassan Reddick. I don't see it. Maybe it happens. Maybe it doesn't. I don't know what the Niners would give up for that. I don't know what the Jets will want to give up for that. And do the Niners, are they interested in giving up picks now, knowing that there could be a lot of roster change next season? There could be a lot of roster turnover with all the big money contracts that are going to be coming off the books, but guys who want new money, including Brock Purdy, Diablo Lenore, Charvarius Ward. There's a lot of guys up to Hufanga you got to make a decision on. Drake Greenlaw, I think, is a guy who's eligible for a new contract as well. So I'm not sure John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan want to give up a lot of picks right now. They may need those picks to fill out their roster at a cheaper cost here. So is Yannick a free agent? Yeah, that may be easier to do, but we're on the same page when it comes to edge depth. I'm just looking offensively here. You don't have Debo. You don't have Christian McCaffrey. The line's trying to work itself out, and now you don't have your best blocking. He may be your best run blocker, period, outside of Trent Williams and George Kittle. I'm dead serious here. And so now the onus is going to be on Brandon Aiyuk to produce in the pass game. Now, maybe the Niners just say, you know what, we're going to take an old school here and run the ball 50 times. I saw the Packers last week run the ball over 40 times and pass the ball 14 times with Malik Willis. Maybe we do that with Brock Purdy. I have no idea, but this is a must-win game. You got to win this game no matter what. In these next 2 weeks, whether it's against the Patriots that we saw last night or this Sunday against the Rams, you just got to win at all costs until guys get back, man, because it is the walking wounded. Guys who were in training camp, guys who are out of training camp, everybody's hurt right now.
I don't care about how it gets done. I don't care about the style points and all that. But there's one element that I do think matters. You got to be able to heat up Stafford.
Yep.
And I think that if they can't heat up Stafford against this offensive line, well, then now we've got some serious issues on our defensive line, because this is just a depleted offensive line with no weapons on the outside. Mm-hmm. So it's not like you're going to have to worry and, hey, back off of Puka, back off of Cooper Kupp. Don't bring the heat because they'll kill you on the blitz. I understand. This is a bunch of nobody. The other receiver, I know everyone's just acquired him in the last year's, what's the guy's name, Williams or whoever their third wide receiver is that had a pretty nice couple of first 2 weeks. There's a bunch of guys on the outside that no one's ever heard of. And this is deeper, fantasy league. So I think our secondary needs to step up with the Charvarius Ward thing. It sounded like from Matt Barrows and some of the other people that follow the team, they were just being overly cautious. Yeah. Kittle feels a little more unsure.
Yep.
I don't know. They both practiced on Wednesday and then both came in on Thursday, and I guess they were sore, or it was more sore than anticipated. But it's not good.
No, it's not good at all. We'll talk to Cam Emmett about that at 8 o'clock, about the injury report. Cam Emmett from the Bay Area News Group. DeMarcus Robinson, Tyler Johnson, Jordan Whittingham, and Tutu Atwell are your receivers for the L.A. Rams. They're going 4 deep there. They may be running the ball tough with Kyron Williams and Blake Corum. So, first of all, yeah, you need to heat up Stafford. There's no doubt about it. With this beat-up offensive line, heat up Matthew Stafford. However, they're going to try to run the ball as well, control the clock and control the stick. So, can you shut down a running game? And having Hufanga back, I think, helps your run defense. Him flying around at the line of scrimmage, being Palomalu 2.0. Now, I'm not calling him Palomalu, Troy. He's a Hall of Famer. I get it. But This guy flies around, and his game kind of mimics Palomalu with the way he moves around pre-snap. So Kyren Williams in this run game. The Niners, Ty Chandler and Aaron Jones ran the ball very well against the 49ers last week.
And outside.
Inside, outside, did not matter. They ran the ball. Kyren Williams is a problem. Pass game, run game, he's physical. He falls forward. He never gets hit back. Now, Fred Warner's going to be shadowing him, looking for the kill shots here, right? But you got to slow down the run game. That's where it starts. They'll get to Stafford. And Stafford will throw a couple up. But you got to start with the run game. You got to shut down the run game and control the line of scrimmage.
Am I giving Stafford too much love? I think of him as a guy when the chips are down. I actually think that he plays some of his best football. It feels like when he's getting tagged and peppered, he will have a propensity to just throw one up. And when you allow him to start cooking back there, I worry. I worry about what's McVay got up his sleeve. Even though they're the wounded, duck right here, I'm not counting them out. I think that they're still a very dangerous opponent.
Well, if Kittle doesn't play, it evens up the playing field, right? You already don't have McCaffrey. You don't have Debo. You don't play without George Kittle offensively. What is it going to look like against this beat-up Rams defense that's been giving up yards? They've given up so many rushing yards. I mean, it's not even funny.
If you're Purdy's agent, though, there's a small part of you, if you're his agent or whatever, somebody in his family who's sick of the negativity, is there a small part of you that's like, I want to see Brock Purdy do this with just Brandon Aiyuk?
Oh.
Because you're that confident.
Yeah, I think there's some cynics out there who want to see Brock Purdy in this situation.
What about you, Bonte Hill? Do you want to see that?
I just want to win a damn football game. I don't care about the money right now, man. I'm in football mode. I'm game to game. We've talked all season about what is this guy going to pay? You got to wait for him to get paid, and you got to save money. I don't. Honestly, God, I don't care about his contract right now.
Okay,
but I know there's people, and I'll play the game.
Well, I was going to say, I admit it. Is this a safe space? Is this a safe space? All right, I'll admit it. I know everyone else is afraid to admit it. I do. I'm fascinated. I want to see what Brock looks like with just Brandon Aiyuk and a backup running back. I do. And I think he can do it. Like, I really do. I'm not just BSing you here. Like, I think he's a really good player. I think he works with a lot of different personnel around him. I think he's perfect for Shanahan's system. I have the same questions as everyone else. It's okay. It doesn't mean you don't like him. It doesn't mean you don't think he's good. But, to say, what does Joe Montana look like without Jerry Rice? That's a fair question to ask. I don't think you're some hater. I really don't. Can we be reasonable? I'm fascinated. I wanted to see what Mahomes looked like without Tyreek Hill. A part of me wants to see what Mahomes looks like without Kelsey. It's okay to say, I kind of want to see what it looks like.
Well, we're going to see.
Horrific? Is it good? Is it great? I think a lot of people can be won over. I do.
I think people already. Well, let's continue that conversation. Because to a lot of people, it does matter. River Islands guest line, Patrick Peterson. Remember him? Patrick Peterson, longtime Arizona Cardinal. He's now in the podcast world. He's in the podcast world. He's going to join us at 6:50. Kirk Morrison, 5'2". He's actually out in Louisville, Kentucky, covering Louisville this week. Louisville and Georgia Tech. He'll be on that call for that game. He was actually he was in West Virginia, Pittsburgh last week, which was a good college football game. 5'2". We love Kirk Morrison on the road. So he'll join us at 7:20. We got shameless shout out to 7:45. Cam Mimmon, 8 o'clock. Cam Mimmon, 8 o'clock. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? What's coming up on the game is brought to you by St. Martin, Lucky, California. Are you eager to see Brock Purdy play without all these weapons? Does this matter to you? Ooh-wee. Let's go be juicy. He is 0-3 without Debo Samuel. That's tough.
I think there's a Brandon Aiyuk question, too. What does Aiyuk look like without all the weapons? You guys all want to, and whoever, hey, he's not a number one. Look, let's see it.
He'll be doubled all game long.
It's your last week to play the Savings Road Trip game of Monopoly at Lucky. Get in now before it's gone.
Oh, yeah, I dislike the Niners. Everybody know that. I don't like the Niners at all. They don't like us. It's just a rival. Every time we play, it's a dogfight, and that's how it is, you know. No love at all towards them guys. You know, I really dislike them, and, you know, we'll see them twice this year, so.
Debo, I know you've had some back and forth with Aaron Donald. I don't know if that's friendly or not. Have you actually ever met Aaron Donald or talked to him?
No, I haven't.
Would you like to?
I'm not pressed for a conversation.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Well. Both those guys are not going to be in this game on Sunday. Aaron Donald and Deebo Samuel's the first time the Niners have not seen Aaron Donald in over a decade. And he's kicking the Niners' ass for many, many years, although it didn't always translate on the scoreboard. But he got the one that mattered to us a lot, and that was the NFC Championship game out in 2022, in January of that year. So he got that one.
Might have been his finest moment.
Yeah, I mean, the final drive.
That fourth quarter.
Dominated, took over, a la Chris Jones. And Deebo Samuel's had some monster moments against the LA Rams. Monday Night Football. I mean, he's dominated the Rams. Hell, he kept the Niners in that game in the NFC Championship game with a nice little gun run, and he scored 4 touchdowns. So they're going to be missing some juice here. No Aaron Donald on one sideline. I wonder if he's going to come back if the Rams get back in it. And there's no Deebo Samuel on the other side for the 49ers, as he's going to be out for a couple weeks, maybe a few weeks with the calf strain. So no Deebo, no Aaron Donald, and now it's Brock Purdy and friends. And Brock Purdy may have to go about his business without George Kittle, Chris McCaffrey, and Deebo Samuel. We know those two, the latter two, are out, C-Mac and Deebo Samuel. But George Kittle on the pitch did not practice yesterday due to hamstring tightness. So a lot of people, as you just said, Joe, and it's kind of a conversation we had in training camp. Like, well, if Aiyuk gets traded, well, let's see what Brock looks like without Brendan Aiyuk. And, I kind of backed up off of that. I was like, I want Brock to have all these weapons. You need weapons to play in this game. You need all the weapons. But I do think there's a lot of people out there, Niner fans, because you got to make a decision after the season how much you're going to pay them, 60, 50, 40 million. It's something that's going to be talked about all season long. But I think there are a lot of Niner fans who are eager to see what he looks like without all his premium weapons.
Think about Stafford, the guy they're going up against. How many Lions fans who caped up for Stafford were like, I just want to see what he looks like in a better, more well-run organization?
Yeah.
Right? Like, we do this all the time. You know, we do this all the time. And I was thinking, like, I used to defend Steve Young all the time, right? And I remember hearing some of other people that would, like, bash Montana when Montana was leaving and he's going to the Chiefs. Well, we'll see what he looks like when he's away from Bill Walsh and Holmgren. We'll see what he looks like when he's not throwing to Jerry Rice and playing with this team. And he goes to Marty Schottenheimer's team and he's throwing to like Willie Davis, okay, who no one will remember, right? No, he was handing off to Marcus Allen, but Marcus, similar to Joe, like felt like a vagabond, like he was an afterthought because of what had happened with him and the Raiders. And he's handing off to Kimball Anders. But it also proved, like, Joe was special. Yeah. Joe could do it with just about anybody.
Yep.
When Tom Brady left Bill Belichick, how many people were asking, like, can he do it away from Belichick? Can he do it away from McDaniels and not be in that system? Now, he had great personnel in Tampa Bay, but it was the Tampa Bay Bucks who were known for just being dysfunctional and mediocre. So I think that we do this in sports all the time. And we ask these questions all the time. And I think it's fair to fascinate. Now, is it optimal? No, it's optimal to have 5 studs out there that you're handing off to and throwing to. But there is a part of me that's fascinated to see what it looks like. And I think that you can gain a lot of respect if you're on the outside of the Brock Purdy, I think he's really, really good circle. Let's say you're on the outside and you're skeptical. Can he win you over this weekend?
So let me throw a hypothetical then. What if the Niners win, 17-16? He throws a pick, he throws 1 touchdown, throws for about 190 yards. How are people going to feel about that?
Just win, right? Isn't that the ultimate?
Yeah, but to your point, there's also the Brock Purdy scoreboard. So are people going to say, boy, he struggled with his weapons. Boy, you can't give this guy all the money.
I think you just got to find a way to win, even if it's ugly. Because we've gained a lot of respect on quarterback. For example, the other night, Caleb Williams, they lost to the Texans.
Right.
They didn't look great offensively at all. He got pounded. And I came walking away from that game going, that guy's really tough. I don't know how good he's going to be, but I respect him. He came out and I gained more respect for the individual. So No, it doesn't always happen, but there are times where it can look really ugly and somehow you come away having more respect for the individual.
Well, that's kind of where I fall here. I don't really care what Brock Purdy's numbers look like. I'm not looking to see, I'm not going to get any extra excitement knowing that, oh, boy, Brock Purdy, boy, he's got to go out there without Aiyuk. I'm eager to see this, man. I want to see him prove that he's a really good quarterback. I actually worry a little bit thinking, boy, knowing that if George Kittle doesn't play, then the Rams and their defense, and let me look at their defensive coordinator, Mr. Shula here, Chris Shula, part of Shula lineage. Shula's always been in the NFL, feels like forever. They're always going to be a Shula, but what is he going to do with Brandon Aiyuk here?
It's always going to be a Shula.
What are they going to do with Brandon Aiyuk? Now that you got Brandon Aiyuk, will they double Aiyuk? Will they bracket Jennings? How do they play this here defensively? Because if you do take away Aiyuk, because I think the bigger spotlight, our YouTube poll question right now, YouTube poll question is, who's got the bigger spotlight out there, Brandon Aiyuk or Brock Purdy? I think if Purdy struggles, you can make the excuse for him that he didn't have C-Mac, he didn't have Debo, he didn't have George Kittle, the run game wasn't effective, you put too much on his plate, they took away his number one wide receiver. I actually think the spotlight is bigger on number 11, Brandon Aiyuk, to prove that, hey, I'm a bona fide number one. I know the game plan's coming towards me. I know they're shadowing me. I know they're going to bracket me. They're going to press me. They're going to have somebody over the top, blah, blah, blah. I got to go out there and ball out and go get over 100 yards. I almost think the spotlight's bigger on Brandon Aiyuk because of the way this past summer played out for Brandon Aiyuk and with the fan base, with the 49ers, and the way he has started slow in the first 2 weeks, which we all anticipated anyway due to the hold-in. So Brock, I think there would be a built-in excuse from a lot of people if he does struggle statistically in a win.
That's a fair counter. I just always come back to the quarterback gets the most heat just in general. Yeah. But where Aiyuk is currently with the fan base in terms of approval rating, it's not high. There are a lot of people waiting for that man's downfall. So I don't deny you on that. I think about some ugly wins where we felt really good about a quarterback, and I go back to the Jimmy Garoppolo Pittsburgh Steelers game at home where you always say, like, Tomlin came walking across like, you got a quarterback. Yeah, and it was an Shanahan. ugly game. Yeah. I think it was like a 13-12 or...
It was nasty. It was 5 turnovers.
Yeah,
it was hard hitting.
It wasn't clean.
It was bad.
But you walked away from that game going, I think we got something here,
3-0.
right?
3-0.
So I think Purdy has a long enough resume that proves that when they're at full strength, he's pretty freaking good. Now you got to check one of those boxes of, can you find a way to win one when the chips are really down against you?
But here's the deal. You say that quarterback always gets the most heat. And I agree with that.
Typically.
Because, typically, right? Because week 2, coming off the Minnesota loss, who got the most heat coming off that Minnesota loss?
I think Shanahan, because of the way they got outcoached.
Shanahan got all the heat.
Yeah.
Shanahan got all. Hell, Brock Purdy threw 2 picks in Minnesota last year in the fourth quarter. And we used concussion gate. Oh, he was concussed.
Yeah, I don't think everyone, but
a majority, because even David Lombardi, who I respect as a journalist, I do respect him. I know we make fun of him sometimes, but I respect the hell out of Lombardi. He does his work. He does his research. He puts in the work. He does. You cannot take that away from him. David Lombardi from SF Standard. But he even was coming at me, it's like, well, context matters, and he had a concussion, so...
Well, you're out
and even
there,
the Cincinnati game the next week, I don't think Brock got a lot of heat. He was playing with a concussion. The Cleveland game, we went to Jake Moody. We went to other guys. So I don't know here with Brock Purdy if he's faced that same heat as other quarterbacks around the league. Even coming off the Super Bowl.
No, but
we looked at Shanahan and Wilkes.
No, I agree with the point in that he doesn't get as much heat as, like, for example, like when Lamar Jackson loses, Lamar Jackson gets crushed. Oh. But Lamar's also making $180 million.
There's no doubt.
Like, I look at Dak Prescott. When Dak was making $500,000 or whatever it was when he was a 4th rounder, I don't think he got even close to the criticism that he's gotten since signing the first contract, the big contract, and then the second one, right? And so I think the spotlight grows and grows and grows. The longer you play, the more money you make. How many year after year, maybe disappointments that you have, like Josh Allen right now. Like Josh Allen, there's a light on him. And good or bad, when he wins, there's style points. Because of how much he makes and because of how many, good players they've had to say goodbye to afford that roster. So, yeah, I do believe that to an extent, Purdy has been sheltered from certain criticism. But You know how this fan base works, and you know how that position works.
Well, right now, I would say, I think this Sunday, Brandon Aiyuk has maybe a slightly bigger spotlight on him without all these weapons. Like if Juwan Jennings outsides Brandon Aiyuk and they win, well, people are going to be like, we overpaid Brandon Aiyuk. We should have just traded him. That's what people are going to say. You know that.
I think that's a season-long convo, but I get what you're saying.
But then we do this week to week. I agree. We should let the season play out, but we know how it works in the NFL. We don't let that happen at all. All right, what's coming up in the game brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Patrick Peterson, legend. He's going to be in the Hall of Fame one day. He's going to join us on the other side to talk some football here and pump his podcast, First and Pod. He's now part of the Odyssey family, so we'll introduce him. We'll welcome him to the Odyssey family. Patrick Peterson, longtime corner for the Arizona Cardinals, will join us on the other side here on 95.7 The Game.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 27th through September 29th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of
Hey, check this out. This is San Leandro Mo, and you're listening to 95.7 The Game, the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasta.
All right, man. This segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Patrick Peterson will join us in moments. A 3-time first-team All-Pro, 8-time Pro Bowler, 2010's All-Decade team. Was a punt return yards leader. I mean, the dude did everything. LSU, I got to ask him how he escaped the state of Florida and attended LSU. I don't like that.
You know what Spadoni said at the break as I was scarfing down a Bob's Donut?
What was that?
Shout out Bob's. Excellent donuts, the best. I had a chocolate, then I had a glaze. I went double. He goes, I think Patrick Peterson's last interception came against Jimmy Garoppolo.
Oh, boy.
We got to ask him. I bet he remembers.
Oh, I bet you remember. Yeah, he remembers all his interceptions.
You have to.
We have Patrick Peterson, right? We have Patrick Peterson. We're joined by Odyssey NFL insider Patrick Peterson, host of the Odyssey original podcast, First and Pod. And Insider Calls are brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. Mayo game day, be delicious. And he joins us on the River Islands guest line. Patrick Peterson, good morning and welcome to the Odyssey family.
Good morning, guys. I'm happy to be a part of the family, man. I really am.
Oh, man. So I got to get this one out the way. Before we talk about your career, talk about football and everything like that, I understand you're a Florida kid, and I'm a Florida State fan. Don't ask me how. I'm from San Francisco. Don't ask me how. How the hell did you escape the state of Florida and attend LSU? I mean, I know LSU is like DBU, and they're now wide receiver U, but how did the state of Florida let you escape from that state and go to Louisiana to play football?
Man, it was a difficult decision for me, but at that time, Florida State was going through sanctions. University of Miami was pretty much going on a downhill. Really didn't like the University of Florida, so I started opening up my options, and I felt like LSU was the best option for me because going there, pretty much their whole secondary was leaving. They never had a Jim Thorpe winner there, so that was my goal, to be the first Jim Thorpe winner at a university. So that mission was pretty much set and accomplished. And and I pretty much became a trendsetter at a university by putting them on a map to be known for something, and that's DBs.
Patrick, was your last career interception against Jimmy G?
No. My last interception was Bengals. They had a backup in. I cannot remember his name.
Was it Brandon Allen?
It might have been Browning.
Browning.
Yeah, it might have been Browning. Yeah, I think it was Browning in the end zone Sunday Night Football. So that was my last interception. But Jimmy was my 35th interception of my career.
The fact that you know it was in 35th. So we don't have to do this right now, but you could probably name each interception ball your first, second, third, and you know exactly what quarterback you got it against?
Yeah, I do know majority of my interceptions for the most part. The quarterbacks. I know I got Tom Brady. I got Sam Bradford a whole bunch of times. Matter of fact, man, the Rams was like my favorite team playing against, especially early on in my career.
Fisher?
Every time I played against him, I got an interception or a punt return for a touchdown.
I love that. We have a sound drop that we always play, and we have like PTSD Jimmy G because just losing the way we did to the Rams, and I know that the Niners are going against the Rams. Troy Aikman, NFC Championship game. Like, listen to this sound. We can't get out of our head. So you bring up Jimmy G, and we think of this.
I'm afraid that it's going to have to be Jimmy Garoppolo that gets it done.
We just laugh every time.
Let me ask you, Patrick. Were there certain quarterbacks, whether it's Bradford or Jimmy or whatever it is, and you guys are studying film all week long, and we'll get to today's NFL, and I got some questions about cover 2 high safety and Mel Kiper Jr., what the hell he said yesterday, which I thought was ridiculous.
Vontae's head's going to explode.
Yeah, but what is it like in the film room when you know, oh man, this guy's going to throw a couple up, man? Are you guys fighting like, yo, I got to be in this position? What is that like, Patrick?
Oh, yeah, everyone in the DB room are licking their chops, man. It's like, oh man, it's not necessarily calling it a stat game, but you going in the game knowing that some quarterback's going to give me an opportunity. You know what I mean? So while you watch a film, be like, all right, I might have opportunity to jump this because he believes in his arm strength that he can fit it in that window. Or you might have quarterbacks like a Kyler Murray that's a shorter statue that can't see over the line of scrimmage, so you may have opportunity for more tip balls. So it's things like that when you're watching film that you're licking your chops on when you're getting ready to play for a game. And so going back to that, I made a comment last year when we played the 49ers. And
we're well aware, Patrick.
Yeah, but the thing is, people took that in the wrong way because, like, I watched film, and I felt like there was some tells in that game to where I have an opportunity to snag one, and I did, and I just dropped 2 of them. So that's where it just goes back. I wasn't, talking down on Brock or anything like that. I'm a competitor. I watch film just like him. You know what I mean? So my goal as a defensive back is to get an interception every time I step on the football field. But, people took that the wrong way, and he did end up throwing 2 touchdowns on me. That was all good, but that's just a game,
Yeah, you play long enough, you're going to get dunked on. You're going to dunk on somebody. That's how it works,
Exactly.
When you're breaking down Brock Purdy, like in the film room, like imagine the audience right now is part of the film room study. Like, what are you saying as you're watching him, and how would you describe him as a quarterback, and especially when you look over the landscape of other players that play the position?
So, like, for me, especially have an opportunity to play against Brock and have an opportunity to game plan against him and watch film, like, he's almost like, it's just their offense. They are an inside the numbers offense, passing game wise. So if you look at majority of Brandon Aiyuk routes, he's running skinny slants. He's running He's running glance routes, skinny posts. It's very rarely that he's running out routes or Brock Purdy is throwing the ball outside the numbers. So if you're able to pack the middle of the field and force the San Francisco 49ers or Brock Purdy to beat you with their left hand, then you can get them in the passing game. But the running game is what sets up the passing game for the San Francisco 49ers, setting up the play actions, setting up the boots, setting up the screens. So that's a task in his own, trying to stop the run. And that's what makes them so lethal, because their running game is so efficient. It just makes everything come together.
Patrick Peterson here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, and Insider Calls are brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. You can purchase Hellman's at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store to add extra deliciousness and creamy flavor to your game day dishes this football season. So Jay Gruden has some comments about the drop-back passing game with the 49ers yesterday, saying, look, they're a great first and second down team, but on third down, the vertical passing game, I'm not too fond of it, basically, is what Jay Gruden said. So you're basically saying this, and we noticed this too, everything inside the hash marks and everything with the 49ers. So you do believe their vertical passing game, if they have to throw outside the numbers consistently, they can be had in the passing game?
Yes, they can't do it. I mean, how many times have you seen the 49ers throw just a straight 9 ball?
Yes, we don't see it often. I've been begging for it.
You're not going to see it.
Wow.
You're not going to see it.
Is that a function of them never dialing that up? Is that just how they play off? Because, like, okay, for the layman's out there, for the people that don't understand, because the 9 is the go route, and obviously there's a route tree, but I don't know how many people understand that. So as best you can, break it down. Like, what makes Andy Reid's passing system so different from Kyle Shanahan's drop back passing system? If you were to just, explain it to a bunch of 12 and 13-year-olds.
Right. Andy Reid is a little bit more spread out. Like he has those speedy guys on the outside of the numbers, and the quarterbacks that he normally gets have big arms that can make those long throws outside the numbers. And his vertical game, as far as his scheme, has always been down the field, even when he was with Philly.
Yep.
Now when he first got to Kansas City, you remember he had Alex Smith, and he could not throw the ball down the field, so now he had to alter his game plan. But he still had the opportunity to take his shots, but it wasn't as often when he was with with the Philadelphia Eagles, and now when he got Patrick Mahomes as his quarterback. So in his scheme, he understands how to spread guys out. And Andy Reid never really had a big-time running game. Like, he had an efficient running game, but it really wasn't predicated off play action this, play action that. Andy Reid just understands the spacing aspect of it in the passing game. Now, Kyle, on the other hand, he understands the spacing of it in the running game, and his offense is more compact.
Interesting stuff there, because we see in the fourth quarter, Patrick Peterson, in these big games, whether it's the LA Rams in the NFC Championship game, whether it's the Kansas City Chiefs or the Super Bowl, it's a trend that happens where when they're behind in the fourth quarter, they're unable to come back and rally due to their vertical passing game. We got to get him back on. I think he fell off.
He was really good.
Yeah, no, well, he's coming back on. We'll get him back on.
Because Sean Payton made these comments, and we'll play them.
Jay Gruden.
Excuse me. Jay Gruden made these comments, and he referenced, hey, Sean Payton's passing system and Andy Reid's are very different from Kyle Shanahan's. And you and I have had this discussion, I think it was a year or two ago, where I was like, I just think the drop-back passing game leaves a lot to be desired. Like, when they're down, you know, they have a very difficult time. And the data tells you, like, hey, when they're down 7 or more, I think you were, what are they, 1-31, 1-32?
It's not good. It's one
but
way.
Why is that? Because I'm not sophisticated enough, and he's explaining it.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at AC1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. We need to re-rack this sound and play this because this is very, very fascinating as we effort Patrick Peterson back. Let's play the Jay Gruden sound.
Yeah, play it.
Let's play the Jay Gruden sound right now. Jay Gruden, the shed-ahead off run game is great. However, the passing game leaves a lot to be desired.
I think it's all predicated on the outside zone is that what really they made famous, and then the play actions off of it. Really, I think their passing game is pretty much nothing really special. Their protection schemes are a little, when they get down or they have a lot of third downs, they're not quite as effective as some teams like an Andy Reid type guy. But first and second down, these guys will kill you. If they're having success on first and second down, they have a litany of play action passes and boots and leaking the tight ends out around the backfield and the runs they get going. They're very schooled in how they want their run blocking to be. They have different variances off the outside zones with the sifting and very creative ways to get to the same spot, which is what I liked about how they ran it. I actually think Kyle's best season as a play caller when he had Robert Griffin as a rookie. I mean, he put in some plays nobody's ever saw. The zone reads with the sifting tight end, and then they're bluffing that guy, and then he's keeping it with the lead blocker, and then they're pulling it out, throwing a glance route right behind to Pierre Garçon, and then finally the league caught up with it. They were starting to fall back a little bit on some of these sift blocking, but that first came in, he was giving defenses nightmares, and he's definitely a great play caller. First, second down, probably one of the best.
All right, so what about his struggles in known passing moments?
I'm just not a big fan of his true pass concepts when he's down, and I'm just not a big fan of them. I don't know. I just don't understand a lot of them, and that's just something you have to continue to work on through OTAs, training camp, and all that stuff. You got to prepare to be down. It's a lot easier to call plays when you're ahead by 14 points on first and second down, and when you're down. Not many coaches have had a lot of success calling plays down, having to come back. It's very difficult when you're a one-dimensional team. It's very difficult in the NFL to have success. I'm not saying that I did have a lot of success. I'm just saying from a pass game standpoint, when I study teams, that would be one of the last teams I would look at as far as pass concepts go on known passing situations. I'd go elsewhere and look for other pass concepts.
So how are we feeling about those statements? I know there's a lot of people punching air right now because we're not, because trust me, I'm not going to do it. I'm going to let the pros do it. This is something we've talked about over the last year and a half, 2 years, whatever it is, about the drop back passing game and the vertical passing game, throwing outside the numbers. Everything's in the middle of the field. It's car accidents left and right. You know what I'm saying? We got Patrick Peterson saying it, who played this league at a very high level. This is a 3-time All-Pro. He just broke down what the Niners do offensively, what their passing game is all about. Jay Gruden, as a former coach, say, look, man, I'm just not a fan of their drop back. When I look at vertical passing games, I go elsewhere. I don't look at Shanahan. So is that going to catch up to him? Is that going to catch up to the 49ers? Because in their biggest moments, Shasky, the vertical passing game has let them down.
Well, I look at it this way. Not everyone has a strength in every facet, right? And so there's some things you're going to do really well, and there's other things you're not going to do really well. So Patrick says it very bluntly as we were talking to him. He's like, Andy Reid's not great with the run, or at least not dedicated to the run. So that's kind of his little, flaw, but he's great at the passing game.
Well, think about it. Yeah, Brad Childress as a spread game analyst for a long time, trying to figure out the spread game and what the innovation of the spread offense and the jet sweeps and all the movements and all that stuff. So he's right about that, using every blade of grass on the football field, whether it's going east, west, or north or south.
But I think it was a big bugaboo. A lot of people like, it's clock management. Oh, you got it back?
Yeah, we got it back. Go ahead, Patrick. We dropped you off there. Appreciate you spending time with us, man. You're really good on this, breaking down, and you're educating the audience here. Go ahead, pick up where you left off. You remember where you left off?
Yeah, I do remember where I left off. I was talking about the Kyle Shanahan offense.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, his offense is more compact inside the numbers to where he's running the football, linemen, with the different movements with the offensive linemen. So he's more dedicated to the run game as far as now when he's running the football, he's getting those linebackers' eyes stuck in the backfield, those defensive back eyes stuck in the backfield to where now he can hit those intermediate passes behind the linebackers. And that's what kind of makes his passing game go because he's big on the running game. You know what I mean? So, and you look at all the quarterbacks that he had. He really never had a quarterback that had a big arm to throw the ball outside the numbers. He always getting quarter that's real good with those intermediate passes because that's what makes his offense run in the passing.
So what does Sean McVay do? Because it sounds like he's more in the Gruden camp than the Shanahan camp, even though they work together. What does his offense look like?
His offense is a little bit like a Gruden. Gruden is an offense that it's kind of like a well balanced offense. Like he wants to run the football, but he also wants to take his shots. And McVay has a little bit more creativity in his play calling, as far as with the jet sweeps, with the jet mode, trying to identify matchups on the defensive side of the ball. And he does a great job on finding matchups. I think that's what he do a great job at, Sean, on finding the matchups that really, really go after. And he is a good coach on putting his guys in position to be successful.
Patrick, before we let you go, Mel Kiper Jr. made the waves yesterday, and it really derailed the show because I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I love defense. I love a 17-16 game. I love a 21-17 game. Everybody loves points in fantasy football, 45, 42, 38. Like, I love football. I love all aspects of it. So he said, the NFL should think about banning 2 high safeties, cover 2 safeties, whatever it is, 2 high safeties. I'm just thinking to myself, what are we doing here? We've already catered all the rules to the offense. We've already catered to them all the time. So I know you being a defensive player who had the ability to play on offense and return punts and do all that stuff. I know you probably cringe listening to that as well because my theory is offensive line play has never been worse. Not having preseason, September, it's going to be a lot of sloppiness here. What was your thoughts when you read that headline or heard that headline from Mel Kiper Jr., Patrick?
Man, because I was like, come on, just like you said, we already can't tackle as it is. They came up hip drop tackling. That we want to make the game safe, but at the same time, our job is to get the guy on the ground. Like, you have to also understand that we're playing a physical game. I know track real quick. I'm gonna come back to that comment, but I know that our job is to get guys on the ground. We play a physical sport, so there's going to be collisions. There's going to be injuries. That's out of our control. So with these new rules that's coming in each and every year that's catered to offense, it's just like, God damn, you might as well just take the defense off the field. And now you got Mel Kiper Jr. talking about the safeties are playing too deep. My goodness, can we play defense? Like, how now you want to dictate on what the defense is playing. So we might as well don't even go to practice no more. We already know what defense we're going to play the defense that the offense want us in, and now we're just going to go play football and just hope that we can make plays. Like, no, they have to find a way to get better on trying to get their guys involved in the game. But defense, we had to catch up. Back from 2006 to 2010, the league was all predicated off physical. Run. From 2011 to about 2008, then you start. 18. Then you start to see the league start to change a little bit more. So the league started passing a little bit more, and then that's when it was all one high safeties. So defensive coordinators started to say, all right, all these teams are starting to become pass happy. Everybody started to bandit the run. So let's put ourselves in the best opportunity to keep teams out of the end zone. That's our job, to keep teams out of the end zone. Why would we want to continue to see long ball go over our heads and the bad plan and everybody got, on highlights on SportsCenter? No, that's not fun.
No, you're right.
So I was almost passed out when I saw Mel Kiper make that comment.
Patrick, man, this is really good insight, man. We all feel smarter. We all have some things to talk about, especially with the Shanahan offense, because we're a little befuddled in these late game situations in a vertical pass game in which you got to win. You got to win on third down. You got to be able to make throws here. Yeah. So it's very interesting. We'll be watching the game with some of your thoughts in our heads here. Patrick, thanks so much. And again, welcome to the Odyssey family, brother.
Man, thanks for having me. I can't wait to speak with you guys again.
Absolutely.
Hell yeah.
Patrick Peterson, 3-time All-Pro. He was a Pro Bowler, perennial Pro Bowler, one of the best punt returners we've seen. Really good player for the Arizona Cardinals for a long time, then went to Minnesota, and, of course, the Pittsburgh Steelers. That was Odyssey NFL insider Patrick Peterson, host of the Odyssey original podcast, First and Pod. Insider calls are brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. Mayo game day, be delicious. Wow. I'm going to just say this right off the rip, Shasky. We don't talk much about Purdy's contract or what he may get. I'll tell you right now, I'd be scared as hell to give this guy 50, 60, 40 million, knowing what Kyle Shanahan's game plan is, and they don't throw outside the numbers. I'd be scared as hell to give them all this money and reset the quarterback market with Brock Purdy. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm scared as hell of that. I don't know if it is.
I want you to elaborate because I'm not connecting the dots.
Yeah, well, I'm scared as hell. You connect the dots here. You heard what Patrick Peterson just said? We don't throw outside the numbers. Everything's predicated, intermediate. Yeah, I hear that.
I mean, they were a 4th and 2 stop away from beating Mahomes in the Super Bowl and winning it all. Like, I hear you, and I understand that you're not going to be perfect at everything, right?
You should have won that game going away. The game shouldn't have been close.
I don't disagree.
The game shouldn't have been close.
I don't know about shouldn't be close. I mean,
it sounds like this offense is a limited offense. We champs.
Talking about the Chiefs.
Oh yeah,
the game shouldn't be close like that.
That game shouldn't have been close. The way the Niners have played. We'll pick it up on the other side. I'm gonna speak for myself. I would be worried as hell giving Brock Purdy $60 million a year. It's too much smoke going on with this, man. We'll pick this up with Kirk Morrison on the other side. That's what's coming up, brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for these digital deals.
What up? This is Turtle Pie Turtle from Frisco. If you're anything like me, you're getting hella roasted every day on the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game. Yay!
All right, it's Rams week. It is Rams week, and this is a huge game on Sunday. It's a must-win. I've seen a lot of national experts last night said, don't touch this game. This game's going to be unwatchable, all these injuries. Well, you know what? I don't give a damn. I'm going to be locked in every single play because this is a must-win for the 49ers to get to New England, try to get to 3-1, and try to get some reinforcements back here. But this is a monster game. We just had Patrick Peterson on. Really good stuff. We'll get Kirk Morrison on in just a second as we go behind enemy lines. A former Raiders linebacker by way of San Diego State, by way of Oakland, California, Bishop O'Dowd, 5'2", a friend of the program. He'll join us in a second here. This is a big game, Shasky. This is a huge game.
I'm gonna bring up the private show, the show within the show within the show at the break. What were you muttering? Are you willing to say it on air?
What was I muttering?
You've got some question marks on this team, on this offense, on this quarterback.
No, I don't. Don't put me like that. No, I'm just saying.
Right before we went to the break.
Be careful. Try to pay this guy $60 million a year.
Hold up.
Be careful. Let's get 5-2 on. I'll explain after. I'm just saying.
What do you mean you're just saying? A week ago, just hear me out. A week ago, he was playing better football than Joe Burrow, which you said.
He did over the last year. Last year.
Okay,
but these limitations seem to catch up with the 49er quarterbacks. That's all.
But one game and one interview, and now...
No, it's not just one interview, man. No, it's not just one interview. I felt like this for a while. $60 million is a lot of money, which is why I don't want to talk about it. We're talking about resetting the quarterback market. That's fine. We can do that.
But no one's saying he's making $60 million for 12 years in a row. Like, I don't know. We'll see.
5-2. We got 5-2.
I'm here.
Let's go. He's ready to roll. He's in Louisville, Kentucky.
I'm just listening.
Hey, man. Hey, we just had Kirk. By the way, Kirk Morrison, by way of the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Is it the time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Latham. See, I'm in the foxhole up here, Kirk, because we're petrified to criticize Brock Purdy on anything. Like, we come out of the Minnesota game, we're having a conversation last hour. Brock Purdy, when it comes to losses, we go to Shanahan, we go to the receivers, we go to defense. It's never Purdy's fault. It's never, and I don't like to play the blame game at all. But Purdy, we just had Patrick Peterson on, and he's breaking down the film, and maybe you did too, where everything is predicated in the middle of the field with the passing game. I'm sure you heard the Jay Gruden comments about the Shanahan passing game, where he's like, I love them on first and second down, but on third down, I'm not looking at Shanahan's passing game getting blown away by it. Actually, I'm not impressed by it. What do you see in the Shanahan passing game? Are you impressed by it? Are you kind of sitting back saying, boy, if you could just take away the middle of the field, you got them in the pass game?
100%. I mean, but you got to think, again, it's winning first and second down. That's how the 49ers have won. They've won first and second down. And they've get into some manageable third downs where you can play the entire field. When you get to have third and longs, it's a little bit different. You're forcing your quarterback to have to find the open guy. Can he go through the progressions? Will he have enough time to go through those progressions? And so, obviously the middle of the field is where George Kittle has feasted for many years, okay? And in this offense, a little bit different when you don't have that opportunity when you have those third and long. I think it kind of goes back to what I call, and I've been telling people now, there's a fear of Cinderella. Cinderella, one of the great movies of all time, but there is a fear of Cinderella, meaning that Brock Purdy, at some point, we feel like the carriage is going to turn into a pumpkin. We're just kind of sitting back and waiting because we see these games where you want your quarterback to take over and put it on his shoulders, and yet a game like Minnesota, if someone asked me who had never seen football last week, think about this, fellas, right, Joe? Watch Bonte. If you had never watched football last week and you turned on the tape and watched the Vikings and the 49ers, the better quarterback was Sam Darnold, right? You would say the quarterback in purple was the better quarterback, and that's what people keep going back to. It should never be that way. When you guys talk about $60 million a year, is okay, I want to see that. And look, it's not just Brock Purdy. I talk about all the quarterbacks like this. But right now, he is the topic of discussion because we are in a time, and I don't care what people write or whatever out there in the Bay Area because I read it all. This string of games without Debo, without Christian McCaffrey, without some of the guys, this is all on Brock Purdy. This is the biggest year of Brock Purdy's career. We know that. But the 49ers will win on Sunday if number 13 in red has the game that we expect, this can't be on the defense. It can't be. I want to see Brock Purdy take over, and I haven't seen it enough.
Well, that's a fair point. I think most people, reasonable people, think he's really good. How good is a question mark, right? Like, you know what I mean? I don't think he's a bum, and I definitely don't think he's the best quarterback in the league. But I think on any given day, there's a variety of quarterbacks. I'd throw Dak into this same kind of boat. On any given day, Dak can have a monster game and will you to a victory, and he can also throw a couple up and lose you one, as he's done in the playoffs over and over again. But I think, like, for example, and I'm just using Dak because he makes a lot of money, I think he's a really good player, and you can win 10, 11, 12 games with him pretty much yearly if he stays upright. I just think there's a lot more quarterbacks in the Brock, Goff, Tua, Dak category than there are Mahomes, Josh Allen, right? And I just think that we're viewing everything through the Mahomes prism. I'd throw Stafford in there. Like Stafford on his great days can will his team to win, but he also throws a lot up, man, and he gets banged up a lot because he holds on to that ball. I mean, I'm not saying he's not a really good player. The guy's probably a Hall of Famer, but I don't know. I think we could say that about 7 or 8 quarterbacks in the league right now, and I'd rather be one of those than be one of the ones searching for one.
I mean, points are valid there. I totally agree with some of those points. But I think that at the end of the day, we've also seen a larger sample size, right? Especially with Matthew Stafford. He's a larger sample size. I think Dak Prescott, same thing, larger sample size. But when it comes to Brock Purdy, we're still thinking about it. And then you still got buyer's remorse. I mean, I really feel like, Brandon Aiyuk walked in there, robbed the 49ers with no mask on, and now you're stuck with a contract of like, man, is this going to be the player or not? I think that's also something that's in the back of the mind of a lot of people as well is, okay, you got the weapons now. It's not like Brock Purdy doesn't have the weapons. He's got them. Can he make this team go? And that's all it is. Week in and week out, you got one of the best defenses in the league. I think we want to see more statistically. We want to see more where the 49ers won because of Brock Purdy, not despite Brock Purdy, if that makes sense.
No, I get that.
No doubt.
I get that. Look, I want to bring up the Aiyuk thing because that's fascinating. Similar, I think he's really good. I don't know if he's one of the top 4 or 5 wide receivers, and I think that he's benefited from a lot of things that the Niners have on offense. CMC, the spacing, Debo, Kittle, quarterback's accuracy, play action. But I also think he's really good, and I don't want to diminish how good he is. But I argued with Bonte. It's like I don't know if it's a sound business strategy unless you're going to adapt how you play football to invest $60 million in 2 wide receivers when you're hell-bent on getting to 35 rushes every single game. I think that's a team-building question more than it is an Aiyuk question. You say he robbed the Niners. Why do you say that?
Well, I say that because I didn't know he turned into Jerry Rice. Like, all summer long, it was like Brandon Aiyuk this, Brandon Aiyuk that. And I felt like, look, yes, it was a boom in wide receiver contracts. We see that. But when I look around at Justin Jefferson, obviously it's a difference when Justin Jefferson's on the field. Nico Collins, we saw it the other day with the Houston Texans. There are guys that when they're on the field, a lot of times we gotta wait. Is Aiyuk on the field today or right this series? Like sometimes you don't know. Because here comes Jawan Jennings making a play. Here comes some other people. And you're like, okay, there goes Aiyuk on an 11-yard comeback or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just trying to I call a spade, man. I'm a guy who watches the entire football game, and I really believe that for Aiyuk, he has to play much bigger than where he's at right now. And I get it. We can have the excuse of he's done no training camp. He's still getting into shape and all that stuff. But this is what the NFL is. You come in, you got to play and be ready to roll.
Is that a product of Shanahan's offensive system? The passing game where he doesn't necessarily – it seems like they game plan for Debo a little more than Aiyuk. Or what would Aiyuk look like? Say if he's on the L.A. Rams playing with Matthew Stafford, would he produce a 1,300-yard season? How would McVay use him? Can he be that guy?
Oh, he would cook because McVay is going to scheme you up. He's going to find ways to get you the football regardless. And that's why it's going to be fun this weekend because there is no Puka Nacua. There is no Cooper Kupp. And yet you're going to have receivers like a Tyler Johnson, Demarcus Robinson, right? Are now your number 1 guys going into this week. And then Jordan Whittington, who's a rookie. So they'll find ways to scheme those guys up. And I want to see how does, Matthew Stafford get it going. Because I think if Aiyuk was in this offense, they would find ways to just get him the football more and more. But what scares me the most about the Niners is when Deebo Samuel's on the field. And I told people, look at the receiver on Netflix. I mean, it showed you. If you watch that documentary on Netflix, for people out there listening, just watch it. The 49ers, I won't say the offense was in shambles, but it's a different offense without Deebo Samuel in the lineup. So now you possibly may not have George Kittle as well. And this is, remember, with Christian McCaffrey. Now, this offense doesn't have Christian McCaffrey. This is a scary season right now for the 49ers in the early parts. I'm not going to say, hey, this make or breaks their season, but what I'm saying is that they may have to just tread water just to get in the tournament. If the 49ers make the playoffs, to me, look, they're still a Super Bowl type of team. But this domination of being the number one seed and winning the division and all that, I don't know if that's what I want for the 49ers. I feel like they need to play more with a chip on their shoulder because last year the expectations, if you want to be real, the expectations of, and look, George Kittle said it even in the receiver, like, this is our best team. We should win. Everybody. I feel like the 49ers are a better team when they underdogs than favorites.
Kirk Morrison here on the River Islands guest line. Do you think this offense would have been able to function without Brandon Aiyuk, with you saying that about number 11? Because we went back and forth for all training camp, and Kirk, we talked about Brandon Aiyuk, and you hit me with the same line. Like, when he turned into Jerry Rice. So what if they did trade him to Pittsburgh? What if they did trade him to Pittsburgh and didn't have Brandon Aiyuk? Now, it would be scary this week because no Deebo, no McCaffrey, no Kittle, and all of a sudden, no Aiyuk. You're like, damn, who they're going to throw the ball to? But would this offense still be able to function at a high level if they didn't have number 11 at the wide receiver spot?
Yeah, John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan told you that by drafting a receiver in the first round. I mean, that ain't rocket science. You don't draft a receiver in the first round because, we want to develop him. No, that's why you draft Danny Gray, right? And you hope that they develop into a spot. You draft a receiver in the first round, you're saying, hey, we're going to replace the guy that's there. We've already moved on. Now, look, this is how the perfect storm had worked out. Ricky Pearsall, obviously, we know what happened in San Francisco. I want to talk about, but just his injury history has not allowed him to be on the field before then. And so now it kind of opened the door for an Aiyuk opportunity. But I think the 49ers had already told you, when you draft a receiver in the first round, you're not drafting him to develop. You're drafting him to play right away. So obviously they had already said, we can insert anyone into this offense, especially at the wide receiver position.
All right, Kirk. I love you. Yeah. You know I do. I love going back and forth. But
always.
I mean, and I get we're picking apart things, but if I'm driving around the Bay Area right now, I'm listening to you talk. The Niners won 13 games. Okay, 6 in 2020, 10 games, 13 games, 12 games last year. They've won 8 playoff games. 8 playoff games in a 5-year span. They've been wildly successful. I'm listening to this rhetoric, and I get what you're saying. Like, we're talking about winning the ultimate one, and that's where we start to really critique it. But, like, we act like they've not been spectacular. They've been spectacular. In fact, they've been dominant.
This is the price you pay for being a really good team. We
I know, but the way we're talking
everything
about them, and I'm listening, and I get why we're doing this. We're picking apart certain things, and I get that. I believe me, I understand that. But like they have flaws. Like the drop back passing game is not perfect. But what they've done has been wildly successful. So when I listen to all, and not just yourself, but just other people complain and this and that, and like I'm frustrated. I want to win it. I'm sad as hell we didn't win it last year. But like it's hard to knock them. They've been so freaking good.
I mean, Shasky, is that what the Kyle Shanahan's when his at some point how long he coaches for the 49ers? It's going to be the we almost got it done. Is that not what the mantra is going to be?
I know. That part kills me.
Hey, you can say that same thing about the Baltimore Ravens too, right?
Yep. Yeah.
I mean, they've been solid. They've been great. But at the end, I mean, they got a 2-time MVP on their team. They're in a similar situation as the 49ers.
But I would say that we've actually won high-level playoff games. They finally won one this year. Like I just feel a little different. The Niners won 8 playoff games. Like they lost because Mahomes in overtime. It's not like they got smoked off the field in the NFC Championship game.
Wounds though when they lost those games. You keep saying, "Well, it's Mahomes." Watch how those games played out. The Niners crapped the bed on those biggest stages. They don't. They pick off Patrick Mahomes and they don't score.
I just think the margins are so thin.
Like, just come on, man. I mean, I don't even want to talk about how overtime started, right?
Right.
You know
we didn't even know the rules.
We didn't even know the rules. Come on, Joe. Come on, Shasky, baby.
You're talking to the guy that was screaming in the media area, you got to score 7 here. Like, you cannot give him the ball back. I was screaming it. Do not kick a field goal. This is 4-down territory. So trust me, I'm well aware.
So what's
I'm just saying, what are we doing?
Yeah, Brian, how's this game going to play out on Sunday, man? Because this is the walking wounded. We don't even know if George Kittle's going to play. He's got hamstring tightness.
Right.
Bosa sat out practice yesterday with the rib injury. Charvarius Ward, they were saying that, hey, they were just being cautious with him, but I'm sure McVay and company are saying, oh, well, let's test him. Let's see how sore he is on the outside there. How's this game going to play out, man? We know it's going to be a bunch of Niner fans, and Niners have had the Rams number in the regular season, but the Rams have that one in the NFC Championship game. How's this going to play out on Sunday, man? Because nobody's talking about the Rams or giving them a shot.
Yeah, and I love that position for them. Again, I think this game comes down to number 13 in red and number 9 in the white jersey this weekend. That's what it comes down to. Ooh. This is a quarterback game. This is what I always say. When the seas are rocky, do you have a captain that can help you keep calm, can bring the ships home and not be the Titanic? That's what you pay Matthew Stafford for, and that's what the 49ers are going to eventually pay Brock Purdy for. It's these types of moments. It's these types of games. Because everyone's going to tell you how you can't win, but these quarterbacks can keep you in the game and help you win. So at the end of the day, when y'all texting me on Sunday night at the game, after the game is over, let's just look at the box score. That's what's going to tell us. We're going to see, was it Brock Purdy's day or Matthew Stafford's day? There's going to be some unbelievable plays. Look, Fred Warner is like watching Picasso right now, dude. I watch the defensive film, and I swear I just sit back and I just have a smile on my face watching 54 run around on the field for the 49ers. He may be my X factor in if the 49ers win this game, because he's literally dominating the games. And you could tell in his press conference, like we doing all that we can. We got to win. You know what I mean? But look, I would say this. We're only a couple weeks into the season. There's no reason to overreact, panic. The first 4 weeks of the season, I always say, are truly a preseason game. All these dudes had fitted caps on the sideline, tennis shoes during preseason. It takes 2 to 3 weeks, maybe even a month, before we really find out who these teams really are. But this is a big game because it's a measuring stick on both sides.
No, Kirk, it's your season on the line. Like, let's just call it what it is. You got a million guys on IR. Let's keep the same energy. If you guys go 0-3, your season's over. Over!
Well, they went 3-6 last year, and then I went to the bye week and then ran the table and went 7-1. So I don't know how much over it can be.
Ran the table and lost in the playoffs.
I'll say this too, Kirk. Everybody but me around here said, oh, man, you want to avoid the Rams in the NFC playoffs. Oh, you better watch out for the Rams. So the energy was very different. You're right about that. Hey, Kirk, man.
Oh, come on, man.
It's all fun.
Kirk, I'm not going to let you get away with that. You know that. I got to stand my ground. This is a stand my ground city.
Trust me, man. Like, look, everybody over here, in Los Angeles is talking about Shohei Ohtani, right? Like, and that,
I hate
to
him.
me, still,
Tell him I hate him.
I know. He should have been a Giant. I get it, but that's what we got to hear down in Los Angeles, right? So, look, I'm just looking forward to a big game. Obviously, 49er faithful are going to be out loud and proud. It's going to be a fun matchup. I think that we'll know more about each team after this weekend and what we think about the quarterbacks, and then obviously what may have to happen when the trade deadline comes up, because, man, that thing is coming fast and quick.
Yeah, it's going to be some movement there. Real quick, Arizona. You watch the film at Arizona. All training camp, I was like, man, something's cooking down there in Glendale, man. I think they got a good program rolling on. Are they a team we're going to need to be watching here down the stretch, Arizona?
Man, so when I do my training camp tour, sat down with, Kyler and Coach Jonathan Gagne and Drew Petzik, they just quietly going about their business. Like, they just, you know what I mean? Like, they like the role that they're in. And it was something about how they finished last season that's all they kept talking about. Like, when Kyler Murray got back and the confidence that the coaching staff and the team had in him, he is healthy. They got a running game. They got one of the best young receivers in the game in Marvin Harrison Jr., and they got a defense where Buda Baker is balling, y'all. Oh, he's balling. Like, this is a scary football team. You saw it in week 1 and what they did to the Bills. They should have won that game. They lost, but they should have won that game. But, man, last week, that dude, Kyler Murray, he put on the clinic last week, and he was like, I wasn't even trying to run. I'm just trying to make plays. that dude still has the speed. He still got the arm, and he got some weapons to work with now, tight ends and wide receivers, and an offensive line that they've invested in the draft. So they're one of those teams, like, kind of watch out. The only thing is I want to see, can they still create a pass rush, right? The pass rush, they don't have a lot of guys. They lost Ojulari right before the season. But if they can develop a pass rush, and we know how it is when Cardinals-Niners link up, it's always that one game you're like, uh-oh, here come the Cardinals. Well, that may be this season.
What ends up happening in November when the new Call of Duty gets released, that's going to be the true test for Kyler. But also, Kirk, I respect it. You sold hard today. Them Wolf tickets you're selling on the Rams, bro, because your season is cooked if you lose to us on Sunday. 0-3, and you're going to trade Stafford. Let's go. I hear you. I can hear it in the back of your voice. We'll see what happens in the trade deadline, i.e., maybe we move Stafford.
Sassy, on Monday, don't be talking about, let's talk about Warriors training camp upcoming after this game.
Jimmy Buckets is available.
We'll be begging for a trip to Hawaii for training camp, that's for sure.
He already talking about Warriors training camp on Monday after Saturday.
I'm actually going to be talking about Giants GM search.
Yeah, no, he's in baseball mode. He still thinks the Giants. The Giants fans are now being under delusion. Well, if we offer Soto $600 million,
just stop.
Stop. Hey, 5-2.
Hey, them the Wolf tickets that we need to talk about. When they throwing out all this fake money to all these players who ain't coming.
Man. Hey, go visit the original KFC out there while you're in Louisville. Will you do it? Let me know how it is.
I am. I got off the airplane last night, walked over. I'm like, oh, Colonel Sanders. They really got like the Colonel Sanders statue up. I'm like, it's real out here in Louisville.
You ever seen the South Park where Cartman is it's like Scarface? It's all time good about KFC. It's the best.
5-2, man. You're the best, Kirk, man. Always love talking to you, man. Have fun. Have a good call tomorrow. Georgia Tech and Louisville. Then we'll see you Sunday when you're back in LA for Rams and Niners.
All right, sounds good, fellas. Anytime, man. Y'all be good. Have a good weekend.
You too, Kirk. You too, man. Kirk Morrison, 8-year NFL vet, former Raider, Bishop on Down, ESPN broadcaster, Reds NFL pre- and post-game show. Let me just tell you right now, this is a must-win for Shanahan, a must-win for Purdy, a must-win for Aiyuk, and a must-win for 49er fans. Because they lose this game, Monday's going to be chaotic. It is going to be all-time chaotic. Round the alarms, my pets' heads are falling off, the sirens and everything. They lose this game on. I'm telling you, man.
They lost one game, and you did one interview, and you jumped off the Brock train.
No, I didn't jump off the Brock. Stop caping for Brock. Because the first thing you told me after the Super Bowl, Bonte, the difference in this game, they have a great quarterback and we don't. No, that's the first thing you said.
I said they have the greatest. No, I said they have the greatest, which is
no. You didn't say that in real time. You said the difference, Bonte. They have a great quarterback. We don't.
But what happened? Okay, literally 10 days ago.
Oh my
8
God!
days ago,
I walked it back on Wednesday. I walked it back. Walked back Wednesday. I walked it back. I was just trying to give Brock some love because my whole point with that total love in this. True disclosure. Joe Burrow gets a pass whenever he has a bad game. We all never criticize him whatsoever. But we quick to criticize Lamar. We quick to criticize Dak. We're quick to criticize Jimmy. We're quick to criticize this guy. We never criticize Burrow. Hell, even Josh Allen gets more heat than Joe Burrow. But I walk that back. Joe Burrow's a great quarterback. If I'm a GM and I got a quarterback drafted, it's Purdy or Burrow. Who you taking? I'm probably taking Burrow. There's no doubt about that. But I'm not saying Purdy's trash. But we're hearing now from people after one game, Brian Flores addressed him again. And what's the stat? What's the stat that's been floating all around this weekend when it comes to Jess Schwartz, Spags in Kansas City, Brian Flores in Minnesota? What's Shanahan record? It's not good. It's not pretty at all.
Well, good thing we don't play those three exclusively.
But you got to get through Kansas City. You got to get through. You may have to get through Minnesota. Minnesota may be better. And the thing Kirk said before we get to Patrick Peterson is you look at the tape. If there's a novice football fan looking at football for the first time, the best quarterback on the field was Sam Darnold? Sam Darnold?
Time out. Like, if we were a novice football fan and we were looking at the tape and like I can say that about a lot of quarterbacks. Like there was a point in time when Kansas City lost to the Indianapolis Colts with backup quarterbacks, and that was Mahomes out there. And I love Mahomes.
But you know Mahomes was the real deal.
No, but I'm just saying we could isolate individual games for every one of the great quarterbacks.
We seen this.
I'm not saying he's Mahomes, but I don't think it's fair to take one Sunday. Anything can happen.
Can I be real about something?
He's been good for 30 games.
He has been good for 30 games. But let's go back to Christmas Day.
Okay.
Baltimore. Was he good that day?
No.
Was he good against Green Bay?
The final drive, yes, nothing else. It wasn't good.
First half against Detroit.
Yeah, but the second half was dynamic. Dynamic.
He hasn't put together 4 quarters. He hasn't put together a great 4 quarters in a very long time.
All right.
It's been a while.
They've played 2 games since that Detroit, or 3 games.
The Super Bowl. Was he great in the Super Bowl?
No, but it was a Super Bowl.
Right?
I mean,
so that's all I'm saying. I like Brock Purdy a lot. I think he's a really good quarterback. But let's be real.
What's the real part?
The real part is Baltimore, Green Bay, Detroit, the Super Bowl, and last week against Minnesota. In 5 of his last 6 games, it's been suboptimal at the quarterback position.
I don't know about suboptimal, but I would say that those are also 5 of the top 7 teams in the league. And so I think a lot of quarterbacks are going to look a little shaky. I know that when he went up against Jalen Hurts, he looked freaking way better than Jalen Hurts that day in the rain.
He went up against Philadelphia's defense, which was Swiss cheese.
Well,
I'm talking about the playoffs.
But if you're going to point to, I'm just saying, if you're going to point to a Sam Darnold game, he looked better than Aaron Rodgers.
I'm looking at the trends, Shasky.
He looked better than Aaron Rodgers on Monday Night Football.
I'm looking at the trends. 5 of the last 6 games, he hasn't put together a good 4th quarters. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
I think he's a really good player. I don't think he's the best player on the planet.
Now we're all flying off the handle because we're giving Brock Purdy a little bit of criticism. It's okay.
I don't think that's what we're doing at all. I'm saying that no one's saying he's the greatest player who ever lived, but I also think that he's really good. He had a poor game.
Play it for me, Smith. Play it for me.
So, for me, especially having an opportunity to play against Brock and have an opportunity to game plan against him and watch film, he's almost it's just their offense. They are an inside the numbers offense, passing game wise. If you look at majority of Brandon Aiyuk routes, he's running skinny slants. He's running not skinny slants. He's running glance routes, skinny posts. It's very rarely that he's running out routes or Brock Purdy is throwing the ball outside the numbers. So if you're able to pack the middle of the field and force San Francisco 49ers or Brock Purdy to beat you with their left hand, then you can get them in the passing game. But the running game is what sets up the passing game for the San Francisco 49ers, setting up the play actions, setting up the boots, setting up the screens. So that's a task in his own, trying to stop the run. And that's what makes them so lethal, because their running game is so efficient. It just makes everything come together.
Now, that's Patrick Peterson. Here's Kyle Shanahan earlier this week on Brock Purdy.
We never asked Brock to really do too much. We asked him to do the play that's called. If nothing's there, what are your options after that? You scramble, you throw things away. Sometimes you take a sack. Things you always try to do is not turn it over, but nothing really changes when you're missing guys. Game plan can sometimes change, but not what you ask the quarterback to do.
That's the head coach of the San Francisco 49ers, Kyle Shanahan, saying that we just really don't ask Brock to do too much.
You're taking that very literal. I think a quarterback just by nature. What?
Come on,
what?
Man. The head coach just said that about the quarterback of the football team.
Yeah,
he literally said it. And where's your cow? You know what? Give me the damn Kawakami cut now. Where Shanahan said, and you even said this. Well, he sat there with Kawakami and said, well, things change. When we're paying a quarterback $1 million, you're paying a quarterback $50 million. What does it look like? I don't know. And we both said, "Oh, that's Shanahan's out in case things go awry."
But here's where.
So don't pick at me.
I'm not picking at you.
Look, this is Jay Gruden. This is Patrick Peterson. This is Kirk Morrison. This is Kyle Shanahan.
So one bad game and a variety.
It's not just one bad game. It's starting to see the film. They're starting to see a trend.
But a week ago you were feeling really good.
I walked it back Wednesday, Shasky, the Burrow thing. You want to be picking apart what I'm saying?
Just hear me. No, I am
listening. You want me to pick apart everything that you said? Because you've been wild waffling up Purdy. I'm not saying he's a bum, but I'm saying I'm a little worried about giving him $60 million. Is that okay? Is that okay for me to feel like that? I don't get what's the problem here. What's the problem?
No one says there's a problem. I'm just trying to keep up with where we're at with Brock Purdy. I think he's a top 5 to 8 quarterback on any given day. I think on last Sunday, it was one of his worst games in the league, and they were still in a position to be there at the end. Now you could say, Joe, Fred Warner made X, Y, and Z plays. All the good quarterbacks, all the great quarterbacks have games that they want back. They all do. And so that's a game he wants back. Let's see how he bounces back. But if we have these same, let's say he plays 7 of those kinds of games, well, then now let's have that conversation. I just think it's a little premature after 1 week against Brian Flores.
You know what? I hope he balls out this Sunday. I really do. I want him to ball out. Now, you know what? The first thing you said in the first hour, I think people are waiting to see Brock Purdy ball without these weapons. Well, you know what? I am now, too. I've been talked into it. No, I'm not. I got my popcorn ready to go. Now I'm buckled up. I want to see Aiyuk and I want to see Purdy, and I want to see if they could be top 5, top 10 players. We got shameless shout-outs coming up, right?
No, we're going to push it. So before we do this, I want to give a shout-out. Today is Rye Guy, Ryan Moylan's birthday, 6 years old.
Rye Guy, happy birthday, buddy.
And he's going to, guess where he wants to do for his birthday tomorrow?
What does he want to do?
Go to the batting cages.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome.
Little
that's
Rye Guy. Happy birthday,
little
buddy.
Rye Guy. Happy birthday, little
Love
Rye
that
Guy.
little guy.
Happy birthday.
LJ says he's better than you, though.
Oh, my gosh!
I also have another shout-out, too. I have another shout-out as well.
Yeah, well, I want to go to the lines.
I'm going to shout out the new CFO of the Golden State Warriors, Josh Proctor.
Oh.
He's been named Bay Area CFO of the Year in the non-public company category by the San Francisco Business Times. It was announced. That's right. Bay Area, he's CFO for the Golden State Warriors. Named Bay Area CFO of the Year. And I got a little tip here from Raymond Ritter that he's not good enough to be an athlete beyond elementary school, but he's one hell of a CFO. One hell of a CFO. CFO of the Year in the Bay Area. That's a big accomplishment for you, Josh. So shout out to him as well.
I just look at it like this. Like, I don't think the measurements on a lot of these things is like one game dependent. And it's like one game is going to change my view. Like with the same way with like Chase Young.
It's not changing my view.
I'm not saying you, but I'm just talking about myself.
I'm
talking about myself. So like Chase Young had a great Super Bowl. I think the body of work he had as a Niner wasn't that great. I look at the body of work from Brock Purdy. It's been pretty good. Do I think he's the best quarterback in the league? No. You know, where's it going to come down financially? I don't know. That's why I kind of want to see this year. And that's why, even though I'm a big Brock enthusiast, I think he can do it this week. I think there is a big part of the organization and a lot of fans. Let's see what it looks like. I'm fascinated to see what it looks like. I think he can do it, you know, but to say that I'm completely out on the way Shanahan plays football and all this, I just think they've been too successful for me to entertain that. If we have multiple down months, now I'll start listening to it. But I think they've been way too successful for me to all of a sudden jump off that ship.
I don't think anybody's jumping off the ship. Nobody's jumping off the ship. But it is alarming how all this stuff is coming out here. And they're going to win a lot of games because they win on first and second down, and their run game is great. But it is alarming to hear these people starting to come out saying, hey, look, man, this is what the offense has been. And when we think about the biggest moments for this football team, they've come up short because of the lack of a passing game, the drop-back passing game, the vertical passing game. What Patrick Peterson say, they don't really run 9 balls. They don't really run go routes. They don't do that. They don't stretch the field. And I think about safeties and corners saying, you know what, let's press. Let's play within a 15-yard radius. I think about the LA Rams game down at SoFi. I know people are going to say, well, it's Jimmy a quarterback. But they say, you know what, shut down the run. Eric Weddle, you're going to play linebacker, and we're going to stuff the run and make them throw it over the top. And they were unable to do that.
But and this so is when where I think about a frustration, though.
And so when I look at these games, and I look at, okay, if there's a missing piece, because like the great quarterbacks, they can overcome a missing piece. We had 17-17-17 last year, right?
Okay.
They're missing Trent and Debo. They're missing Christian McCaffrey. So they missed McCaffrey week 1. They won against the Jets, but I think the Jets will be better down the stretch. Last week, they missed McCaffrey. The offense was struggling. So
okay,
I'm
that I agree with. But Bonte also like, if they stop Mahomes on 4th and 2, I don't think everyone's coming out of the woodworks questioning the entire operation.
When if the offense scored more points in regulation in the first half, in the third quarter, we may not have a 4th and 2. We keep putting it on the defense there. The offense
what I'm saying is that like if you win, I don't think any of these things come. I also think that Shanahan has a hit list of guys he's destroyed that are out there that don't like him. And that's fair. Like when you're coaching a long time, you're going to have some rivals out there. And just because the way you do things isn't the way they do things doesn't mean you can't be wildly successful. Right? So like Bill Parcells, I don't think his offense was anything spectacular, but he played football his way with a defensive brand of football. Bill Walsh played football his way. I think styles makes fights. Well, and clearly against Brian Flores, Brian's got his number. Like he's winning those fights individually. But Schwartz. I think that the Niners have won a lot of fights their way. I don't think it's perfect, but it's pretty good.
Nobody's disputing that whatsoever. Didn't say that at all. But it is alarming that we keep talking about the passing game, how it can evolve. And, boy, these guys who are in the film room a lot longer than we are, Shasky, are noticing trends and situations here saying, man, will it catch up? And what Morrison say? The glass slipper Cinderella? Is the hill going to break? All right, let's go to the calls. Mario Jacksonville, what's up?
Hey, Mario.
Hey, guys, I got Hey, how you doing? Thank you for taking my call. I love you guys' show. Man, I got a question because we've been talking about Brock Purdy getting this money and whether or not he deserve it or not deserve it, how good or how bad he plays. When we had Jimmy O-Nose in there, he was throwing. He might have been doing it. Doesn't Kyle Shanahan not like for his quarterbacks to go against what he's trying to get them to get out there and do? So shouldn't Kyle Shanahan take more of the blame with his system and his quarterback about how they perform out there? Especially listening to some of the callers that you guys had, your guest callers, about they got a system, they stay within the lines on the field and stuff like that. So if you can defeat the concept of Kyle Shanahan, how can Brock Purdy can show us that he deserves a $60 million contract if it's Kyle Shanahan's system that he runs? And Kyle wants you to run his system the way he wants you to run his system. How can we truly know if Brock Purdy is going to be a $60 million quarterback or not? If we put any other quarterback in Kyle Shanahan's system, they may not be as good because they're going to try to improvise out there. They're going to use their instincts. They're going to run. They're going to do this more stuff like that. How can Brock Purdy show us if you're in Kyle's system and Kyle wants you to run it exactly the way he wants you? This should be open over here, Birdie. This should be open over there, Purdy. And I just want to know if you guys can answer that question right there.
See, I think that's an interesting question. So, is he only worth a certain amount of money in this system versus another? Well, unless you have, grandiose plans of firing Shanahan, I think it's pretty obvious that he runs the system better than anyone has during Kyle's tenure here.
Yep, there's no doubt.
And so if you think there's value in that and they think that it's worth whatever, 55, 60, whatever the number is, well, then I think you do it. I think you execute it.
George in Los Altos, what's happening, George? What's up, George? Good morning. Georgie. Frankie in Palo Alto.
Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain sponsors that that particular flush.
You need to contact Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain at flowingwater.net. Frankie, Palo Alto.
Hey, Frankie.
Hey, how you doing, man?
What up,
I appreciate
Frankie?
you guys taking my call, man.
What's up,
hey,
baby?
I'm on my way to work, man, but, hey, man, I need Burrow to go all in because I just traded Burrow for Purdy, so I'm going all in with Purdy this season, man. So,
why would you do that? Why would you do that?
Hey, I'm a Niners fan, bro, and I know, man, but I'm thinking Purdy's going to have a hell of a game with Aiyuk, and Kittle played a good game last week, but Aiyuk got to get his stuff together, and Purdy, I'm going in with Purdy, man.
Frankie, real quick.
Yeah.
George Kittle might not play. He's got hamstring tightness. He didn't practice yesterday.
I know, man, but that's what I'm saying. Even bigger Purdy got to hit with Aiyuk because Aiyuk didn't even look like he played last game, man.
How you feeling about Purdy? You all in on Brock. You believe he's our guy, right?
Yeah, I think so, man. He didn't look. I know last two games. If we're looking at points and stuff, I know he didn't do too good, but he's getting there, man. And like I said, I think he's our man. So like I said, I was debating whether I should switch him for Burrow because I know Burrow's a more experienced QB and stuff. But I'm going in with Purdy. We're going to see what he does this game, man.
All right, you got it, man. I would not have done that trade. Burrow for Purdy. Would you have done that in fantasy football?
You did it last Friday.
No, I walked it back. You keep coming down my road with that, man. You keep coming down my road with the takes, dude.
No, what I'm saying is that
you a question.
You're mad at him for doing it.
Would you trade Purdy straight up for Burrow?
I told you I probably wouldn't.
In fantasy football?
In fantasy, no.
You would trade Burrow for Purdy straight up in fantasy football?
No, I'm saying I would keep Burrow for right now.
Yeah. That's what I was asking.
Yeah.
All right.
The first time you phrased it, I thought you said Purdy. I said Purdy.
Yeah. Would you trade Purdy? I'm not going to sugarcoat. I like Purdy, man. This is turning into me hating Purdy. I don't hate Purdy. I am happy with Brock Purdy. I'm just saying, is it okay for me? Can I get a chance to be worried once around here? Let me be worried.
So what part are you worried about?
I'm worried that if he's going to just run Kyle's system and he's not being asked to do too much, do I want to give that quarterback that much money and reset the quarterback market? I'm a little worried about that. Because what if he can't? What if Kyle gets fired? What if something happens? Is he that guy? How does the league look at him? We're getting a lot of intel from a lot of people who are involved with the league about the passing game with Kyle Shanahan. I don't know, man. But can you find the Kawakabe cut when you can, please? That Kawakabe cut about the $60 million, the tone in which he said it in. I don't even think Kyle knows if he wants to pay Purdy $60 million a year. You think Kyle knows that? You think Kyle is sold on? Honestly, Shasky, we sat here and covered Kyle Shanahan for now. This is year 8. Do you truly believe in your heart of hearts, and I want you to be honest here, don't argue just for the sake of arguing, do you truly believe that Kyle Shanahan knows if he wants to pay Purdy $60 million a year? Because it's going to be his call.
I have no idea. I don't know. I mean, I had no idea if he wanted to trade or keep Debo on draft day. I had no idea whether they wanted to trade or keep Brandon Aiyuk. I don't know. I will say this. At a podium, he's given Brock Purdy more love than any quarterback that he's had here, period. Effusive praise. So his words are telling me he really loves him, but your actions are going to speak louder than that. And the actions are, they basically told you from day one, Trey's gone, we're going with Purdy. You know, Sam Darnold's a backup. Like, I don't know. Their actions have told me that they're probably leaning in this direction.
But you don't believe people at the podium, right?
Well, this guy has said a lot of things at the podium, but on the quarterback, I'm just saying, like, I have to take, all I have is to take him at his word for now.
Oh, man. It's going to be, got to win week 2 for the psyches of everybody. Need to win on week 2. Injury report.
Ow! Oh, my gosh!
Oh, boy. You say anything about Brock Purdy, and all hell breaks loose. That's for sure, man. That's why I'm scared to criticize him, man. I truly am, man. It is ugly out here in these streets. If you just say, hey, Purdy was a little off, shut up, he completed it. That's all we did with Jimmy. Ball placement, this and that. Guy ran a Texas route against Jeff Wilson Jr. in the Arizona game. 4th down, Texas route. Oh, well, you know, he threw it behind Jeff Wilson Jr. He had to throw it. It's like, God. Oh, Lord. This is going to be a lot of fun on Sunday. Cam Newton coming up here at 8 o'clock, and the Niners injuries keep piling up. Yesterday, we learned that George Kittle sat out of practice with a hamstring issue, and Travis Ward missed practice with the knee injury. Shanahan is hopeful that both will suit up Sunday, but did also say it's possible that the Niners could be without them against the LA Rams. Defensive coordinator Nick Sorensen said the decision to hold Ward out of practice was being smart, even though he has looked good to practice this week. So we'll get another update from Cam Newton from the Bay Area News Group coming up. The injury report brought to you by Boxer Garza, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. 888-957-9570 is the number. We got 4-down territory. We got flush of the week. We have a lot going on here on Fridays. We get ready for Niners and Rams. It is a must-win for the 49ers. It is a gotta have it. We need to have this game. Take over SoFi Stadium. Got to come back home 2-1. And that's what we're discussing here on The Roast. And that's coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bake, celebrating 60 years of full-service baking with no compromises.
Save on premium protein at Whole Foods Market. Get 25% off no antibiotics.
of Morning Roast. Featuring
Fillmore's finest, Monte Hill. The pride of the Excelsior, Joe Butcher Boy Shasky. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, the Morning Roast.
I'm happy with Brock Purdy. Oh, man. Okay, had a little criticism. That's all. I said I was a little worried about paying him. A little worried. That's all.
I feel that's all. Baked into that is not necessarily about Brock. It's more about Kyle Shanahan. I'd like to explore that. And I was worried.
Well, we know how I feel about Shanahan. He's a really good coach, but, that's why yesterday we were talking. Everybody's been outraged over the clock management in Minnesota. And I was just like, it's just another day that ends with the letter Y. Clock management in Shanahan. Oh, man. Let's bring in our boy Cam Inman here on the River Islands guest line. All gas on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Of course, Cam Inman, longtime writer for Bay Area News Group here, and he's got a new book. And I'm trying to pull up your Instagram so I can get the name of the book. Cam, maybe you want to jump in here. Name of the book, Cam. Let's plug it right now.
The name of the book is called The Franchise 49ers, so it's pretty simple. And it officially comes out next week. You can still pre-order now, but as of next week, it's going to be in your bookstores. So, it's out. A lot of guys have the golden ticket in their hands, so hopefully you guys got your copies yet. If not, I'll get on the publisher and tell them to get them going.
Yeah, forwards by Frank Gore and George Kittle. I can't believe how much you pay them to do that, Cam.
You know what? That was kind of like a cool little project because most books you have one forward, and I go, these two guys just epitomize football and like the 49ers to me of my 25 years covering them. And so, they did a pro bono work. It was fun to do. And then, Kittle took some extra time. They're very heartfelt words, and that alone is worth buying the book.
So we should blame you for his hamstring tightness.
I went on a run this morning, and I was glad that I didn't get the injury bug. I survived. We don't know how serious Kittle's hamstring is. Same with Charvarius Ward's hamstring and knee. I saw Charvarius Ward in the locker room after practice yesterday, and he seemed to be in good spirits. I think it's very precautionary on both their counts, just kind of knowing that they were a little tight and sore when they showed up to work yesterday, so they held them out because Thursdays usually they're pretty bigger practice, so to speak, and then we'll find out from Shanahan in about 5 hours what their official designation is, but I would assume that they're going to be questionable, which is better than out in Debo's case and McCaffrey's case.
Could you make an argument that this game's coming at just the right time for the team? It feels like every year when they face the Rams, it becomes a galvanizing moment in the regular season and propels them forward. I feel like facing McVay and the Rams, I don't know. It just feels like a perfect storm for them to get right.
It could be because you're going into friendly territory. That stadium it's a spectacle when you're inside there and you see this. About 75% of the fans are wearing red, and it's going to be the Rams home opener. And the Niners appreciate that, and knowing that it gives them a sense of comfort. Remember 2 years ago they go down there, and that's when you kind of really saw the McCaffrey. He had the hat trick, right? He threw a touchdown, caught one, and ran one. And it's and then from then on, that offense just took off. And you're going down there this time, and you don't have McCaffrey, you don't have Debo, but the cupboard's not bare. If you don't have Kittle, that doesn't help either. But you got Purdy. To me, and I know there's a lot of talk all week about, is this a Brock Purdy game? Is this Brandon Aiyuk's big game? I'm most curious to see how Jordan Mason does. This kid has run for over 100 yards in each two games. And, we've seen Mason off and on the last few years, but he's running just with authority and finding these lanes that are opening up. And just he looks like a different runner this year than I've ever seen.
No, I'm concerned here as we're talking to Cam Inman on the River Islands guest line. I'm with you. Mason looks like a battering ram. He is playing very good football. And I think he can catch the ball a little bit better if Brock hits him on a couple check downs there early in the football game. But who's going to back up Mason? Because I was doing the math here. He's on pace to have 408 carries. He's had 48 carries so far to start the season. He may need a blow here and there. Who's going to be in there?
Right? Huh? So you're going to have Brock Purdy running the zone? No, I'm just kidding. Brock is a lot more mobile, and he's scrambled pretty well. Isaac Guerrero is a guy they drafted high, right? Well, 4th-round pick or whatever. And he's kind of more of an upright speedster, but so is Raheem Mostert. I think they need to give him some opportunities in this game because I think the Rams' defense is inviting it. You don't have Aaron Donald to worry about But for the most part, it's going to be a lot of J.P. Mason. And, Patrick Taylor Jr. is a guy he's in the shadows. Nobody talks about him. He's like the third string running back right now. He hasn't been used yet this year, but he's shown a little bit in practices and camp. So, it's the Shanahan scheme. So if these guys get the ball, they know where to go. Bobby Turner's just a top-notch running backs coach. So, and the Niners love to run on the Rams. I mean, that's where they feast on it, and that's why they've had so much success over the years.
How do they stop the run? Because that feels like the only area of strength, at least roster-wise for the Rams heading into this week. And they haven't been able to stop the run, at least going back last week, on the inside or the outside.
I know. I asked Nick Sorensen, the new defensive coordinator, yesterday what he thinks about how his defensive tackles are playing. Because, we saw Malik Collins flash here and there. But we haven't seen enough out of Hargrave or Elliott or Givens. And, Sorensen's like, oh, they're doing great. And I'm like, well, I don't know if they're doing great, but that Fred Warner's great behind them. So how do they stop the run? You unleash Fred Warner and have him go after the ball and punch it out for a third straight game. Fred Warner's playing at such an elite level. That game in Minnesota is one of the best defensive performances I've seen. Just the timing of everything and just the force and violence that he played with to try to keep that team in the game. So as long as Fred Warner's on that field, that defense is going to be have an edge on the Rams, especially if the Rams, their line is all jumbled. Their running backs are not running well through 2 games. And so I think that's fine, but I think you're right. It's like if Kupp and Nakua are out, well, there goes your top 2 wide receiver options. Then again, you got Matthew Stafford back there, and Stafford's a guy going, well, I'll show you how good of a quarterback I am. I'm going to throw it all over the yard and test every cornerback out here still.
Yeah, that's interesting. Early down situations. Leonard Floyd, as you talk about Fred Warner having a great game against Minnesota, I thought he played at a Hall of Fame level. You're right, Cam. It was unbelievable. Leonard Floyd was invisible. And they took advantage of him in the run game, in the pass game, whatever it was. Either Gross Matos, do you think the Niners would be interested in maybe giving him some early down opportunities, maybe against the run in obvious run situations?
Yeah, but you know what? Go back to a week ago, and Leonard Floyd was getting praise for how great he did in the opener. So it's like we can't be total prisoners of the moment and just kind of realize, all right, this guy is a longtime vet. He is healthy. He knows how to play, and he's going against the Rams. He played for the Rams. He might have a little extra juice in him. So, no, you brought Leonard Floyd in to be the great compliment to Bosa, and I didn't like what I saw in the injury report yesterday after practice when Nick Bosa showed up with a rib injury and was limited. And we saw him in the game go down late in the third quarter, but I thought it was a leg issue. Anytime Bosa's on the injury report, it's concerning. I watched him at practice yesterday. He was moving around fine. He was pantomiming some pass rushing drills with Leonard Floyd off to the side, but he wasn't totally fully engaged in one of the drills they were doing. So I think for sure Bosa plays, but it's just you don't want him banged up this early in the season.
You referenced Garendo earlier, but who's the guy that you just think they need to get on the field on either side of the ball just to kind of just change things up?
I think the temptation a lot of people are saying is let's see Jacob Cowing and that speed, right? Here's the punt returner. He hasn't really been unleashed on offense. Without Debo out there, I could imagine Cowing's going to get some jet sweeps or end arounds and see how he runs with the ball. But don't forget about Chris Conley and Juwan Jennings, because in the Super Bowl, these two guys are studs. And without Debo or McCaffrey out there, they're going to need guys to step up, and everybody's going to be looking at Aiyuk. The Rams should be doubling Aiyuk. But Conley and Jennings have Brock Purdy's trust and comfort. And Brock said something yesterday when he was talking about Eric Saubert, the backup tight end, because he threw two back-to-back completions to Saubert in a 2-minute drill in Minnesota. And he said Saubert's been in the league, for a long time. This is his 8th year. So he has experience in that. Brock said it gives him a comfort level. And that to me tells me, okay, in this time, he wants to go to guys he knows, and he knows Juwan Jennings and Conley pretty well from the last couple of years. So I could see them going to getting the ball more than a Cowing.
All right, you brought up Cowing and the punt return thing. All right.
Yeah.
You've been covering, you said 25 years on this team, so I'll go way back in time. So probably one of the first returners that I actually thought was decent that they've had since then, like Vinny Sutherland, right? Way off, going way back.
Yeah.
What is it? Now, I know Ted Ginn Jr. had moments. Fred Otis, Amy had moments. Okay. Stingers up. But, what is it about the Niners punt and kick return that in these crucial moments, and Bonte gets mad at me, but I'm like, just catch it, just catch it, just catch it.
I don't get mad.
I'm like, I have PTSD from punt and kick returns. Am I alone?
You didn't even mention Kyle Williams. You didn't mention Jared Hayne.
Jared
Hayne. That's what I was worried about with Cowing, was because Jared Hayne comes over from Australia and they give him the punt return job under Tom Sula. The first Monday night game, I think it was against Green Bay, and he fumbled under the lights. It's like, all right, that dude's done. So when Jacob Cowing fumbles in Minnesota, right? I'm like, that's not a great sign. All right, welcome to the league, Ricky. So in the locker room, it's pretty solemn and quiet. And I see Jacob Cowing getting dressed, and I'm like, I'm just going to test this rookie. I want to see how accountable he is. So I go up and ask him to describe what actually happened. And he's first of all, he's a great communicator. And second of all, he starts describing it, going, look, I saw that the defender was closing in on me pretty fast. I got my hand up to signal a fair catch a little late. It threw me off balance, and that's how the ball bounced out. And he's like, but that won't happen again. I'm going to get better. And he had exactly the right temperament, the right confidence, was not shaken. And I said, well, this is a pretty tough environment. I mean, this is one of the NFL's greatest arenas to be playing in. Was that challenging? He goes, absolutely not. This is what I want to be in. This is awesome. So just those two answers just showed me accountability and the desire for growth, and that's what you want to see out of a rookie. So Shanahan was asked about him on Wednesday, and he's like, look, it was one muff return. Didn't sound like he's abandoning ship and going to put in Trent Taylor instead. So it sounds like they give Cowing another chance because, hey, this is why they drafted him. They want him to be a punt returner and a speed threat on offense. So you're not going to ditch him on a muff punt that was actually recovered by your own team. So I thought it was like a stand-up moment. I saw him yesterday in the locker room. I just swung by. I said, hey, thanks for talking to me. That was a pro moment. Good work.
Cam, before we let you go, you interact with a lot of 49er fans on Instagram, 49ers.cam on IG. Your account's booming. I'm kind of jealous of it. Who needs a bigger game in terms of for the fan psyche? Is it Brandon Aiyuk or is it Brock Purdy?
I said Jordan Mason. I don't get to say that. All right.
The fans, not you, Cam. You're a writer. You're a journalist. You're objective, Cam.
No, hey, listen, just like my book, The Franchise 49ers, it starts with the quarterbacks. Everything about this franchise is about the quarterbacks. The quarterback's going to touch the ball every time. Aiyuk's not touching the ball every time. If he gets 8 catches, it's like, holy cow. If he gets 3, it's like, oh, okay, same old. But if those 3 catches are touchdowns, boom. And that's going to be dependent on Brock Purdy throwing in the ball. So, and a lot of people are just riding Brock right now. And you got to go back to last season. This kid threw for a passing record in 49ers history of 4,280 yards, and he sat out the last game. And he did this on a repaired elbow. And then, people go, well, what's he going to do in, comeback moments? Well, he led him to 2 comeback playoff wins, if I'm not mistaken. So that's why the Niners are not shaken whatsoever in Brock, and that's why they're have a lot of confidence that they may be down a couple of guys going into the Rams game, but you got your quarterback, and your quarterback knows how to run this offense. It really is dependent on if the other guys know how to run their jobs on the offense, and you have the same starting offensive line, and you just got to make sure that some of these guys that are going to be plugged in don't mess it up.
In one of those comebacks, the NFC Championship game, he ran for, 50 or 55 yards or whatever. I'm not saying design runs, but when the opportunities present itself, just take the 8 yards and slide. He did it a couple times in the game the other day. I think that his legs can be a big asset for him.
And going into the offseason, one of the things he talked about was he wanted to work on his mobility. And that obviously is going to help when you're getting sacked at 6 times in a game. You need to get out of the pocket if the line's still working through some things. But I think he knows that. So he knows he's going to have to take it upon himself and be a little bit more mobile and run when lanes are given to him. And without having to run away from Aaron Donald, like past 49er Rams games with their 49er quarterbacks, it should be more wide open. And I'm just going to see how Shanahan schemes it, whether he's just going to just play a little bully ball and send Mason up the middle all day.
Niners win this Sunday, Cam?
Niners going to win 27-20.
Ooh, close game. Close game. What's the spread here? What's the spread?
I think the spread is around 6 or 7, but I just
6.5. Oh, they cover by a hook. Get your mic on. Nobody can hear you, Shasky. They're favored by 6.5.
There you go.
There you go. There you go. All right, Cam. Good stuff as always, man. We appreciate it. The franchise coming out in stores at a bookstore near you. Cam Inman, Bay Area News Group here on the River Islands guest line. I know, we all just want them to win. Shasky, I heard you, despite the microphone off. We all just want them to win.
I'm trying not to interrupt. That's why I keep turning it off, because it doesn't sound good for the radio broadcast. And because you know what happens is you talk and I go, and it doesn't sound good. So I turn it off like this. And then I turn it back on so that you don't hear the, It
bothers me. It bothers me.
I'm trying to be more professional, Bonte.
I
want to prove that I'm worth $60 million a year, too.
Oh, man. This is, I can't wait for this game. I'm really looking forward to this game for so many reasons. We're going to get the caller of the week in just a second. That was Cam, man. A lot there about the 49ers. He says Jordan Mason, he can't wait to see him. I think we know what we're going to get from Jordan Mason. But what happens if he needs a blow? Who's going to be that backup running back? Because, hashtag pause, but no Debo, no CMC. They call somebody up for the practice squad. Keyshawn Vaughn. Is it going to be Correndo? Is it going to be Patrick Taylor Jr.? I want to see who's going to back up Jordan Mason. Because you got to think, without Debo, and if Kittle, especially if Kittle doesn't play, the Rams are probably, and defensive coordinator Schuler's probably going to say, we're doing everything we can to stop the run. And they're probably going to dare Brock Purdy to beat them, which is, again, I'm not saying it's an indictment on Brock, but if I'm just thinking from the Rams' point of view, I'm going into this game, and I know they're out all these guys. I'm still out to stop the run. And I'm going to say, hey, 13 beat us. Is that fair?
If you're the Rams, I think that's what a lot of people are going to try to do. So there's no doubt about that. But they need to get back to running the ball because that opens up the play action for them. And when they turn their back to the defense, it feels like they're their most dynamic as a downfield threat and pass. But I do want to get back into what Patrick Peterson said. If we can replay the sound about, just their downfield passing game. Because to me, I know we keep talking about the quarterback. I think it comes back to the coach. And I think that all of the things we're saying about the quarterback, I think what we're really doing is we're saying, can Shanahan evolve?
Do you believe if Shanahan did evolve, Purdy is capable of being successful with the downfield passing attack? Does he have the arm strength to consistently hit throws outside the numbers?
I feel like arm strength is kind of overrated just in general in the league. I think a catchable ball, anticipation, accuracy are way more important than just raw arm strength. And I'm a sucker for the physical gifts. I always admit that.
When you're on the opposite hash, though, you got to throw that out route.
I think that
Aaron Rodgers last night was, sorry to cut you off. Rodgers threw so much velocity last night. I was like, wow.
Greatest talents to ever play the game.
Exactly.
But I don't know. I've seen a lot of guys with not the greatest of arms win a lot of games, So you just got to do what you need to do to throw the ball to guys that are open. And I don't know. I think he can be. And we're not asking him to throw 40-yard lasers, 17 times a game. We're talking about a couple of throws. I think it's as much as it is about Purdy. I think more it's about Shanahan and his evolution as a coach. You can't run the same things for 30 years. You just can't. I don't think Andy Reid's the same guy he was 10 years ago or 20 years ago. And so you got to evolve.
Let's hear from Patrick Peterson on Shanahan's passing game.
His offense is more compact inside the numbers to where he's running the football, linemen, with the different movements with the offensive linemen. So he's more dedicated to the run game as far as now when he's running the football, he's getting those linebackers' eyes stuck in the backfield, those defensive back eyes stuck in the backfield to where now he can hit those intermediate passes behind the linebackers. And that's what kind of makes his passing game go because he's big on the running game. You know what I mean? So, and you look at all the quarterbacks that he had. He really never had a quarterback that had a big arm to throw the ball outside the numbers. He always getting quarterbacks that's real good with those intermediate passes because that's what makes his offense run. In the passing.
Oh, I thought that was you in real time. It was very interesting. Very interesting how we broke that down, echoing Jay Gruden's sentiments from the other day. RJ Fairfield, real quick before we get to break, because I do want to get an elaborated explanation from that and get your thoughts on that, Shasky. Let's get RJ Fairfield real quick before we get the caller of the week.
Hey, Shasky, I trusted you last week, man. I called in last week.
RJ, call us back. Call us back, RJ. Call us back. Call us back.
He's the most efficient flusher we have in the entire Rolodex.
Call us back, RJ.
I mean, he's like the Cal Ripken of flushes.
Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain at FloydWater.net. Contact them, please. Or just call us back.
We need RJ to come like with a piece of paper that says like 97, like he's Wilt Chamberlain, and the amount of times he's been flushed.
What did he trust you with last week?
Well, we both thought that, they were going to roll Minnesota, and we were both wrong.
Yeah.
I've seen ghosts. I was seeing ghosts.
We didn't talk about it. We've avoided this. Sam Darnold was a better quarterback on the field. I cannot believe that. Yeah. Sam Darnold. And trust me, I have the same disdain for Sam Darnold as you do. Damn, that was a pretty deep ball he threw. Miguel in San Antonio. Miguel, what's happening?
Yo, Bonte, Shasky, what's up, guys?
What's up, Miguel?
Hey,
San Antonio, baby.
Hey, man. Hey, repping, man. I'm from East Palo Alto, but, I've been living out here for a while. But, hey, my Niners, man, I just want to bring something up. I'm getting a little, I don't know how to feel about this, but 2019, we had that deep, Super Bowl run. Next season, everyone's hurt. This last, we had another deep Super Bowl run just now, and now it seems like before the season started, Greenlaw, Feliciano's out, like you name it, just guys just on the injury report, Bosa, Ward, everybody's getting that injury bug. I don't know if it's that deep run again or if it's just bad luck, but now with Brock, pretty much he was the new guy. He came in, he had everybody available. Now he's going to enter a different phase. I think in these next 4 games, 3 division games, he's going to have to just hook up with who he's got. Prove it. It's going to be his contract year. I'm a big believer in him, but he's going to have an opportunity now to go out there, prove it, use his weapons. Yeah. And for me, being out here in Texas, week 7, 8, we got to rest our guys. The Cowboys, the Chiefs, those are some of the biggest games this season for me. Just we just got to get our team right, get everybody ready to go.
All right, Miguel. Have a good one. We'll do Color of the Week on the other side. Let's break real quick. React to Paxton Peterson. That's all coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Deftones.
Now we got Luka Akua.
All right. Hey, check this out. This is San Leandro Mo, and you're listening to 95.7 The Game, the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasta.
San Leandro Mo. Roasters, what is happening? We're going to do Caller of the Week in just a second. The most wanted tickets in the Bay Area are here. It's Hip Hop Made in the Bay, starring Too Short, Ja Rule, Bone Thugs, DJ Quick, Friday, November 1st at the SAP Center. It's going to be going down, man. It's going to be a lot of fun. Real quick, let me see if the Warriors have a game November 1st, because we missed last year. The Warriors, actually, it was a Friday night.
All
the Warriors
Saints
had a
Day.
game. Oh, well, is it All Saints Day?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, maybe I'll celebrate.
Unfortunately, the death of Mac Dre as well.
Oh. So is that going to keep you away?
No, it's All Saints Day.
Oh. I thought it was going to hold you back, hey, you're going to stop not going to a concert because it's All Saints Day.
No.
Is that a national holiday?
All Saints Day?
Yeah, I don't know. There's no Warrior game that day. No Warrior game. Friday night, November 1st. Maybe we'll go down to the SAP Center. Hey,
I'll probably be napping.
Fast. No, you're not going to do that?
I might be napping.
You don't want to see Too Short, Ja Rule?
Where is Ja?
Bone Thugs and DJ Quick?
Where is Ja? It's the best.
Tickets sell it fast.
It really is the best.
Tickets will sell it fast. Get yours now at Ticketmaster.com. Boy, the YouTube chat is on a heater today.
Why?
Oh, it's just on a heater. It is on a heater. It is on a heater. I love football season. We got Call of the Week. We'll respond to Patrick P. We got a couple calls here. I do want to get RJ to call back because he was taking shots at me last week, so I really want to hear from him. Call of the Week. Caller of the Week. This week's caller is JC in Sacramento, who went in on Kyle Shanahan. JC and Sack, what's happening?
This needs to fall at the feet of the head coach. I don't want to hear about anything else other than this falling at the feet of the head coach. It goes back to time management, situational football, not taking the 3 points, going forward on fourth down. I only say take the 3 points because at that point you are struggling to score. Let your offense see the fruits of their labors. Let them get that pressure off their back so they can score points, and now you can call a different game. It's not because C-Mac wasn't there, because C-Mac was there last year. He fumbled last year. This was the same result last year. Jordan Mason had a better game this year than C-Mac did last year. Don't mention Aiyuk to me. He had the same game last year, 3 for 57. This year he had 3 for 46. So it wasn't on that. This is on the head coach not knowing how to properly use his line protections and pick up the blitz.
That was JC, caller of the week. Call into the morning roast, and if your call is better than the rest, you could be named caller of the week too. Shanahan getting a lot of heat. Boy, you think about this market now. Comes to the Warriors, Steve Kerr and Kyle Shanahan. Who gets people triggered more, Kyle Shanahan or Steve Kerr? It's not we had a conversation later, but it's just
Shanahan.
Steve Kerr, Shanahan?
It's Shanahan.
You sure it's Shanahan?
Because Shanahan has the elusive thing that Steve Kerr has 4 of.
Right.
So I think that the most normal thinking, okay, so Sam and I had this conversation earlier the week. And I can't say enough. We always just, why would you want to fire Shanahan? No one is saying we're firing Shanahan. But the only way to hold him accountable is to criticize him as a fan. No one's saying run him out of town. It's just we don't agree with this. And because you're so good at what you do, we expect you to know some of your own limitations and flaws. Kerr, the same thing. I think we hold Kerr to a higher standard because we think he's really good. If he was, for example, Bob Melvin. I say 888-997 Bob Melvin. What do people like? I don't care. He's not even close to good enough. The team is not even close to good enough to evoke an emotion, right? We critique heavily the ones that we actually think are good. Or if they just play quarterback, period.
Steve Kerr was getting blasted for the Olympic Games. I couldn't believe it. Coaching in the Olympics, he was getting blasted. I don't know.
Mike D'Antoni would get blasted too, coaching the Olympics.
Yeah, but Steve Kerr I think it's on another level with Steve Kerr. Maybe because I'm in it and I see Warriors Twitter. I see a lot of it. But, boy.
When I go to you go to way more games than me, but when I go to Warrior games, I don't like waiting in line as I'm coming through the gates. This Steve Kerr, what a bum. You know what I mean? Nobody talks like that. And the same thing with Shanahan. Now, at times during the game, when you're watching it, you're like, run, throw, challenge. People will scream those things when you go to the game, but that's more the nature of football.
Well, there's people who scream at Chase Sitter. I don't like this rotation, Steve. I don't like this lineup. Why are we playing this guy?
Yeah, but
why'd you take him out?
That's a far cry from you need to go. I mean, that's called
no, it is. But
critiquing.
I'm just saying, yeah, it is critiquing. But they both get heat. It's basically what I'm making a point. It's like Steve Kerr's won 4 championships, and the heat he gets, you think he won 20 games a season.
But it's the only way people can hold him accountable is to critique him, right? That's literally because we know he's not going anywhere. We don't want him to go anywhere. I think 95 or more %, and this is just an uneducated, throw of the dart. Want him to be the coach as long as he can now. But the point, eventually you got to win one. I don't know when that point is, but it's the only way to hold him accountable is to air your grievances.
Man, in 2021, people were saying Shanahan should fire himself.
Well,
I know it's ridiculous, but to say that there's not people who think like that, there's not people who, I get the criticism aspect of it, but it's fascinating to me that these guys have been wildly successful and they get ridiculed as they're winning 5 games a season.
Jesus had haters, Bonte.
Yeah, no, I hear that. But no, the heat is on. Shanahan literally gets blamed for a Super Bowl loss in which he was the offensive coordinator for in a game in which his offense helped the team get a 28-3 lead. 28-3 lead, and he still gets to play. So it's just a little weird to me, that's all. Bill
Belichick had 4 titles at that point. Maybe it was 3, I think, at that point. When he lost both those times to the New York Giants, he was crushed. You let Eli Manning, you let them beat you?
Brady too. I mean,
so I don't know. I think this goes with the territory. I think this is just a part of it.
Yeah, it is. Also, the Settles able to go point on YouTube. I'll take you've been successful. You get criticism. You damn right I do.
Shots you talking to me.
We damn right. It comes off. I guess anybody can catch a stray.
You can't in America, like as we're in an election, you can't get Americans to agree on anything.
No, you can't.
Look at your own family, right? Your own family. You know, I mean, come on.
David Frisno.
Everybody's family's crazy.
David Frisno, what's happening, man? You're on the roast.
Good morning, fellas. Good morning. Good
What's
morning.
up, Dave?
Hey, Mr. Shasky, you're gonna say it's been successful, right? This regime, it's been successful.
I would say, yeah, they've won 8 playoff games, and I know they haven't won the ultimate one, but yeah, I'd say they're the 3rd most successful, at minimum, 3rd or 4th most successful team in the last 5 years, and that's a pretty basic statement, I think.
Okay, that's fair. You know, what I think is going on here, and this is my opinion, I think we look at this regime and it's better than Tom Sula and Chip Kelly, so we're trying to hold on to that. We know what them dog days look like, so yeah, right now this is successful for me. I've been a Niner fan since Candlestick, and this wouldn't fly back in those days, but you know, we are what we got, and like you just said, nobody's saying fire Shanahan. We just want some accountability, but there were some great points made this morning, and I think people have been saying this for years. And like when people like me or even Patrick Peterson bringing it up, was like, how dare you challenge the great Kyle Shanahan and look at all the NFC championships and Super Bowls where if you really look at it, like Bonte said, yeah, we've gotten there, but when we get there, we get exposed. There's no counter react to another team figuring out our predictable offense, you know, and those are fair points. You know, and I just think people need to sit back and you're going to put Shanahan on this pedestal. He's the second best coach. He's a genius. Well, okay, now we got to poke holes because if you're going to be on that pedestal, now everybody can see you. Now let's see what's really he about. You know, and I'm not saying fire him, but he needs to show more leadership, a better ability to adapt. You know, and like I said, you guys made some great points today. You made some great points.
Dave,
yes, sir.
I'm looking at your call here. It says, don't think we have been successful under Shanahan. Now, I don't think you mean that, but what would lead you to believe that they haven't been successful under Shanahan because of what happened in the 90s and 80s under Eddie D and Bill Walsh and Seifert and all those guys?
No, I honestly, like, this is me personally, I just feel like we've took advantage of a kind of underwhelmed NFC. You know, I think all the elite teams are in the AFC, so we've been the dominant team in the NFC, and that equated to all the wins and the 12, 13 wins. But I feel like we played the Ravens, we played the Bengals, we played the Chiefs, we played the Bills. It's like a boat race, you know what I'm saying? So against those elite teams, we haven't been that good. You know, I know it was close against Kansas City this Super Bowl, but I feel like against the elite teams, we haven't been that good. So, yeah, we've beaten the Rams, we've beaten the Eagles, we've beaten the Cowboys. You know, we've beaten the up-and-coming Lions last year, but teams are getting better, you know, and I feel like it's the same offense since Shanahan took over.
All right, Dave. That's his point. I don't think Shasky agrees. I'm looking at his face right now. He's got a Blake stare.
I mean, yeah, the Chiefs have our number. Like, I there's just no, I have no rebuttal because it's factually correct. They haven't won the ultimate one. I'm just a big believer in it's really hard to win it all, and knocking on the door year after year after year. There's something to be said for that. No, it's not the ultimate prize. I do think part of the journey has been special. They haven't completed the mission. I know that negates some stuff, but for me, it doesn't negate everything. I want them to win the ultimate prize, but I'm not going to start like, oh my God, what an unmitigated disaster. Like, there's a combination of philosophical things that have caught up to them, ball not bouncing their way, them not making the most of opportunities. One of the greatest players of all time with one of the great coaches of all time having their run simultaneously while you're really good. Like there's a lot of stuff that's going on right now, and it just sucks that we feel very snake bitten by them in particular. Because if you win one of the two, like the whole thing gets viewed so different.
Yeah, the conversation is completely different. And I think What I don't want to happen is I want Kyle to win one bad with the 49ers. I want him to win one bad. And if he wins it with Brock Purdy, even greater, because that would be one of the greatest stories in North American sports history to have the last pick of an NFL draft win a Super Bowl. That would be unbelievable. But if they don't win, you know what I'm going to come back to during the Shanahan era? What I'm going to come back to is that he couldn't figure out the quarterback position. He couldn't set himself on the quarterback position because the first 5 years of his tenure, it felt like we were playing quarterback roulette. Do you love Jimmy? Do you not love Jimmy? Do you like Jimmy? Do you not like Jimmy? Okay, I'm going to trade for Trey, but I don't think he's ready, so I'm not going to go. You know, it's just, I think that is looming here. That's why I want Purdy to be successful. I want Purdy to end up making $60 million. I want to have a quarterback. Like this past offseason was refreshing in a way that we didn't have to talk about the quarterback. We knew who the quarterback was.
Do you think they lost this last Super Bowl? This isn't even a fair question, but like, you think they lost it because of quarterback play?
There was a combination of things. But I go back to what you said right after Allegiant Stadium and watching the game back. When you said the difference was when their quarterback had to make a great play, he did. Ours didn't. And I go back to Super Bowl.
But his coach also because of the situation in the game, they went for it on 4th and 2. We kicked the field goal on 4th and 3.
Yeah, there's a combination of things. But when it covers 0 blitz on 3rd and 5, and Shanahan before the play is like, we're going to have McCaffrey here. We're going to have McCaffrey. We're going to have McCaffrey. And Purdy's looking the other way, and he throws right into the blitz. And Purdy in the offseason said, boy, I misread that. I should have had, so I just hope that they win one, because if they don't win one, the question I'm going to have is, boy, we just couldn't figure out the quarterback spot. The quarterback spot was just all over the place here. And now we got a decision to make after the season, which we're not there yet. We got the Rams week 3, SoFi Stadium, and we got to see if they win that game, which I do truly believe that. But I'm going to go back to, boy, it just doesn't feel like we figured out the quarterback spot. I think that's going to be looming large when it's all said and done, if Kyle doesn't win, if he doesn't
totally
win.
Fair. What if I read you these numbers? 85% quarterback rating, 1,000 yards, 7 touchdowns, 5 interceptions in 4 Super Bowl games. Do you know who that is?
Patrick Mahomes.
He threw for 150 yards in the slot. No, granted, he made the plays when they needed him to make the plays, right? But, like, I don't know.
That's why I pushed back on saying we didn't lose to Mahomes. Our offense that was scoring 30 points a game let us down. They had an opportunity to blow that game away in the first half.
You need both sides of the ball. You need all 3 phases to win one, right? They muffed a punt. They missed an extra point. The defense had certain specific leakages late, right, end of the game, end of overtime. The offensive line collapsed. Like, is it Purdy's fault?
You say Mahomes threw for 150 in that last Super Bowl?
Yeah, so up until the end.
Mm-hmm. Oh, because he ended up throwing for 333.
Until the final 2 drives.
333, 34, 46. But no, I agree that the defense did all they could do to shut down the Chiefs in the first half. That's where that game needed to be separated. And didn't happen.
But that's not on Purdy.
It's not all on Purdy. I'm not blaming. No,
I know, but I'm saying like this thing like the quarterback let them down. I feel like they've made the most of their quarterback situation. How many coaches are taking Jimmy G to the Super Bowl? He's the one that built the roster, and Kyle Shanahan. I don't know. I think they've been way more successful just because they haven't won it all. It sucks. I hate hearing it too. I want them to win one to validate everything. You got to win one. But like Doug Peterson has a Super Bowl, and I'm not taking Doug Peterson at any point over Kyle Shanahan.
Let's go to Samita. Oh, let's go to Samita down to Los Gatos. Long time no talk. What's up, Samita?
Hey guys. Yeah, it's been a while. Happy Friday. I just was thinking about a few weeks ago, I think, Bonte, you were on leave or something, and Shasky had like a 30-second poll where he was asking callers, like, how many wins do you think the Niners are going to have this season? And my recollection of hearing those calls was a lot of people came down in that 9, 10, maybe 11 wins this season for the Niners, and I think that's what we're seeing. I think that's exactly how the season is going to play out. We got injuries. We got issues. The Vikings looked really good. The Jets, that was a great win, but, it's the Jets. So I think collective wisdom was kind of on point before the season started, and I think that's what we're seeing playing out.
That's very interesting. I remember that show. Me and Spadoni were doing that. We were doing like rat-a-tat-tat. And a lot of people, and it was also right before the Aiyuk stuff, I believe. And there's the Trent stuff. A lot of people like 9-10 wins, but they'll be better toward the end of the year. A lot of people felt that way.
Yeah. All right. They got a stacked roster. Let's go to Don and Conquer. Don and Conquer, what's happening? Then we got the Anchor, we got TC, we got Bob, we got everybody. We'll get to everybody here on a Football Friday. Don, what's happening?
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. All you sports fans out there in 49er territory. Good to hear your voices.
Good to hear
yours.
You
know what? Hey, that sounds good. Hey, you know what? Tomorrow, Purdy runs for touchdown, passes for 2. I predict that Mason will get 2 touchdowns, maybe 1 out of the backfield. It'll be a rout. We'll play some defense. Shohei Ohtani, he gets a shout out. I'm going to my A's game tonight to watch the Yankees for the last time at Oakland Coliseum. Oh, my God.
Yankees.
And then my Cal Bears. What about my Cal Bears? I'm going to give you a stat. If we win the next 3 games, come on, Bears, we will be 6-0 for the first time since 1950. How do you like that, Mr. Bonte?
I love that, Don. I love those nuggets. That's a good nugget right there. That's a really good nugget. Did you know yesterday's Jets-Patriots game? I got another little nugget for you. Did you know that was the first Jets-Patriots game without Bill Belichick on the sideline since 1995?
No, I didn't know that. Wow. That is insane.
He was on the sideline, obviously, with the Jets and Bill Parcells, DC or whatnot. That was the first time the Jets and Patriots played a football game without Bill Belichick on the sideline since 1995. That's crazy. You want to talk about longevity, man. Wow. Wow. Let's get Dacre in here. Dacre, what's happening?
Morning, gentlemen. Happy Friday.
I like when somebody calls me Mr. Ponte. I'm not going to lie. That's kind of cool. Go ahead, Dacre.
Yo, let's all regather here. I believe Jimmy was known as a slow starter, right? So, people need to pump their brakes a little bit because, Joe, you just pointed it out. The reality is, I don't care if you have Montana, any Hall of Fame quarterback back there. If they don't have a line giving him the time, that's like asking a plane to take off without a runway. It's not happening. So the reality is you also have receivers not getting separation, right? So there's a lot of issues we got to clean up, but I believe the Niners are kind of slow starters. And if you really look at it, I think Shanahan's overachieved. We barely have run to the right side of the line. The last couple of games we actually have. That's actually showing me the right side's actually getting better. So if we gel, I like us to start using twin back formations because if McCaffrey comes back and we have Mason, who's definitely a weapon, we got to implement them both. You don't want one just collecting dust. And obviously McCaffrey can go out in the slot and you can read what the defense is doing with that motion. So I think we're in a great position as long as we stay healthy and the line grows. But I think people have to realize, look at our running game. We barely run to the right side, and we still were running. We are an elite team. So I hope the fans, get a little more realistic.
All right, Danker. Good call. TC, Sacramento. TC, what's happening?
Hey, Joe, what's up, man? Top of the morning.
What's up with my bro?
Hey, what's up, bro? Hey, look, y'all know I'm calling in. I gotta agree with the caller Dave on a little bit of Danker, man. Nothing against you guys, bro, but we can't scoff at the fans, right? That don't approve of really Kyle Shanahan or kind of over him, right? Every time we get ready to talk about him, man, this dude's really not it. We're not really winning it. You know what I mean? He's overachieving. Everybody, media, Niner media, everybody wants to come down those fans' line oh, you guys don't know what you're talking about, Kyle. No, bro, this dude's a high-level loser, bro. This is it, Monte.
High-level loser?
Let him go.
High-level loser?
Joe, am I lying, Joe?
Yeah. High-level loser? He's won 8 playoff games. If he goes on another run right now, he might pass this year. Let's say they win 2. I believe he's going to cut right next to Bill Walsh in terms of playoff wins in a 49er as a 49er head coach. Come on.
What's the end game? You have to win the Super Bowl, right? So, Joe, that's a high-level loser.
Was Marv Levy a high-level loser?
Yes.
Okay.
What about Brock? Who's the game bigger for?
High level. So what does that make Mike McCarthy? Does that make him a low-level winner?
Well, he's got a Super Bowl win.
Yeah, but
I'm
what
not
does
going
that
to
make him? Like, what does that make
sit
him?
here and do a sugarcoat
They're
job.
1-4 in the playoffs the last, I think, 2 or 3 years.
This is fascinating,
Like,
man.
what does that make him? No, I'm dead serious. No, what does that make Mike McCarthy? A low-level winner?
How do you like that, Mr. Bonte?
I'm serious. Come on. A high-level loser.
Oh, my God.
Well, then you know what? I guess that I love high-level losing.
Oh,
I mean,
man.
what does that even mean? Come on. Come on.
The way that was delivered. Can you isolate? Oh, my God. I'm getting a headache here.
You know who was a high-level loser? Jeff Fisher. You know what I mean? Who was like 8-8 every year.
My stomach's starting to hurt, man. Oh, my gosh.
Like, by definition, you can't be 8-4 in the playoffs and be a loser.
Can you just bear with me here?
Like, come on.
You know how
all I'm saying is be reasonable.
Listen, I'm going to use a prayer this week. I'm going to have to talk to God this weekend. Dear God, please, pretty please, just make sure the 49ers have one more point than the LA Rams this Sunday.
I told you, this is not how God operates. He does not sit here and he's like, let me quiet everything out. Bonte Hill is clasping his hands and he needs his help.
God also needs him to cover the spread.
No, he
works
does.
in mysterious ways, guys.
No, he does work in mysterious ways, and he knows Mr. Bonte to do the show on Monday.
I'm sorry,
we
Father
need
Patrick.
a victory. God,
oh my God,
Father God, baby Jesus, high-level Jesus, low-level Jesus, whatever Jesus, we need a freaking win. Bad. Because Monday coming in, if they lose this game, coming in on Monday, it's going to be a disaster, okay? There will be more car accidents in the Bay Area.
What is going on here?
Than any day in the history of the Bay Area. There will be. Because it will be a wreck from 6 to 10.
Was Jerry Sloan a high-level loser? Come on. Jerry Sloan was a great coach. Jerry Sloan was a great coach. Come on. He didn't have
him, George Carl, Don Nelson.
Well, George Carl is a step below Jerry Sloan.
Well,
Give
he
me
took
a
a
break.
team to the
George
finals,
Karl
did he not? Did George
bounced
Carl?
around
Did he?
to
No,
the mean
hold on. Did George Carl not take a team to the finals as a head coach?
Jerry Sloan did it back to back, and
he lost both times, just like George Carl and Kyle Shanahan. They're high level losers.
Oh my God!
Okay.
So was Andy? Let me ask you this then. So was Andy Reid a high level loser, and then all of a sudden God bowed down? Kneel before me, I will bestow upon low-level winner guy now.
Yes.
And he was knighted into the low-level winner circle?
No,
I like that. He was knighted, and now he got to be a winner. That's what happens. When you win, you get knighted, you get taken out of one club, you get put into the better club.
So where's Sean Payton currently reside?
Well, he's building up something out there in Denver. He won a Super Bowl. He
did.
He gets the benefit of the doubt.
There are 15-year-olds that don't remember that Super Bowl.
Shasky, you got remember, when you have that Lombardi trophy, the entire conversation around you has changed. That's all it
Is
takes.
Doug Peterson a low-level winner?
Well, he's also in Jacksonville. That place is just a dumpster fire.
Hey, listen. You say 15-year-olds don't remember Sean Payton's Super Bowl? I'm 42 years old. I'm starting to forget the last Super Bowl win for the 49ers.
Yeah, but at least we've been to a couple. I know it's not the ultimate one. But come on.
The VHA save gets gradier and gradier by the day.
We've ran into a buzzsaw. They got our number. It sucks. I hate saying it.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, man. This is off the hook.
What did he say?
High-level loser. It's actually a great quote. I'm going to start using that.
It is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard.
The way TC delivered that was just
so
that was a
stupid.
Picasso. Let's go to Mystic.
Is that what LeBron was before he finally won one?
That's exactly what everyone said he was.
Get out of here.
Mystic.
Yes.
Mystic.
How do you like that, Mr. Bonte?
Mystic and what's up, Mystic?
Man, this is
good morning, Mystic.
Man, guys, this is classic. This is hilarious. And I'm going to tell you that I didn't phrase it that way, but that is exactly what I was thinking. Is that this guy is Marv Levy. He's Marv Levy. He's Dan Reeves. He's a guy that can get you there, but he won't get you over the hump. And now when you couple that with your quarterback, who also has clear physical limitations, that's going to be a problem for you. Now, I do expect that they'll give the Rams a run for their money because they can still run the ball. They run the ball against stacked boxes all the time, and the Rams can't stop the run. However, when you get into a spot where you're going to need to throw the ball or play against a stout defense, you're going to have some problems right now because, again, like your guy said, like Patrick Peterson said, Brock Purdy can't consistently throw the ball outside the numbers 15 yards down the field. And any defensive coordinator worth his salt at this point is going to make him do that to beat you. So to win. So I think the Niners are taking on water. They're taking on water fast, and their good luck with the injuries is running out, and the carriage is turning into a pumpkin.
Mystic, you're on a roll right now. I don't know if I agree with you. We're on a roll, and everything's funny to me right now. Maybe I'm getting a little goofy here, delusional. But Mystic, would you pay Brock Purdy? Because it sounds like you're not with the whole reset the quarterback market with Brock Purdy from what I'm hearing from you.
I thought it was get your money. I thought all the players get your money.
Get your money. Yeah, absolutely. What makes you think I want Brock to get paid every single time? You guys are the ones who say, well, maybe Brock will take 40 and be a team-friendly deal. And I'm saying the hell with that, Brock.
I'm very consistent on that.
I'm very consistent with that. Go get your money, players. Mystic, what do you think about that?
You wouldn't pay him 60.
Well, here's the thing.
I'm not going to
pay Doug Flutie. I'm not going to pay Doug Flutie $60 million. I'm just not going to do it. Now,
he has more wins than Doug Flutie in the regular season. Come on.
But I understand, and I'm not comparing. It's not a total 100% comparison. They're in different eras. They play for different teams and different systems. However, the limitations of Doug Flutie meant that he could not be a long-term starter, because teams figured out very quickly where they could attack him and where they could make it difficult for him. And now you're seeing that with Brock Purdy. And when you don't have somebody, you can just dump the ball and they can take it 60 yards like a Deebo Samuel or a Christian McCaffrey. That's where those limitations really show up. And if you're going to pay $60 million, guess what? You're not going to have all those weapons moving forward. So I think this is a litmus, a referendum, where the rubber meets the road.
Ooh, I love that vote. Mystic, man. It's on the roll there.
How do you like that, Mr. Bonte?
I like that a lot. Hey, listen, words matter here. I said I would be worried about paying him $60 million. I said worried. I didn't say I'm not paying him. Trust me, it's not my money. It's Jake York's money and the team's money. I don't care. I want all these players to get top dollar.
Pocket watching confuses me so much. You get triggered by anything you're creating.
No, I want Brock Purdy to get whatever. If he feels like he's worth $60 million a year, then go get your money.
So the way that I have to phrase it from here on out, well, I mean, Trent making $31 million worries me. That's the way I have to phrase it to be able to be in the safe zone?
I wouldn't be worried about Trent Williams making $31 million because I know he's one of the best left tackles in all of football. The verdict is still out on Brock Purdy. So I do get a little worried about paying one position player and resetting the quarterback market with Brock Purdy. When I'm hearing these experts,
how many years do you need for Purdy for you to feel?
This stretch of games coming up, this year's going to determine a lot. Trent's a star left tackle. Come on, man.
Well, no, he's great. He's also super old.
Then let's play without Trent Williams and see how Brock Purdy looks.
I'm just asking, what?
We saw Trent's value was loud and clear when they went 17 last year in the 3-game stretch.
I think that Brock's value is pretty clear when we've seen Jimmy G, Nick Mullins, Trey Lance, even a week of Sam Darnold in the same system. I'm not saying he's the greatest player who ever lived, but I think he's also demonstrated value.
You could be worried. I'm worried about that. And I'm more worried about it even more and more and more when I hear these experts and these guys who played at a high level and coached at a high level say, we just had 3 people. Kirk Morrison, Patrick Peterson, and Jay Gruden, who know a hell of a lot more about football than we do combined. I would never know more football than those guys. And they played at the highest levels. When Spadoni was in, he filled in for you last year. And we're like, oh, man, Brock Purdy MVP. And he goes, well, hold your horses. I need to see what it looks like against Baltimore. And it didn't look like it. It didn't look good against Baltimore. But he was just saying, I just don't. He wavered off of Brock. Wavered. We're like, wow, Brock. And Baldy does like Brock. It's okay for me to be worried about $60 million. I didn't say not pay him. I didn't say I don't want to pay him. I said I'm just a little worried about it. That's it. I'm a little worried about it. I think it's a very good player, though. I really do. But now I'm really intrigued with everybody else being intrigued. And now I'm on that train. You got room for me on the train? I'm on the train now to see what it looks like without all these players on the quote-unquote Avengers that everybody calls this team. Oh, I don't even know where that came from. But the Avengers, 3 of them may be out. McCaffrey, Deebo, and Kittle. What does it look like? But Shanahan says they don't ask Purdy to do too much.
We never asked Brock to really do too much. We asked him to do the play that's called. If nothing's there, what are your options after that? You scramble, you throw things away. Sometimes you take a sack. Things you always try to do is not turn it over, but nothing really changes when you're missing guys. It's game plan can sometimes change, but not what you ask the quarterback to do.
Did they ask Brady to do a lot?
Who?
New England.
The first couple of years, no.
Okay.
And then once Brady got seasoned, it was time to go. He read everything.
Well, why can't the same be said about Brock for right now?
But we know Shanahan's track record where he doesn't allow his quarterbacks to do that. Matt Ryan, Kirk Cousins, everybody. He wants to control things. He's a control freak.
He's a high-level loser, bro.
Am I not right? Like Spinoni? Am I not speaking? I'm just speaking facts here. That's it. Don't let the facts get in the way. These are the facts for Shanahan. We got plenty of data. He's
the winningest coach for the Niners in terms of overall wins since George Seifert.
Trust me, I don't want to
He's been awesome. I know. I have the same question, too. Is he going to win it all?
I'm with you with Shanahan.
Can he win it all? Will he ever win it all? Is he going to understand clock management? Like, I'm frustrated with those things, too. All right, but I'm also a married man who's lived a little, and I realize that Mr. Perfect and Mrs. Perfect don't exist. And sometimes, you get about 95% of the way there, and you're great. Don't try to chase perfect, right? You're chasing Mr. Perfect or Mrs. Perfect, and you're going to keep searching the rest of your life.
You are listening to 95.7 The Game.
I love you, Michelle. You're perfect.
KGMG FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. That's why I let that one breathe.
I don't know, Joe.
So I think about this all the time. Let me ask this. I think about this all the time, okay? Would I rather be the Miami Marlins? And when I say that, people are like, you get into the playoffs, and when you do, they've been, I think, 3 or 4 times, but 2 of them, they've won it all. And just be dog poop for a decade? Or would you rather be what we've been the last few years? Like, if you were presented with the 2 options.
Yeah, of course you'd rather beat the Giants, because it feels like
No, the Niners, I'm saying. The Niners.
Miami Marlins and the Niners? Yeah, nobody would want to be the Marlins.
That's what I'm saying. No. And, look, of course I want to win one, and it sucks, and I don't want to come out of this era without a Super Bowl. Of course, I want these players to all have one. I look back at the Harbaugh era with sadness. As much as it made me so happy and so proud of my team and everything, I also am extremely sad that they never had that moment. Right? And so, but it's better to have loved and lost than to have never loved at all.
I have to ask this question to you. I have to ask it. Thanks to TC for it, but 415, Shasky, would you rather be a high-level loser for 10 years or win 1 year, be a low-level winner for 9 years?
He's a high-level loser, bro.
I'd rather be the consistent guy over 10 years. I like being consistent, and you can make a lot of money and win a lot of games to be consistent. And you got to be in the mix every year.
You got to be in the mix. Shanahan's been fine.
You got to be in the mix. That's the business strategy.
But I just find it alarming.
I don't want to be a one-hit wonder. I don't want to be Soulja Boy. I'd rather be Max Dre. I'd rather be the Underground King.
Soulja Boy made a lot of money.
That's what I'm saying.
A couple songs too, not just one.
Yeah, you got a couple songs. Yeah, a couple songs. It's a couple.
Get silly?
You got a couple. Yeah, a couple. I'm not bumping Soulja Boy. Remember when Steph Curry, he got shouted out by Soulja Boy, and Steph was like, I don't know if I'm really feeling that song. Let's go to Father Time in Napa. Father Time, what's happening here on the roast?
What a morning. I got to say right off the bat that if somebody doesn't copyright or protect high level loser, it's the most missed opportunity of all. Talk about financials. Incredible. If I told my wife I'm a high level loser and she's like, yeah, cool. All she wants is consistency. She doesn't need us to go, castle. Unbelievable. So a couple things. I won't hit you with any haikus, I promise. Yeah. No call of the week for me. Let me say it one more time. Please, I am not comparing Brock Purdy to Joe Montana in terms of what they're doing, what they did, whatever. But I'm sure both of you at one point took the SAT, and the SAT, so you had your math and you had your reading and comprehension. So math, both Joe Montana and Brock Purdy and Tom Brady, a lot of these guys, they didn't score well. They're fine. And so compare the math to your 40, your shuttle times, whatever. But the reading and comprehension, off the charts. Perfect score. And that's an important trait for a quarterback. That's all I'm saying about Brock Purdy. He has a skill set that a lot of the quarterbacks in the league,
his brain,
have.
His
and
brain.
He's not going to.
If you were to ask me, would you rather have the elite arm or the elite brain for quarterbacking? I'm talking quarterbacking. Give me the brain all day. And at a younger age, I would have said, give me the arm. No. Give me the brain.
Right. We're in agreement on that. So the second part is the human nature thing I want to briefly address. Patrick Peterson is an all-time great. I mean, that number 7 in white for LSU, oh my gosh, an amazing, amazing player. Patrick Peterson never won a Super Bowl, right? Kirk Morrison never sniffed a Super Bowl. So there's this jealousy element, which is kind of weird when you think about pro sports. It's like, well, he's just quarterback. Well, it comes down to quarterbacks get all the credit and all the blame. And everybody else thinks, he's just a 6'1.5", 6'9.5"
Wait a minute.
quarterback, and he can't throw outside the box.
You think these guys are jealous? Kirk Morrison and Patrick Peterson?
No shoot. Yes.
Right, they're jealous.
I think it's crazy.
Steph Curry? Didn't we kind of see this with Steph? Not that Brock is Steph. That's not what I'm saying. But, jealousy in sports is a real thing.
It is a real thing. Wow.
Lincecum? There were a lot of Lincecum haters.
Well, there's haters everywhere.
Oh, he doesn't. Greg Maddux is a guy. I always think about Greg Maddux all the time. Greg Maddux never threw the hardest at all, okay? Was never the most sexy. He was quirky and weird, and it felt like Greg Maddux didn't get his real just due until 7 years into his career, 8 years into his career. It was undeniable.
The Friday Flush, I don't have a read for that, so we're just going to do that. You can read it. Go ahead, Lubman. Don't go crazy. You got the headphones all around your neck. Man, you're about to break stuff in the studio. How about you read it and introduce the segment, Lubman?
Well, it's going to be brought to you by Flowing Water, Plumbing and Drain, as you know, Bonte Hill. And this week, as we're going to do every week starting going forward today, this is the worst take of the week that we heard, basically. We're going to flush it down. And this week, it's courtesy of one, Mel Kiper Jr.
Well, I grew up with the best of the National Football League, 60s, 70s, into the 80s. You're talking about deep shots, right? The go route, the 9-route post. You're talking about Terry Bradshaw in a Super Bowl hitting John Stallworth. You see Leroy Irvin diving, right? Just off his finger. There's the receiver. They laid it out there, right? Hit the receiver in stride. 65-yard touchdown. It's a beautiful thing to watch. That's what I want to see brought back to the National Football League. Okay? Check down kings, bubble screen sensations, boring football. Game manager, I get it, but I want to see those deep shots. That's what the NFL was built on. I grew up with John Unitas, Fran Tarkington, Ken Stabler, Darryl LaMonica. You talk about quarterbacks, Joe Namath. It was just right. Brett Favre when he was doing what he did. Burt Jones with the Baltimore Colts. You think about those quarterbacks who would throw the ball down the field. I said what Bradshaw did with Stallworth and Swan, Roger Staubach. That's what I want to see brought back. Say, well, you can't do that, right? Well, you got a 5-yard rule with the cornerbacks, right? The Mel Blount rule, right? Now with the push thing with Hurts, you got to be a yard back now. So don't tell me you can't have those safeties closer to the line of scrimmage than they are.
Get the read, because I don't have it. What's the read?
Is Mel Kiper Jr. a low-level loser?
Well, that was the Friday Flush presented by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. For all your Flowing Water plumbing needs, check out their website at flowingwater.net.
You're a high-level loser, bro.
Nah, he's not a high-level loser. He's just a rich loser.
There ain't nothing you can do about it.
Patrick Peterson, what'd he say? Almost passed out here in that? All right, we got one more segment. Michael Pacifica, Bob and SF. We're going to get you all. 888-957-9570. No, we are having legitimate conversations. This is sports radio, man. What you expect? You don't think they're talking like this in the bars and the barbershop? It's cut up with a game brought to you by Fremont Bank. Celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. More the game. More the game. 4-down territory. More the game. Must win for the Niners? Yay or nay? 888-957-9570. That's what's coming up here on 95.7 The Game.
How do you like that, Mr. Bunte?
Don't miss the Lazy Boy trade-in event. For a limited time, save 20.
Come on, man. You got Larry June in the building. You listen to the Morning Roast, and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey. Yee!
How do you like that, Mr. Bonte?
Hey, is it the morning roast or the morning panic?
I've been standing firm.
There ain't nothing you can do about it.
I didn't say you were panicking. I didn't say I was panicking, but I can feel the
You've
panic
been a
in
little
the air.
panicky today.
No, I haven't been a little panicky. It's
There was a
urgency.
couple no throws today.
Purdy's had 6 of them so far this season. Honest to God, I got a tracker.
When I seen him throw that ball, I was like, oh, my God.
So here's where I need
Has he not had
context.
6 no throws?
Yeah, but
it's okay.
How many for Mahomes this year?
Yeah,
because
he's had a lot. He's
ugly picks.
Oh yeah, no doubt. But I'm not worried about Mahomes right now.
Of course,
I'm not worried about Mahomes.
You're allowed to have a few bad throws when you have 3 Lombardis.
Right. But on the no tracker, and I'm saying I'm not, just you know it and I know it. There's a scoreboard. There's a scoreboard. As Guru always says, there's a scoreboard and there's a Guru scoreboard.
Okay.
Right now we got the scoreboard with Rams Niners. We got the Purdy scoreboard. There's another scoreboard with Brett and Aiyuk. There's scoreboards all over the place. And right now on the Brock Purdy scoreboard, the Niners are 1-1. And when it comes to the GBO no throws, Purdy has 5 to 6 no throws. That's it. It's okay. It's okay. Staring down receivers, holding on to the ball too long. These are what everybody's saying. All the Baldy, everybody. I'm not discrediting the guy. The guy's playing he's playing some really good football. I like Brock Purdy. I really do. I want this guy to win. I want him to stick it to everybody for being a last draft pick. But let's be real. We got to keep it real, okay? I'm happy with Brock Purdy. Listen, I've learned in television, we're doing the Warriors pre- and post-game show, sometimes you got to dress things up. Sometimes you got to look beyond the box score. You got to dress things up.
Oh, I'm aware.
For Chauncey.
I'm aware. Last Warriors season, I was very aware things were being dressed up.
Well, you should have been aware the last 4 years because we do it with the best of them, right? You got to know how to. That's why I think I missed my call. I should have been a lawyer.
I know that third year is so important.
But we've dressed it up for Brock Purdy. We went through the week without blaming Shanahan, blaming Aiyuk, blaming the defense, blaming Sorensen.
When you lose,
what is he
everyone
doing?
gets blamed.
But you know what? It's okay to say Brock Purdy had about 5 no throws. It's okay. That 50 was banging though. Hey, you came in with that. Can you play that again? Because it got me going.
He just destroyed John.
I know. He just got me going, man. 408's right. That came in hot.
G-Unit. Where is John?
SoFi Stadium.
It's easy to see when you look at me.
We got a game. We got urgency in the NFL. Urgency now.
I do kind of need Ricky Pearsall to come back to Many Men. Like just his own intro, like it's a wrestling thing.
That's what the Vikings were blasting after they beat the Niners last week.
Why were they playing that?
I don't know. Maybe that's their thing after every win now.
Okay.
The victory cigars for AP.
It's so crazy. And I know society now, it's like, you're either a Republican or a Democrat. You're either a liberal or whatever. We're all over the place. Like, it's one or the other.
Conservative.
Do you know, like, most people are, like, kind of in the middle. You know what I mean? Like, the world doesn't suck all the time, all right? Not everything is awful and not everything is perfect, Like, I pick and choose my spots. I look at Brock Purdy and I'm saying, like, he's really good. Like, I don't know. Is he one of the top 5 players on the planet? He's played like that, but like, would I swap him for this guy or that guy? And what would we look like with this coach? I don't know, but I know he's really good, and he's the best quarterback I've seen here with this guy, Kyle Shanahan, calling plays in a long time. I'd say the entire tenure. Could he get worse? Get better? Sure, I think he'll get better over time. Does the personnel around him change? I don't know. We'll see. He's really freaking good. And I understand people want the best. Believe me, I get all that. Because you know who you've lost to? The best. And it sucks. Because he's Mahomes. And he's not even once in a generation. He feels like once in multiple generations. And it's really difficult. And I just think about how thin the margins are. And I'm like, just because you lose to that guy in the way that you did in the overtime doesn't negate how good everything's
No doubt.
No, I'm not saying you, but for the people out there. He's a noodle arm.
No, when you just said, though, I can't wrap my brain around it. I banged my head against the wall, hypothetically, that I banged my head against the wall because, we lost to Mahomes, and that's the excuse. But no, we saw how those games played out. The Niners, in my opinion, blew those games.
Philly's saying the same thing.
They blew them.
Philly's like, hey, we had you beat, okay?
They did blow it.
You know,
Philly did blow it. And we sung about it all the next day.
Yeah, but history doesn't care if you blew.
No, I know it doesn't.
You know,
but I just we
Cincinnati's
know it.
Saying we had first and goal in 1981. That's what Cincinnati's saying.
They are.
Cincinnati's saying,
but they
were
also
winning in 1988.
But Cincinnati was also down 20-0 in that Super Bowl.
I know. I'm just
so they were also down 20-0. They shot themselves in the foot and dug a big hole there. Somebody I was going to read this. I'm reading me read this. 415. Bonte Shasky, Sunday Mobile text line. We should play more into the flush segments at the end of the week and call it the biggest dumps.
It's a visual. Not sure if I like it, but I get where he's going. Maybe call it Mr. Hanky?
How do you like that, Mr. Bonte?
Bob and SF. He's been on hold for a long time, and I appreciate the patience, Bob. Thank you so much. The runway's yours. You got 2 minutes to spiel about whatever you want to spiel about.
All right. I love the show, guys. You guys are amazing. Okay, 3 quick things. Number one is every year only one team can win. So does that mean the rest of the league is just high-level losers? Right?
Thank you.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Unfortunately, Spagnuolo is Shanahan's kryptonite. You know, that's the only way I can cut it, you know. But we did give up the leads, right? So we had the lead in the fourth quarter every game. So go figure that one out. What do these guys want? Do they want to go back to the Erickson years when Dr. York single-handedly dismantled the Niners, right, for the most part? And then Nolan tried to build it up, but he only got so far. And then Singletary came in, and it wasn't until Harbaugh had that talent and did something with it. So, you know, these guys need to, like, study a little history before they come out and start talking about all that. But it's an opinion. I understand that. But, you know, come on. Shanahan and Lynch are among the best in the league at building a team and running a team. And I'm happy where we are. Now, I'm not happy we haven't won, but I'm happy where we are every year. And it's because of the talent they built up. It's because of the knowledge of what they have. And, you know, let's give them a break. It's only third week.
Okay. I'm with you, Bob. Hey, Bob, you know what? There was a lot of truth to that, and I'm laughing a lot because high-level losers some of the funniest things. I'm laughing.
You're a high-level loser, bro.
Dude, I think it's so damn ridiculous that that we're labeled as Shanahan. Shanahan's been awesome. Shanahan has been awesome. He surpassed Jim Harbaugh. He surpassed Jim Harbaugh as coach of the 49ers on the ranking list. If we're doing all the rankings and we're talking about Fred Warner, Patrick Willis, and Brock Kaepernick, Garcia, all this stuff, Shanahan has been the better head coach. Through all the rocky times, when we think about to the get-right games against the L.A. Rams and Cam Newton brought up the hat trick by Christian McCaffrey, they were 3-4 at that point, and they didn't know what they were. And they went to the bye week at 4-4, and they rolled after that. You know what I'm saying? Shanahan has been excellent. Now, there's flaws in this game, and there's holes in this game. The drop back passing game seems to be a flaw. Clock management seems to be a flaw. But for the most part, Shanahan's been awesome. And so that's why I'm laughing, because the high-level loser comment, it's really ridiculous.
But can I also say the same about Brock? So, like, for example, I get where it was saying, like, oh, you pay him, it makes it harder to build your team. Like, all right. So let's just say you don't pay him, all right? And let's say you go back into the draft. I mean, don't we know firsthand how difficult it is to go through the draft?
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, just since 2021, you tell me who's good. Just forget who can play, whatever. Who's good? Trevor Lawrence? Is he good?
The verdict's still out on him.
Okay, Zach Wilson.
Oh, he's third string.
How about Trey Lance? How about Justin Fields? How about Mac Jones? How about Kyle Trask? Kellen Mond? Davis Mills?
Kellen Mond's still in the league?
Exactly.
Davis Mills not a bad backup in Houston, though. He looked good in the preseason.
Okay.
I'm just saying. I'm not saying he's a good quarterback.
Let's go.
Hey, you know what? Davis Mills in the Trey Lance game wasn't bad. He wasn't bad at Levi's.
Let's go to 2022. Okay, so maybe one guy, Trevor Lawrence, the verdict is out. Okay, one guy from one draft. Kenny Pickett, is he any good? Exactly. How about Desmond Ridder? How about Malik Willis?
Verdict's still out.
Matt Corral? Sam Howell? Bailey Zappi? Brock Purdy? Brock Purdy's good.
Yeah.
I think Brock Purdy's better than Trevor Lawrence. Okay, we could argue about situations and all that. Just straight up. Now this year, okay, or this last year, Bryce Young.
We don't know yet. I'm
willing to grant you that. There are a lot of people writing him off.
Yeah,
but
there's
I'm
a lot of people writing him
that.
off, no doubt.
Okay.
But a lot of those same people wrote off Baker Mayfield.
Sure.
How are they feeling now about Baker?
CJ Stroud. I think we all feel pretty good. I mean, okay, Anthony Richardson.
I'm not high on him at all.
Okay.
I thought.
Would you agree
going
it's
into the
pretty
draft.
early?
Yeah, it is very early. It's very early. He's had some injury histories. I didn't like the young man at Florida, but my quarterback evaluations are hit or miss anyway, like 40% rate. So don't listen to me.
The ghost of Trey Lance.
Okay, Will Levis. He sucks. Hendon Hooker.
I don't know yet. He's got a new coordinator, new coach.
Yeah, all right.
Let me see
I'll
it for
say
you.
what you won't. He sucks. Jake Haener.
Yeah, I don't.
Jake Haener. Is he good? No.
We haven't seen him in a regular season game.
How about
have we?
Stetson Bennett? I saw him
Jake
in
Haener?
preseason. He stinks. How about
we saw
Stetson
Trey
Bennett?
Lance in the practice. We thought it was super
How about
bad.
Aiden O'Connell? I'm giving you okay, you don't want to pay Brock Purdy. I'll listen to that. You want to go back in the draft?
Or maybe.
Brock Purdy's the reason Kyle Shanahan has job stability.
Right. Love and I were talking yesterday about the show. It's like, man, I don't want to argue just to argue because, well, this is one of those situations where I'm just going to take the other side just
let me hear
be
it.
a devil's advocate. You don't pay Purdy. What happens with Kirk Cousins in Atlanta? Hold on. Let me finish.
Okay.
And Rodgers in New York City. And dare I say, because we know, this is a fact. We know this. Does Shanahan and Lynch not like Sam Darnold? He's going to be a free agent after the season. I'm just playing devil's advocate. If you don't pay Brock Purdy, would it be cheaper to go get Sam? Because we know Shanahan loves Sam Darnold. I'm just saying.
Are you serious?
I don't want Sam Darnold. I'd rather have Brock Purdy. But did Sam Darnold not look good with some competent weapons around him?
Great week.
Well, did the voice of the 49ers on the radio side said, well, I thought about Sam Darnold replacing Brock Purdy during the Green Bay game.
So we're going to go for 41-year-old turning 42-year-old next year, Aaron Rodgers, or 37-year-old turning 38-year-old Kirk Cousins, or 2 games in Minnesota, Sam Darnold, when everyone would have I mean, I hear you. We're a long way away from that.
I agree we
Come
are.
on.
I agree we are.
We've got 30 games
I'm
of
playing
Purdy. He's
devil's
been better
advocate.
than those
And you're
guys
saying if
lately.
you don't pay him, who's available, we do know Shanahan loves Sam Darnold. It would be that building like Sam Darnold. So that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying I would take Sam Darnold over Brock Purdy. I want to make myself clear there. But there's a lot of smoke with Sam Darnold. Hell, so much smoke that some people thought Sam Darnold was going to beat out Brock Purdy in training camp.
Then why didn't they keep him?
Couldn't afford him. They wanted to.
Well, I got a question really quick. Sorry to cut you off there, Chassis. We're talking about when it comes to paying Brock Purdy, but he's eligible for an extension next year. I don't believe he is a free agent next year. So, I mean, obviously there's a desire to pay Brock Purdy, but is it 100% set in stone? They absolutely have to pay Brock Purdy. Don't they have other options? Franchise tag, or just being
franchise
play
tag
the
him.
last year.
Yeah, tag him.
Yes.
So
What's
I mean,
that
it's not
franchise tag gonna
absolutely
cost?
necessary that
$60 million 1 year.
There you go. So I'm just saying, we're this ironclad, you have to pay Brock this next offseason or you move off of him, when it might not be that ironclad in that situation.
Real quick, the franchise tag for quarterbacks this past year was $38.301 million.
Well, and Baker got a 3-year, $100 million deal, right? And he's obviously outperforming early on. He's outperforming the deal, and they feel pretty good about it. And he was in a different place, right? It was a reclamation project. He had a really good year, and people felt really good about him. I mean, just it's week 3. We're in week 3 with Brock, and he's been brilliant for 30 games. He had a bad one.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
If he has 7 bad ones, I'll start listening to that conversation. I feel like we are way ahead of ourselves.
Is this game on Sunday going to sway people's minds on how they feel about Brock Purdy? Because as you mentioned in the first hour of the show, a lot of people want to see Purdy without these premium weapons. Now, we've seen him without a couple premium weapons last year, and it wasn't pretty. Debo and Trent Williams, they went 17. He threw 5 picks. What's going to happen Sunday? If he balls out, you think that sways people's minds saying, you know what, Brock Purdy's our guy? Does he have to prove it on Sunday? Because now I'm starting to think it's a bigger game for him than Brandon Aiyuk.
The great players have to prove it in, week out, yearly. Dak Prescott's had a really good career. What does everyone say? Do it again. Now do it in the playoffs.
He's got to do it. He's got to do it in the playoffs for sure.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
No
you know,
doubt.
so I mean, the great players have to do it year in, year out. It's never 1 week. Now, I think this is a big one. And here's the irony of it is that he's in a no-win situation because even if they win this week, you know what they'll say? Oh, we got to move the goalpost. Do it for a full season. Yeah. Do it without Trent Williams.
No, I tell you what it is.
Do it with Sam Lubman as your center.
No, you know what they're going to say? The Rams are beat up. They gave up 231 yards on the ground to Arizona.
Of course.
So, yes, the goalpost will move. You know, it always does. Every single week. Boy, what a show, man.
You act like you're just sitting here and like it just all this calamity happened.
How do you like that, Mr. Bonte?
I know. My guy's over here and he's got the giant spoon and he's like Betty Crocker and he's in the pot just mixing it up. He's the one doing it.
Churning the butter.
Exactly.
Just going where the wind flows. I would rather be the White Sox. Just going where the wind blows.
He's just so... The amount of takes that have happened this week are incredible. I'm the unreasonable one.
Well, you've had a bad
I am rooting against the Giants.
I mean,
hey, one that I'm just going to hold.
But you know what?
As long as I can is the Bryce Eldridge one. Just please,
Bryce
make
Eldridge
a couple All-Star games, and I will just
and you know what? To my credit, I haven't dismissed Bryce Eldridge. I said
you get a lot of credit for that.
So I'm actually excited about the guy. You get me hyped up about the guy. You got me hyped up about Harrison. You got me hyped up about Casey Smith.
How about Birdsong?
I mean, he went 5 innings back-to-back starts after going like 3 2/3 and 3 starts. He's been okay. I mean,
what?
He's been solid. Let's not say great.
Harrison.
Let's not say Blake Snell's great. That's
Blake
great.
Snell's getting $32 million a year.
That's great though. But he's performing up to his. You know, he's earned that contract.
Argument, and he's been the third best starter, second best starter for 4 months.
No doubt. That was a good take by me. We want to count takes.
What?
Just sell and just fire everybody. That Blake Snell is going to ball out in the second half of the season. Be patient.
You can't hold two opinions simultaneously.
No, it wasn't two opinions.
Teams should have traded for him. I wanted to keep him.
No, I didn't say that. No. Early in the season, in the midst of a storm, when you said, get Blake Snell off my team, get him out of here. He robbed us. Get him out of here. When he had the 10 ERA, and he was making excuses and said, hey, folks, be patient. There's the Instagram video out there that they clipped of me saying that, hey, in the second half of the season, he's going to ball out.
Instead of getting eliminated on the 19th of September, we would have been eliminated a week earlier. You're right, Bonte.
I'm just saying. All I'm saying, it's the same thing. Like, you guys are all taking this it's crazy. I said, I'm just a little worried about paying Brock Purdy $60 million. I didn't say he wasn't good. I didn't say it wasn't bad. Well, let's not start picking apart takes. Let's not do that around here. Because, I'm the receipt holder. Ask Hank Schulman last night. Ask some of these people out there.
Why am I asking Hank Schulman?
Because, when I had the Giants
what is going on here?
About having pillars on the team, and I was like, they don't have any pillars really. Logan Webb, this guy, and Hank dunked on me, and all these Giants fans told me stick to baseball. And here we are a year later, because Hank threw at Casey Schmidt, Wade Meckler, Bottles, and I'm like, whoa.
None of them are good.
Patrick Bailey?
Well, you know where I stand on Bailey.
Oh, man. So, we want to start picking apart takes. Got to listen to the whole ordeal here. Come on.
Hey, look, if you shoot enough jumpers like Steph Curry, you're going to miss a good amount.
At least I have a take. Not many guys in my position, radio and television, would have a take. A lot of people straddle the fence because they're afraid of predictions. They're afraid. I'm not. That's what sports is about. And if you're wrong, then you're wrong. Whatever. I'll live. I'll make fun of myself. I'm just well-rounded. Cue the Trey Lance video.
I'd rather be the White Sox.
Cue the Trey Lance video.
One of the greatest lines ever.
I would rather be the White Sox. God. Would you rather go 81-81 or would you rather just suck?
I would not rather be the White Sox. I'm going to be honest with you. It's like saying, I'd rather be the Carolina Panthers.
Of course I would rather be the White Sox. They do have cool uniforms, though.
So, you're a high-level loser, bro.
Oh, my God. What does that make them?
Some people...
If you're
just low-level loser.
Some people can handle
low-level? Just low-level?
Hey, look. One thing, you can say a lot of things about me. I can handle making a wrong prediction. I can handle being off freezing cold takes. I don't care. Because I always had the philosophy, even when I lose, in the end, I win. Bonte Hill, will never lie to you ever again. You got to love that. Gotta love that.
Is the businessman in Bonte rooting for or against Shanahan and Purdy on Sunday?
So full disclosure, when I'm locked in on the Niners, I want to win. I want to win.
Tapestry of insanity.
I want to win. During the game, it does not enter. My job does not interfere with the way I watch a football game. I'm watching the game. I'm watching the game. I'm watching the game. But as soon as the final results are over, and the Niners don't have more points than the LA Rams, then I look at Anna, and I look at Baby Chaz, and I look at Twitter, and I think to myself, oh, tomorrow's show's done, and we're going to have some fun, baby. Business will be booming.
So you go from normal, regular Bonte, and then you get into the booth, and you spin around, and you become Super Bonte, radio host extraordinaire.
There you go. There you go. There you go. But no, I'm not watching the game saying, boy, I hope the Niners. I will never, ever root against the Niners. I never even bet against them.
Oh, I told you I've rooted against them.
No, I don't.
For draft position,
well,
absolutely.
Yeah, I don't.
Absolutely. End of the year, absolutely.
I don't.
Lay down.
I don't. 4-down territory. Oh, yeah. Oh, wow, it's 9:40. But trust me, during the game, I want the Niners to kick the Rams' ass. Because I'm still pissed off about what they took from us a couple years ago. They got that one lousy-ass win in the NFC Championship game. It's
pretty big.
I know it was pretty big. And I think I got the third play of the game in my head right now for the Niners. Well, they forced the Rams into a 3-and-out. They get the ball. Third play, third down. Crowds humming. It's like Rose Bowl or something. Aikman and Buck in the booth. Rocco and I stand up. I see Shasky and Papa Shasky up there. And Kittle breaks wide open. And I hear Rocco. He's got him. And he airmails it by 15. I was like, boy, we got bad Jimmy today. I'm still ticked off about that, so I want to drop 50 on the Rams. I don't care who's playing. Bring Sean Drones back. Bring Torrey Smith back. Bring who's the receiver? Who do we have? Jeremy Curley. I don't care who's playing.
Steven Jackson.
I want to kick the Rams' ass so bad on Sunday, it's not even funny. But I'm just saying we got a job to do, too.
You contradicted yourself in a matter of seconds.
I understand we have a job to do, too. I know I get the best out of Shasky when there's a loss.
Could you imagine me in the playing game? I'm saying to him, like for the Warriors playing game, I really want the Warriors to win, but the businessman in me really needs Clay to go 0-4 so we can have way more to talk about.
You know what I would say? I understand your position. That's what I would say.
I want to see Mully's face when you say that next to him.
Hey, Mully's like, well,
ain't nothing you can do about it.
What does businessman Mully want?
You know what Mully say? Well, it looks like I'm going to the Hamptons early this year. You know what Festus would say? Well, looks like I can go to Cabo tomorrow instead of next week.
It's a rough life.
All right, 4-down territory.
It's a high-level loser, bro.
So good.
How do you like that, Mr. Bonte?
So good.
Oh, man.
Hi, Sam Lubman, our fearless leader.
Oh, my gosh. I'm sweating over here, man.
High-level leader
Best
right
show
here.
of the month for Bonte.
Solid today. All right, first down.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, yeah, I need the sound for that, don't I? Here, hold on.
49ers.
As we
First down.
First down.
There we go. First down.
Something else. This is something
they do at the
else, man. What is best for business?
All right, so guys, obviously, the Niners and Rams, they're going to be in the afternoon slate, so you're going to have a few hours before the game to kill some time, so you're probably going to be locked in on that early slate of games.
I'm not.
I'm curious. Well, way to play along, Shasky. Which early slate game are you most going to be locked into this weekend?
For me, it's City Baseball. We got a practice game in the morning at Fairmont.
But in the alternate reality where you're locked into a game, though, what would you be on?
You'd be on Saints Eagles, right, Joe?
Saints Eagles, yeah. I'll definitely be watching that in my hand on YouTube TV.
There you go. Some coach you are.
What?
You're locked into your players, man. You're locked into football.
Yeah, baseball moves slow. You can do both.
Oh, man. You know what? Eagles Saints is a really good one. Really good one. So the quad box will be up. Eagles Saints will be in one corner.
Mm-hmm.
Morning slot, I think Chargers Steelers will be in one quarter because I do like watching Harbaugh coach teams and Tomlin. But the game to lock in on is Texans, Vikings, 2-0 versus 2-0. Darnold versus C.J. Stroud. Is this a mirage for Sam Darnold? Is Brian Flores' scheme that real? Or is C.J. Stroud and Bobby Slowick going to be the game? Texans, yes, Steiny. Texans, Vikings, 2-0 teams. Guys, don't get distracted.
All right, so the game I'm going to lock in.
Him telling you guys to not get distracted is just gold.
cuts me off as I try to get my take. So I do like that Texans-Vikings game, Bonte, but I'm looking at that Chargers-Steelers game right now. That feels like two teams getting out to starts that are a little bit better maybe than we anticipated. I don't know, but
700 rushes in that game.
Seriously, a good battle, early battle for that 7th seed in the AFC. So I'm going to be locking in on Chargers-Steelers.
You guys are sleeping on the matchup of the morning. Is Caleb Williams going to be the guy or not? If he can't get it done against this Colts team, I don't know if he's ever going to get it done. Got the Bears heading to Indianapolis. Anthony Richardson's been all over the place. He makes some amazing plays every game, but he makes a lot of boneheaded ones. I'm looking Caleb to finally have his breakout performance, though, because I do believe that Bears defense is going to get after Anthony Richardson. So I'm looking at Bears-Colts, gentlemen.
That's a good game. That'd be in the quad box.
Not the human, but the businessman in Trey Lance has got to be rooting against a lot of these young quarterbacks.
Second down.
Just to move him down the slot of big busts.
He's a high-level big bust is what he is.
You got Bryce Young on line 1 for Trey Lance. He ain't tripping.
All right, guys, second down.
Second down.
Going into week 3, what team is already feeling really desperate right now and really needs a win this Sunday?
Yeah, I'm going to say it's the Rams. I mean, their season is on the brink. They've got an older quarterback that I do believe a variety of teams would make a move for. If you're Miami and Stafford can be had, don't you have to? Don't you have to?
It's possible.
If you're the Raiders and Stafford could be had and you win this weekend, don't you have to?
Gardner Minshew playing good football.
I have zero faith in him.
Only quarterback to throw for 250 plus in both games.
Ooh, talk
That's
to
a
us,
stat.
Padone. Talk to us,
MVP
Padone.
candidate.
The team that's desperate is Baltimore Ravens. They got to win in Dallas. They're 0-2. They can't fall too behind. They can't fall so far behind the Steelers. I know the Browns are 1-1. The Bengals are 1-1. The Ravens need to win bad, and they need it in Jerry's world. So I'm going to go with the Baltimore Ravens.
I mean, you could go Jacksonville at Buffalo. Like, that's your fault. You're staring 0-3 in the face, and you just paid Trevor all of that money. That's a really big spot for them. But anytime you have to pivot to Andy Dalton in week 3, I mean, it's the Carolina Panthers and Dave Canales. They put out a hype video surrounding Andy Dalton in their social media feed. The Carolina Panthers are all in on the red rifle. Yeah, that was the move 15 years ago when he was playing for TCU. Come on, man. What are we doing here? It's the Carolina Panthers that just reek of desperation.
I feel really bad for Bryce Young. Just in general. Like, really, really, really bad. I mean, the poor guy just... he's got a zero shot of success. I feel horrible for him. Like, I really do.
All right, then I'm going to go out on a limb here for my desperate team. I'm going to put the Lions in the crosshairs, too. It was a very dream season for the Lions last year. They're America's team. Everyone loved them. This year, they got expectations on them now. And if they start off 1-2 and they lose to the Cardinals this weekend, all of a sudden it's like, was last year just a one-off, or you guys not able to handle the pressure? But I don't know. But that conversation doesn't happen if they take care of business against Arizona this weekend.
There it is. All right. Third down. We got to get through these last 2 downs.
Third down.
By the way, shout out to our guy, Brody Payne. He said, he goes, he's listening while getting Steph ready for training camp, and he gladly switched quarterback positions with the 49ers. He loves him some Brock Purdy. Of course, you got to pay him. That's from Brandon Payne, personal trader.
So Brandon Aiyuk, from one Brandon to another, he's been in the spotlight for us this week. So I'm curious, guys. 2 games. That's what Herm said. That's all he needs. So with Brandon Aiyuk apparently up to speed now, he's going to be the feature guy. What kind of line does Brandon Aiyuk need to put up on Sunday to get everyone off his case?
6 for 75.
Oh, that's not going to do it. Oh, you're selling low.
Couple key first downs.
This week he needs 7 for $120 and a touchdown.
He's only gone over 100 a couple of times.
He definitely needs at least a touchdown, though, in this game.
Last year he had 7 100-yard games, second to only Jerry Rice. That was last season. So 7 for $120 and a touchdown for Brandon Aiyuk.
I mean, potentially no Kittle, no Debo, and no McCaffrey. Yeah, you better. I mean, you think the heat's on him now? All the fantasy owners are going nuts right now. Right. His projection literally went up 3 points because of that Kittle report yesterday.
You think 6 for 75?
Yeah, I do.
Is settling the waters?
I don't think he's one of the top dudes. Like, he's going to break them. That's not his game. He's not break a tackle here and go for another 30 yards. I don't know, man. I just think that we're not reasonable on. This is a guy who catches about 4.5 passes a game, and so like 4.5 passes for like 75, 80 yards. Like those are more in line with what you should expect.
Yeah, see, I need a little bit more from Aiyuk. I think 100 yards, a touchdown, maybe even a second touchdown. You put that performance together and the Niners win. You go from why weren't you at camp to, oh, man, we love Brandon Aiyuk. Fourth down.
We can't even use the
fourth down.
Real quick, to add the third down, because I'm going to get us a first down here. You can't even use the excuse that he's getting doubled this week. Nothing. He's got a ball. I don't care if he's getting triple team. Fans are going to expect him to play well and get over 100 yards this week. He's got a ball out.
And then really quick, guys, for fourth down, it's a college one. Cal, FSU, take your pick. Who's winning?
Cal all day. But that running back better be healthy.
Need Jaden Knott.
Yeah. Is he going to be?
I don't know. Actually, look that up really quick.
Yeah, he has to be healthy. He looks like he's a first two round pick, like first or second round pick.
That game kicks off at 4:00. Damn, we'll be at the wedding.
That helps Cal, though, if it's an late afternoon over there, right?
I think they're already down there.
For Florida State.
Yeah, I think he's down there. They're out there already. I think they arrived last night to Tallahassee. They're calling it Tallahassee.
That's really good.
Woke Walker Stadium. Woke Campbell.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's good, too.
That's pretty good.
That's good, too. By the way, they're renovating Doak Campbell, so you're not getting the full capacity there. There's a lot of empty seats because they're renovating it.
That's why.
So you don't have the camera hasn't been shaking this year. You noticed that, right? The camera hasn't been shaking.
That's why people aren't showing up.
DJ's so damn bad. I just need a new quarterback. I need a new quarterback. He's unwatchable. Unwatchable. Florida State's going to pull this out, though. Sorry, Bears. They're going to pull this out.
High-level loser, bro.
Cal loses a game, you expect them to win. It's been the history of Cal Berkeley. They're going to lose this game. Go ahead, Spino.
Well, and they're traveling all the way on the East Coast. Like, is this their first true? They went to Auburn, I guess. That was kind of one.
They went to SEC country.
Yeah, but that's just, Auburn stinks. They haven't been good since Gus Malzahn's been there. I'm like, come on, please.
Look at that.
Or Gene Chizik, whoever the hell that was.
Oh, wow.
There you go. Going way back.
I was real big on Gus Malzahn.
There you go.
The sweater.
Cal's going to lose. I agree with Bonte on this. Unfortunately, I would love for them to win, but I don't think they will.
I love that Cal Twitter is this thing now that I didn't realize existed on the internet, and the AI stuff that they're putting out, these memes, these videos, it's hilarious.
It's time for the Xfinity.
Florida State football right now. Ooh.
My final thought is this, we see it locally right now. There are some federal investigations that are going on.
Oh my God.
With certain politicians. And, typically the feds take months, years to build a case up against anyone. I just like to thank the federal government and the federal agencies for cleaning up the Shohei Ohtani gambling thing within 24 hours.
This guy.
Oh my gosh! Shohei Ohtani! The greatest day in baseball history!
The feds were trying to get Tony Soprano for a decade. Okay? That was in a TV show. But this is the truth. They have been wiretapping people for years and years and years. They go through bank accounts. But thank you. Thank you, the federal agencies out there, for open and shut case on the Shohei Ohtani gambling conspiracy, because of course Shohei knew nothing about it, because without that, we would not be gifted the 50-50. So thank you, federal government.
51 now.
Joe Davis, Spectrum Sports, by the way.
Thank you, Spadoni. Kamiga has a quote. Kyle Kami, I guess, caught up with Jonathan Kamiga in the SF Standard. Kamiga using a quote, I think it's very appropriate for today. Everybody's got their time when God opens their doors. My door isn't open yet. At some point, it's going to be open. God does have a plan. I think God plans for the 49ers to win on Sunday. For the sanity of this show. To calm the waters.
Speaking of Cal, and Cal always loses when you want them to win. Something tells me Andy Dalton's going to provide a spark for the Panthers this weekend against the Raiders. He's 4-0 in his career against the Raiders, whether that's in Las Vegas or Oakland. I think the spread right now is 5.5 points.
I think it dropped, right?
Money's coming in on the Panthers and Andy Dalton. This game, it's the Raiders home opener. I'm nervous I'm Joe Shasky. I'm nervous about this one.
I would be too. Week 3 is going to be fascinating, boy. If Kittle doesn't play, I'm worried about the game, about the show. It may be one of those instances where I lie to everybody, say, you know what? If they lose, I'm not coming in on Monday.
But you, Bonte Hill, will never lie to us.
Bonte Hill, will never lie to you ever again.
My final thought is it's a simple. I like to see Go Bears. I like to see Cal go in and put Florida State into 0-4. But I'm also going to be looking at that Miami-South Florida game, not taking that one for granted. We just saw South Florida give Alabama the business a couple weeks ago. When Florida schools meet, unless it's, in Gainesville, throw out the records, man. It's real. It's real. So go Canes, go Bears. Really looking forward to October 5th.
Hey, still slow down over there. Shasky, is this true? You listen to sports radio your whole life, and I did too, but there's a lot of shows I missed. Austin San Jose says, Radnitz will always say, it's a better show if the team loses. Is that true?
I don't remember that particular line.
I would rather be the White Sox.
He would always say, who makes you lean forward?
A loss.
Yeah, no, but he would talk about like players.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
And he would always like, Ben Gimelina doesn't make me lean forward. And he was right.
He was right. You can say that about the 2024 Giants.
Does Brock Purdy make Bonte lean forward?
Oh, he does. He does indeed. Vertical passing game, concepts, Jay Gruden, Peterson, Morrison, not feeling it. Sandy Goo, for all the people who are not feeling us today, we're gone. Have a great weekend. That was Fast Five. Xfinity Fast Five. Oh, wait. Wrong read. That was Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Have a great weekend, everybody.
He's a high-level loser, bro.
How do you like that, Mr.
I just don't think you're looking at it the right way, Goo.
You truly might be my best friend. You know a lot about me, man. I just shared some real stuff with you.
I do.
I just got off KTVU, Spadoni.
Oh.
I don't know if you knew
You
that.
on with
Sal.
Castaneda?
Yeah, Sal. I'll be on Monday, too.
You give him any room to ask you the questions? Or?
No, I brought up Fred Dean. I said Bosa needs to be more like Fred Dean. Got a personal text after.
From Fred Dean?
No, from Sal said he liked the Fred Dean. He liked it.
Okay.
It's payday, baby.
Is it really?
See, that's that.
I don't think it is, actually.
That's what.
It's not payday. See, I'm right this time.
Well, you know what? I got something in the mail, so it feels like payday, but that's all that
You got a
counts.
side gig I don't know about?
Yeah, a couple things. Couple little things.
I think you're looking at the wedding the wrong way.
Oh, let's do it.
Look, here's the bottom line. We got a guy who's getting married tomorrow.
Stephen Langford.
Yeah, great guy. We worked with him at...
I've worked with him the longest, since 2014. So we're family. Before Spadoni, all of you. It was me and Langford and Lucas.
This guy's imagination.
Okay? I know, it's real. So go ahead. I'm giving the background to the people.
So he's getting married tomorrow, and like a lot of young people who are getting married, money is something that must be considered.
Hello?
Not only by the people having the wedding, but by the people attending the wedding.
Facts.
So he invited people, and some people didn't make the cut, the first cut.
And that's how
the
that
first cut
presented. We're in the break room. Langford's walking like he does every day. And I said, hey, Langford, I ain't got nothing in the mail. Your day's getting close, bud. And he had that look like his dog died and said, basically, you didn't make the cut.
Right.
So I said, who made the cut here?
Okay.
Because now I'm digging in. And it hurts to know that I care more about him than he cares about me.
Well, that goes for a lot of people.
Evan's going. All these guys, these new booties, it hurts.
I'm going.
But then I got somebody cancel, Goo.
Right.
You can go, but my friend Mike Grubbs is getting married tomorrow at the Antioch Golf Club. No, I don't want to go by default, by cancellation.
I got the same kind of invite, and I'm honored to go.
Oh, what? Now you make what?
It was late.
You didn't make the cut, though.
No,
Just think about that when you're in there tomorrow. You really shouldn't be there.
I'll really be thinking that at the open bar.
I got you.
Yeah, I'll be really mad that I was a second stringer.
Hey, last thing about me.
Oh.
Spadoni, you didn't know this. 21st anniversary today.
Oh.
Yeah, me and Mia. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Deion Sanders.
Congrats, Mia and Goo. 21 years.
Deion Sanders.
Okay.
Yeah, Cliff Branch. Yeah.
All right.
Let's get to it.
All right.
Hey, you're in a good mood, man.
It's Friday.
Not payday. Yeah.
Boy, we got a lot to get into. I got great sound. I got a letter from my guy Harry.
Oh, he's back.
Yeah, he listened to the show yesterday. He's not happy with me, mostly.
Dude, you had a bad week. That Philly stuff. I'll tell you about it later at the cafeteria. Go ahead, son.
Oh, you know what, Spadone? This guy. Look, what was proven over the week with a resounding never mind. Hey, let me ask you this. There's a lot of stuff going on with the Niners. They play the Rams, and no Deebo Samuel, no Christian McCaffrey. George Kittle
crazy.
May not play.
Iffy.
Let me ask you this, because I'm getting this feeling, and this is the great part about football. There's one game a week, and in between the games, people talk. And the people who talk are, a lot of them, experts in the field. They've played the game or they've coached the game. Before we get into anything, am I the only one detecting some involved in football are raising a few red flags about the 49ers offense, Brock Purdy, and Kyle Shanahan? It feels to me like they're not like flying up the flagpole, the red flags, but it feels like they're putting oil on the thing to grease it up, and
I thought of the great movie Taps when you thought about when you said flagpole. So I'll say this to that. I think you're omitting one thing. The defense, Donnie. I just told Sal, they've given up 13 to 22 third down conversions. So it's everything you said. My eyebrow is raised. And to be honest, the gamblers out there, it's -7, the Niners, so the confidence meter is on 100. But this is what I meant.
I don't think the confidence meter is on 100, but proceed.
Well, just from the gambling standpoint, because 7 is pretty big. That's a big spread. The Niners on the road. Yeah. But my overall point to your partner is this is why, and you can chart it down, I keep saying or have been consistent with when you get there, you don't know what tomorrow brings.
There it is.
The best gift that the Lord has given us, best present, is today. And now, all of a sudden, through 3 weeks, guys are dropping like flies. So I'm not saying it's over, but it's already a different theme. Steiny, we don't know if McCaffrey's going to play at all.
No, he's not playing this week.
Okay, but that's what I'm like.
No, he's not playing this week.
So it's already different. No, I'm not doing that. But you're right. Steve Young, I thought you stole from him. I was going to text you yesterday. He said what you had been saying about Purdy. He wants to see him use the legs.
And when did he do the interview?
I don't know.
Right after I said it on 95.7, The Game.
Steve. Yeah.
Actually, the greatest gift that you've been given is not today.
The present.
No, it's the past for you. You keep reliving it.
I'll give you one.
And you know what? I'm starting to think that there's an ulterior motive here. I think 49er fans are really trying to get over those losses, and you keep reminding them.
And Philmo Mike
you
lashed out at us the last Friday. Remember that? So you know what? No more. I'm done.
Anybody else sick of Guru bringing up the Super Bowl losses? I am.
Yeah. It's just you. It's bothering me.
Oh, man. It does feel like there's more and more discussion about Shanahan and Purdy, and we're going to talk all about it. Some sound about the 49ers. They have not thrown a lot of deep balls this year, and that's really not part of their makeup. What it feels like maybe some teams around the league and coaches around the league are trying to get the 49ers to play offense a certain way where they have the advantage. I'm talking about the defense.
Wow, man.
And we'll see what happens against the Rams, but
125.
Does this matter at all to you? And this is the most basic stat I can throw at you. Through 14 games last year, the Niners averaged over 30 points a game.
14?
First 14 games.
Oh, first 14. Okay.
Yeah. First 14 games, they averaged 30.3 a game. Their last 8, which starts with Baltimore and runs through last week against the Vikings, 24 points a game. A touchdown difference, essentially. Big deal or not? They scored a lot of points the first 14 games last year. In the last 8, again, they were in the playoffs, so they're playing better teams.
All right.
But they don't score as much as they have the first 14 games of the year.
But they're missing their best player offensively.
Well, not last year. Not against Baltimore and all those games.
That's when it got bad. 5. That's when it got funky.
That's
and
why
things changed.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's since Baltimore.
Well, my overall point to that, Stoney, and I appreciate the early nugget, is what would the Warriors be without Steph Curry? There would be a residual impact. You know what I'm saying? So if we get to week 6 and there's no McCaffrey and this offense does not even hit 30 points, not that it's right. No. Can't we just point to?
But 6 of the 8 games, they were healthy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like against the
Super Bowl. I remember the whole playoff run.
Yeah.
I didn't understand who they were, but they got it. They got there.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. And my simple question to 49er fans is, are you getting the sense that maybe defenses are catching up a little, dare I say, to the 49ers and to Kyle Shanahan's offense? That's what we're going to start with today.
And real quick, what part of the program do I just go in on Ohtani, my new favorite athlete?
You know, you can go on and do it during this commercial break. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. That segment was brought to you by Life Source Water Systems. Do it now.
Hi, this is Sherry, owner of LifeSource. For 40 years, families have been loving our clean, healthy
It's the Guru Steiny show. Let's go.
Good morning, everybody.
Yeah.
It's a Friday in the Bay. Little gloomy. It's getting a little gloomy. And now this is interesting because September and October are usually the nicest months here in the Bay Area.
Yeah. Overcast.
Yeah.
It'll burn off by the time we get to where we're going. Yeah.
All right. You've heard of Jay Gruden, right?
Come on. His brother trying to get back in the game. Said he'll want to be a college coach. But yeah, I have.
Jay Gruden, former head coach of Washington and former OC in Cincinnati and Jacksonville. He was on with Willard and Dibbs yesterday, but he also did a podcast with John Middlecoff, the 3 and Out podcast.
Okay.
And so the sound that I'm going to play is from that. But here's where I want to start today. I want to start with Jay Gruden talking about the offense run by Kyle Shanahan. Take a listen.
I think it's all predicated on the outside zone is that what really they made famous, and then the play actions off of it. Really, I think their passing game is pretty much nothing really special. Their protection schemes are a little, when they get down or they have a lot of third downs, they're not quite as effective as some teams like an Andy Reid type guy. But first and second down, these guys will kill you. If they're having success on first and second down, they have a litany of play action passes and boots and leaking the tight ends out around the backfield and the runs they get going. They're very schooled in how they want their run blocking to be. They have different variances off the outside zones with the sifting and very creative ways to get to the same spot, which is what I liked about how they ran it. I actually think Kyle's best season as a play caller when he had Robert Griffin as a rookie. I mean, he put in some plays nobody's ever saw. The zone reads with the sifting tight end, and then they're bluffing that guy, and then he's keeping it with the lead blocker, and then they're pulling it out, throwing a glance route right behind to Pierre Garçon, and then finally the league caught up with it. They were starting to fall back a little bit on some of these sift blocking, but that first came in, he was giving defenses nightmares, and so yeah, he's definitely a great play caller. First, second down, probably one of the best.
Jay Gruden.
Damn.
He said they'd
kill you on first and second, Stoney.
And that when they're a little more predictable or on third and passing situations, they're just not as effective as they are on first and second down.
And we saw a lot of that on the in last year's playoffs. You know what I mean?
Question is why?
That is the $1 million one.
Let's start with Vince in San Francisco. Get us started, Vince. How you doing, man?
Hey, good morning, fellas.
Yes, sir.
Steiny, to answer your question, I think, if you look back at the game against the Vikings, obviously the Super Bowl, and then we go back against the Ravens and the Browns, those 4 teams all seem to kind of bait Brock Purdy into some of those throws that he likes to take. We've seen enough game now from Brock that we see he's a risk taker, he's a gunslinger, and he's definitely confident that he can make the throws that he throws. But I feel like sometimes, those windows are super tight. There should have been probably 3 balls picked off that he threw that Devo just manned up and went to go get. Now, that's a lot of trust with your receiver, and I don't see him really making those throws to anybody else. But I do think that teams are starting to disguise coverages and having windows show open, but they're sitting on it, waiting for it to come, and they're kind of anticipating because they're starting to learn his tendencies now. He's not a new quarterback anymore. He's there's tape. He's been in the league. He's got about, I don't know if you'd want to call it 2 seasons. I would call it 2 seasons worth of game film, and I think teams are starting to really, pick it apart. And, it's like Kyle gets that lemon booty that you guys like to call it, and he kind of puckers up if we're ahead. And then there really isn't much. I don't ever see any big plays or big risk plays being called when we're down and we got to get it going. It took, 3 minutes or something like that to get down the field to score, and then, we ran out of time. Literally ran out of time.
Vince,
so I don't know.
Real quick, let me put it right on the table because I don't subscribe to this, but it's starting to grow. I don't like this, and I wouldn't pay a receiver $30 million a year if I thought he couldn't. But do you think there's anything to what PFF said about the Niner receivers collectively in the Super Bowl, that they're not getting much separation? So maybe it isn't on Brock. I don't believe it, but is there anything to that? Because you didn't mention the receivers.
No, I do actually think there's some water to that. I mean, let's look at look at what the comparison has been between Devo and BA. Was BA is such a great route runner, right? Well, how come he's not getting open? I understand that, Baldy did a breakdown where they showed BA was getting bracketed. He is actually facing a lot of double teams. So then how come, Devo's not getting open?
Well,
but if you watch the tape, at least to me, what I see is BA's number one or Devo's number one, and then the number two is flip-flop. I think that's why Juwan Jennings is getting so many catches. He's a third option, and he always seems to be wide open across the middle. You know what I mean? So maybe it's a bunch of disguising using, the reputation and the talent that the team has, a lot of distractions and runoffs, and then somebody else is open. I think that's why they re-signed Juwan Jennings for 3 more years, because he's third in Juwan for a reason.
Yeah. Good stuff, Vince. Appreciate the call.
And I'll tell you this, Donnie. Remember, the Warriors back in their heyday with Durant or any loaded team, football, baseball, basketball, pick your poison. And if I'm going into a game against the Niners with Aiyuk, Debo, and Jennings, I'm sorry, Steiny, I'll take Jennings trying to beat me all day.
Do you think...
I'll take that as a victory that I'm stopping the other two.
If you're the other team?
Yeah.
I don't know. Not if...
Because he ain't taking it 80. He ain't doing the Debo, throw it to him and out the backfield. But
he's moving the chains with most of his catches.
Right, but my point is he really? And this is not a Juwan Jennings issue. It's just maybe this is why they were so pedestrian as a whole. They scored 7 points in 2 playoff games at home. This high prolific offense. At halftime, they scored 7 against the Packers in the first half. And then Detroit, it was 24-7 at half. Where's it? So now
they scored 27 in the second half.
But you had an overzealous coach that we won't do that today. But my point being, they kept them under wraps for 2 quarters.
See, I don't care if George Kittle catches 3 passes for 30 yards, Aiyuk catches 4 passes for 40 yards, and Jennings catches 7 for 125. I don't care about that.
And I hope you don't think I do.
No, but because obviously you go to the guy who's open, and if the other 2 guys are getting more emphasis, then the chances are Juwan Jennings going to be open. But what I thought was interesting in Vince's call was he used a term that I do not equate with Brock Purdy. He said Brock's a gunslinger. This is how Kyle Shanahan talked about Brock recently.
We never asked Brock to really do too much. We asked him to do the play that's called. If nothing's there, what are your options after that? You scramble, you throw things away. Sometimes you take a sack. Things you always try to do is not turn it over, but nothing really changes when you're missing guys. It's game plan can sometimes change, but not what you ask the quarterback to do.
So they're not going to ask the quarterback to do anything different.
But can we both agree those are words? But the way Brock plays a position, he is looking for the big play.
Well, I don't think he is looking for the big play in terms of
Well, he took 6 sacks, and how many of those? I'm just saying,
maybe looking for it.
Holding on to the ball, and again, I'm not ready to. I'm not there. I know what I see. Aiyuk. I know what he's capable of. Route running and getting off the line of scrimmage. Debo's different, but his pluses are catching the ball on the jet sweeps and all that good stuff. My point is, I'm starting to wonder: is there anything to it to where Brock's getting sacked all of a sudden, Steiny, because these guys are taking too long to get open? I don't know. I know he hit Jennings for that big 4th down, right? Early in the game, Brock Purdy did. But I look at Brock not like Jimmy Steiny, like he's trying to eat downfield.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, then why hasn't he thrown any pass for 50 or more yards? Why hasn't he thrown any pass for more than 40 yards?
Maybe it's not there. Maybe it's not there.
Why has he only completed 1 pass beyond 30 yards?
I got you. So it's how you're going to divvy up the why.
I'm just looking at...
I'm starting to wonder, a guy's open, and he's holding on to it. I don't know, but it's got to be maybe a round table pizza, Stanley, a combination.
Yeah.
It's got to be a combo of all that. But I don't. But the least thing I reside to is the fact he's not looking deep. And now I'm starting to look at who's got running these routes.
They don't have a receiver like that.
Then why do you pay Aiyuk, number 11, what you did? Because let me tell you who gets bracketed and steal balls. CeeDee Lamb. Jamar Chase, the 97-yard guy, Fiddler on the Roof, Justin Jefferson. Those guys get it all. It's life. It's normal. So if we're just going to say you could take BA away because of double coverage or miss me with that, you don't get this much money. And that's why there's pressure on Brandon this Sunday and moving forward. But I don't have the answer to that question.
Well, the answer is that Brandon Aiyuk, his strength is route running. It's not getting deep or getting behind the defense. I think the only guy they have who can do that is the rookie, Cowing, and that's what I'm starting to hear. Listen to Patrick Peterson, former D-back for the Cardinals.
His offense is more compact inside the numbers to where he's running the football, linemen, with the different movements with the offensive linemen. So he's more dedicated to the run game as far as now when he's running the football, he's getting those linebackers' eyes stuck in the backfield, those defensive back eyes stuck in the backfield to where now he can hit those intermediate passes behind the linebackers. And that's what kind of makes his passing game go because he's big on the running game. You know what I mean? So, and you look at all the quarterbacks that he had. He really never had a quarterback that had a big arm to throw the ball outside the numbers. He always getting quarterbacks that's real good with those intermediate passes because that's what makes his offense run.
Yeah,
so by design,
that little layered pass.
So Kyle's not looking for Justin Jefferson wouldn't like this offense. Or maybe Kyle would change it if he had something like that.
It doesn't matter.
Apparently
they don't have that ability.
That you are correct with that
but
one.
Did it get him beat in the last 5 years? Did they have a bona fide?
Emmanuel Sanders was open.
Well, but did they have a bona fide deep threat over the course of the last 5 years?
No, but at the end of the day, Stoney, did they need one? They had a 10-point lead with 6 minutes left.
I mean,
then they went to overtime.
Right, and this is where it's like you can't have everything, okay? You can't have Debo.
Right.
You can't have Aiyuk. You can't have McCaffrey. You can't have Kittle. And then we get Jefferson. We need Jefferson, though, too.
No, when I bring up Jefferson, I guess what I'm saying, Stoney, is that route tree is going deep. The Niners don't throw it deep.
Right.
And I guess it's just starting to irritate me.
Okay. Well, maybe the Warriors played without a center for a lot of years because it was their quote-unquote style. It's not Kyle's style to do that. Now, maybe he would tell you, I would do more of it if I had a quarterback with a bigger arm or I had receivers that could fly, but I got to make the best with what I got. 888-957-9570 is the number. Is there any concern among Niner fans that, dare I say, teams are catching up to the Niners a little bit, at least offensively? Or is it very easy to say because they've had 2 games without McCaffrey and they're embarking on another 3 without him and 2 without Debo?
Man, and then Kittle might not play.
Yep. Well,
what's in the water?
I want to get... Stop it! The Rams are more hurt than the 49ers. Yeah. Stop it!
But this ain't about
Stop
LA.
it!
Just lick me an eye on this Good Friday and say, it's got to stop.
No, I'm not going to do that because they can say it more in LA. But if you, hey, if you want to go with that excuse,
no, it's not an excuse, not at all. It's just
who's more injured?
What I've been hammering?
Who's more injured?
The Rams.
Thank you.
But this is a conversation not about who's more injured. It's about...
Okay, so we're going to do a show on how worried you are that these guys might not play?
No, but just come embrace me and give your boy a radio hug. Of course not. Saying, hey, Goo, what are you worried about? Things staying the same.
Right.
And now you're facing the injury monster.
Okay.
And that's all I'm pointing out. You're right. The Rams are they're ravaged with injuries. I get it. But if Kittle can't go...
Stop!
Oh, man.
Stop! They don't have Higbee. He's on the pup. Nakua is not playing. Cup's not playing. Aaron Donald retired. Stop. Let's go to Chris. Chris is in San Carlos. Let's go.
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call. I love what you guys are talking about. I think the frustrating thing for me with the Niners, I don't think there's any concern. I mean, they're the Niners. They're one of the best teams in the league. I think what's frustrating is we're seeing more of the same that we always see. Here comes the injuries. Here comes the stagnant offense. And to me, it feels like when the guys don't get open, we ask the question, where's Brandon Aiyuk? Where's Deebo Samuel? But when they do get open, we say, oh, God, Kyle Shanahan, what a genius, that system. And to me, it feels like, I don't, this might sound crazy. You can tell me I'm crazy. To me, I've always thought the 49ers' biggest problem is with as many stars as they have, their biggest superstar is their head coach. And this isn't college. Nick Saban can't be your biggest superstar. You need to have the quarterback to do it. Your head coach can't be your biggest star. And I've always felt that that's the piece that the 49ers are missing. Call me crazy.
No, wow.
Thanks, Chris.
And again, I'll say to Chris Steiny, you and I batted it down, ping pong, 95-7 the game. Does Kyle want it that way? Would he prefer a new booty to the party like a Brock Purdy? He don't want the Tom Brady.
Well, Brady's
the Aaron Rodgers or the Peyton Manning to be like, stay over there.
What about Burrow?
I got this.
Would he want Burrow?
I have to imagine he would dream of those guys.
You would think, but the minute quarterbacks like that get established and become part of the conversation of, well, they're one of the best, then I don't think he wants them, if you know what I mean.
Because right now, if I asked you, I'm being real here, whose offense is it in Dallas? And I hate it, it's Dak Prescott. Whose offense is it in Cincinnati? It's Joe Burrow's. Whose offense is it here in San Francisco? It's Kyle's.
Well, what if I would say whose offense is it in Kansas City?
It's Patrick Mahomes.
Okay. With
help of the big man.
I mean.
But Patrick is, come on now.
No, I'm not saying he's not the best quarterback in football, but he also apparently has the best coach in football.
But he can do whatever he wants.
What do you mean?
I believe. He can come to the line. We ain't doing this, we're doing that. Like, he's got a license to do whatever. I don't think Brock has that license. I don't think he'll ever have it.
You're probably right.
Even if he gets broken off with the chicken.
But what I'm saying is Andy Reid devises plays in creative ways, and then Patrick Mahomes can do whatever he wants within that framework.
He's mastered it.
Let's go to, yes.
Mike, who we got?
Come on, Mike. Go get him, Mike. Get him. Film on Mike.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Here we go, arm strength.
Guru, what is, bro? You always bring up, oh, this guy's 6'5". What does that mean, bro? Like,
but when did I do it?
What are we talking about?
When did I do it?
You always talk about arm strength. What is arm strength?
You say
what does that mean?
When we talked about the one thing
when you
want
put mustard on passes and there's no limitations when you throw the ball. Don't call here and act like Brock Purdy is not limited. He is limited when we talk about arm strength. You acting brand new now. You know what the arm strength is. The great ones have it. You can make every throw on the field. What has gotten into you? Quit being scared, Mike, and admit Brock can't make all the throws. Joe can make them. What has gotten into you? Quit being scared. You know your quarterback is short. You know he don't have the strongest arm. And you scared. Come on, Mike, you're better than that.
Bro, arm strength means nothing in the NFL.
Oh, my God.
What does it mean?
Mike, stop
Tell
it.
that to Jeff George.
Oh.
It ain't no Dan Marino's in the league right now. Ain't no John Elways. Ain't nobody. You could throw the ball hella hard. What does that mean?
But have I made a definitive statement that if you don't have a strong arm, you can't win?
Bro, you always bring up, well, this person has this benefactor over them because they're 6'5" and they got a big arm.
Right. I can't win with you, Mike. I love you to death. I can't win with you.
Let me yell. Yeah. Let me yell.
Go ahead, Mike.
The person that was up there talking about, he was like, call me crazy, but I don't understand. I'm going to call you crazy in Spanish. You're loco. Straight up. What you mean? Shanahan is the most popular Niner. What? When I'm in barbershop,
stay on Guru.
Shanahan is like the 7th or 8th thing brought up. Arm strength, Guru, get it together, bruh. Nobody care about arm strength. You'll be infatuated by these weak-ass stats, these weak-ass numbers. Jeff George sucks. Dan Marino,
what was the last Niners Super Bowl parade you been to, Mike? What was the last Niners Super Bowl parade you been to?
Steve Young had an arm.
And what was the last parade for the Niners you been to, Pippin? You ain't been to one, so quit taking it out on me.
Oh, you think I'm taking it out on you?
Taking it out on me. You're frustrated.
You know what?
Hey,
you're frustrated.
We have love.
You are frustrated. I've been there.
Nah, we're good.
Arm strength. When did I talk about arm strength? When we talk about a quarterback that had it.
We're all right.
I didn't give Purdy. I didn't give Purdy his props.
Yeah, we're all right.
2 weeks in a row.
We love Filmo. Love you, Filmo.
I love him to death. He is frustrated. Arm strength doesn't matter. Like I came in here and said they're not winning. Brock Purdy's no good. And I'm like, he's going to get a blank contract. Good God. I ain't playing no more, man.
Oh, I
am not playing. Put respect on my name. Don't call here and say that I've diminished or talked bad about Brock Purdy. We're keeping it real. We were talking about arms a couple days ago. You asked me, who has the strongest arm? And we threw that out. Don't act like my football acronym is only, if you have a strong arm, you're good. And that ain't what we're doing here.
No, I mean, look. Somebody just threw Tom Brady out. I mean, obviously
Joe Montana didn't have the strongest, but he's the best to ever do it.
Yeah. I mean,
thanks for sitting down and letting me get that out. But everybody's happy. No, I am happy. Not. I am. Mike is frustrated. Something's going on.
Well, here's the question.
He'll text me in a couple of days. No, we communicate off the air.
Oh, well, everybody's relieved. Look,
Mike,
it's not.
Come on, man.
The issue is, the question I have is it true the 49ers just don't throw the deep ball as much as other teams?
What do you think?
I think Brock Purdy's strength is that intermediate throw. I guess they call it that layered throw. I think he's great at that.
I would agree with you.
Okay.
And maybe that's all Kyle's asking him to do in this offense.
But maybe in order to take it to the next level, they've got to devise some plays that stretch things a little more, or they've got to throw more toward the sidelines, because that's what we're going to get into a little more. I want to listen to some more of this Patrick Peterson sound, which was very, to me, it was kind of next level stuff without being
He was describing their offense, though, Stoney, and their plan.
Yeah. You good?
Yeah.
All right.
It's Friday. I'm not like, I know what frustration is. I just do.
Okay.
That's 2 weeks in a row.
It's not because it's not what the 650 is saying.
What'd you say?
You're not mad because you had to work yesterday, is it? All right. Come on. Come on, people.
When Spadoni laughs, I get offended. Please. That Thursday thing is a myth.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. You think the 49ers don't throw deep enough to spread things out on defense? Do you think the 49ers have an issue on the offensive side of the ball? We're going to play some more sound, and I want to know what you all think of it. 888-957-9570. That segment brought to you by Save Mart and Lucky California.
I'm good now.
It's your last week to play the Savings Road Trip game of Monopoly at Lucky.
It's a wrap.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
We good?
I just told you, Mike sent me a text. We're good.
Don't you dare.
We're good. I'm messing up my camera.
Lose your voice today.
Oh, no, please. When have I ever? Well, it's few times.
Let's just all root.
Let's just all get along. How
let's
about
just
that?
all root for the Niners and Cowboys this weekend.
No.
What if
I went, man, I set a doctor's appointment after that stuff.
Somebody put the focus on you.
That was uncalled. Go ahead. I own what I say. I did not.
Is it possible?
Oh, boy.
I don't want to get in the middle.
And you're using somebody else because you've done it before and you do it off the air. But go ahead.
Is there any chance that you could have a little frustration over what's going on in Dallas?
No, they're 1-1, and I'm going into this season like it's over. I'm in a good space. I'm in a good space. Never. And I'm not the type of guy to bring that to my peers. You never know what I got going on in life, in real life. I'm the one guy that's happy-go-lucky. Except the boss yesterday. You came in tired. He didn't say it, but...
So you he noticed it too?
He said it in our meeting. You must have fed it to him.
No chance.
Because I wanted to jump up with the Holy Ghost.
Chance.
I'm always ready to play.
I would never do that to you. Now, Evan, I'd hang him out to dry. Spadoni, he's got one coming.
Spadoni.
All right. Listen to this.
Yeah.
Listen to Patrick Peterson on Brock Purdy and the 49ers offense. This is actually different. All right.
So, like, for me, especially having an opportunity to play against Brock and have an opportunity to game plan against him and watch film, he's almost like it's just their offense. You know, they are an inside the numbers offense, passing game wise. If you look at majority of Brandon Aiyuk routes, he's running skinny slants. He's running not skinny slants. He's running glance routes, skinny posts. You know, it's very rarely that he's running out routes or Brock Purdy is throwing the ball outside the numbers. So if you're able to pack the middle of the field and force San Francisco 49ers or Brock Purdy to beat you with their left hand, then you can get them in the passing game. But the running game is what sets up the passing game for the San Francisco 49ers, setting up the play action, setting up the boots, setting up the screens. So that's a task in his own, trying to stop the run. And that's what makes them so lethal, because their running game is so efficient. It just makes everything come together.
All right, I have a legitimate question. What did he mean when he said beat us with his left hand? That did he mean make him beat you when he's rolling left? That's the only part I wasn't sure of.
That's how I took it.
But that's Patrick Peterson, ladies and gentlemen. That's not Matt Steinmetz or Darryl the Guru Johnson. That's a guy who played in the NFL. And what do you make of something like that?
If real quick here, it makes me not ask the question, why aren't they throwing deep? He's telling us that's how it's designed, Stoney, and it's been effective. But now all of a sudden, and I'm one of them, after 2 weeks, we're asking league-wide why the ball's not being thrown more and why the Niners, Aiyuk, why they're not looking like Justin Jefferson. So I think it has a lot to do with recency bias. You see your boy go on a fly route all the way down the field, Justin Jefferson, it'd be successful. And I think fans are now, saying, why don't we do something like that? Peterson's telling you that's the Shanahan offense. Well, it's intermediate. And it's been working. It's hard to stop. But another thing, real quick, Stoney, I take away is if they don't hit you on first and second down, you kind of got them where you want them. So it's a give and take. But for the last 5 years, they've been cutting guys left and right. I mean, slicing and dicing defenses.
Yeah, I mean, I think the bottom line is here's a surprise. They don't have a Justin Jefferson. But I also think 49er fans are smart enough to know, okay, we don't have a Justin Jefferson, but we've been pretty darn successful over the last 5 years. And the question I have is there something different happening now with the way defenses are playing? I mean, what I'm hearing Patrick Peterson say is you want to try to get Purdy to throw toward the sideline. It's not like he can't, but his strength is throwing the ball in the middle of the field. at an intermediate depth.
Yeah.
And if that's what his best attribute is, well, then that's kind of what you have to design around him, right?
Well, I'll say right, but what about the Jimmy Garoppolo era? What about the short-lived Trey Lance era? Kyle didn't change. So it's that Peterson, to me, Stoney, makes me feel like I already thought before coming in here today, that's by design. But Uncle Looney brings up a great point. Why pay someone as much as you paid BA if you're not going to use them more? So do you say answer number A to that Uncle Looney question is he's not in shape, he'll get more down the road? Or, I'll take BA all day, Stoney. That man should have 10 targets a game.
I don't know what to tell you.
But you came in a couple weeks ago saying, Goo, his career, he gets 4.5 catches a game.
Let's go to Jacob. Jacob's in Castro Valley. Castro Valley. What's up, Jacob?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey.
How you doing today?
Hey.
Doing well.
I was going to comment on Shanahan and the deep ball. The bit you just played with what he was saying kind of touches on what I was thinking and what I've seen over the years. Shanahan, he doesn't need the deep ball. He's all about protecting the ball and keeping the ball. Time of possession.
Yeah.
He knows that if you keep getting first downs, eventually you're going to hit the end zone, and that's going to put more pressure on the opposing team to score in a limited amount of time. If you throw the deep ball, most interceptions happen on deep passes. Not only that, you throw the deep ball, it gets caught, you get a touchdown, great. But now the other team has more time to score, more time to keep the ball. Shanahan's saying, let's run the ball, protect the ball. Throw the ball short, get your first down, protect the ball. Get yards after, protect the ball. That's what he's all about. We don't need deep passes. If Purdy starts trying to throw deep passes, we're going to get frustrated because there's going to be all these interceptions. They have the deep threats, but you see, if you run the short passes, you run the mid-range passes, you run the ball, eventually the defense is going to say, we got to stop the run. We got to stop the short passes. We got to stop the medium passes. And that keeps deep threats, that prevents deep threats from being open. But unfortunately, because the offense is not designed that way, you need a QB to think on his toes, that he's looking for that medium pass. But guess what? Everything's locked down. I see a man downfield. Now I need to improvise, and I can make that throw. Is Purdy that guy? We'll see. He's done a couple deep passes. He's seen Aiyuk open for that 80-yard touchdown. He made the throw. He saw it was open. That wasn't a design play. He was open. But you need a QB that can do that. Long story short, Shanahan's offense has worked. We don't need the deep threats. It's overrated in today's NFL. That's what I got to say.
Yeah. Thanks, Jacob.
And I'll say
Tell you what.
Go ahead, Donnie.
I'm going to. We've had a bunch of them this week. Might be called the week. It might be called the week.
Oh, yeah, we got a few of them.
Yeah.
Because I was thinking of a couple others. But
Mike, film on Mike.
No, that was anger of the week. But listen, thank you, Spadoni. Why would the Niners give the bag to Brandon Aiyuk if they thought the deep ball or him running deep needed to be improved? That's proof that what Brandon, the routes he's running, what they ask him to do, he's precise and he's good enough and he's mastered it enough for them to make that commitment. That's all. I've never come in like, Stoney, this is just my choice, my preference. I'd like to see him throw it. I'm a Mel Kiper Jr., Daryl Kiper Jr. I'd like to see 4 deep passes a game. I know I'm not, but I'm not coming in here saying the Niners are 1-1 and lost to Minnesota because they're not throwing it deep. That I'm not doing.
888-957-9570 is the number. Niners, Rams, Sunday, 125, SoFi Stadium. No McCaffrey, no Debo, and we will see about George Kittle and Charvarius Ward. 888-957-9570 is the number. And we're talking to 49er fans about what they think is going on with the 49ers offense and whether or not it feels like. And if you notice, I'm not saying, they're catching up to Brock Purdy. I didn't say that. I'm saying, does it feel like more and more teams are getting the hang of what the Niners want to do offensively? And the 49ers right now are dealing with an adjustment of having to go away a little bit from what is being keyed on to stop by the defense, and eventually they will figure out what the defense have done or has done in the last few games that's given them a little more trouble than usual, and maybe they'll fix it. I don't know.
I got to.
888-957-9570 is the number. I'd love to have you jump into the conversation. But first, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Let's go to Jackson San Leandro. Hey, Jack, how you doing, man?
Doing good, guys.
Yeah.
Hey, I just wanted to comment on what you were thinking about Patrick Peterson's comment about the left hand.
Yes.
I think what he's saying there is that he's saying their offense is predicated on the run, which is kind of their right hand, and if you take the right hand away, you make them play with the left hand.
Gotcha.
Which he means making Purdy throw.
Gotcha. Yeah, so it's a guy. It's used to describe a guy's weakness, any guy's weakness.
Exactly.
Okay. Hey, thanks, Jack. Appreciate the call.
Like you used to always do Wiggins. You said he couldn't go left.
He can't. And that's one of the things why I'm such a stickler about it. Because here's the reason I had no idea what that meant. My father used to tell me, God rest his soul, son, if you can only use your right hand, you're only half a player. And so I took that to heart, and I worked on my left hand diligently through my formative years. And I ended up being so adept with my left hand, a little like Bird. I could score both ways.
D3.
And so when somebody says left hand to me, I don't think weakness. I think strength.
I look at you.
You know what I'm saying? So thank you. Thank you.
But I don't look at the Niner passing game as a weakness. And again, I'm not a defender, but I get it. They're so stout when it comes to running the ball. But you talk about this weaponry and what we saw when Brock hit the scene. You just kind of, and I love your those numbers. Was 6 out of 8? Like something's going on to where they're not clicking on all cylinders. And hopefully it starts this Sunday against the Rams. And as beat up as they are, Steiny, it better, right?
It should, but it's the NFL, and every week we see a handful of upsets.
But we would be more concerned, the panic in the streets from the fans. I believe it'll be a little louder if we don't see 30 points or a precision passing game. Just like what you, Willard, and Dibbs and I talked about, like, you know, do they win and Aiyuk gets 4 for 40? I mean, that was fascinating. Like, what? And everybody's different. They got their own opinion, their own prerogative. But it's like, damn, we want it all. But shouldn't the state of the Niners with what they're dealing with in regard to the injuries, it should be about the W.
Yeah, I mean, it's gotten to if Kittle doesn't play, you just got to win the game somehow.
Bonte, remember 3-0, 6-3. It's to that point.
Yeah. Waterman in Corte Madera. Let's go up to Marin.
Gentlemen, how are you doing this morning?
Hey.
Doing well.
Goo, that was the greatest rant I've heard in a long time. You had me dying, bro. That was amazing.
Stand up for myself sometimes.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, no problem.
I love the passion. I love the passion. And just real quick, look, in my opinion, Kyle, I believe is I don't want to say the problem is the wrong word, but he has designed this offense to work the way he wants it to work. I don't believe he allows these players to allow them to do their own thing. I look at how Mahomes is and Andy Reid, and I don't know if I dreamt this interview or I saw this like a few years ago, but I think Andy Reid said, I had to realize I'm not the guy on the field. I can give them a play, but they're the ones that got to make it work. So Andy has let Patrick do his thing. He lets him improvise. He lets him do his thing. And that's why Kelsey gets open all the time on these secondary routes where he lays back and kind of finds a soft spot for Patrick to find him. The Shanahan, in my opinion, he's a great coach. Don't get me wrong, but we have got to take this genius persona off of him. Geniuses don't get beat by the same team twice. Okay, they figure out a way to win the next time they play them. They don't look the same the next time they play them and lose. So, in my opinion, Kyle, and we've heard it in these interviews that he's given all the time. We don't expect Brock to do we don't have too much expectation on Brock. This is where the play's designed. This is where the ball's supposed to go. And then it's like after that, you have to figure it out. But I think there's a stigma where it's like, this is where you better be throwing it because Kyle's not going to live with mistakes. And that's the thing.
Yeah. Good stuff, Waterman. I mean, that is a big tenet of Shanahan. He hates turning the ball over, and he loves time of possession.
Well, don't all coaches?
But he emphasizes it. He emphasized, let me just throw this out to 49er fans. Would you agree or disagree that essentially, whether it's Garoppolo or Brock Purdy, the 49ers offense, I get the quarterbacks have looked a little different, but is the offense pretty much the same? Does it feel like?
Yeah.
Okay. My question to 49er fans is, if Kyle Shanahan, who's got the biggest arm, Justin Herbert,
all right.
Okay? My question to 49er fans is, if he had a Justin Herbert, would this offense look the same as it always has, or would Kyle Shanahan use a guy like Herbert and say, you know what, his strengths are much different than Purdy's and Garoppolo's, so I'm going to dovetail my game plan to Justin Herbert and his strengths? Or do you think he would expect Justin Herbert to come in here and quote-unquote run his system? I have no idea what that answer is, but I'm asking what you think.
Man, Steiny, I feel like he's Frank Sinatra. He wants to do it his way, but if you gave him like he had, again, he wasn't the head coach with this example I'm about to give, Matt Ryan, Matt was slinging that thing and got MVP. And then when he had a dynamic quarterback like RG3, he was Rookie of the Year. So
good point.
I again, and who's to say that if Trey Lance would have lived up to what Kyle had him to be, he would have been running something totally different. So I have to believe a mastermind, that's what I'm calling him, not genius today, a guy like Kyle will know, okay, Steiny is so talented at being Hercules, I'm going to use the strong part of the playbook, if that makes any sense, you know? Not we're just doing it this way and I'm going to ignore your gifts.
I mean, I look at Brock Purdy and I think to myself, well, what are his strengths? I think he throws a great intermediate ball. I think he's pretty precise.
Reading the defense.
I think, obviously, he's got some escapability. He's pretty smart. He seems like he's a leader, all those kind of things. But if he's not adept at throwing long, and the bottom line is Purdy throws more 10 to 20-yard passes than most quarterbacks. He doesn't throw a lot, 30 or more. Is that because that's just not who Kyle is? Is it because it's not who Purdy is? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what the answer is. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Keith. Keith's in L.A. Wants to talk about the Niners. Hey, Keith, what's going on, my man?
Hey, guys. You guys got me pulling my hair out over here today, man.
Wow.
Oh, my God. This is incredible. Stop with the two-game sample size. The entire league is down in the passing game offensively. The entire league.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Defenses are ahead of offenses right now. And look at the type of players that Kyle has on offense. They're yak guys, Steiny and Goo. They're yak guys. That's why they're so dominant in the short and intermediate game, because that's what they excel at.
But where was the yak in the Super Bowl, or where? And I'm just asking you, where was the yak against Cleveland? Where was the yak against Baltimore when you play these top tier defenses? That's why we're just posing the question. I think highly of the duo of Debo and Aiyuk, but I am starting to wonder against man press coverage, where is that yak? Because my cup seems to be empty and I'm thirsty.
Glad you brought that up, Goo.
Keith got an answer, though. I need an answer.
But don't he cut him off? Dig for a meal. No, Keith, he didn't. What happened?
Oh, Keith, you got to call back.
I thought he had something profound.
Keith, we
too.
lost you. You said, I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah.
Maybe that's where he was going to let it and just say, guess what? They're guys catching the ball aren't making the plays after the catch.
Possibly.
But I think Keith
I
think he had a rebuttal.
But Steiny, we're not. I'm not putting you with me. We're not over.
I'm not.
We're not going crazy. I'm not over two games.
You did.
No, I'm not.
Well, Phil might.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the 2-game sample size. I'm not doing that. If anything, I keep going back to the playoffs. The 2 games I get, he was right. He got it.
It's not an offense. You don't have Herbert. You don't have Jefferson. You've got precise route runners.
Okay.
You've got a great running back.
Yeah.
It's just not part of their game plan.
And it's been successful.
Yes. So there you go. And I'm just asking, is there anybody out there who's worried that for whatever reason, they've got more film on the Niners, they've got more film on Purdy, that it seems like there's just a little bit of a fear that
maybe they're catching up.
Exactly. And again, I'm not saying it. Guru's not saying. I mean, Guru might be saying it, but we're hearing it from big boy football players, guys who've played the game and guys who've been head coaches in the NFL. So
Tammy McDaniel wants him to call back to finish his.
I do too. Keith, if you're out there,
don't leave us hanging.
You know what? Keith's a Seinfeld fan. Because he's like George Costanza in that episode. Leave him wanting more. Leave him wanting more. Keith did it. Come on, Keith, call back. Call back. All right, 888-957-9570. It's a simple question. You think the 49ers offense is in shambles? Is it in shambles? I'm messing around. But we're going to talk more about it on the other side. We're also going to get into some other sports news, and Guru's got to talk about his new favorite.
I'm in love.
I know. Download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer.
Have you ever had an unwelcome pest in your home?
You're so different than me, it's unbelievable.
I'm black, you're white, so that's where we start.
Let me tell you something. When my phone rings, if I answer it, and there's that pause that everybody knows what it means, it's an automatic click.
Wow.
For me.
Yeah.
You, on the other hand, are like, how you doing? What do you need? Can I help you?
What can I
you
get
me
for free?
a deal?
Yeah.
Otherwise, hit the pipe.
There you go.
Man. We're talking about the Niners. They stink.
Have you decided where you're watching? I hate that I care about where you guys and what you're doing.
I'm going to beg my guy Dane it up to what he calls open up.
Has he been closed through 2 weeks?
He's had some, he actually has a job and a life that sometimes gets in the way of watching football. Well, let's see.
You've been solo dolo watching the game. I'm coming through.
First game Monday night, I watched alone for sure.
Okay.
And then the second game against the Vikings, I taped because I golfed and missed. I saw the first quarter.
So you didn't know what was going on before you started it?
I watched.
Oh, Steiner, that's the cardinal rule. I hide from the world.
Yeah. I can't do that. We're talking about the San Francisco 49ers. And this is what's the other thing I wanted to some text here from the 707. Sorry about that. Just what type of offense did Shanahan call with the big arm Matt Ryan in Atlanta?
I wouldn't know, but I know what my eyes tell me. He was slinging the thing all over the field. He had 2 stud running backs, but at the end of the day, Matt Ryan was putting up numbers. So it wasn't the dink and dunk, and it's not the dink and dunk here. They're vertical. They're
not vertical.
Well,
they're not vertical.
I think you're really selling Aiyuk short. That's all. Like if you were to put, and here we go, nobody cares, but if you were to put Aiyuk on the Detroit Lions, he would do exactly what St. Brown is doing to me. Like that's how much I think of Aiyuk's football game.
Apparently you're the only one.
No, Steiny. The Niners gave him 30.
Right, for running routes precisely.
You got to catch it too, bud. And that caller, if he ever call back, the yak is a big thing too.
Matt Ryan also had Julio Jones.
Yeah, no doubt.
He's
a beast.
Yeah. How does Aiyuk stack up with Julio Jones? I'll let it there.
Well, can I retort real quick?
I'd rather you just give me the win.
I'll get it to you.
Here he is. Let me tell you something about this guy that we're going to go to.
I have no idea who
I love him. And the best thing about him is he's like me. He doesn't gloat when he's right. Shaka in Berkeley. Shaka. How you doing, Shaka?
Hey, man. What's good, man? Happy Friday.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Hey, man. I don't want to be overreaction Friday, man. Niner fans need to calm down, man. They got a great team, man. The matchup was bad. They had 2 players who just came in camp, and that's the point I want to get to, man. Aiyuk had, I believe, 4 catches for 43 yards. His body language is not like a go-to receiver. Like, give me the ball. You know, most receivers that, from way back, if they ain't getting the ball, they going to the quarterback. I didn't see none of that from him. Their season depends on him getting open and being a $30 million player, man. That's just it, man. That's the biggest rivalry in the world. And it compounds it because the negotiations, how he stood in, caught them off guard. Then he could have went to another team for $28 million. He had the same deal on it, so he just didn't want to come to practice. So that makes the organization even look better. He needs to come through for the 49ers, man.
That's Shaka. Go ahead. You have to.
You go.
Shaka, I'm going to tell you this. There's 2 surprise teams. I don't know if I believe them, but the Saints are shocking me, the Chargers, but none are shocking me like the Vikings. Did you know they had it in them like this? Wow.
Oh, man. You know, the key to that is Flores.
Okay.
He's really a head coach. You know, he was in Miami, the owner, he sued the NFL. Yeah. So it's like a vendetta against him. So he should be a head coach. So we really got 2 coaches. All right. He's bringing his players in. He brought Gilmore in. He played with him in New England, I believe. He brought Jahai Ward in, who got the fumble, and I believe from another team. So you got to understand, this man is a genius, man, at playing football. And 2 years of the same program with better athletes. They brought all the players from Houston in. Them do Cashman, Gennard. They got Bynum. They got Bynum from Cal Berkeley. They got Harrison Smith, the Hall of Famer. Then they got a top 5D. I called and told Willard that. He laughed me off the phone.
We
gonna tell him today.
Hey, Shaka,
Yeah.
were you the one who called in before the game and said, "Man, this is going to be a physical game"? And Willard goes, "Well, you can say that about every game." And then you went down their roster and listed about 7 thumpers.
Wow, Willard catches praise.
Thanks, Shaka.
Hey.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, man.
Yes, sir.
He's
Shaka in Berkeley.
Yeah. Willard laughed at him.
I was listening then.
Yeah.
Shaka comported himself very well. I would have gotten mad at Willard. He just came up with a great rebuttal.
Unlike me at the
I'm scared of Willard.
Yeah, I hate that. People in the street.
I don't care.
It hurts the show. You're not afraid of them.
Yeah, I am.
Oh, God. Yeah. But at the summit when Shasky said, name some defenders, and I just...
Yeah, that was
Shaka
gold.
had some names. He had some names.
Shaka was great.
He's homeless.
Shaka was great.
Dude.
Let me ask you this. The 49ers have really struggled on third down.
Both.
Right. I'm talking about when they have the ball.
Stopping it and getting them. Okay.
This is Jay Gruden on the 3 and Out podcast with John Middlecoff. And he tries to explain why maybe the Niners are having trouble in the passing game on third.
I'm just not a big fan of his true pass concepts when he's down, and I'm just not a big fan of them. I don't know. I just don't understand a lot of them, and that's just something you have to continue to work on through OTAs, training camp, and all that stuff. You got to prepare to be down. It's a lot easier to call plays when you're ahead by 14 points on first and second down, and when you're down. Not many coaches have had a lot of success calling plays down, having to come back. It's very difficult when you're a one-dimensional team. It's very difficult in the NFL to have success. I'm not saying that I did have a lot of success. I'm just saying from a pass game standpoint, when I study teams, that would be one of the last teams I would look at as far as pass concepts go on known passing situations. I'd go elsewhere and look for other pass concepts.
Wow. Can I tell you what the Guru computer spit out?
Yes.
That's his observation. But I got to tell you, Snotty, I would love right now, if I was a private eye detective, to go look at his relationship with the Shanahans. Because to me, that sounded a bit, there was some mustard on there to where it was personal. Not saying that Jay don't believe what he said, but I got to believe they don't have, the Shanahans and the Grudens have the best relationship.
Okay.
Well, John gave Kyle his first job in the NFL, so John Gruden probably has a good relationship with Kyle.
Uh-oh. You see what you did there?
No,
This is what I've been getting upset about all week, relatively speaking. The way we talk about our guys, as opposed to the way we talk about.
I don't have any guys.
No, you do, and let me just.
Jay said what he said.
Let me just explain to you what I mean. Is Jay Gruden one of the bright minds in our league? Former head coach, former offensive coordinator, just made a very straightforward statement about Kyle Shanahan and maybe his passing game's not all it's cracked up to be. And you immediately said he must not like him. He couldn't offer an objective position because there's no way Kyle isn't that great.
Some little sensor went off. I'm not saying it's all that, but
you're really uncomfortable with this criticism of Shanahan and the Niners.
Well, Kyle and Jay were actually both on John Gruden's staff at the same time in Tampa Bay. While Kyle from 2004 to 2005 was the offensive quality control coach, Jay Gruden was the offensive assistant from 2002 to 2008. So they crossed paths.
And the assistant wants to be the coordinator.
Well, if you remember, they had that fight in the locker room. Remember? They left Jay Gruden bloodied. They hate each other. I'm making it
I was
up.
like, Stein was fun. He would have known, but don't even the internet would have known. He knows it all.
Boys, some good sound here. Really good sound here.
What's worse is the guy hadn't called us back.
Who?
When the guy said, Guru, I'm glad you brought that up.
Maybe he was just saying, maybe he's saying the guys aren't running well after the catch.
So he gave me the point.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
Well, I'll take it that way.
Daryl in Merced.
Daryl.
Fellas, long-time listener, first-time caller.
Thank you.
Yeah, you guys got a great show, man.
Hey, D, real quick, D, I got to ask this.
Go ahead.
How you spell your name, real quick? How you spell it?
I was going to speak on that, but I didn't want to, my namesake, brother. Darrell, man.
No, that's the way to do it.
No redundance. All right, go ahead.
I'm a junior, so.
All right.
So anyhow, what I just want to touch on real quick, man, is we don't have to take opinions from people. All you got to do is watch how defenses approach our team. Now, some of them don't have the personnel to do what they're trying to do, but the good defenses do. They got, basically they're stacking the line, and it's the same defenses that we saw when Jimmy was quarterback. Brock's got great numbers, but he does have limitations, and he can't. It doesn't seem like he can go deep. That stat Stein threw out earlier about only one pass over 30 yards. I mean, that's the number that opposing coordinators are looking at. Shanahan's offense is great. It's great. The slants and stuff. There's something to what that coach is talking about, and I think that's why the running game ties in with his passing game because, the short passes and stuff play off of the running game.
Yeah.
And if you can't go deep, then they're going to crowd the line every game, and that's kryptonite to current offense.
Let me ask you a question. Did you play football for the UC Merced Bobcats?
No, I'm a bit older than that, bro. That's kind of a newer university. I did play football for Merced High in the junior college there.
There you go. Hey, that's good football. Merced's got great high school football.
Yeah,
if
like
I'm not
Logan.
mistaken,
James
correct,
Logan.
Daryl?
What made you ask him that? Merced.
What do you mean?
Why'd you ask him?
He sounded like he knew football.
But then you said Merced.
I like UC Merced, the Bobcats. It is a relatively new school, and I know some people that are involved in that school down there.
I must have missed something.
Yeah, he said he was calling from Merced.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
That's why he knew.
Daryl's from Merced.
You see Spadoni locked in.
Yeah, that was Daryl from Merced.
Hey, Spadoni, shut up. I didn't mean that, Spadoni.
No,
I was backed in the corner. Yeah, I was filming my mic, just lashing out. We're good, too. Right? Yeah, he texted
Okay, this is... Well, first of all, we're going to get... You wanted me to play that Steve Young sound.
Oh, my God.
Which I'm going to.
And I was like, that's Steiner.
By the way, I got a guy who calls himself Loyal P1. And he won't tell me who he is.
Wow.
It is a guy. But remember the other day I was talking about my dog.
Rosie,
and how worried I was.
Couple days.
Yeah, anyway, Loyal P1 sent me an article on how dogs process time. And it was comforting on the one hand. On the other hand, dogs are very routine oriented. So if their routine changes a little bit, they do struggle with it. But what I'm getting at, everybody, is I'm feeling a little better today about Rosie being home alone because the cleaning ladies are coming.
Okay.
Now, they only come once every 2 weeks, and people say, oh, Steiny, cleaning ladies. No, it's the one thing that we've decided that we're going to spend money on because we don't like to do it.
So Norm has a cleaning lady. You got to clean, plural?
Yeah, so
you got a big estate.
It's a mom and a daughter.
It's a service.
Yeah. Anyway, when they come in,
square feet,
the dog loves them, says hi. They love the dog. They open up the back door. Then the dog can run all over, even in the backyard. And so I feel better.
There you go.
Today.
That's what it's about. That's why you've been on cloud nine.
Yeah. One of the reasons. Okay, Steve Young. Now, he could quarterback.
Stevie.
Here's what Steve Young said on Purdy.
If they're going to stay with the same plan, then the demand for Brock is even greater. He has to be even more honed on his efficiency to find players that aren't necessarily the top of their, the top of the game like Debo, the top of the game like CMC. And now I've got to figure out how to get the ball to them, have them get open. And I'm going to, inevitably, Susie, he's going to have to do more. He's going to have to move around more. He's going to have to put himself at risk more. And he's going to have to do things that aren't necessarily his strong suit. And that might provide great things in the future for when they get to the Super Bowl this year, or have to face Patrick Mahomes or face Lamar Jackson. The thing about the 49ers, when they face Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, any big, strong, prototypical quarterback today, they lose. So getting their guy more like that and under duress, like with injuries, might be a good thing.
Wow, Steve. Man, Steiny, I guess, the pessimist in me says, Steve, what if he does that and it don't go well? Then what?
Well, Well, how does that, I want you to compare what Steve Young said to what Kyle says.
We never asked Brock to really do too much. We asked him to do the play that's called. If nothing's there, what are your options after that? You scramble, you throw things away. Sometimes you take a sack. Things you always try to do is not turn it over, but nothing really changes when you're missing guys. Game plan can sometimes change, but not what you ask the quarterback to do.
Wow. A Hall of Famer's telling the head coach, Donnie, that sounds different. Am I wrong? He's saying you got to do more. You got to do the stuff that you're not great at. And Kyle said, no, status quo. Throw it away. And Steve's saying it's imperative he needs to run. Wow.
Well, I think he might need to improvise a little more. If the rushes or if the line's not holding up and you don't have the quality receivers who are getting open like the other guys, well, then you got to figure that part out, I think. I know that they don't like getting sacked 6 times as a team.
No doubt, that can't work. 925, Steiny. Yeah. This is to you. I'll read it because they didn't put it to us. Steiny, give a little love to EBAL football. De La Salle and San Ramon Valley are in the top 25 state max preps. Wow. We did it.
Now, that's a team that establishes the run.
San Ramon.
De La Salle. They run that veer. I love that offense.
You love them because you used to cover them.
That's one of the reasons. I love it. I love that
Armani Toomer.
I love that quick dive to the fullback. I love it.
Jones Drew. That's all I can name.
They had a guy named Bastianelli who was a quarterback, and then he went to USC, I believe. They had a great running back named Leon Callan, who I believe went to Cal, along with a great linebacker, Mawuko Tugbanyo.
Wow. Mm-hmm. I just pictured him like he could hit.
And they also had, who was it? A DJ, somebody who made the pros.
Oh, you're right.
TJ Ward.
TJ Ward.
Yeah, TJ Ward.
Yeah, you're right.
DJ.
I met him with Low Neal and we had the station function. But DJ
Williams.
DJ Williams.
Kane's legend, DJ Williams.
Yeah.
Whose legend?
Kane's legend, DJ Williams.
Look at Lubman. Miami coming to Cal. They'll be here. They'll be playing in Cal Berkeley.
Is that this weekend?
No, it's in a couple weeks.
Oh, no, they got Fish this weekend, Cal, don't they?
I told
they got to go to Florida State.
Exactly.
Yeah. I told Lubman I'm going. And then the boss not even in the conversation because you ain't going, you're just talking. Hurt me.
Well, he's right. Hey, have you guys ever heard of that when you say, oh, yeah, the Cal's got Fish this weekend? Like it means that they've got an opponent that's just terrible.
No, it's called homecoming. That's what we do in the union. When you got
No, I'm talking about, have you ever heard Fish used for a term for a team that stinks?
Yeah, we use homecoming.
No.
The streets use homecoming.
No.
Like when we play, you get what I'm saying, Stoney. When you're favored by 13 in hoop.
Florida State's 0-3. Do you know that?
They're terrible.
Right.
Yeah.
So we had a word growing up for a terrible team, fish. Like fish food.
I understand.
No, you don't.
You're misinterpreting.
No,
do you understand what homecoming is? It's not the actual homecoming. It's homecoming because they're weak.
I understand.
It's not the actual homecoming game. It's the opponent is weak. That's the parallel, and that's why we use it. It's homecoming, not fish. That's all.
It's not homecoming weekend at Florida State. Thank you.
Oh, my God.
You know what? Mike was right.
Oh, man.
Filmo Mike had it right.
No, but you thought I was saying it's
God, the Cowboys need to win this weekend.
Please.
Holy Toledo.
Jesus. Put your glasses back on.
Brandon Aiyuk.
How about them Cowboys? I really miss him.
We're not fighting. Please.
People
Juan Cruz is right. Steiny's doing this on purpose.
No, you're the troll. Matt Trollmetz is the best nickname.
Well, no, it isn't. No, it isn't. It's not.
2 old farts. That's what they called this.
Trollmetz is pretty funny.
3 career farts in my 12 years
on the 650 knows what I'm talking about because they used fish in a sentence properly. Guru is fish.
I've never heard that term fish for describing something that stinks.
This fish is stinking from the head up.
Have you ever heard, hey, you got to do that very quickly. Do it in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. Have you ever heard that?
Where do you live?
I have never by someone under the age of 50.
Exactly.
He's too
How about this?
old.
How about this? Yeah, let's do it in a GIF.
Yeah, I've heard that one.
Okay.
Did you know a jiffy is an actual unit of time?
I did not know that.
Let me get the actual unit because there's a lot of decimals in it.
What is going on here?
I have no idea. I'm uncomfortable.
It's a wrap.
What do you mean?
In a GIF. I ain't mad at you.
No, it's...
That's stupid. Don't say that again.
Hey, Warriors training camp.
Yeah, the 30th.
When is that? The 30th.
I cannot wait. Any new unis? But don't need to.
Oh, my God. You brought it up.
What happened?
I'm buying stock in Andrew Wiggins.
Spoil it. Don't you dare spoil it.
Okay,
You never got back to me about my text on Saturday when I was watching a certain team and your boy, who doesn't usually play this game.
Don't came back.
Don't ruin it.
It was a special thread.
I have the team that wears the best uniforms in all of football. And I don't know if they got alternates.
Just win, David.
But the uniforms, that Tulane wore.
They were clean.
At Oklahoma those uniforms are unbelievable.
Stupid six, Steiny.
Guru, I'm coming into your sphere.
And you put Shasky and Bonte on it, so it was a special thread.
I know I did. I did that on purpose.
And we all responded.
I know. And Bonte said, Guru must have Steiny's phone.
Oh, yes.
Why would Steiny be talking about uniforms?
Hey, he did
oh
do
my
that.
God.
They were clean.
And oh, God.
But you got to have some game, though, Steiny. But, yeah, the threads were, man.
Tulane they're good. They lost to two ranked teams. What's your problem?
That you didn't know how I was using homecoming.
I did know how you're using it.
Okay, all right.
You just kind of stole my thunder. That's all. I got a little upset.
Fish. I've never heard that.
Yeah. Guru call it. That's it. Okay. 888-957-9570. 49er fans. There's some people speaking out about the 49ers offense, and maybe there's some things being figured out. Now, they play the Rams on Sunday, and the Rams are absolutely decimated by injury. But we were doing this a little bit yesterday, and I thought it was a good exercise, and that is what would be enough for you if you're a 49er fan?
That is wild.
All right, if the 49ers win 10-7 against the Rams, is that good enough? Will you be okay with it? Is it just about getting the win, or you are thinking future and down the line a little, and you would like to see Brock Purdy essentially thrive in this situation where he might be asked to do a few things differently than he normally is? What are your expectations, quite frankly, going into this game against the LA Rams? And how much have they changed or stayed the same because of the condition the Rams are in and now the condition the Niners are in, and whether or not George Kittle is going to play on Sunday? We know Deebo Samuel's not playing, and we know Christian McCaffrey is not playing. So the question then becomes, what are your expectations for the San Francisco 49ers when they play the Rams on Sunday at 1 o'clock at 1:25 rather at SoFi Stadium? 888-957-9570 is the number.
My best. Now, you got everybody commenting on their best uniforms in sports, so you know I'm a nerd.
Oh.
But Penn State's my number one.
Oh, my God.
Are you got no, seriously,
I gotta
man.
go. We got to go.
That's
The picture
BS,
of them
man.
going for it on 4th and 1 against Notre Dame in the snow.
That's stupid.
That's stupid. Don't say that again.
Penn State got sick unis.
I don't like to use that word, but
they got sick unis.
It may be appropriate. What's coming up in the game? Presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking. No compromises.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial...
This is Wheezy.
Okay.
Who, by the way,
nice lyrics.
Hey, that's
these are
the
great
rap
lyrics
game across the board, but he should be performing at the. I know you don't care about this.
No, Kendrick
the
Lamar.
Streets. No,
Streets
it's not
1K.
about. It's in Louisiana.
Streets
Cash
1KL,
money.
baby.
Wheezy F, baby, the G in lasagna. What did he say? I'm a G. I'm like
real,
the G in lasagna.
Real G's move in silence like lasagna.
I want to break my headphones with a hammer.
That's
real
stupid.
G's
Don't say that anymore.
Hemingway couldn't come up with something like that.
Lasagna.
Hemingway believed that brevity was the soul of wit.
F. Scott Fitzgerald's got nothing on Young Moolah, baby.
There was nobody more efficient with their writing than Ernest Hemingway.
Dude, you ain't listened to a
Those
few
are
albums.
facts.
J. Cole, but Wheezy should be performing.
Maybe.
I love Kendrick.
How about write a song with some... Play that again. Seriously. What is it?
This is one of the greatest.
I'm going to try to decipher. Your money.
A milli. Like $1 million.
A milli, Steiny.
He's got to do a better job of enunciating.
This is one of his best. This
song stinks.
Oh, boy. Listen, your daughters like it, Steiny.
By the way, and I didn't want to do this today, but
it's Friday, baby. Let it all out.
You know how San Francisco has a reputation, the fans, of being soft?
Yeah, the wine and cheese.
It's true.
Uh-oh.
It's true.
I'll let you bury yourself.
Because if we were real fans, we would have done what's going on in Detroit right now. You see that Dan Campbell has to sell his house?
What are you talking
Dan
about?
Campbell is selling his house because everybody knows where he lives, and after losses, it's been getting ugly.
There is no... How many losses? The team went to
That's
the
my
NFC
point.
Championship.
We're going to bite a kneecap off.
That's my point.
They lost to Tampa, but damn. Is that a factoid, Steiner? Did you get duped?
No, he's selling his $4.5 million house. I swear to God.
They went to the NFC Championship game. Maybe it's because of...
Well, they lost a big lead. They lost a big... I'm serious.
Hey, you know it's the Bay Area on mine all day. That game, he tricked off in a E40 in a major way.
Anyway, 49er fans were real ones. They'd know where Shanahan lived.
See, I'm not denying.
And they'd wreak some havoc. Actually, I was thinking about that, though. It's like...
Damn, Detroit.
If somebody said, Steiny, where does Shanahan live? I'd be like, I have no idea.
Where does Joe Lacob live? I have no idea. Like,
I know where they have some houses, but like, where does Bob Melvin live? I don't know.
The Yoon?
I have no idea where these guys live. But in Detroit, they know.
That is
they know.
It is $1 million home.
It's $4.5 million.
How many maids would you need to clean that one? I can't believe this guy said the cleaning ladies.
It's a family.
And I ain't jealous.
It's a family. Okay?
I'm going to tell Norm.
And they're friends of the family now.
Oh, okay.
So there you go.
You trust them?
And by the way, Bay Area, I was kidding about, you guys are soft. I used it as a way to get into...
what you need to say is you're kidding about Wayne. Wheezy.
Wayne who?
Little Wayne. He's a genius, Donnie.
The song stunk. What I heard of the song...
But
it wasn't very good.
That's an imbecile. What I saw with the movie, it wasn't good. You got to watch it all in its entirety. You're a smart man.
From what I heard, I didn't like it, even a little bit. That's all I'm saying. Who
you got?
Kirk Morrison, former Raider, now works
Oakland native,
covering the Rams. Listen to what he said, and I haven't heard this, but he's talking about Brandon Aiyuk.
Because I didn't know he turned into Jerry Rice. All summer long, it was like Brandon Aiyuk this, Brandon Aiyuk that. And I felt like, look, yes, it was a boom in wide receiver contracts. We see that. But when I look around at Justin Jefferson, obviously it's a difference when Justin Jefferson's on the field. Nico Collins, we saw it the other day with the Houston Texans. There are guys that when they're on the field, a lot of times we got to wait, is Aiyuk on the field today? Or right this series? Like, sometimes you don't know, because here comes Jawan Jennings making a play. Here comes some other people, and you're like, okay, there goes Aiyuk on an 11-yard comeback or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, I call a spade, man. I'm a guy who watches the entire football game, and I really believe that for Aiyuk, he has to play much bigger than where he's at right now. And I get it. We can have the excuse of he's done no training camp, he's still getting into shape and all that stuff, but this is what the NFL is. You come in, you got to play and be ready to roll.
Close the blinds for all the shade. Steiny, good God, that is basically saying, why did you give this man the bag? And that's a former player.
I know.
Then you got Steve Young, the Hall of Famer, saying he would do exact opposite or ask Brock to do more, and Kyle saying, I'm going to have him do less. Wow. My head's spinning today, man.
I have then maybe today's not the day that I unveil a theory to you.
No, today is the day. Jim Molay, the great Jim Molay, got some info. This is when you love to chat. Real quick, Stoney. The thing with Campbell in Detroit started after last year's loss in Dallas when they went for 2. That's when the people start getting mad.
Yeah.
The locals. Thanks, Jim.
So here's what I was thinking as it relates to George Kittle. I'm going to ask one question about George Kittle. My man. Why in the world, if he's hurt, okay, hamstring, not 100%, why in the world, in this day and age of football, would he ever take the field on Sunday? Why? There is no way that he should play on Sunday. And here's what I'm getting at. The season is now 17 games. It's going to be 18. All right? George Kittle, if he is not at 100%, why would he go play a game where he's compromised? He knows he can't be at his best, but here's the big part. He knows that if he plays, nobody cares that he's got a hamstring injury, because in football, there are no excuses. And if you're on the field, you're healthy. So why would he go on the field knowing he's not at 100%, knowing he may struggle, and then knowing in the sport of football, he is going to take so much criticism for 1 week straight because he actually tried to play when he wasn't 100%. Here's the other thing. With 17 games in a season, the 49ers are 1-1. I'm sorry. There's no urgency. There's no urgency. When we had a 14-game season in the mid-70s, you start 2-3. You know what? We got urgency early. Now, we don't have urgency. We're 1-1. There's 15 more games left. They're calling the season now a marathon. The urgency for guys to play who are hurt is lessening in football in a big, big way. And I think it's because the sport, it's like Steph Curry misses a bunch of games. Or who's the Giants' best player? Julio Ramos missed a bunch of games. Now they come back to the lineup. You know what? A baseball fan, it might take Ramos a couple days to get it going. He's coming off the DL or whatever it is. What about Curry? Well, Curry's missed 12 games. Now, we know he comes back and usually gangbusters. But my point is, oh boy, Curry's coming back. You know, it may take him a couple games. You don't have that in football. If Kittle takes the field, he will be expected to be George Kittle. And if he's not, he's going to get raked over the coals.
Wow.
And there is no, well, he'll be better next week. That's not the way football works. I wouldn't play. If I'm not 100%, I'm not playing in football.
I don't even know, and I got an Evan update. I don't even know who you are anymore. Because, Steiny, you always told me, Goo, everybody's hurt. George Kittle could give a damn about us 10-2, the roast and Willard and Dibbs and the TV and the pundits. He's a football player. They've played hurt. And what I know about George Kittle, who has not raised hell about his role or what I deem lack of targets, he's going to lay it on the line if he can go. We hear that all day long. So, Steiny, he could care less because he's out there and he ain't putting up numbers. He wants to be out there for the the what's the word? Decoy. And 2, this is what he does. They play banged up. I don't want to disrespect war heroes, but they are soldiers, and he's one of them.
But, and this is the way I feel about football, at the highest level in the NFL, I believe these guys' bodies are like finely tuned machines. And I believe...
To break it down more than ever
I believe that if George Kittle is at 100% and his backup is at 100%, he's better than his backup. Right. But I believe in football. If Kittle or a starter is 80% and the guy in back of him is 100%, in football, that 20% that Kittle can't give you really is important. And if he can't give it to you, you may be better off with a guy who's completely healthy.
Yeah, and I'm not doing, because you're saying A, I'm saying B. We don't do that, but Steiny, I feel like you're disrespecting talent when you talk about that 20%. You would rather have the other guy at 100. No, he's the backup for a reason.
17 games.
I don't think there would even be players playing like all the games, half of them would be canceled. Dudes, Mahomes played the Super Bowl on a bum wheel. Guys are banged.
That's the Super Bowl. I'm talking about these early season games as we're moved toward a 17 and 18 game schedule.
Rest is just going to make it better. That's what. See, they got these injuries linger the whole year.
Okay, what if he gets hurt? He comes back at 80%, gets hurt, it gets
football.
Hit. Okay, well then he's out 5 weeks, and that's what I'm saying.
McCaffrey got hurt without even getting touched.
More and more football players with the season lengthening are going to sit out if they're not 100%. And I completely understand it and think that I would do the exact same thing. Especially in week 3 of a 17-game season.
Juan Cruz says Steiny's right. I'm not saying you're wrong. I just disagree, and I believe these players now, there is no load management in football.
Oh, please.
They're going to go. Like if Kittle wakes up Sunday at 74%, Steiny, you bet your ass he's going to play.
But the guy, who's his backup? Sober?
Yeah.
I'll bet you Sober at 100% is better than Kittle at 75.
But I don't even want to get into that because I can't prove you wrong. I'm just telling you, you're forgetting the macho component to this.
And what I'm saying is, it's not as macho the first early part of the season, nor should it be. Like, I think you can. So let me get this straight. Let me get this straight.
Like, I want to hear.
Let me get this straight.
Steiny, I believe they're gladiators.
I'm not saying they're not, but they're smart gladiators. I got to do the legal. Hold on. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First Norcal Credit Union. Here's my point. So Christian McCaffrey, okay, we talked about McCaffrey in the early season. And
I was worried.
Shanahan says, you know what, I think if it were a regular season game, he could play. Okay, now if it's a playoff game, he can play. Now he ends up, even though they were saying, he could probably play.
Your boy was worried.
He ends up on the injured list. That's load management. That's what it is. They are absolutely positively saying, let's give this guy 5 weeks off and save him for the most important part of the season.
But you may not get to that juncture because of the severity of the injury, the Achilles. George is nursing a hammy.
That's why you give him as much time as possible.
So you would go, you would go to George and say, hey, it's week 3.
I wouldn't go to George and tell him anything to do. I would say that if I'm a player and I know that I'm not at 100%,
half the dudes wouldn't suit up then, Steiny.
Exactly. That's what's starting to happen.
But the oxymoron with this is how can you be a gladiator and not
because
play
there's shades
pain?
of gray, Guru. All right. There's shades of gray.
Spadoni, the thoughts on this, just the fact that if you're nicked up, it's early. These dudes are playing more hurt now than ever.
Oh, I disagree with that.
Like, I expect Kittle to play at 65%.
I mean, I'm just looking at the rest of this division, too. Like, if you're a believer that the Seahawks are going to be there till the end, then sure, maybe. Like, I'm not, because I just don't believe in Geno Smith. And you
Cardinals?
still have... This is your first divisional matchup. And even without George Kittle, you should be able to handle the Rams, because the Rams are that much more decimated.
So you would tell George, hey, if you ain't just...
Correct.
Wow.
That's how little I feel about the Rams this week, because it's really just Stafford and Kyron Williams, and that's about it.
Wow. That's all I'm saying.
Now you guys got me thinking Sunday he's probably not going to go because of the foe.
I wouldn't.
All right, so if it were the Ravens
the bottom line is this. Load management has come to the NFL.
You think?
Yes. I absolutely believe it. You know what? And I get it. I'm old. I get it. I'm old. When I'm growing up, you know how long a college football season was? 10 games.
Yeah.
You played 10 games, and then if you were good, you went to a bowl and you played 11.
All right.
18 games with 3 playoff games. That's 2 football seasons, essentially, for a pro athlete.
So let me throw this to you to debunk your theory.
You can't ask a pro athlete to play football that hard for 20 games a year and not take care of your body in between.
All right. Hey, I'm listening to everything you're saying, but wouldn't Brock Purdy, who had reconstruction of his elbow, who was available week 1, didn't miss any time.
Little
if
different.
There was load, I want to know why. Because if there was load management with one of the highest or most important commodities, why did they have him back?
The difference is that Brock Purdy was was a 7th round pick who got an opportunity to start for the San Francisco 49ers when he started a year as a 3rd stringer. Then he got him to the NFC Championship game. He got hurt, and he had a starting spot up for grabs. He was still competing for that job, and he knew he had to play. And he played. But I believe on balance, especially for a veteran, no chance. And you said, and I know we're just using hypotheticals.
Because I'm trying to look at a log.
60. If George Kittle's at 65%, you can't play. You can't play. Not because you're not tough, but 65% in the NFL doesn't cut it.
But if I look at Mahomes and Dak and other starting quarterbacks just around the league and look at how many games they played last year, I would say there's no load management. Quarterbacks are out there.
Why did he sit out the 17th game? Like, why did they not play McCaffrey week 17? To save him for the playoffs.
Yeah, okay. No, that I get.
Exactly.
Right.
Because that game was not important.
Totally get.
These early season games are less important. Let's go to Will.
I expect Kittle
Will and
to play.
Marin.
Yeah.
Oh, good. I would just say you shouldn't. I wouldn't want him to play. What's up, Will?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. So I get the passion, Guru. I always want my team, the guys on my team to play and stuff like that. But in life, with sports, your best ability is availability, and especially at that elite level, like you don't want a shell of oneself too, because it's not good mentally for the players too. When you hype, you can do this, you can go out there, you can play, you can get it done, you can do well, and then they go out there and they're not cutting the way they want to, they're not playing the way they want to. It can knock them off the rails mentally as much as it's knocked them off the rails physically. I mean, come on, it's like I know this is super cliche, but I mean, look at Boobie Miles, right? Supposedly the best running back, blah, 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 blah. And then he gets hurt, and then he gets hyped up by the doctors. Oh, there's no tear. You're all good. You're fine. He goes back out there, gets decleated, and he's never, ever, ever the same. Even as a young man, when you read about the stuff that would happen to him, he didn't even end up playing football. He ended up being like a high school coach and a really good father and a great husband, but he didn't even end up doing his dreams because you don't want people getting pushed out. So all I'm saying, long story short, your best ability is availability. You never want to have somebody be a former shell or a shell of themselves. It's not good for them mentally, and it's not good for the team, and it's just kind of selfish for both parties. So I just think that just let them get right, and you're right. There is a lot of probability. They may not make it back. They may not be running the table by the time he's not healthy, but the players are humans too, and you got to worry about them. Because I remember that good quote that sat with you, Guru. It sat with me too. All of these players are gonna live longer than they're gonna play football. So it's the same thing. Love you guys. Have a great weekend.
Appreciate great call. And Stein, he brought out my original best ability is availability. When did you come to this conclusion? I'm not being smart.
This season.
Wow.
The season's too long.
No, I understand.
Right. Well, then the games become less important. So what has made football the sport it is, the king of kings, is there's one game a week.
No doubt.
And there's only now there's 8. There's going to be 18 games. And guess what? You have more time to get to the postseason because the season's longer.
But just again, and Like, Aiyuk played 16 games last year. Kittle 16. Debo 15.
Great.
McCaffrey 16.
And how are they doing this year?
Well,
they are being coached cautiously.
That's your point.
They are being asked. They're being super cautious.
But we've seen with Achilles, with Durant, and others, Steiny, like this is a serious injury.
I'm not saying it's not serious. What I'm saying is, if there's any doubt, no chance do I let a guy play, especially in week 3. You know who this all reminds me of? And I get it. Some people have their opinions of this guy. Andre Iguodala. Okay, so Andre Iguodala, I just want everybody to close their eyes and think of Andre Iguodala's body. He has a great body, right? 6'6", strong,
yoked,
muscular, but also, lithe and flexible. And he did not like to play when one little thing was wrong. Now, that might be Andre Iguodala, but especially at a later age, he knew that unless he had it all right, that he couldn't do what he knows he can do. And so way more frequently than I've ever seen, a guy like Iguodala is like, it's just not quite there yet. Okay, that makes sense. Then don't play. And I'm saying, I think it's basically come to football too, where it's like, there is no taking risks if a guy's not 100%.
Man.
Not at this point of the season.
I just, we talk about Fred Warner. I'm just looking at his log last year, Steiny, 17. Lenore, 17.
And what if I would say, yeah, exactly. So not Aiyuk. So who's hurt?
Debo.
McCaffrey.
Debo.
2 years after, McCaffrey's hurt after 2 grueling seasons.
Facts.
Okay, George Kittle's getting up there. What's the strength of his game? He can catch, but he's physical. He's now banged up because he's getting up there. Debo Samuel, look at the way he plays. He's always been nicked up. Okay, he's nicked up. Better to be safe than sorry.
Yeah, this is a calf from Debo.
Exactly.
And everybody's like laughing at me when I say, hey, you know what? Steiny, he was back there on the kickoffs against the Vikings. I didn't know that, the kickoff Debo. But my point being is, okay, yeah, I'm not saying that's why he got hurt or the calf was barking, but it's like Kyle's not limiting Debo in the game. And
that's right. That's right.
Now he's hurt.
And that's the other reason that I believe in this, is that a coach absolutely does not want to have to deal with a player who is limited. He wants to coach a team where he can do anything with anybody.
But that's a video game. The reality is guys are hurt, Steiny, and they're going to play through it.
Oh, really? Okay. That's not what I'm seeing. And nor do I think that's smart. I think that's stupid in the NFL, and I think that's becoming conventional wisdom. Nobody's going to...
Right.
Nobody's playing week 3.
But there's no numbers to back you up yet about that, what you think is happening, because guys are playing. And they're playing like 15 to 17 games.
Right. And again, it's a cumulative effect also. It's like, are we going to deny that we don't know the stat about the last time Christian McCaffrey ran the ball?
Legit as hell.
So now he's gotten hurt again under the same circumstances. And what I'm saying is, rather than the Niners saying, well, he might be able to play this week, but what about week 2? You know what? He might be ready by week 3. No, none of it. You're going to sit out the first 5 games, plain and simple. Like there's no other thing to do. All right. 510. He's not kidding. He's not kidding, Guru. There's somebody on the text line that says Guru's kidding about something, right? No, he's not.
Because somebody was saying you were kidding it.
I'll explain. I'll explain what Guru's not kidding about on the other side. In the meantime, 888-957-9570. Rams in town. No chance I'm letting George Kittle play if that thing's barking. Download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer.
Hi, my name's Tim Forehand. I'm a deputy sheriff. In my job, keeping in shape is important. I've tried other products to get my weight down, but nothing has worked like Android 400. In just 3 months, I've dropped 51 pounds.
It's the lunch special.
Yeah.
With Big D at the hospital. What are we having today for lunch, Big D?
Give me some salami, baby.
Hung Lou? I'm sorry?
My boy Hung Lou.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, we just
They
did a
don't
show in
even
a show.
know my name. Yeah, baby, it's Friday.
Who's this?
Phil Collins, stop it. I'm bumping this in the car.
And bumping means playing?
And Evan said no slander of Wheezy. F, baby. That's a producer. He's not here.
I'll tell you
and
what
he's
I'm gonna
listening.
Do. I'll tell you what I'm going to do right now is I am going to be a nice guy and say, I won't slander Evan today.
How could you?
Okay. Boy, I had it. You know what? You are just...
This theory, Steiny. No, I can't
it's
wait
right on
for
the money.
Willard and Dibbs.
It's right on the money.
Because I can sit out when they come in.
It's right on the money.
What's going on?
And you know what? It's not only right, it's smart. Okay. This is Vintage Guru right here.
Make it about me.
Right here. It is about you. And you know what? This is where we'll do what we want on this show. The Philadelphia 76ers.
Oh, yeah.
Have just signed Joel Embiid to a 3-year contract extension worth over $190 million.
That's incredible.
That is not smart, my friends. He ain't it. He has never been healthy. Never.
But his ass gave you everything he could last year in the offs.
Been healthy.
You are right. But when healthy, I take him over Jokic.
He has never, ever even played in a conference final. He's never won 2 series in the playoffs. Never. But you want to go pay him over
That's incredible.
$60 million for, well, I don't know. Let's just take a look at this. Oh, did not play his first 2 years. I played in year 3, 31 games.
Wow, you're killing him right now.
63,
all right.
64, 51, 51, 68, 66, 39. The most games he's ever played in his career, 68. Most.
But they're betting on the come, Steiny. They're betting that he'll be healthy.
And that makes sense. A 7-footer who's 30 years old
and MVP
is going to be healthier.
Steiny, when he's on, he's the best. I take him over anybody. But you're right. You got me. But why'd they give it to him? Why'd Cleveland give Deshaun Watson $200 million?
Scared.
And we talked about
it. Give who? $100 million?
Deshaun Watson, $200.
Oh.
The Browns thinking he would. We don't know why teams do what they do, but we talked about the fear, and I hated it. The guys get paid because teams they have no plan.
Yeah.
But Joel Embiid showed me hurt last year in the playoffs, even though he was a liability at times.
Oh.
Steiny, he can do it all, and I'm guessing they're writing this check based on this will be the year.
Here's what they're basing it on.
Why are you not bringing up Kawhi Leonard, who was on our team? Why would the Clippers do that?
They did that last year.
He don't even dress up for the playoffs. So that's who you should be talking about before you even put something on Joel Embiid, who you're right. But Kawhi Leonard is a robbery. Go put him in the basketball jail. Why don't you talk about him, who doesn't even make it to the playoffs? And if he does, he leaves his team hanging. That's who we should be talking about. Not Joel Embiid. I'll go out and risk the biscuit. Yeah, I won't be myself, but I'll at least show up and play. Come on, Steiny.
You're wrong.
Oh, my God. He's derailed.
One of the reasons Kawhi Leonard gets hurt now is because he actually played early in his career, okay? And there's too many miles on him now. Embiid never played.
Right.
He never
But they just
played.
I love how you conveniently went to early with Kawhi, but they just re-upped him a year ago.
Kawhi.
It was the worst re-signing ever.
No, Kawhi Leonard.
He's done.
He's an NBA champion.
Yes, no doubt.
That's why he got paid. Embiid is an injury-prone non-champion. who never
I'm not gonna. It's Kawhi all day, Steiny. But people are just giving away. Like the parallel why I brought him up is that's dumb money. Now and Kawhi's broke down. It's like putting new tires on a Studebaker with the engine going. Enjoy it while it lasts, and now it's parked. At least Embiid, I hope
Kawhi played more games than Embiid last year.
Yeah, but playoff games, he couldn't finish, he couldn't start.
At least they get into the playoffs and win.
No, I'm talking about go time.
This is a tough one.
Give me the 3 Kawhi Leonard's last 3 playoffs for the Clippers. He's left them for dead, and he looks great, and I love him, but he's done. He can't hang. And by the time
Kawhi's done, but Embiid ain't.
He'll get you to the regular season by game 1 of the playoffs.
Well, Embiid
he's done.
Can't even do that.
Steiny, he did it this year playing on one wheel.
He played 39 games this year.
No, I'm talking about the playoffs, though. He played in all of them.
Okay, great.
So that
but
goes
he was
to
not 100%.
management
He wasn't 100%.
Of being ready for the playoffs. I got you.
He wasn't even close.
But he was out there.
Jeez. Terrible move.
Just put Kawhi in your thing.
And here's the other thing Here's the other thing I can't stand about a guy like Embiid.
Yeah.
You know, at least Kawhi Leonard, in his own way, when he doesn't play, he's not the guy who that when he does play just has the ball all the time. And Embiid, it's like, hey, when I play, I'm going to need my 8 threes and my 27 shots, and I need to get to the line 15 times, and I have everything revolving around me. Oh, but tomorrow I'm not going to play, so good luck playing a completely different way when I'm not here.
Well, look, Steiner, we're not in Philly, but talk to them, to the Sixers organization.
They don't like him.
Why would they do that?
Because
forget me.
Because
why
they're taking the path of least resistance.
Well, that's American, Steiner.
And
that's what we do.
Well, no, it's not what it's. If you have to make a hard. I mean, that's easy to say.
Yeah,
that's easy to say, but they. He's still only 30 years old, and he's never played a full season.
I think he loses some weight might help him. But hey, I get it, but I know his ass, and I was mad at him because I was betting on the Sixers. If you don't go sit your ass down somewhere, but he showed you, he was doing what Durant did when I accused Durant at the end of like, oh, he's saving himself for next year in his free agency, and he went out there and risked it all. Embiid did that to me, and fortunately, he didn't get hurt. But when healthy, Steiny,
okay, there it is.
He's the baddest center one of them I've ever seen skill wise. Like he could Shaq hold my beer, not as dominant, but I can do it all. That's why I love Joel Embiid.
Okay,
when healthy.
I mean, there has never been a player who just cannot play a full season. Mike's in Santa Clara. He's been waiting a while.
Santa Clara Broncos.
What's up, Mike?
Hey, guys. Happy Friday. Just wanted to, so on that, Mark, yeah, Kawhi, I think he's done. I just have to say it.
Yeah.
The guy can't even play 50 freaking games. Anyway, back to the Niners, guys.
Yep.
My thing I wanted to talk about was, and I'm going to say this as the first part of it as a question. What makes us any better right now than the Rams going into this game? Okay, they're going to have their top 2 receivers out. We have our top 2 weapons out. Kittle might potentially not play. So, and it's like what I can't remember if Ugu or Steiny said it. They have Stafford. They have Kyron Williams. We have Aiyuk, who is basically still a shell of himself right now until he can prove everyone that he's back on track. And with Brock Purdy, it's going to come down to the defense. And even then, there's also still a little bit of questionable, status on Ward and Bosa as well. But I think they're still going to play. So this game is going to come down to the defense, in my opinion. But the offense, how are we any better than the Rams when it comes to the offense? And the second thing I wanted to say was regarding Kittle, I think that he needs to sit out. But if he thinks that he's okay and the training staff, and I hope they do, and I know they do their job right, but if they say, okay, he's good to go, then let the guy play. But I'm on the side of him just sitting him down at this point. Just keep him healthy, get him ready for against the Patriots, and we'll have Debo back most likely at that point too. I just think that, again, offensively, what makes us any better than the Rams going into this, especially if Kittle is out? So we have 3 of our main stars out of it, and we have a shell of a receiver until he can basically get back on track.
That's a fair thing to watch for.
I would say this to the caller's point. We love it, but Steiny, you got your Cooper Kupp or your Nakua with Brandon Aiyuk.
Well, you have
that's
him,
an
but
excuse.
He's not there.
No, but he's there, though. He's going to be playing.
See, that's what I mean. That's what I mean.
No, he's got to put up or shut up, but he's there.
But that's my
point. They don't
point.
have that.
That's my point, though. It's like Brandon Aiyuk is not who he's not 100%. Would you agree with that? Would you agree with that? Just because he missed camp, it doesn't matter why. Okay. And he played the first 2 games. Nobody cares that he came to camp late. They're just killing him for not being a $30 million receiver.
And dropping the touchdown that he had from Brock Purdy against the Jets. But my point to that is you got Mason, who's I don't want to say a budding star, but he's a bona fide back. And if Kittle, I'm assuming Kittle's a ghost, Steiny. Like you got Jawan Jennings, to his point, why would you then sit Kittle? Because I wanted to jump in and ask him, does the opponent or the foe with their injuries make you that decision to sit Kittle easier? Because he wanted it both ways, it sounded like. He wanted to sit Kittle, he agreed with you, but then he's telling us, how are we different than the Rams with you're a lot different.
To me, it's got nothing to do with the opponent. It's got to do with it being week 3. Week 3. We ain't even 20% through the season. Let me ask 49er fans how you feel about this. This is Jay Gruden on George Kittle.
I'd be more concerned about George Kittle than anybody. I think George Kittle makes that offense what it is. He is the best blocking tight end and receiving tight end combination there is. And if you look around the league, not many teams have a blocking tight end like George Kittle that can go out and run pass routes and break tackles like he does. They're almost non-existent right now. I think he's the most valuable player on the team. Personally, I love Trent, I love Brock, I love Debo, but George Kittle is a monster. If he's not in there, I don't know what they're going to do. So you got to figure out ways to get another tight end in there and continue to hit people with Mason in the running game so your play actions are there on first and second down, and on third down, do the best you can and protect the quarterback and try to get through this game and try to win it probably by a field goal or whatever.
Wow.
George Kittle.
So he says the interior would fold without Kittle out there blocking.
Are you mad at him?
No, not at all.
No, you kind of are.
No, I hope you don't think I just forget and blow past Kittle's blocking ability. No, he's a dog.
No, that's what makes him George Kittle.
But that's why he's going to play, Steiny. He's a dog.
I actually think everything Jay Gruden said is the reason I don't play him. Because if you're telling me he's that important.
But it's a hammy, though, Steiny.
Exactly. What do they say about hammies?
Soft tissue.
What do they say about hammies? It's so cliche, but now we don't want to abide by it. If the hammy feels good, still wait a couple weeks.
Are they in position without some of their weaponry to have Kittle maybe sit?
Yes. It's week 3.
All right, Steiny.
Week 3.
But somehow you go up there, come back, and you're 1-2. I wouldn't dare even fix my mouth. Because we've seen this under the regime.
The Niners have started 3-5 under Kyle Shanahan.
And one year it was worse than that down the road, and they still fixed it. My point is,
let's run them into the ground in September.
When did you?
That's what you're saying.
Used to be it's football. Goo, play them.
It is football, but now you've got to be more smart than macho. You just do. There's too many. They're playing too many games, and the body is not made for playing this much football over this long a time. And the only way to elongate your career is to really be careful when you're not at 100%. Matt in Oakland. What's up, Matt? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, fellas. Long time no speak. How we doing?
Doing dynamite, yeah.
I'm usually a basketball guy, and I can't wait for the season to start. But I watched that football game that the Niners lost, and something I haven't heard anybody say. I mean, I don't know a damn thing about it, but hey, that doesn't mean I won't pretend I do. And I saw guys who didn't know who they were supposed to cover, and I saw guys who didn't know who they were supposed to block. And Purdy was on his behind. I don't know how many times. He can't throw the ball if he's on his behind. Isn't that coaching if people don't know who to block or who they're supposed to guard? I don't hear any complaints about that, and I think the Niners got completely out-coached because guys have to be told what to do, I presume.
Yeah.
And they didn't seem to know what they were doing.
It was the bunch formations Minnesota was running, and you're right, the Niners guys were looking like you got them, or two guys running with one guy and leaving the other guy open. So I'm with you. And Steiny, and to the caller, I hadn't heard much from Nick Sorensen or anything on why his guys look confused in the backfield, but that was on display.
Greg Cosell was with Willard and Dibbs. He breaks down film better than anybody out there. He's going to tell you what happened on Jefferson's pass. You tell me whose fault it was.
The Vikings shifted to a 2-by-2 set. Both tight ends were aligned to the closed boundary and stacked, and there was stacked twins to the field. It was play action. It was a shot play. They went 7-man protection. Okay, Naylor was the outside receiver in the stacked look. He ran the deep over route, and Jefferson from the inside ran the corner post. Now, post safety Jair Brown, he was late to react to Jefferson, so he allowed him to get over the top. As a post safety, if anybody runs a post route, that's your responsibility. He did not play his responsibility properly. If he played his responsibility properly, that throw would not have been there. So my guess is Brown probably said that he didn't play his responsibility properly because he didn't.
Is that Kyle's fault?
Oh, not at all.
Well, just to play devil's advocate, maybe you'd say, well, didn't emphasize it.
Well, I would say more the defensive coordinator's fault.
Okay, that's fair.
No, I mean, you are a byproduct of an extension of your players, vice versa. I mean, dude got caught looking Brown in the backfield, Steiny. He paid for it.
Right.
That is not even on Sorensen. But to Cosell, who I love, Steiny, I'll say this. I felt like if Brown was still running with him, is Justin Jefferson, you throw that ball up, just like you used to do for Randy Moss or the Terrell Owens. They're so physically special with the ball. Des Bryant's in the air. You throw it up, they'll go get it. Do the Niners have that?
No. Not even close. I mean, you know the answer to that.
Well, I just look at
they don't have a Justin
I'm looking
Jefferson.
At 120. See, how would I'm defending Aiyuk, Johnny Cochran, rest in peace. I'm gonna be Aiyuk's defense attorney here. How do we know that if they don't use him
because
like that?
They know him well enough and have seen him for 4+ years and have probably asked him much earlier in his career to try to do that. They realized he couldn't, and now they scheme according to his strengths when they're running a play for him. You just hate that he's not a burner. You do, and he's not. But that's okay. That's okay,
There's different versions of burner.
Right.
Shout out to the rapper in the city.
He can beat a guy like the 76-yard touchdown he had last year. Look at the play. He got behind a guy 30 yards downfield.
But I'll take that all day too, Steiny.
Okay,
and I know you're probably saying that's rare.
You have to take that
Yeah.
because he can't go downfield like Jefferson. And nobody can. Stop asking him to be a guy he's not.
Can Debo?
No. They don't have an Otis Taylor.
Look at you.
They don't have a Mark
They don't
Duper.
need him, no, and I'm not kidding.
Apparently they do,
Mark Clayton.
You don't like it.
No, I would just like to see. Hey, Steiny, I'm a guy. You know, I'm from Union City, the main streets.
That means nothing to me.
Well, it should.
Why?
Because you came to my dad's party there, and you met the cats that didn't like it that now love you.
I came there for one reason.
Big Dex,
your
man.
father.
Yes, but
I'm still down on Big Dex.
But you met the clique. You met the dudes you needed to meet. But anyway,
obligation.
Listen. I'm a guy that wants to keep the defense. I'm testing you. Even if I got a C+ receiver, guess what, guys? We're calling the long bomb.
Why not? Let's just throw away a play.
No, oh my God.
So we got a guy who's fat and slow, but we're gonna send him deep.
Who is that?
Because
Debo is in the best shape of his life this year.
My point is, you get the defense to respect the deep threat when you actually have deep threat guys who can do it, not one play here, one play there.
I'm going NBA on you. I'm like the Orlando, I'm like the Detroit Pistons. We're going to hoist up 43s like we got good shooters. We don't, but we're still going to shoot 40.
That's what you want.
And that's what I want the Niners to do. Like,
you're answering your own question.
You don't have to be Jerry Rice. Let's test it.
You know what you're asking the Niners to do? Be the Golden State Warriors and say, you know what? Let's
open it up a little.
Let's limit Curry's threes. Let's not have him shoot. Why? That's what he does best. Nah, let's post him up. Let's post him up.
I guess, Donnie, to that point, I like that, but you're wrong because we haven't seen it fail. That's all. We haven't seen Aiyuk. I think differently of Aiyuk. I'm not telling you he's Randy Moss, but I think he could do more, man.
What if it's a combination of Aiyuk, that's not his greatest strength, and Purdy's greatest strength is not
you might have solved the puzzle, the riddle.
Wasn't that hard? All you got to do is look at things in a realistic manner, not through rose-colored glasses.
And Debo was missed in the Super Bowl. Purdy missed him. He had his man beat. Would have been a touchdown. He missed him. It's just one pass. It wasn't a deep pass, but it was a pass, Donnie. And, man, you hit that, who knows? You and I are, hosting the show from the parade. What up, Cam?
There he goes.
Our guy Cam.
There he goes.
There
he goes, Niner fans.
It's better than load management's here.
You know I'm right.
I'm waiting for the guys to come in.
I don't care about them.
No, I'm not saying you're wrong. I just think we ain't seen it enough, though.
The reason you can't say I'm wrong is because I'm not. I'm not.
But I guess, Donnie, the game logs aren't backing you up. And
they're not?
Well, when I went over Warner or all the dude, a guy that plays a physical position like that, Bosa,
right.
Greenlaw, who we saw what he should have sat down for 3 to 4 games last year. Maybe that thing doesn't go when it did. But he
got hurt running onto the field.
Yeah, no, but they allowed him to be John Wayne.
Okay, and let me ask you this. If Dre Greenlaw wants to play Sunday, kind of wants to, you going to let him?
Oh, hell no.
Okay.
Because the worst has happened now.
Thank you.
But my point is, had they been thinking like you were alluding to, Dre Greenlaw would have missed 3 or 4 games last year.
No, you're missing the point.
So down the road,
I'm not, right. He was healthy last year.
Well, Steiner, he limped off a lot of games, and they let him limp off, come off the field, and he would hobble back.
Okay, and now he's out for an extended period of time. So if you're telling me he's so tough and he played through injury, I'm telling you there's a price to that. And that's why fewer and fewer players are going to start doing that.
That's a bad example for me because you're right. It did cost him.
I mean, the way I look at Christian McCaffrey, he's paying the price for the last 2 years. They said a month ago, he might be able to play if we really need him.
Who was banging the drum?
He's missing 5 games. I'm not saying he's not hurt. What I'm saying is, why bring him back now? I know he's on the injured list, so you can't. But you put him on the injured list, so you're like, you know what? I'm not playing this game of should he play this week? Well, is he 100%? No. Take 4 games off. We'll revisit it in 4 games.
Would you throw, I know we're up against it, would you throw something at me if I told you, I'm being real here, Niner fans might be mad, but Steiny, what if he doesn't play this year? Would you be surprised? No, I'm being real. This is not a sprained ankle.
You frustrate me so much.
This thing could go.
I have no idea.
Yeah, if his Achilles goes, he's done.
Okay.
So 4 weeks might not fix anything.
Where do we go with that, though?
Err on the side of super caution and think down the road.
Thanks for making my point.
Yeah. Well.
Thank you. 888-957-9570. If you want to join in this discussion on my theory on load management, it's come to the NFL. That segment brought to you by Safeway.
Hey.
Get ready for comedian Sebastian Maniscalco when he returns to the Bay Area on February 1st with his It Ain't Right tour. Tickets are available at livenation.com for your chance to score a pair of tickets to the show.
Neither one of these guys gets me excited and aroused. I'm good now.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I just want to do the 30 for 30 on those guys. How do their minds know this is what I want to come back with and make my words sound or your words different than what they were intended to?
They have a button.
No,
they just push it.
But they got a mind to know that, oh, you know what? I'm going to come back to it's. Give me the 30 for 30
no, they have
on those guys,
They have
man.
like 30 choices, and it's whatever one they just
that was good.
happen to hit.
We got a text from the Dibbers. Dude, you're going to love this.
He's going to be here in an hour.
But he's
Why now?
He's our brother. Okay.
He's not. No. He's a friend.
I've known him since 2012.
You know what? That's the kind of thing that your fireman brother gets mad at, and it's why you've had your falling out with him. Because you consider just regular people on the sidewalk family, and it's not good. You need to be closer to your family.
He's back at Murray State for homecoming, but I don't think I've never told him we had the fallout. So hearing you say that I told you we had a fallout.
Your relationship could be a lot better.
Fix that, Snotty. But anyway, he compared Embiid saying and you know I'm about to get hot. They had to pay him, which I hate hearing.
Yep.
Like Dallas had to pay Dak.
Yeah, that's fair.
But that's stupid.
Is that your brother?
No, that's Dibs.
Oh, well, I don't know if I agree with that.
Just like, boy. But listen, that's the dumbest reason. I'm not going to get out of this relationship because I don't know what's out there. No. Be happy first. Then whatever God's got in store for you, it'll come to you or you'll find. Don't stay in something because you have nothing better. They could have spent, real quick, that Dak money and put Trey Lance or Cooper Rush in. Yeah. Maybe you take 2 steps back,
that
but improve the other areas of the team. Okay. You go to the draft. Maybe Sanders is available. Maybe He's not. You didn't have to give it to a stiff. That's not going to win.
He's not a stiff, Goose. Stop.
And Embiid's not a stiff.
You're right.
His thing is health.
You're right.
So I disagree with Dibs.
Oh, boy, this is a tough one for me. I'll make my mind up when he comes in here. Let's see. What? Oh, gosh. Go ahead.
I had to go.
Let's see where we go with this one. He's been wanting to do this, not just for the last 3 weeks, but he does this for 3 to 7 years.
And what's scary about our relationship on my anniversary day, Steiny, is I don't know what the F you're talking about because there's so many. Is it during the break?
I said say that on the air. You go, I'll come out with it.
The more I'm thinking about this McCaffrey injury and where it's at, I'm starting to believe, do we see him at all? So I hope I'm wrong, but listening to you try to fertilize my brain and our brains for 4 hours, I'm like, my man ain't all the way right. That's normal. But you got some stuff cooking. And you got me thinking you live to play another game. That's my Herm Edwards. And if this Achilles, which we know if it goes, he's out for a while. So the slow play, and Niner fans, I hope I'm wrong, but I'm not the only one thinking of this, Donnie. The slow play could be what you're talking about. There's too much risk reward.
First of all, I never said sit out a whole year.
But no, you didn't. But that's how I applied your analytics to this.
Early in the season, particularly when the games are not as important as late.
Yeah.
So look, everything you say, I disagree with. So,
wow.
What you said was, Steiny, I don't think McCaffrey's going to play this year, right? And I just said, what can I do with that? Like how
it wasn't meant for you to do anything. It was,
but so we're talking about something
that you brought to the table
that we have no idea about, an injury.
Well, we do.
We have no idea the severity of the injury. We have no control over the injury,
right.
And we are going to talk about whether he's going to come back this season or not when nobody on the Niners even talks like that, because these kind of situations are so common that you just play the game without McCaffrey until he's ready to come back.
Right. And I'm not even disputing that. But the bottom line, what I'm saying, Steiny, is put some respect on my name and my fear.
No.
And my fear started before the season started when we got this news that his calf was barking. You guys laughed.
Okay.
You scoffed at me.
I get it.
And I don't want to be, I'm not happy to be right. But the bottom line was, what was it telling us? It was serious. So now I'm having a conversation with my radio buddy, and he's talking about load management, football, yada, yada, yada. But the bottom line is, this is not a vertebrae or neck issue. This is not a broken leg.
Right. It's
this
not
is
that serious.
An Achilles is as serious as it gets for an athlete to me.
Oh.
If it tears, Steiny, then what are we talking about?
I would say a neck injury.
Okay, all right.
But I don't want to go there. Whatever.
So my thing is, I'm wondering if we get to, when he's eligible to come off, if they extend him again, then I'm just, I'm not saying it's the right thing to do, but I'm being real with my fear.
But that's my point.
Because I'm brave enough to say it.
So we're supposed to have a conversation about what if McCaffrey doesn't come back in week 6? What do we do in the meantime when we know he's not playing?
Oh, no, I'm not. No.
Like, there's nothing to talk about.
Right, no doubt. But that thought came organically in my mind because we were talking about injuries and load management.
What if Purdy gets hurt?
I would have to know what type of injury is it. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, everything is different. My thing is, this Achilles for an athlete of his position and all athletes is serious as hell, and that's why you guys were laughing at me. And I guess I'm just doubling back, sticking my chest out now. How I look now. Kumo D, how you like me now? Because I was the only one saying something ain't right here. You telling me this dude ain't got tackled and ain't did nothing with pads, and this thing is barking? And then look now. That's what I'm saying. Put respect on my name and my fear.
I can't.
And I don't want to be happy and right, but I knew something wasn't right. Now you got me. You didn't brainwash me for 4 hours almost, and now I'm thinking, oh my God.
How about this?
If this dude's got a point, maybe they slow play it to where they don't risk it.
Let me do this. 888-957-9570. What if McCaffrey's out the whole year?
Let's
see what happens.
They still got action, but I know we don't want to do that today because we don't know.
No, you just
they still got action
today.
All right, but I'm telling you, they still got action.
But my point is,
they've been to the bowl, and Kyle has. Without McCaffrey, I'm just saying he's incredible. But don't tell me this team is not loaded enough.
My point is, what's the conversation? What if McCaffrey's out all year? Like, okay,
well,
then we're in trouble.
No, how big of a blow can they? Like Martin Luther King. Can you overcome?
Well, that's the point. So we can't talk about overcoming something we have no idea whether it's going to happen or not.
And this is why I want to kiss you. That's why I said it off air during the break.
But I said come back with it.
What do you want to do? You thought you were going to put goo in the meat grinder.
I asked you if I could bring it up.
Oh, and that's hurt me too. You never got to ask. Whatever.
Well, then don't get mad when I brought it up.
No, that was my Rodney. I didn't like you talking about my brother's relationship. And we're good.
Who?
Me and Rodney.
You got a long way to go.
Stop. That hurt me. Because I don't think I've ever said like that. So if he's listening, he's like, what did my brother say to start?
I'm in a great mood today.
Not better than me.
That's obvious.
Not better than me.
We are in a great mood today. Yeah. And so I'm looking at a caller, guy named Lee in Fairfield. And it says, Steiny sounds like a straight hater. I'm wondering, why would I want to even entertain a guy like that on a Friday when I'm in a good mood? But you know what?
You don't let him get to you.
That's the kind of guy I am. Have at me, Lee.
Steiny, guru.
Get him, Lee. What up, baby?
Let me preface my thoughts by saying this is my favorite show, man. But on this one, Steiny, I got to go with Guru, man. Hey, man. I'm going to take Embiid over Kawhi Leonard all day long. Here's Kawhi Leonard. I'm watching the game. Kawhi will have 29, 7, and 15, and then 2 days later, he's out for 2 weeks.
I never said
I watch Embiid, and we said, should Embiid even be out there? This dude is running up and down the court. Like, should he even be out here right now? Give me that guy. Give me Embiid over Kawhi all day long. My last point, we changed the rules because of guys like Kawhi can never be out there. So now you got to play a minimum of 62 games, not because of Embiid, but because of guys like Kawhi, who you look up and he's gone for 3 or 4 weeks. Meanwhile, your boy Embiid is out there with a 10-pound brace on, trying to play in the playoffs.
I saw it.
We love a warrior. We love a warrior. I'm going to close by saying go Cowboys.
Oh, boy. Hey, Steiny.
I'm going to back you up on that. Never said I'd take Kawhi over him.
But you went to the Kawhi model.
That's because he has a better resume.
Right, but the last 5 years, and I love Kawhi, he has let his team down at the most inopportune time. He played 80 games.
We're talking about a 2-time finals MVP versus a guy who has never won 2 playoff series.
But he risked it all last year with that 10-pound brace he had on playing in the playoffs. That's all. He
played 39 games.
Well,
39.
But they're doing what you said. Forget the battle, win the war. Hey, Embiid, you can't go in the regular season. Rest it or do what you do, and we'll see you in the offs. And he showed up, and unfortunately, it wasn't enough against the Knicks.
Oh, my gosh.
I am not having it today, Veggie Delight. You're right.
You're listening to the 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I almost forgot to ask.
What we got?
Guru a lot of times says, Steiny, ask me this. And then I will, I'm going to need you to ask me, not now, where I'm watching. The 49ers play at 125. Ask me where I'm watching the early game.
Yeah, okay, I got you.
At some point.
I won't forget.
Not now. Yeah. Let's go to JD in San Francisco. What's up, JD?
Hey, Steiny, so I kind of agree with you, man, about sitting McCaffrey out. Here's where I look at it. We're banking on the fact that we know the Niners should make the playoffs, right? Yep. That's kind of what we're banking on. We know they should make the playoffs. So sit the dude out. I think if we were a team that was kind of on the bubble or we wanted our team to win, we'd be rushing for them to come back, right? So I think we're kind of stuck in this scenario where, okay, we know they're going to make it, so let's get our guys healthy. Let's get them to come back. But on the flip side of that is, okay, what is the window realistically looking like, right? Like you say with Brock. Got into it the other day about Brock being our future guy. If Brock is your future guy and we think that he is, why not just rest everybody this season? Because it's given, like you said, that 2025 where guys are injured. So if our window is extended, why rush guys back and potentially ruin the playoffs versus letting Brock see what he can do? Like you said, let's see what Brock can do. So if we want to see what he can do, let's sit everybody out. Let's let Brock see what he can do. We get healthy and reload for next year. But if we kind of stuck in that scenario where, yeah, we might make the playoffs, but what do we really want to do? You know what I mean?
No, I hear you, but you can't give up the year.
And how fair would that be to guys like Fred Warner and the rest of the gang? I'll name all the other players, Donnie. I hear the caller's point, but yeah, I just brought up, and I know you'll try to throw me on Front Street in front of the guys when they come in here. Dude, damn, do I look forward to the crossover. I like you. Well, it was all 4 of us. I love it. But, yeah, man, I'm just up here thinking, and you got me.
Here's what I believe. I believe that the 49ers, that McCaffrey's injured.
Yeah.
And can he play? Can he not play the first couple weeks of the season? And this is kind of what I mean. Rather than play that game, I think they're just saying, let's just put him on the injured list.
Okay.
Give him 5 weeks.
You could be totally
and we'll
right.
come back, and he will then have it. Then he'll have had the rest he needs, and now we can get a better look at it. Or guess what? He needs more. But in the meantime, they don't have to play the is he, isn't he game.
Right. But my point I'm trying to make to you, Stoney, and you answer it real quick here. If somehow he needed more time, the obvious Matt Steinmetz computer would say, okay, then it's a little more serious than I thought initially. Okay.
Of course.
All right.
I mean, it's already more serious than we all thought.
Oh, yeah.
But I don't know
what's me.
I don't know what we can do with that information other than,
ask me about last night.
No.
So I'm not going to ask you about where you're watching the game.
I could just bring it up.
Well, you could, and I could do the same.
What happened last night?
Ohtani. You tried to dismiss one of the greatest exhibitions of baseball we saw since the game they brought it in.
Please.
Ohtani is on the verge of being Muhammad Ali.
On the verge.
Dude, he's a machine hitting these majestic home runs. Canseco, I love you. Nobody can take. And Jay-Z, the 40-40 from you. Jay-Z at the 40-40 Club. He's 50-50, and he did it hitting 3 bombs.
Yeah,
one off a position player. But he went 6
one
for
was off
6.
a position?
I thought you'd heard that.
Let me get this straight. Dodgers are leading 7-1, then he starts hitting homers. We have a name for those kind of guys. Oh,
what
boy.
about the best?
I'll tell you what.
He had 10 RBIs.
Dodgers get up 8 runs. Ohtani's a factor.
Okay, so what about the other 49? Steiny, is he incredible? And by the way, real quick, he used to pitch. And this is why I'm bringing him up. The Giants, it's not about your diddly squat team trying to make playoffs. I want to go into the boardroom and slam the door and knock something over and say, how do we get something remotely close to Ohtani? How do we get something remotely close to Mookie Betts? How do we get something remotely close to Ohtani and Freeman? This thing is stinking from the head up. I'm borrowing from you, Priest. The Giants have never been this far from Steiny. You're laughing. It's not funny. Ohtani's not going anywhere. And they're about to go into. This dude is the modern day Babe Ruth, man.
You poor soul.
I give credit where credit is due.
Yeah, no, I know, but I feel so sorry for you.
There's never been a gap or divide bigger than the Giants and the Dodgers as it is now.
I'm sure we'll have a Giants fan who knows that you're probably wrong.
It's deeper than just the play.
Okay.
It's the star power. The Giants have no stars. And I love me some Matt Williams. Come on. He's a 7. Or what does Dibs do?
Who the hell is Matt Williams?
The A-list and B-list. He's a C-lister. Matt Williams.
Not on a team.
No, Matt Williams. Good Lord.
What the hell are you even talking about?
Matt Chapman got his new deal, 6 years. I'm sorry, buddy. But, Steiny, what are you going to do? And if you fire your boy, that ain't, hey, okay, but this is bad.
It's not that bad.
You want to elaborate? Expand?
They're 10th in the
No, it ain't
National
about
League.
standings. They have nothing remotely close to block. Where's their Steph? Where's their Draymond?
They're once-in-a-generation players. There is no other guy. You didn't get him. He plays for the Dodgers. You can't get him. And you know what?
Well, you can get him if you got the right person selling.
Please.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Okay.
And look at Judge in Oakland tonight.
Okay.
You could have had him.
No, they couldn't have.
See?
You think they could have, but they were never in the game.
Theo Epstein would have closed it. Guys like that.
Wait, did they hire Epstein?
No, I'm saying if you get somebody of that caliber.
Well, that's what you think.
Not the Finney and the Texas and I'm trying to do yours. Come on, man. This is bad. Forget the playoffs. You have no Ohtani.
Okay,
you're watching your rival get all the girls and the big homes and the fancy cars, and you're sitting there on EDD. Nothing wrong with EDD, but you ain't balling. And that's what the Giants are not doing. They're not balling. Dude, I'm watching this thing like, oh, my God.
So really you just want to rant about how bad the Giants are, which is fine. Don't ask me to add to it or detract from it.
The star power has made it more than just stat-wise, Donnie.
Floor is yours.
They have no stars. Ohtani's going nowhere.
For how long have we been saying that?
Well, that's a problem in itself.
Well, I know.
Have we said it like this?
Well, you have a million
We've been saying it before the inception of Ohtani.
Have we said it like this?
And look at
Bryce Harper, Giancarlo Stanton.
Well,
Aaron Judge, Shohei Ohtani. Hello? You just become a sports fan?
No, it doesn't make it better, man.
Hey, Bob. Bob's in San Francisco. Hey, Bob, how you doing, buddy? Help me. Bob, help me.
Love the show, guys.
Oh, thanks.
Love the show, guys. Yeah, but Goo, I love you, but the Dodgers may have star power. They haven't won a World Series in 35 years.
Well, they won one. Don't do that.
Counting it.
They've won one.
You're not counting the bubble chip.
So did the Lakers.
Oh,
Isn't that weird how LA won 2 championships during COVID? So, I mean, come on. I mean, I know they got star power, but they always fold in the playoffs.
But they've owned the division for the past decade.
Oh, yeah.
The Dodgers have.
Now
I get your caller.
Hey, Bob, now all of a sudden he's a big regular season guy. Yeah.
Boy, my man is in rare form today.
You're right. Stop crying.
He called and said the team didn't credit them for a championship.
The Giants
I don't know what to do.
Have won 3 titles recently. The Dodgers have won 1 title recently. Those are the facts.
Okay, mouth. When was the last playoff win for the Giants?
I don't care.
I think you do, and you know the answer. It's over. It's 10 years.
Isn't it about making the World Series? In fact, had the Giants made the playoffs more and lost more, you'd hold it against them.
No, maybe they might have closed the deal on one of those guys that you're talking about they didn't get.
You know what this is? We're in the dark room. We're in the photography room.
What?
This is exposure time.
Please.
You're getting exposed today.
Please. I'm letting cats have it. I'm tired of it.
Yeah.
You hate when I toot my own horn. Beep, beep.
No, I like that. I think when you did that the first time, it was funny.
Steiny, but be honest, man. When's he coming?
He's not.
No, when's that player coming? That's where it starts.
They're only coming.
Is it Ramos?
From the farm system.
Oh, man. Oh, Luciano, you mean? Or Shasky's guy.
Listen, look, if you want to rail.
What's our guy's name?
If you want to rail, you rail.
No, I did.
But I can't help you.
But it ain't volume now. I'm trying to just tell you. I'm trying to shake you both shoulders. It is really bad. I don't think it ain't good. Like, give me really bad. Bad not being good, man.
I try to explain to you that sometimes in sports, things are cyclical. And if you look at teams that have had dynasties, they tend to fall off after the dynasty. A long period of time. And I tried to say, Steiny, why does that happen? And I feel like you've got a core. You think they're a championship core. You pay them. Then they win. Then they get worse. But they were champions. So you pay them like they were when they were champions.
All right.
In the meantime, they're not good anymore. So you go 2 or 3 years with an old Brandon Belt and an old Crawford, and they don't get it done.
All right.
And then you have to start over, and that's more years. And just because you start over doesn't mean you're going to have success.
But didn't you bring in a wizard from L.A., your rival that was supposed to be smarter than anybody in the room? What? He sold a bill of goods, Steiny. This was supposed to be, we were talking about old tweets.
Most general managers fail.
Well, I don't want to argue that because the bottom line is the Giants are worried about Farhan. And people thought when he was hired, that was the hey, we'll give you time. We'll give you ample
Nobody
time.
even knew who he was.
Well, people want to know where he's going because he can't stay here.
I'm going to tell you, we got to go.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you exactly what's going to happen.
Theo Epstein.
Scott Osler was on with us Wednesday, and maybe you weren't listening when I asked him what would happen, but his answer, I think, is exactly what's going to happen.
Right.
Also, I do have a prediction on the other side, and I think it might be a little bit of bad news for the 49ers, but I think we're going to see a rule change soon on 95.7 The Game.
Terms and conditions apply. For full details, see unlock.com/legal. Actor portrayal.
Lisa, thanks for having me over. Your new kitchen is gorgeous.
We're getting there.
For the streets, can you name this tune, this band?
No.
Outcast. Sorry, Miss Jackson.
No, he has one good song.
It's They.
Hey, what in the hey? That one?
It's a group, Stoney.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's like when somebody said, well, never mind. What's the song I like? Hey, yeah? Hey? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Goo, from the 707, from the 650, from 1800 Tequila, hey, there's a 49ers watch party in Oakland at Plank in Jack London.
I love
All
Plank.
are welcome.
I love Plank.
I like it.
That's where we had our bowling party.
I know.
And you saw me throw that thing.
You know,
Roger Clemens.
I'm not coming down Plank's road. But I do feel like we've got a big problem with a lot of bars in the Bay Area. I am so sick.
What's bugging you at 3?
Oh, you know what?
Yeah, you gotta say that. No, but you got to pay it off now. People want to hear. You are so, dude. You are ready to unload, and I cut you off as usual.
Sick of going to bars and seeing the same old bad selection.
Well, what if they say the same? Oh, sorry.
Let me guess. Hey, what do you have? Let me guess. Stella, Modelo, Shock Top, Blue Moon. There's always that hazy IPA, Coors Light.
What are you looking for?
Sam Adams. It's the same beer everywhere. And you know what?
What are you?
They kind of stink.
But what are you looking for?
Variety.
Like, give me what would be a variety.
Like, give me something from like local breweries, like Drake's Brewery, Fifth Amendment.
Oh, Stoddy, but
the 21st Amendment.
Yeah, I think you're.
What do you mean? Yeah,
you're going in on
you're not a beer drinker, so keep it shut.
Yeah, but if you want to wet your whistle, that's enough for selection right there.
Those are Shock Top. Is what's that? Budweiser? We don't. Please tell me. Shock Top's the worst beer ever invented.
I wouldn't know.
And it's at more places than any other beer. Right. And ditto for that crap Blue Moon.
But a lot of people love Blue Moon.
And then there's always a Hefeweizen.
You're special, man.
You know I'm right.
Yep.
You guys know I'm right. Oh, let me pay off the tease. You know what I think's going to be? You know what I think will eventually be outlawed in the NFL? I really do think they may do something about it.
Give it to me.
The Fred Warner punch.
Why?
Because if he does that and doesn't hit that ball, then it's just a punch.
Oh, right. Well, nah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
I hear you, but
I get it. It's part of football, but I could just see the NFL saying, you know what? We can't have guys going George Foreman on the football.
Yeah.
We'll see.
But watching football like I do, Stoney, even on the college level, how the guys don't fumble more is incredible. How you hold on to that and them dudes trying to pull it. Figs just texted us. He said,
who?
Figs.
Oh, Fig. What's up, buddy?
He said a variety. Shock Top. Yeah. He likes what you're talking about with the Shock Top.
So he's the guy who likes it.
Yeah.
Hey, Fig. Mm-hmm. Thanks a lot. You're the only one keeping him in business.
He said hookup coming soon.
Okay. Yeah. I love it.
People want to know who Figs is, and we used to work with him.
Fig. Singular.
I said Figs.
That's not his name. He doesn't even have an S in his last name. Get in the game. Steiny, how about hazy beers? No, thank you. IPA. Look, I'm old, guys. I'm old.
That's what it is.
I can't drink IPAs. I can have one. Two things you did this week that I did get upset with. I'm trying to think what it was.
I had to defend our honor with Philmo Mike. Oh, I got love for that.
I know the one.
I sniffed him out.
I should get this one out of the way. Because I almost tried to do a whole segment on it the following day. And it was going to be something like this. Okay, where do you get your sports knowledge? Like, where do you get it?
I create it.
Right. Okay, so Well, first of all,
I created from watching it, Stoney.
Okay. So, do you know more about sports? What would you say? You know more about sports than what percentage of people on planet Earth? 90?
I was going to
say 95.
I'm
95.
You know what? I'm going to back off. I'm going to shock you. I'm going to say 92.
Okay.
All right.
92. All sports. Okay? All sports.
Well, the major three.
Okay, major three.
All right.
No, more than 92% of the people.
Yep.
Okay. How about a specific team? Let's say the Philadelphia Eagles.
Oh,
just for kicks.
Yep. They're my team.
Okay.
That's
what about the Ravens?
They're my team.
Okay, let's go back to the Eagles. So, when it comes to Eagles football,
okay,
what percentage of fans do you know more about the Eagles than them? In other words, of all the Eagles fans out there, is your knowledge better than 92%?
No, I would
okay, well, then you shouldn't have said that the other day.
Oh, yeah. But Scotty, it was real.
It was wrong.
When transactions happen now in the era of the internet, firings, innuendos,
sure.
These shows that some people like to watch or gather their data, you are, right now, everybody's stuff is our stuff. And that's just a product of the internet. If somebody gets released,
no, it's not about that.
Or again, I say a transaction, all of that, or somebody pops off. We watch everything in every market.
Okay, so
but I would never say I know more than the thread.
So you're taking that back?
No, because
cool.
the common denominator on the thread was they felt a certain way, and I didn't say they were wrong about Jordan, about Hurts. But that doesn't give them the license, their opinion about Hurts. In my opinion, theirs doesn't pass mine or supersede mine. But no, go. I'm listening.
But if they watch every single game,
but Stoney, these highlights
and have done so for years and years and years, and they can put stuff into context about where they are and where they're not.
I'm gonna give you a thing. You tell me what you think.
All right.
There's something to what you're saying because I'm not in Philly, but that meat on the bone is innuendo. Have you heard of Quick Pitch on MLB Network?
I haven't.
Quick Pitch. It's a show every day.
Okay.
They do a highlight of every game.
Okay.
And then they do a recap of the 3-game series sometimes between the two teams. But my point to you, Stoney, is it's not the Cliff Notes, but it almost is so thorough on every, back in the day, the Yankees or the big boys in town, they got the coverage. Quick Pitch. They cover every team like it's the Yankees. So I say that to say information is readily available to you or whomever about every team at a rate that is almost, it can take over your life.
Right.
So you don't have to be in said city to still be in the know of what's going on.
Okay.
Now, you may miss Sal Castaneda and all the greats here in the Bay of Philly and Dallas, but Stoney, it's there. And when I say it's there, the big stuff to know what the team's going through, who's doing what, who don't like who, where they're at as far as the stand. It's all like the earth is your turf now.
So I believe, let's do me. Warriors / NBA. I would say, you know what? I know more than most people. I don't care what the percentage is. I just do.
Okay.
I've been around the Warriors for 30 years.
Warriors.
I've been around basketball my whole life. All that stuff. Okay. About the San Francisco 49ers. Well, you know what? I love football. I watch a lot of football, but I definitely don't have the expertise on the X's and O's like I do in basketball. So I believe there are many people out there listening right now that probably know more about the Niners than me. I do.
From a technical standpoint.
Well, from
like if
somebody,
O'Neal wanted who played, like that doesn't, and I'm not saying you're saying this,
but I'm talking like
that doesn't make me feel any less.
If Joe Shasky, when Joe Shasky was just the butcher boy, he knew more about the Niners than I did.
Okay, got you. But he's a diehard.
Right.
He's your guys in Philly.
Right.
I think I'm a Joe Shasky about my teams.
Well, how many teams do you have?
That's what I'm saying to you.
You can't have 30.
And that's why I'm not telling you I'm the ultimate expert. I'm just telling you, Steiny, it's easier now to be Joe Shasky's of all these teams with the information where it's at and it's pushed down our throat.
And I know.
And as much as I want to be on social media because it's my choice, Steiny, I think that gap is smaller than you think.
I think it's maybe larger than we think. And the reason is because if you're a fan of a particular team, you can go so deep now. You're a fan. So now you're a fan. You can watch the Niners all 22.
Okay.
You can see every quote that any player makes. You watch every single game start to finish. You go to all the home games. You live and breathe 49er football.
Okay.
There's nobody in another part of the country that can get that experience. You certainly can't get it with multiple teams in multiple sports.
No
That's
doubt.
what I'm feeling.
And Steiny, but what did you say? The E word, and it was great, and you're not
What is
wrong. Experience. But as far as, can I get a pulse? Okay, let me ask you this. You think you could, and it's happening. I know them. I don't know them. I can name you. Do you think you could cover a team not being in that market in today's climate?
You could, yeah.
See,
yes, you can.
And that back in the day, that would be what?
Right. But it's not even close to somebody who's there and who's monitoring it all and also seeing the games in person.
Which, big deal.
That's all.
And my boy saying Gooey's trying to bait you, don't buy for it.
Not baiting anybody.
That's what they wrote. But no, I love this. Man.
Vontae Hill knows more about the 49ers than I do.
And 49er Frankie knows more about the Niners than I do.
And one of the big reasons Vontae does is because he's grown up here. And not just for the last for 30 plus years. He has been all over this team.
But let's use those guys. The morning, Willard Dibbs, 49er Frankie. But don't you think, Vontae, one of the beautiful facets about those guys is they know a lot about a lot of other teams too. And I'm not saying it's equivalent to the Niners, but they know enough in today's climate to where we know what's going on in Philly. And I thought that's where you and Willard were sparring about.
General knowledge. There's no way you can have the insight of, it's like, it's very simple. I got a buddy, Joe Fenn.
Okay.
All right. Look, he's exactly like Vontae, only with the Eagles.
I got
he knows more about the Eagles than Vontae.
No, I got it.
And that's just a function of what?
What I would tell Joe and Vontae,
spends his whole life
never
watching
flex on us with his information, Steiny and Shasky, is your boy is not sitting in those meetings between Hurts and Sirianni. Like, nobody's getting that.
Right.
So, and he's still diehard Eagle, know the Eagle history, but that part of it is the essence of that's the oyster. Steiny, nobody knows that. Exactly. No matter how much you love the team.
Right.
Just like we don't know what's going on with, we might hear things and you got people, but the bottom line is, we know what's happening in different cities. So now than ever.
Well, and I'm telling you,
I hope I didn't come off like I know Philly. Like
I'm telling you, we might not. Like, I believe that, and I don't want to do it with Sirianni.
Yeah.
I'm going to do it with Jalen Hurts.
Okay.
Like,
who I'm down on.
My point is, I'm talking about Sirianni to these guys. And all they pointed at, in fact, two of the guys said, he's really good at jumping up and down on the sidelines. Like, they made fun of him like that. But to a man, they all seem to indicate, we got bigger issues than Sirianni.
And they do.
In fact, we have a quarterback that's not good enough.
And you got a defense that can't get to the quarterback. Is that what I'm Sirianni?
Fine. So that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, Sirianni's a joke. Okay, fine. That's all good. But sentiment in Philly doesn't necessarily have
the
that
national
extreme of a view of what's going on.
All right, and I'll end it with this because somebody get to the point. So when we watch, and I do it more than you, Steiny. When we watch the national shows, you know what's leading the league right now in regard to the NFL, or one of them? Is not the Eagles got bigger problems elsewhere. It's the Sirianni, is he the guy, Jalen Hurts dynamic. So you would say what to that? And I'm only pointing that out is
all I'm saying
you're
is,
right that they got more pressing issues.
You ready?
But the National Enquirer of our world, we know it exists. They're just doing the one-trick pony with Sirianni and Hurts.
You ready for what I'm really getting at?
Okay.
And
I know it.
I actually have a ton of respect for fans. Like,
and I know
Evan Giddings knows more about the Chargers than I do. And he knows more about the Padres, the baseball. And it's like, how does he know that? Well, because he watches more of that than I do.
And he loves it.
And there are people that watch so much more about their particular team. Let me tell you what I always do this. So if somebody ever goes, hey, Steiny, they recognize me. I recognize your voice. Oh, you're the Warriors guy. Yeah, I'm the Warriors guy. The first thing I always do is say, what do you think? What do you think about the Warriors? I never, they know what I think. And so you start talking to people.
Remember Jerry Buss asked you at lunch, what do you think?
Jerry West.
Excuse me. Yeah, and rest in peace.
And then you talk to fans over the course of time, and you realize a lot of them know what they're talking about.
Yeah, no doubt.
Like they do. And so.
No doubt. So
Nick,
real quick, it felt like, Steiny, how you just ended that is you don't have to be on the payroll or in the business to be privy and have that information if you love said team. And I think by you saying...
There's more information out there by far.
Okay.
And so what I'm saying is, because there's so much information out there by far, the people who are fans of specific teams are getting so much more information, not only than they ever have, but they're also consuming more information about a particular team that nobody else really is going to be able to compete with. That's all I'm saying.
And if you're like Evan or Spadonis or the Bontes and the Frankies and the Shaskys, you can go down, Steiny, that rabbit hole of I love the sport so much, I can find out what's going on in Brooklyn or have a pretty good
extent.
Okay.
To an extent.
Not to where I'm at the game like I am here in the Bay, but
here's the other thing, like baseball. All right, baseball. Giants played last night. I didn't watch
yesterday.
it. Yesterday. I didn't watch it.
Yeah.
I saw the highlights.
All right.
Like the highlights in baseball represent so little of a game. It's unbelievable.
I'm not mad at that.
Because you don't know how many times, I'll know, Giants lost 4-2 last night. Matos hit a homer, and that guy on the other team hit a homer, and Webb took the loss. Well, it's like, did you see the play where Yaz got thrown out at third?
Well, there is no highlight, right.
Well, did you see the play where the guy let the pop-up fall, and they doubled up the run? Anyway. Yeah. Nick's in Berkeley. Nick, I'm done.
I am too.
Hey, what's up, Nick?
Hey, what's up, you guys? Hey, Goo. Steiny is chock full of knowledge, and he's in deep with his Eagles right now, but he's the one that care to admit it. But he's down the analytics rabbit hole, man. He's going to come with a lot of Eagles now down the stretch, man. So don't bite on that. Get ready.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah, and let me tell you, Goo, what happened to your Cowboys, man? They were like Colin Hurd and everybody and all the cats, every analyst. And see, this is the thing about numbers game, dude. The numbers don't mean much. Did you see David Carr throwing dimes the first week one? Like all that hype about 16 wins in a row at home? No, dude, it doesn't matter. When Carr is hot, Carr gets hot. You got to know. If you want to watch the football over a amount of time or any type of sport,
6 straight touchdowns, 6 straight TDs for the Derek Carr and the Saints.
I got a better stat.
Yeah, but that's phenomenal.
No, I got a bet. I got one that's more phenomenal.
Now, when do we ever see a team score 6? Go ahead, touchdowns.
Okay, I tell you what. Who's got the better stat? Go ahead. About the Saints.
They scored 6 straight possessions, touchdowns.
Okay.
And drives of not just 20, 50 yards. Yeah. They were some long ones. So that's
my
impressive.
Stat is this. That the Saints scored on their first 15 possessions of the season this year.
Now, wow.
15 straight to start the season.
I'll give you the win.
Any kind of score.
Hey, But they
That's
played
unbelievable.
But they played the Panthers first, but it counts.
Think about that. 15 scoring drives.
They can't keep that up, man. But they got Philly. They host Philly.
Right. You know what, Goo? I'm with you on that one.
Dude,
I will not bet you on
the
that
good stuff, man. Oh, man. That's a hell of a start, right?
It's incredible.
That's what you would think Kyle's offense would do.
And you know what? Derek Carr's the MVP right now.
Yeah, but it's 2 weeks.
Exactly.
And you think I'm playing as you got your light green shirt on? They got the Eagles. Their D is so porous right now. If the Saints are real, they could continue something crazy.
Where's
like
the game?
that. I want to say
New Orleans, I think. Yeah. Isn't it?
Eagles need to get on the road after that.
Hey, you know what?
They tricked that game off, man.
You know what? I'll end up seeing a Saints game.
Oh, where you watching the 10 o'clock games?
Oh.
Yeah.
So
I'll take care of you.
You know, I got my buddy who's a super agent.
Oh, yeah. I know
Peter
his name.
Schaefer.
Yeah. Mixon's agent.
Yes.
Yeah.
So he asked me if I wanted to do a podcast with him. He's a super agent. My guy, Scott McLuhan, who was on the other day. Yes.
So he knew. Go ahead.
Former GM of Washington and the Niners. Who?
Scott.
I went to a game with him.
Oh, wow. So he knew. Okay, go ahead. All right. So he got the Steiny experience.
And Bay Area products, C.J. Anderson.
Oh, that's dope, man.
Peter represented. He's like, you want to come on for a quarter? I'm like, yeah, all right. I'll come on for a quarter.
So can we watch the public?
Yeah.
Where? Oh, God, Cam.
He sent a link, but I'm not on social media.
Dude.
Hey, if I send you a link, can you put it out?
I'll do it, man, with the quickness. Yeah. So when it's this a 10 o'clock game, you'll be with those three.
Does anybody know when Denver plays the Broncos? I think it's built around the Denver game. And you know me, I know more about the Broncos than their season ticket holders.
I think that if they're at home, Stoney, it's at 1.
Right.
But I'm looking right now.
I'm pretty sure he said 10 in the morning.
Now I'm going to pull a play out of your book. You getting paid for this?
No. Of course not.
Oh, they're at Tampa Bay, so they play at 10.
Yeah, okay, so I'll get a good first-hand look at Baker Mayfield.
You nervous?
But I'll tell Tampa Bay fans what to think.
You got to have something in your cup.
Yeah, well, it's 10 in the morning.
You got to have something in your cup. Nobody can see what's in your cup. It's the weekend, baby. Look at that. That got me fired up.
Yeah, you know.
So is this a weekly thing?
I guess maybe he's trying to do it weekly. I don't know.
Get some chicken.
Nah, Goo, it's about getting my name out there.
Dude, you've been around forever. It's already
If it ain't out by now, it ain't getting out. Anyway,
even Cam smiled at that.
Anyway, we'll come in Monday, and I am going to break down the Broncos.
So some heavy hitters. So what game did you go to, seriously, with Scott?
I went to a Raiders-Browns game.
Yeah, and you invited me. I remember.
I didn't, because I only had one ticket.
But there was a thing you used to do at the Raiders, and you got the tailgate, and you kept...
Right, that was just inviting you to meet me in the BART parking lot.
Yeah.
I couldn't get you in.
I missed those days.
I do too, actually.
Man.
I do too, actually. All right, well, here we go. Here we go. We got crossover next. Let's see who can get under my skin first. Willard or Dibs on 95.7.
Are you saying John buys Bay Area houses?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Good afternoon to Mark Willard and Dan Dibley. It's the crossover.
That was amazing. I thought you were going to say good.
Yeah, he been in a good mood today.
Totally, right?
Do you notice you say that virtually every day?
It helps break the monotony.
Exactly. What does he say every day?
You're in a good mood today.
No, I don't. But this week you've been better. Since you've been off Twitter, you have been different.
That's been 6 months.
Maybe he's hoping. Maybe he's hoping you're in a better mood today.
I'm in a great mood.
Are you good? Of course.
Yeah, you should get back on Twitter because you're getting buried on Twitter.
Is that true?
No, of course not.
Like, what happened now?
I'm just trying to get his goat.
Yeah.
Whatever. It just, it's funny because back in the day, and I'm going to go back about 12.
Be careful.
10 years. He and I used to have a little contest on who could get more Twitter followers, and
you had about 53,000.
Not quite that.
Not even close.
I can read lips. I saw what you just said.
I don't remember that.
Yeah.
Of course you don't, but I do.
Okay.
And you and I had a thing back in about 12 or 13 when Twitter was at its peak.
Okay.
Shout out X, and we would have this little back and forth on who had more followers, and it was close, and me and you and me, and then all of a sudden you just like took off and you buried me, and it was no longer a thing between us. And then now I'm crushing you on Twitter followers. You got none,
I can remember when I put you under. I remember I got like 8,000 followers in one night.
Was it the Steve Elkington?
No, it was
the man love.
It was. This was great. It was. Oh God! So the Warriors had fired Mark Jackson, and they were interviewing candidates. One of the candidates was Mike Brown.
Okay.
He had an interview that
had
been reported. And I found out that he then had a second interview with the Warriors. And at the last minute...
So you reported it?
No.
Okay.
No.
No, nobody knew about the second meeting. So I found out that he had a second meeting, and he canceled it. And it meant he was taking the Lakers job. Remember?
Yep.
Of course. And so
he was down there then.
I just put on Twitter, looks like Mike Brown is going to be hired by the Lakers. And it was kind of before anybody broke it.
And you got like 8K.
Yeah, it went up in a hurry.
It's crazy when
crushed me.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I'm talking about the earthquakes look good in the middle third. Wando.
One for the thumb. Hashtag.
That was about that same time.
Yeah.
And I had I had like 4 different platforms, and I'm chipping away and getting 5 followers a day, and I got 7, I got 6, and it's like, Steiny, I'm coming for you, and then mushroom cloud, game over.
And I won't put a number on how many followers I got on this said day at the old station. Willard, you'll remember this. My boy Phil Handy used to be on the Lakers staff.
Man.
So Kawhi was deciding if he was going to go to the Clippers or the Lakers. And I'm on air saying I got inside info. He's going to be a Laker. I'm driving home. Twitter just going off with followers. And then I'm reading the New York Post, and they cite me on this show telling him he's going to the Lakers. And he ended up going to the Clippers. I go, but I still got the followers. It's amazing. The thirst in people.
Oh, yeah,
I got like 5,000 followers.
How many followers? And I hate that we just take body shots at this guy every day, but our guy in Pittsburgh,
Napone.
How many did he get through this experience of being every which way of wrong?
But what did he really do wrong, though? You guys are in there. What did he really do wrong but put his heart out there?
No, but
it goes his
one tweet. There was one tweet.
Yeah, what he did wrong was and this is often
one tweet.
Often what goes wrong on Twitter is wording.
Yep.
It's just wording.
Just like when Evan put something out, I'm like, I didn't say that.
I got my bell rung when I worked at ESPN because they've got people who are like employed to canvass their own people. And like, right? It's like, remember Mission Impossible? When
self-destruct?
The knock list, and you hit send, and those people showed up at your door 4 seconds later. Like, it was like that. I sent a tweet that sounded like Herm Edwards was a candidate officially for the open UCLA head coaching football job.
Hello?
Yeah. And what I wanted to say was, I think Herm would be a good candidate.
Right.
My wording was all bleeped up.
Oh, man.
And I sent that tweet. Within 2 hours, Herm is on ESPN nationally debunking the rumor.
Oh, boy.
And my bosses are online too.
Oh,
and
man.
it's like,
saying what, Will? What's going?
Better put out an apology tweet right now.
Yeah.
And then
you better back that thing up.
You better stand down. You better stand down and get off the Twitter for a few weeks.
All Filippone would have had to do is say, according to my sources, it appears that Brandon Aiyuk's coming to Pittsburgh.
Remember,
Uncle Louie saying he wasn't wrong.
He never said appears.
Because you said it was going to be done.
He said
he
it's
reported
done.
it. Yeah, he reported it.
He said on his way.
It's done. The wide receiver is on his way.
You heard him.
Yeah.
And it looked, now in fairness, looking back, he might have been pretty close.
Aiyuk didn't go.
No, I know.
The 1 yard line.
You can't report it as done.
Nope.
And then be wrong.
Can't.
But that's why, and then to your point, Goo, here's where being wrong works. All of these aggregators, that's what they're doing. All they're doing is being like, they're like, Aiyuk to Pittsburgh, it's done. And then you get 2,000 followers. And
I'll never forget it,
All you're doing is guessing. And the rumor mill spins and everyone follows.
I'm reading them DMs like, Daryl, I'll spell my name. I'm from Steiny and Guru. I said, oh, Lord, it's this sharp boy.
Yeah. It's big time. Yeah. These mics in this market, it's powerful.
It's real. Sometimes all you got to do is ambulance chase, too. The most followers I ever got. That is the
greatest term ever.
The most followers I ever got was the night when I worked in L.A. was the night that the Chris Paul trade to the Lakers got turned around. Remember when the league
they didn't go through.
They undid it.
That was stern.
All Chris tweeted was wow. So Chris tweeted wow, and I was working at the Lakers station, and I don't even remember what I wrote. I just threw out some opinion like this is some BS or whatever. That's it. The right person picks it up. Twitter has a thirst for it. Yeah, wow. Thousands of followers.
And the NBA was running the Hornets then, right? So that was stern.
Correct.
That was rest in peace to the great man. What was that about? What could have been?
Oh, it was about other owners calling him and saying that this is not like the revenue sharing teams screaming and kicking and yelling, because it wasn't just that the Lakers were going to be good. It was that it was going to save them money. It was going to cost all of the other NBA teams money because they were clearing salary in the move as well. And that's what the Dan Gilberts of the world didn't like.
Did you guys hear me go off today?
No.
So Ohtani did something that was so incredible last night. He said it wasn't the greatest day in baseball. No, there's other days. But what scares me from a Giant fan standpoint and the Giant fans in the Bay is it's not about, if you do decide to hire somebody, when are we going to make the playoffs? It's about when are we going to get an Ohtani? When are we going to get a Mookie Betts? When are we going to get a Frank? I don't know if the gap has ever been this big in regard to star power. And I'm wondering, is that wrong thinking on my part? When I look at the Dodgers, who are not going to win it because they don't have the pitching.
Oh, they might.
But when I look at Ohtani, what do the Giants it's almost sad, Willard, of what do they have? A whole era might have gone by with your boy Farhan and still.
And the reality is that in the last 12 years, the Giants have won 3 titles and the Dodgers have won 1.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
We'll get back to it, but the tags have been released for the 49ers on the injury report for this weekend.
There's no way.
Charvarius Ward, questionable. Nick Bosa, questionable. George Kittle, doubtful for the game in Los Angeles against the Rams.
Which means out.
Right,
because 99% of doubtful, you can't spell doubtful without out.
That's
and the spelling is different.
Yeah,
but
there's a B in there.
There's almost never a case where a doubtful player becomes in. Usually doubtful means out, and I guess there could be a miracle that happens. And I heard you earlier.
Go ahead, Diaz. I needed you to respond. We'll tell Willard. Load management's coming to the NFL. He said he would sit Kittle if he was 70 or 75%. I'm like, you're crazy. I'm looking at the game logs last year. Hurt guys play. But this is a shocker.
This is not load management.
Oh,
so
no.
This is a player who is hurt. And what Steiny knows, which I don't even think that he knows it the way that he should know it, is that the 17 and soon to be 18 game schedule leads to players being out early so they can get better later. And what I learned from my years in the Arena League, where they had an 18-game schedule and 2 buys, so it was a 20-week schedule, you had guys who would get hurt early, and it'd be okay, because when you get hurt early, you get to come back later, and when there are 7 teams of 16 that make the playoffs, it's okay. The urgency in the NFL is a lot less than it used to be.
Right. Well, especially when you're 1-1.
But Willard, I'm shocked
the Ravens have urgency this weekend.
That a football player is hurt.
Well, here's what
it's like Duck Willard, another injury in the red and gold. Forget what the Rams got going on with the Kittle.
Here's what I'll agree with you on. I'll agree with you that
no Higbee
when he's been gone the whole year. When Kyle Shanahan came out of the Minnesota loss and reported no injuries for the 49ers, and somehow we went from no injuries to no Debo, no George, potentially no Charvarius, and potentially no Nick. Now, Nick and Charvarius, I get the sense off of a questionable tag, and Ward did practice today, as did Bosa. I think those guys are better than 50-50 to play.
And you got Hufanga coming back. But, man.
The defense, in theory, is untouched. The defense is fine. No,
but no Greenlaw.
Well, right.
I'm just saying.
Right. There's also no Patrick Willis. It's not available for this game. And so that would have been nice. But the defense needs to run the day.
I'll also say, I mean, if you're telling me you're going in without Debo, McCaffrey, Kittle, it's like,
my God.
Well, I mean, that's so many guys. Maybe we do have to really take that into consideration when it comes to Brock Purdy and what could happen.
Look, first of all, time to do the legal.
Yep.
But I'm excited.
Time for the legal.
I'm excited for Brock Purdy.
Are you? But tell him.
Yeah. This is the opportunity he's been waiting for.
It could be.
This will shut him up.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. And it's time. You want me to do this?
Do it.
Got spiders? Atco Pest Control is here to help. They specialize in eradicating those 8-legged intruders with precision and care. Don't let spiders take over. Go to atcopestcontrol.com, and you know what? Go reclaim that space. I can't start because I got to come up with one.
I'll start because mine's stupid.
Yeah. You don't got to. You always judge yours.
No, because I literally know whatever I was going to say.
Anything's better than last week.
What? No, that was,
boy. I remember.
It was serious. It needed to be said.
Yeah, you
needed to be said.
This is a fun moment in our day.
This is what
if you have to.
Dude,
this is whatever it needs to be.
Sure.
Exactly.
Last week was super duper heavyweight champion of the world.
We're the Bay Area. Don't be racist, damn it. Anyway.
It was more than that. But it was.
Yeah. Okay. Well, today is much lighter. Okay. It's much lighter. Bottom line, in a Steiny,
I'm listening,
corporate environment.
Oh boy.
If you bring snacks and you take the last snack,
thank you.
Throw the container away. Because do you know what happens to someone who has a sweet tooth when they walk into an office on a Friday and they see one of those beautiful pink donut boxes? And then you walk over to it.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to eat it.
Flip the top open. And it's a box full of crumbs.
Oh, man.
So whoever you are, you might be in this room for all I know.
No, it's one of two people.
Whoever you are, Odyssey, San Francisco, whoever took the last donut, you're a bleep. You're a bleep.
You know,
First of all, no, it wasn't me. No, I split across.
Yeah. Shout out Shaggy.
Throw
wasn't
the
me.
box away. Stop playing with my emotions.
Wow, Will.
That's it.
Not bad. And the donuts were bought by Joseph S.
Spadoni.
Do you know that?
Well,
the box said Joseph S.
Shasky.
Joseph S.
Oh.
And you know that there are 2 Joseph S's in the morning.
Wow, Shasky did it.
My bad. Well, no, he brought them.
Yeah.
Sure.
He didn't. Yeah,
I doubt that he ate the last one.
Yeah.
The morning show guys are probably gone before those things.
Yeah,
are
it feels
gone.
like a midday production.
It does.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right, I'll go.
Please.
So I've been working with the station in some type of capacity since 2012. And one of the first guys I worked with here is Stephen Langford. And this is just about wedding invites. And, you know, the guy is having a wedding. I've broken bread with him and this new bride-to-be. I've known him again for over a century. And I didn't get an invite to the wedding. So I stopped him, told him, hey, I hadn't got my invite in the mail. What's going on? That's what he informed me. I didn't make the cut.
Yeah.
So I ran down who made the cut here.
Oh, yeah, boy.
And I couldn't believe all the new booties, not hating on anybody.
New booties.
Then he doubled back after he broke the news that I didn't make the cut. And what hurts, it's my fault, is you think you're tight, Willard, but you're not that tight because I didn't make the cut. But then I got the, hey, somebody canceled. Can you? No! I didn't make the original cut. Don't double back and fix it after I didn't cry and I'm hurt. But don't do me we feel sorry for you, Goo. Can you make it? Nope. I didn't make the original. I went and licked my wounds, but don't double back and ask me, can I make it? And that's what happened. So I'm just saying a PSA. If you don't make the original cut list, invite list, don't double back. Because you're either feeling sorry for me or somebody canceled.
Yeah.
I'm not with that. I didn't make it, Langford. The Langfords, I'm hurt. But don't double back with the sympathy here and somebody canceled. I don't like that.
I get what you're saying, but for me, it reminds me of my
12 years I've known the dude.
My Little League All-Star career, because I never forget, as a 13-year-old in the All-Stars, I was the third alternate, and... You know, 3 kids had to go to either Hawaii or I'm in Tahoe or whatever. And so I got to be an all-star. And so I got to be an all-star. And yeah, my dad was the coach. And yeah, Eric Tepley pinch ran for me and got picked off twice by Drew Miller, the lefty from Santa Fe. Fine. I have negative memories about that part of it. But at least when you're the alternate and you get called up, you accept the assignment, Goo, and you go.
Not on the premise of you.
Yeah.
They really didn't invite you.
I would argue this might hurt.
This is financial, and I get it. Weddings cost, but
I'd argue
I had
you
to
don't
cry to get an invite.
Don't you get it?
I'd argue you're both wrong.
Oh, real quick. Tell us
what him and Steven or
first of all, you can't. You're not allowed to be mad when you don't get invited to a wedding because.
Bonte, you listening? Because I'm getting worried about that one.
You're not allowed to get mad when you're not invited to a wedding because for all you know, that guest list. She's making it.
Okay, all right.
Her parents are paying
she's
for
wonderful.
it. And every head costs a certain amount of money. So you're not allowed. No, because I had people get mad at me, and then I was like mad at them, and then I'm like, this is out of my hands, believe it or not. And so you can't get mad. But then for him to double back to you.
Walked up on me in the break room. Like
actually, we found a spot, and here's where we're registered. Is also out of line.
Steiny,
you're both wrong.
You're wrong because you told me an invite is an invite. No,
first
it ain't.
Of all,
no,
you are so.
I love you, Willard.
Why don't you just go up to Stephen Langford and go, "Hey, you don't make a lot of money, apparently, huh?"
Why would I do that?
Because it's all about their finances.
Yeah, every
their finances. Their finances.
You've known me longer than Evan. I should be going.
So.
Well, in all honesty, you know me longer than Shafty and Bonte. I should be going.
In all honesty,
into me not making the cut. Guru, and it's okay. I've known you longer than them.
In all fairness,
this hurts.
I've known him longer than you have, and in fact, I made him. And without Dan Dibley, there is no Stephen Langford. He was nothing. Okay. He was nothing but a squirrel.
So you're
trying to get an. Of course not.
Do you?
But do I care?
Do you realize?
He was an intern on my show, and I took him under my ample wing, and I nurtured Stephen Langford on my copious teat. And if it wasn't for that feeding, There's no way that Stephen Langford is doing what Stephen Langford's doing.
You realize
you're it's a fact, Willard. You have no idea.
Let me add the punchline.
No clue.
Go ahead.
And the punchline is
get it?
whether had Langford invited him originally or when he did.
Okay.
Guru wasn't going anyway because he's going to another wedding apparently
tomorrow
of someone
my boy Mike.
He has a better relationship with than Stephen Langford.
No, I was invited to earlier. So that's how I accepted this invite, and it happened to be on the same day.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with the texter here. Shame on you for even asking. Okay.
Bonte, lie to me and say you're good. I'm invited, and I'll make sure if I can't go.
Lie to me.
So this is the second wedding at the station that they forgot about. I mean, who was the last one? Real quick.
I don't know, but
was it Kyle Madsen?
Look in the mirror,
not
bro.
Madsen, it was one more. Who just got married.
So there were 3 altogether.
No, there's 2.
Have you ever been invited to a wedding by a coworker?
Guru.
Yeah, I have.
I got married less than 2 years ago.
You didn't invite anybody.
Exactly.
Not a soul.
Yeah, no, that's
not a one of you.
There was one
not
here.
you. Okay. Certainly not Brandy.
Dumas is way in Philly.
I've reached.
You're not flying to Philly for Dumas. Get out of here.
Just predicated that I'll be like we're buds. We done shows together. I thought we bonded.
Here's what's
okay. You've reached the point, and we all have.
Don't
We're
rush
all
it,
at the
Steiny.
age.
Don't rush it.
Don't invite me to the wedding. I don't want to be invited to your wedding. I want to save the money. I don't want to travel across the world. I don't want to come to your wedding,
man.
Especially during football season. What are you all doing? Don't get married in football season. There's games this weekend.
That is great.
I don't want to go.
I feel better. I'll let it out,
Steiny.
Here's what's bothering me. And
it's what's bugging you.
What's bugging
Do it
me.
right.
Yeah, that's true. And we've seen it all the time. And Guru plays into it, and I don't know why. He comes in today, and he's just such a prisoner of the moment. He goes, that was the greatest. What did Ohtani do last night?
Joe Davidson actually
I don't care what he said.
6 for 6,
what do you
3
say?
homers, and went
You said it's maybe the greatest day in baseball ever.
Joe Davidson
the greatest
said that on the call.
The greatest performance in baseball ever. And that's what you do. You disrespect the past. First of all, I'm not even going to talk about what about Reggie Jackson's 3 homers in a World Series.
I brought up.
Joe Carter.
Yeah.
In 1971, Rick Wise, pitcher for the Philadelphia Phillies,
tell him,
threw a no-hitter and hit 2 home runs. Night.
All right. But you're saying that to the guy that authored that phrase. I said it was incredible, not the greatest night. Joe Davidson on the call, he can let us know. We heard it. That's the greatest night in baseball.
Yeah.
1971.
A no-hitter and 2 homers.
That ain't better than Doc Ellis pitching a no-hitter off LSD on drugs.
Oh, by the way, the game, you know what the score of the game was? The score of the game was 2-0. Not 2-2-2, but 2-0. He didn't hit 2 homers in a 20-5 laugher after the game had already been decided.
And do you know who he hit the 3rd home run off of? The first baseman.
Oh,
the first baseman.
I told him.
John Sally.
First baseman.
But what about the other 49 homers, the majestic ones?
Great.
Dude's incredible.
Nice little year. But if you want to think about 3 home run games versus no-hitters, there have been 3 times as many 3-homer games as there have been no-hitters. And I did the deep dive earlier in the week or over the weekend because I was wondering about the 3-homer game versus the no-hitter. And I think there have been more than 650 3-homer games, and there have been about 270 no-hitters. And then the other one you could do is 4-homer games versus perfect games. Yeah. And I think that that one's a lot closer between 4-homer games and perfect games.
All right,
but the fact of the matter is Ohtani's incredible.
Okay, fine.
And you wanted to rip him.
It's for show.
It's for show.
I mean, mine is...
Get him.
I'm going to do it quick because it's probably violating HIPAA laws and it's probably inappropriate and...
Try Danny Ainge.
Yeah. What's bugging me is kids who bite my daughter. There you go.
Wow.
Benny the Biter.
Wow.
Yeah, you guys haven't met Benny the Biter yet.
Wait, she's not...
She's 2.
She's in preschool?
She's in preschool.
Okay. Wow.
And, it...
So you got called?
When you have a preschool age kid, your kid's either a biter or a bitey. And my firstborn, Quest, shot him out, 23 years old. He was the bitey. And he was bitten probably 8 times. And I would say that all 8 times, he had it coming to him because he would put his hands on kids. He would get in people's... He would get in
agitator.
He was just in people's business. And it's like, yeah, you got bit, son. You had it coming to you. Not this kid. Anyway, kids who bite my daughter.
Is she okay?
She's going to pull through.
He's fine.
She can pull through. It's,
He's mad at the day school, not the...
No.
He should be.
You're more mad at the school than the kid. You're not actually mad at the kid.
No, he's 2. He's 2.
He's 2.
What's bugging me...
And his name is Benny, which means they knew he was going to bite people.
And that's now... Yeah, exactly. Now it becomes... We should probably dump that. Yeah, exactly. And it was Spadoni's son, who's a kindergartner, I think, now, right?
Well, keep up the good vibes, guys, because Goo and I have had...
Who you got today? You guys got anybody?
They've got a great show on 95.7 The Game.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting the chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
You're going to think that I'm being insincere.
That'll be the first.
Am I ever insincere?
Not really. You're pretty authentic.
You can call me annoying. You can call me a loudmouth. You can say I talk too much. You can call me boy snooty.
Do you have to be a homer?
Homer call me a homer. You can call me all that stuff.
If we did a family feud of things that we could, the top 100 things that Mark Willard could be called.
Know-it-all would be number 1 answer on the
fanboy.
Yeah.
Granny's got them all queued up. Insincere is not one of them. You're right.
You're going to think I'm being insincere today.
That'll be a first.
But I'm not.
Talk to me.
I'm so excited for this game. I can't wait. I cannot believe the offensive things that have been said in sports media today, some of them on this station.
Offensive?
I mean sports offensive. It's not like anybody offended a gender or something like that. But honestly, things are being said today that are some of the most moronic things, and they're coming, by the way, I don't want to get into name calling, even though I just sort of did. These are coming from some people who I really respect, some of whom have played the game. Some of whom have played the game, and I always have the utmost respect for that. This is the hardest game to play, in my opinion. My gosh, the way the bodies get put on the line, and the speed and the power and all of that stuff. But some of the stuff that is being said today about one Brock Purdy absolutely blows my freaking mind, and I can't wait to watch him play football without 3 of his top weapons, certainly 3 of his top 4 weapons. Fair?
Yep.
I can't wait to see him play football. I'm not saying it'll be perfect. I'm not saying it'll be stunning, a masterpiece, or any of that. But for everybody who seems to be waiting for Brock to suddenly go out there this weekend and look like a wet newspaper who has no idea, a baby deer who's just going to trip and fall every time he tries to move, I cannot believe that that's what some people think of this guy. Such a product of the system to the point where when 3 other players go out, I don't even know why they're going. Flat out can't function. That's what some are saying. And I'm not.
And we'll see. They could be right.
I'm not making this opinion up. We're going to play the comments for you.
Yeah, I want to hear it.
This is not Bob SF43572X on Twitter.
Bob knows football, though.
These are people now who are saying some of the most ridiculous stuff that you could possibly imagine about 49er football.
Well, they're opinions, and the opinions might be right. And now I don't hold those opinions as my own. I do think that Brock Purdy, without Debo and without McCaffrey, and it looks like without George Kittle, who missed a second straight practice, and as we detailed during the crossover, and you had the breaking news that George Kittle is doubtful, which means he's probably not going to play. So now you go to a game with, sorry, Steiny, it's not Saubert, it's Saubert, and you've got Tonjes as your tight ends. You've got a couple of tight ends who don't catch the ball a lot, and you've got Juwan Jennings and Aiyuk, and maybe you've got Cowing, and Garendo maybe gets more than one carry. Whatever it's going to be, it's going to be a lot of your twos on the road against LA, so it becomes a much more Brock Purdy game. All eyes on Brock Purdy, and the opinions that have come in today on the morning show and Colin Cowherd on his national show, they kind of reek of doubt about Brock Purdy.
Can we let's let y'all hear this, and then I would love to hear what y'all think Brock's going to look like this weekend. 888-957-9570. Let's just say it. There's no George Kittle. He's not playing. There's no Debo. There's no Christian McCaffrey. That's what we've got. That's what Brock's going to have to do. What do you think he's going to look like? What do you think he's going to look like?
I think he's going to look fine. I don't think that he's going to look great. I don't think that he's going to throw for 350 yards. I think that it's going to be a lot of Jordan Mason, and it's going to be a lot of, boy, I hope the defense can keep us in the game. I don't think that they score 30 points. They probably might score, I would guess, it's going to be a 21 to 24 point game at best. This feels to me like classic game manager style, and you can go back to 2018 or 2017 with Kyle Shanahan when they didn't have any of these top flight weapons. It's going to be a much more stripped down playbook. It's going to be a lot more of a leaning on the defense. I think that Brock Purdy is going to be in game manager mode more than ever before.
Kirk Morrison, linebacker, Raiders, works with him at Fox. I love Kirk. Hit it. I love Kirk. Kirk is got my utmost respect.
Shout out Oakland, California.
And if Kirk were sitting right here today, I'd look him square in the eyes and be like, not only do I disagree with you, I can disprove you, and I've got questions for you. What on earth are you watching? Listen to Kirk Morrison on the Morning Roast with Bonte and Joe talking about what he wants to see from Brock Purdy.
At the end of the day, we've also seen a larger sample size, right? Especially with Matthew Stafford. He's a larger sample size. I think Dak Prescott, same thing, larger sample size. But when it comes to Brock Purdy, we're still thinking about it. And then you still got buyer's remorse. I mean, I really feel like, Brandon Aiyuk walked in there, robbed the 49ers with no mask on, and now you're stuck with a contract of like, man, is this going to be the player or not? I think that's also something that's in the back of the mind of a lot of people as well is, okay, you got the weapons now. It's not like Brock Purdy doesn't have the weapons. He's got them. Can he make this team go? And that's all it is. It's week in and week out, you got one of the best defenses in the league. I think we want to see more statistically. We want to see more where the 49ers won because of Brock Purdy, not despite Brock Purdy, if that makes sense.
He had me for 30 seconds.
Until?
And then we all got kicked in the mouth. Listen to those last 9 seconds. I want to see more from Brock Purdy statistically. I'd like to see the 49ers win because of him instead of despite him. Despite him? The 49ers are winning despite Brock Purdy. You just called him Jimmy Garoppolo, and I didn't like that when they said it about Jimmy Garoppolo. So that's what I mean by sports offensive. If I'm Brock, my God, that's a fire in my belly. And we want to see more from him statistically. I just said to Lucas and you right before the show started, fun little story on the side. My parents played fantasy football as a tandem for the first time ever last year.
Yeah.
They didn't know what the hell they were doing, but they're Niner fans, and they knew, we should probably get a good quarterback. So somewhere in one of the early rounds, they grabbed Patrick Mahomes. And in the late rounds, they're like, you know what we should do? Let's grab the kid that we're going to be rooting for every week. I know his arm is dangling off of his body, but he's just our backup. Let's grab Brock Purdy. By week 7, they were playing Brock Purdy over Patrick Mahomes. Why? Because his stats were better last year. 4,280 yards, 31 touchdowns against 11 interceptions, and the leading quarterback rating in the entire National Football League and a completion percentage of 70%. What stats are you wanting? This is one of those, we've all got a political sort of a subject in mind, especially in an election year, where it's one of those things where you just don't understand why the country thinks what it thinks. How on earth can you think that way? This is mine. I just don't get it. Despite Brock Purdy, if you want to say that he's not all that, if you want to say that he's driving a Ferrari, if you want to say he's not one of the top QBs in the league, that's all incredibly rational. But you're going to sit here and say, I'd like stats, and the Niners should start winning because of him, instead of essentially the negative energy that he's putting onto the field that's holding the others back? I unfathomable comment. Unfathomable comment made by Kirk Morrison today on our station.
Yeah, and the stats are not the reason why you could look at Brock Purdy and have questions. I think the fair criticism would be Brock Purdy without Debo and Christian and George. Can you go out there and be a quarterback who can still win a football game without those guys? Because he hasn't had to do that at all. He hasn't had to go out there and win a game without Debo and George and Christian. So yeah, the stats argument and winning in spite of Brock Purdy, that's not, I don't think it's fair. I think it's a little bit of a hot take. And if you look at the stats last year, he led the league in, I'm looking at it right now, 9 categories of the top 20 categories that you would look at for quarterbacks. He led the league in 9 of them. And yes, he had all the weapons, but it's not like they won last year in spite of a guy who led the league in yards per attempt and quarterback rating and yards per catch and all the rest of it.
Well, do you have any of the advanced analytics in front of you in terms of aggressive throw percentage or, more importantly, air yards?
Sure.
Where was he last year on air yards? And for those who don't know what that is, basically, very simple what it says. The amount of time the ball is in the air. How much are you pushing the ball down the field with your throws?
He was 8th in intended air yards per pass attempt.
Okay, 8th in intended air yards. Now,
right.
That's not number 1, but it's 8th. There are 32 football teams, and there are more quarterbacks than that.
He was 2nd in completed air yards per attempt, behind only C.J. Stroud.
So this is kind of my point. For some reason, this human being still exists in our world. He just, or she just texted us. 510, hey, Mark, most of those were screens. Why do you think that? Is there an alternate channel where the games are actually being played that I'm missing? This stuff has been disproven over and over and over and over again. And for some reason, because you've heard of all of his teammates, people are cruising around with this stuff as if it's fact. Most of those were screens. You just gave the numbers. No.
Right.
No. In fact, I know for a fact that his air yards beat Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah. 2nd only to C.J. Stroud in completed air yards per attempt.
What are we watching? What is everyone seeing? I don't get it.
Right, but that is all with McCaffrey and Debo and George Kittle. And so maybe, Kirk Morrison didn't speak exactly what he wanted to speak. Maybe I'm not going to speak for Kirk.
I love Kirk. Yeah, I
do
Kirk.
too. I've known Kirk a long time. He went to Bishop O'Dowd. He's an Oakland kid. So I look at what this game could be with Brock Purdy, and that's where I start to wonder about what Brock Purdy's going to be able to do with Saubert and Mason and Tonjes and Aiyuk.
We're sponsored by Chilton Auto Body. We'd love to hear from you. 888-957-9570. If you're on hold, stay right there. Here we come. If you're not, let's go. What do you think we're going to see from Brock Purdy this weekend? There's no Debo, no Christian, no George. And you got to hear what Colin Cowherd said about all this. That's all coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
This is totally off the subject. I'm just watching something on online that's quite hilarious.
Oh, yeah?
Ohtani's record-breaking home run ball yesterday.
The 50th.
Yeah, the one that was the first.
Off an actual pitcher.
Yes, it was off a pitcher, and it was an Oppo Taco.
Yeah.
Yeah. So one of the fans who was out there kind of in the landing area, for whatever reason, had a phone up. And I mean, not for whatever reason. She's filming a Shohei Ohtani, like wondering, is this going to be the one? And then he hits it like right at her. And she doesn't really do much other than film the scrum right next to her for the ball, which she's saying is worth $3 million. I don't know what the auction's going to be or whatever. Whatever. It's worth a lot.
Call it $100,000.
Whatever it is.
It's easy $100,000.
The scrum for this dude's get bent over and under and in the holes of a chair that was out there. I mean, this thing is so intense. And yeah, it's as if, as you said, someone dropped 6 to 7 figures money on the ground.
Right.
Who wants it?
Exactly.
Holy.
Yeah. Holy moly.
Wow, this got intense.
Yeah, and I was looking at Eric Burns on Instagram. I don't know if you follow him, but you should. And he does a lot of like his no filter net. He does a lot of like MLB looks at what's going on, and he has Will Clark on, and they do a lot of breakdowns, and it's edgy. But he was talking about if he was out there in the bleachers and that ball was flying toward him, and if he was in that section, it would be full on WWE, yes. MMA, UFC. Pick your 3-letter acronym, but you'd be up in that mix trying to get that ball because that ball is worth some money.
The 49ers will be playing this weekend without Christian McCaffrey, Deebo Samuel, and George Kittle. If you're just joining us, George has been listed as doubtful, pretty much means he's not playing. Here's Kyle Shanahan today talking about Charvarius Ward and George Kittle this week.
Him and Charvarius, they were sore after practice, like a number of guys are. They came in Thursday morning and were still sore, and I know it's still today with Kittle. So it's the severity of it.
Okay, so still today with Kittle, and so they did not practice. Charvarius did. Nick Bosa did. They've both been listed as questionable. That's our situation. What do you think we're going to see from Brock Purdy is the question at 888-957-9570. And I'll tell you this. I want to make sure with the way I'm reacting today, and there's more. Wait till you hear all this.
Right. I do have a question, though, first about like his injury report coming out of the game. There was no George Kittle. So George Kittle was not on the injury report out of the game. The only name was Deebo Samuel.
It happened on Wednesday. It happened on Wednesday at practice.
So he got sore Wednesday at practice, or his hamstring got tweaked Wednesday at practice?
I guess so. He went hard on Wednesday, came in sore Thursday.
Okay.
Nick Bosa got a rib injury in practice. Charvarius Ward, a hamstring injury in practice.
Okay.
That all happened on Wednesday and Thursday.
That to me is as troubling as the Deebo. Like we saw Deebo get hurt and he took a knee on the last play. And okay, Deebo got hurt in a football game, but you've got guys now getting hurt in practice in week 3. To me, that's a problem. That's a problem. Either you're practicing too hard or they're not ready for the season.
Well, I don't know what to say about that. I hear you. I always hesitate when it comes to dudes' bodies and how it plays out. And we watch this. When injuries pile up, we start to go, oh, the strength and conditioning guy or the way you're going about it. And is the coach telling him to go hard or is the player deciding to go that hard? Is it just one of those damn things? I just don't know. I don't know how to quantify and qualify that. I really don't.
I'm not trying to judge the practice strength and conditioning person. I'm not trying to judge how hard they're going. I'm just simply saying when you have guys getting hurt in week 3 at practice, that's a problem. So either your practices are too hard or the players aren't ready, or this is just one of those like fluky things. But I do know this. You've got a team that is getting older. You've got guys who are coming up on being 30. So when you've got a team full of guys who are coming up on being 30 and now they're getting hurt in practice, that's not a good thing.
No, none of this is good. 49ers are beset by injuries.
But if you get hurt during a football game on Sunday, okay, fine. You get hurt during a football game. I get that. If you get hurt during practice, That to me is a little bit more curious.
I don't know if you get to choose. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know. Like to be an athlete, to run around out there, it's just like you or me. Like I know people. You know, you like all of a sudden you run into them out and about, and they've got a cast on, or they're on some little wheelie scooter through the grocery store, and you're like, "What happened?" And they're like, "I stepped off a curb, or I was taking a shower." Like it doesn't have to be a sexy injury. Like you get them when you get them. The body yells at you when the body yells at you. I don't know.
Those are people who are not professional athletes.
I know, but again, like I understand that you're being hit harder in a game, but I don't know that most injuries happen because of hits. I actually don't know that. Someone's probably got the data on that. The worst injuries are actually called non-contact injuries.
Dre Greenlaw.
Yeah. There's a great example. Was that in the game? Or was that just a person walking off of the sideline?
Well, he did a split step to run on the field and kapow. And even the Nick Bosa ACL from a couple of years ago, that was just him and the turf. And he was not contacted yet, and he collapsed.
Yeah, on bad turf.
Jimmy Garoppolo, ACL. He planted his foot to make a cut where he should have gone out of bounds, maybe, and boom, ACL, gone. So I get that. But for me, when it happens in practice, it makes me like scratch my head at like what's going on here.
Everyone wants a bigger sample size with Brock Purdy. No issue with it. Nobody thinks he's the best quarterback in the game. No issue with it. Like, I don't think that. I don't think that he's perfect. I don't think that this weekend is going to be like the best game he's ever played. I think Brock Purdy will continue to be Brock Purdy, which is a pretty damn good quarterback who's accurate. My question is actually this. It's not, and I know maybe it sounds like this, like I'm pleading with the world to love Brock. I'm pleading with the world to stop saying things that aren't true. You're winning despite Brock Purdy. He doesn't put up stats. Patrick Peterson is on the morning show saying that Brock doesn't throw outside the numbers. Funny, first touchdown pass he threw last year was from 30 yards out, and it was in the corner of the end zone to Brandon Aiyuk against Patrick Peterson. So, Patrick, you should know that he can throw outside the numbers because he did it on you. And actually, I'm looking at his passing charts right now, and there are tons. The field is dotted with balls that are outside the numbers. So that's what I'm trying to break down. I want to figure out why these perceptions that are provably false continue to come out of the mouths of people who know football. Patrick Peterson knows football. Kirk Morrison knows football. They played the game. How on earth are you saying things that are provably false? That's what I don't get. Draftism, I understand.
There it is.
The size, I understand. Well, but that's different. Draftism to me is about the lack of belief. And also about like you're going to make the staircase steeper for him to climb. I don't think it means that we get to just start making stuff up that we think happened on our TV sets that didn't happen. Like, where is that from? He can't throw outside the numbers. What are you watching? Did you watch his drive against the Packers in the playoffs? Where did he hit Chris Conley? Toe tapper, 25 yards down the field. What? Like, I don't know. Like, there's stats, there's data that shows these comments are wrong.
Oh, and these are people who, in general, probably aren't watching it as closely as we are, and so you have your preconceived notions, and if you want to talk about the stats, and, you know, Brock Purdy, they're doing it despite his stats, and you look at last year where he led the league in 9 of 18 major categories, including QB rating, it seems to me that the stats were pretty much in his favor, and he threw for more yards than any other quarterback in 49er history. So when you look at that, which is a stat, you would think about that being, okay, it's something that he probably did right if the stats are that good. It can't only be all the weapons around him and Kyle Shanahan.
Well, and he leads the league in passing yardage right now. So I'll give you the linebacker I want to listen to. It's Fred Warner, who has repeatedly said, Brock Purdy's the reason we've got a chance. That feels to me like someone saying we're winning because of Brock, not despite him.
Right.
Let's go to Jason in Oakland. Jason, thank you for calling Willard and Dibs. Really, really appreciate it. How are you?
What's going on, Willard? What's going on, Dibs? Hey, you hitting the nail on the coffin, man. We are tired. The dude Kirk was hating. He's a Raider fan. Let's put the rat on the table with him. He's a Raider fan, so he's gonna hate on anything about the Niners. He's not gonna tell the truth. Secondly, a lot of these guys, and I don't want to be sounding funny with them. But a lot of these guys do not watch the 49ers. They hate the 49ers. 49ers been beating them. Our team is loaded. They probably play on a garbage team, or they barely making the playoffs. So they ain't gonna have too many positive things to say about Purdy. And another thing is, just like you said, the stats show it. These guys sometimes it just be hate. It don't be the numbers. It be a guy just be mad because he just like, oh, he playing for a good team. They got a good franchise. They fans show up. It's loud when they play. They getting all this notoriety. They playing on Monday night. They playing on Thursday night. And these guys is playing in cold weather. They just be hating. Purdy's going to be here for a round. And another last thing I want to say to you guys is next year, George Kittle will be gone. Debo will be gone. And McCaffrey. Remember I said it.
Next year?
Okay. There it is.
Next year.
Why do you think that?
Let me say this. They're going to pay Purdy. McCaffrey is injury prone. We gave him a good 3 years. Debo, we know that he's going to pull a calf muscle every year. Every year. And Kittle is getting old. Just think, guys, them three is gone. I promise you. Just remember, Jason said it. McCaffrey is gone. We got our 3 years out of him. You see, he's not even going to play this season. Remember I said that he's not playing this season.
Well, you might be right on that. I got no predictions on that.
Just mark the tape for Jason.
Go ahead, Jason.
Mark it.
Here's what I'll say, because I have no idea what's going to happen next year. If that's true, though, the 49ers just made next year a lot harder on themselves because they just gave Christian McCaffrey extra money on his contract. They just reworked Deebo Samuel's contract to make it more expensive for them to let him go at the end of this offseason. And let me check where George Kittle is at. Kittle will be going into the final year of his contract next year. Yes, he is signed through 25 and voidable after that. So maybe. I doubt that all three of them are going to be gone.
Well, they got the cap room to eat all three if they wanted to.
Sure.
I mean, they've got the most cap room in football, so if they wanted to go that route, they could, but I don't know where the next tight end is. You could look at wide receiver and say, yeah, you got wide receivers in the hopper who could maybe replace Debo, and you look at a running back who you hope might be able to replace CMC if you want to go that route. I don't think that all three will be gone at the end of this year, but it's a long year, and if McCaffrey is out for, well, we know he'll be out for at least 5 games and could be longer, and now Kittle's doubtful, and he probably won't play on Sunday, and Debo is going to be out for a couple of weeks, so what are we looking at for this year alone?
So Patrick Peterson says Brock doesn't throw outside the numbers. Kirk Morrison says we want more stats and the Niners to win because of Brock, not despite him. And then there was this from Colin Cowherd today.
Basically, Brock Purdy and the San Francisco weapons have gone from stacked to normal. They still have a great offensive head coach and the best left tackle in football and a dominant number 1 receiver, Brandon Aiyuk, number 3 PFF receiver last year, and a good second receiver in Jennings. So they'll just be normal this weekend. By most standards, they'll have a normally weaponized offense. But that's what franchise quarterbacks are about. It's not about winning when you have the best hand in poker. It's about winning when you're missing a right tackle and your number 1 receiver. No Debo, no Christian McCaffrey, and no Kittle. We all know you'd need those guys to win a Super Bowl. But against the dinged-up Rams, I don't care where the game is being played, Brock Purdy should be okay. You should not need an abnormally stacked roster to be excellent.
But wait, there's more.
Anybody, when you have Christian and Kyle and Trent and Kittle and Debo and Aiyuk, it's a layup drill. I know you all think I'm anti-this and anti-that. I'm not anti-Brock Purdy, but, he does feel a little bit like a trust fund kid. He basically gets all the gifts. I mean, it's like Magic Johnson got Kareem. Okay, but then Magic Johnson, that rookie year, Kareem gets hurt, he has to play center. Okay, that's fine. But most people don't inherit Kareem in his prime. I'm not saying that some trust fund kids aren't hard workers and wouldn't have done well without the trust fund. But it helps a lot, right? That money coming in every month. When you inherit Debo and Aiyuk and Kittle and Trent Williams and Kyle, I'm just trying to contextualize this a little.
the trust fund kid thing got you.
Yeah, it did. It did because, I mean, it's not really the same thing trust fund wise unless he goes out there and suddenly now he's cut off from the trust fund. And the trust fund in this analogy is Debo and Christian and George. And if he goes out on Sunday and he shows that he's nothing without the trust fund and he's out of money and he can't get a job and now he's out on the street and he looks terrible, then I wouldn't necessarily agree with Colin after 1 week. But I look at what Brock Purdy has done, and I don't think that it's primarily or only because of Shanahan and George and Debo and Christian. I do think that he was a little bit overly dramatic in assessing Brock Purdy. Yes, Brock Purdy's had a lot, and his parents got him a really good car, and he's got a college fund that he doesn't have to worry about working through high school to earn enough money to pay for his own college and all the rest of it. It doesn't mean that he can't be a good student, right? It doesn't mean that he's totally a trust funder.
Well, what gets me is the concept that because there are really good teammates, and that's acknowledged, of course, I'm not going to say that, for instance, Brock Purdy's job and Bryce Young's job are the same. I'm not going to say that. But what gets me is when people, and he really, you could tell he was starting to flirt with it, when you call Brock Purdy's job easy. Football's not easy. Right. I don't care who your teammates are or who your play caller is. There are multiple 300-pound behemoths trained to get you constantly coming your way. Concepts are very, very intricate, and the whole thing is built after a week of all of these people watching film on how to beat you, and then they come after you. And you're supposed to just calmly do this job. And he started to say it when he used the word anyone. Anyone can quarterback this team. No, they can't. We've tried. Now, I know maybe not since Christian's arrival, but that's one player. That's one player. Lots of people in sports have had good rosters that then don't work. I remember when Vince Young called the Philadelphia Eagles a dream team, missed the playoffs. I remember when the Lakers got Dwight Howard and their 5 starters were on the cover of Sports Illustrated. 8 seed, swept in the first round by the Spurs. You can't just be good because you have names. You have to operate. You have to be a family. You have to be effective. Here's the real one. You have to be good. You have to be good. And he is proven good. I don't know about great. I don't know about Super Bowl. I don't know about $60 million. I'm with all of you. Let's see what happens. But this idea that we're still waiting for Brock to put up stats when he literally has the most prolific quarterback stats, I won't call it season, but most prolific quarterback stats as a quarterback in one season in the history of one of the most storied organizations in the game. You can't just do that because you have teammates and a good coach.
Right. And you could do that when you have good teammates and a good coach. And then now this week you have a good coach and you don't necessarily have good teammates. And I think that that's where a lot of these comments are coming from, where now it becomes a bigger question about Brock Purdy. And yes, he had a great year last year and he led him to a Super Bowl and his winning percentage has been unbelievable, but he's had Christian almost always. He's had Debo almost always, a couple of games here and there. And those are the games that he lost, by the way. He's had George Kittle for almost every game. And so now you don't have George, Debo, or Christian. So I do think that it's fair to, and I don't think that Kirk Morrison and Colin Cowherd necessarily did it in the right way. I think that they're going too far. It's a little bit too dramatic. But I do think it's fair to look at this game and say, okay, Brock, not that this is make or break, but this is a game where you look at Brock Purdy and you could say, all right, Brock, now you don't have 3 of your top 4 weapons. Let's see what you look like in a vacuum. And this is kind of what we've talked about for years, not years, but months and months, about the future of Brock Purdy when these guys are all gone, when, they're off the team, they're aged out, and then Brock's making $60 million. This is kind of an early look at what that might look like when it's Brock Purdy as the man and you don't have anybody else around him.
Let's go to Fabian in Maryland. Hi, Fabian. Thank you so much for calling. What's up?
Hey, what's going on? Yeah, I'm excited about this weekend to see what Brock can do. This is kind of like one of those games that'll be a test for him. And I won't be upset if he doesn't have a great performance, but I will be, disappointed if, he has a bad performance. But I really think what I want to see from Brock is him use his legs more. I mean, looking at that Vikings game, there were so many opportunities for him to just move the chain. There was definitely one where he held on to the ball looking for somebody, and I thought he could have got 10 yards, maybe 8 if the defense closes in. But so many opportunities where it was like 2 yards, 3 yards, 4 yards he could have picked up just by using his legs. So, and I think we'll need that when we have guys down and we have less options to get the ball to. I think we're going to need him to do some things with his legs. And I'm honestly looking at Kyle. I don't think this will happen, but his third down play calling has to get better. But my main thing that I'm looking for this weekend is to see Brock use his legs some more.
Fabian, thanks. I'm certainly not against it. Obviously, this is going to be, usually it's like all hands on deck. This is like all aspects on deck. Like whatever you've got, whatever you have in your holster, you got to bring it out. And so if that's Brock's legs, if that's Jordan Mason, if that's going downfield to Jacob Cowing, I know John Lynch said today Cowing might be in this game plan. That's intriguing to me. Yeah, I have a lot of hope. Not that Brock needs to score 30 points, doesn't need to throw for 300. I don't need it to be sparkling. I really am excited, though, because it is my belief that Brock Purdy is still going to function. He is still going to function because he's the perfect fit for Kyle. The plays are going to be cold. They're not going against a great team.
Right.
And he's going to be able to operate.
He should. And ultimately, for me, anyway, the barometer is the win. Go out there and win the game, because I just looked at the spread, and it's still 6.5, even though Kittle now is doubtful, which means he's out. No Debo, no McCaffrey, no Kittle. And also, Bosa is questionable, and Charvarius Ward questionable. I think that they both will play. I can't speak to how they're feeling, but I would imagine that they're going to play come Sunday, and the game is now less than 48 hours away. But for me, the barometer is not Brock's numbers. It's about the win or the loss, because you're still heavily favored in LA in a game that's not really a road environment. You probably won't have to go silent count very often, if at all. And you've got enough guys around you to where you should still be able to win the game.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. We are continuing with your phone calls next. Plus, if you missed Jay Gruden on our show yesterday, you need to hear what he said about the idea of the Niners playing without George Kittle, because it was an idea then, and it's a fact now. That's next. Willard and Dibs.
Terms and conditions apply. For full details, see unlock.com/legal. Actor portrayal.
Lisa, thanks for having me over. Your new kitchen is gorgeous. How did you find them?
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
So what was on the menu? 7 steaks? 2 whole chickens?
I went and got a giant Wagyu steak for him.
So I'm ecstatic about that.
On 95.7 The Game.
Well, if you're just joining us on a Friday, yay.
It's about time you got here.
And also, George Kittle's doubtful. Deebo Samuel's out. Christian McCaffrey, you all know, is out. Charvarius Ward questionable. Nick Bosa questionable. No one's going to feel sorry for the 49ers. The Rams are all banged up too. And so what's this one going to look like? And, you know, what we're kind of getting at, what I'm getting at least, I don't put words in your mouth. Everybody's entitled to their perspective, their opinion. It's what makes sports fun. What gets me is I start to hear stuff that is provably false. And it's odd to me as we go from Brock having played 10 games to 20 games to 30 games. And Brock is only one example. I was just reading Matt Barrows just lit somebody up on Twitter because he texted Matt or tweeted him and said, it's time for the 49ers to move on from George Kittle. He is made of glass. And for a tough guy position, he misses a bleep load of games.
Yeah. Speak on it.
And then
fans.
Matt Barrows responded and said, George Kittle has missed 6 of 62 starts, and one of them was on purpose.
Right.
Last year against the Rams.
Yep. 16 games last year, 15 the year before, 14 the year before that. And then 2020, he played 8 games. So, yeah, you're going back pretty far. And before that, he played 14, 16, and 15. So
Barrows said to him, I just question your definition, your use of the word bleep load.
Of course.
So that's what I don't get. I understand the emotion of the sport. I don't get when we're able to look at stuff and then ideas that are provably false sustain. That's what I don't understand.
Well, you can look at anything from your own perspective. And if you are a George Kittle fantasy football owner and you're going into week 3 and maybe you're 0-2 and you look at George Kittle as doubtful, maybe you're mad and you want to talk about him missing a bleep load of games because now you're stuck with your backup tight end and maybe you don't have a backup tight end and now you're going to lose your fantasy game and now I'm mad. So I'm going to come at George Kittle for missing a, quote, bleep load of games.
Yeah, but half the league is hurt. Justin Herbert's got a high ankle sprain. Evan Engram is doubtful. Puka, Cooper, Tua. It's all over the place. Isaiah Pacheco. Jim in Woodacre on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Jim. Thanks for calling.
Oh, thanks for taking my call. You know, I have the perfect rebuttal to the Purdy haters that don't want to see reality. Because it's his accuracy. It doesn't matter if it's Juwan. I forgot his last name.
Jennings.
See, the point is whoever he's throwing to, he puts it right in the right place. So if Debo's out to Sunday, whoever he's throwing to in Debo's place, he's probably going to put it right in the right spot, and that's why he's so valuable. Is that he holds, and there's also what I heard that NFL players there's an NFL attitude that he is like the calmest in the pocket than anybody else. And I can't verify where I heard that. But he's just the real deal. And time will tell, as they say.
Yep.
And one final thing. People wonder about injuries. So you got to your car runs well until it doesn't. And what's the story? Parts break. And it's same with our bodies. And you don't have to be doing anything violent or really hard to all of a sudden break a part says, oops, I'm sorry, I'm out of commission.
Jim, thank you. Jim, thank you very much. Appreciate the phone call. I think he has a point, which is that, and this is part of the romanticism of it, which is that we want individuals to do X, Y, or Z. This is what you and I sort of, debated yesterday with the idea of Brandon Aiyuk, and you want him to statistically pop.
Better now.
Well, I just think the offense better go. Now, those things could be hand in hand.
They should be.
Right? They should be. They could be. They might be, but they might not be. And so are your receivers lesser? I guess to a degree, but they're still allowed to get open. And Kyle Shanahan is still running a scheme that is supposed to make that work and has worked with that in the past. And Brock, with what he does well, like, I don't really understand the reasoning behind the idea to think that he's now not going to do well. He will still process information. He will still buy time. He will still make good decisions and deliver an accurate ball. That works in the NFL, no matter who your receivers are.
Well, and that's where I would pause it, because it's not no matter who your receivers are. It's you're lesser than if you don't have the same receivers that you normally do. But everything else you said is something that he should be able to do. Kyle Shanahan can still call a good play. They can still execute a good play, and he can still read it and make a throw, but the throw that he's going to make to whomever he's going to make it to, not George, not Debo, and not Christian, well, there is where it becomes a little bit of a lesser proposition, because you're not throwing it to an all-pro, George Kittle, and you're not throwing it to a possible Hall of Famer, CMC, and George Kittle is on his own Hall of Fame track, so all three of those guys are out. So, yeah, everything else Brock Purdy should be able to do. He should be able to call a play and decipher a play and run a play, but when you go to execute it, the execution's probably not going to be as good because you don't have the same people on the back end of it.
That may be, but again, like here's what's better news, and I know this might sound weird. This is way better than the guys getting hurt in the game. Like Kyle he's got all week to now game plan for not having these guys out there. And so that's his job.
Yep.
Your job is to go scheme this thing now for Brandon Aiyuk, Jawan Jennings, and Chris Conley, and Jacob Cowing, and Eric Saubert, and Jordan Mason. Go do your thing. That's not nothing. You're right. It's nowhere near as dynamic. I get that.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's like unreasonable. It's not an unreasonable group of people to go win a football game with.
Well, it shouldn't be. And if your quarterback is really everything that we think that he is, if he's a top 5 MVP candidate, and if he is a guy who's going to make $60 million, then it shouldn't be a big deal to throw to Saubert and Mason and Jennings and whoever else you're going to actually go to. Tonjes, if Tonjes gets to start as your other tight end. If Brock Purdy is really this good, then it shouldn't be that big of a deal.
Miguel and Modesto next up here, Willard and Dibs. Hi, Miguel. Thank you for calling.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. So I wanted to call about Purdy, but on a quick front about the injuries. I don't know about you guys, but I'd rather have my injuries early in the season opposed to late in the season when this team is trying to make a playoff push. So I'd say we kind of cool it down on that front because these guys are only out for a couple weeks, not the entire season thus far. As for Purdy, it's very unfair what's going on. No surprise there. The Collins, the Nick Wrights of this world, they give that man a very small rope. If you put Patrick Mahomes without Kelsey, CJ without Diggs, Lamar without Flowers, you name it, we're not having these kinds of conversations about them because they think those guys are on a whole nother dimension. So I think it's very unfair what they're doing to Purdy. I think even though if Purdy goes out there and beats the Rams and the Patriots, they're going to continue to move the goalpost on the guy. They're just going to come out and say, well, the Rams are depleted. Well, the Patriots, we weren't expecting much out of them. So I think it's unfair with Purdy can't control who's in front of him. All he can do is play who's in front of him. So I think it's unfair what's going on with him. Thank you for taking my call, guys.
Miguel, thanks. I don't know, like you're using the word unfair. I wouldn't use that word. I get, it bothers me too, but I don't think it's unfair. I look at this game as an opportunity. This is now wonderful.
Yeah.
This is great. Like
maybe.
I'm not like rooting for injuries.
Sure.
But we're here, and how do you want to look at it? Do you want to make lemonade out of your lemons? This is an opportunity for Brock Purdy that in a contract year, or at least leading into an extension conversation, and a bevy of people around the world still, after multiple playoff runs, now leading the NFL in passing. Sure, you lost a football game last week. Oh, dear, what to do? After all that, you still all got these people going, yeah, I'd like to see the Niners win and Brock actually contribute I mean, for stuff like that to still be coming out of people's mouths, this is exactly what you need.
And it will forever. And you talked about it before, and I disagreed with you. If they win the Super Bowl, I do think that those narratives die. But right now at 1-1 and these guys not playing this Sunday, the narrative lives.
I am so excited also for what we've got coming your way this weekend with the Niners and Rams, okay? All weekend long, we got you covered. Low Neal and Evan Giddings, the kickoff show, 11 a.m. Sunday. Grandy, Sterling Bennett, Kyle Madsen for overtime. The second the game ends, the quickest way for you to talk about the game is be right here on 95.7 The Game. Your home for the best pre- and post-game coverage in the Bay. We continue with your phone calls. We promised you that Jay Gruden comment on George Kittle. We'll bring that to you immediately. Coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
This is the day of the big sale at your gift shop.
Welcome in.
So this isn't just a big day for your business.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
888-957-9570. It's not just what you think Brock is going to look like. A few other things. I wanted to throw this at you.
Do it. You won't.
Not going to name names. No, I will. I'm about to. Warm it up.
Thank you.
Everybody's really hesitant to use this phrase, but I can hear a bunch of people who want to.
Must win?
Uh-huh.
Get out of here.
Talk to me.
Seriously. If you're using the phrase must win, then, and I don't want to say this to anybody individually because you're all out there and you're listeners, and I love each and every one of you, you're an idiot.
Well, look.
It's not a must win because if they lose and you go to 1-2, and let's just say that Seattle also loses.
Okay.
And Arizona loses, and the Rams, well, they wouldn't lose because they would beat you.
What if they don't, though? What if they win? What if Seattle wins? What if Arizona wins?
Okay, then you're 2 games back with 14 to play. Right. It's not a must win.
What if I asked you this? What is it then? And I don't mean like let's label the win. Like here's how I'd answer it. You're right. It's not a must win. But here's what it is. If they lose, it's a problem. It's a problem.
It's a small problem if they lose.
I'd call it
New England up next.
A medium problem, which I know after last night, now we've decided that's going to be an easy game. But
It's not an easy game, but just a quick aside, 10 seconds, and we'll fade the dibbers later. And I'll tell you this.
Nice pick last night.
Bad pick. And I said this on the thread. And from the moment I made the pick, and actually I got a text from my good friend Baltimore Joe.
Okay.
And as I was making the pick, he said, "Don't take the Patriots. Don't take the Patriots." And so after I made the pick, and you guys all laughed at me, and I looked at my phone, and I was like, you know what? That's probably a bad pick. And I'm driving home, and Greg the Leg missed a field goal, and it's 14-3. And I'm thinking, you know what? It's not a good pick, but I might actually find my way into no.
Dude.
And then Aaron comes out and 21-3. And I thought, you know what? It's a bad pick. And then I thought about it yesterday and whatever. I had other action that actually paid off and fantasy football. I liked what happened and all the rest of it. And I woke up this morning and I thought, you know what? I need to look at my process because I don't always have to pick a side. I can pick a total. I can, whatever. It's fade the dibber.
Well, that's kind of the way we've set it up. You do it for a primetime game. You pick the game.
I could pick an over/under though in the game. I'm not going to pick. I'm not going to pick a prop.
Is that true, Grandy? I don't know. Look at the rule book. What did we say on fade the dibbers for primetime games?
I think he can make any bet.
Okay.
I thought that it was spread or total. I'm not going to pick for example, one bet that I do
under Ramondre Stevenson yards.
We're not going to let you pick a prop that's like minus 400 to hit.
Yeah, somewhere around even. Right. Somewhere around even.
And I love that. And I will say this: I was on the Ramondre Stevenson. I say it wrong every time. I was on his under yards on Prize Picks. Thank you, Guru, for the promo code Guru957. But I thought that I could pick. Either the side or the total.
You can do whatever you want.
Well, I'll say this.
We're fun people around here.
My pick in the Niner game has changed.
Oh.
That's all I'm going to say.
Well, that's a nice tease.
Based on today's news and my process, the pick done changed. But anyway, that was too many sides to what we were talking about.
No, that's fine. And again, for those of you who want to hear that, we'll do that a little bit closer to 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
But it's a problem. It's a problem if the 49ers lose this game.
Agreed.
No, it doesn't mean the season is over. They don't have to win. And I would want to know more about that's not how we always do it, right? It's like, well, wait a minute. How'd they lose? Did they lose 31-30 or did they lose 6-4? Like what
if they lose 34-3?
Well, probably not. But
no, but if you want to talk about that, I think is a bigger thing. And I also want to lean on what happened a couple years ago when they started the year 3-5.
Yep.
And then they still went to the NFC Championship game. So if you go to 1-2, this is not a must win. And if you think it's a must win, that's a you problem.
That year, though, I know we love to reference it, but that's not the way. Like, don't do it that way.
That's not the blueprint.
Yeah,
no, of course.
That season had at least 3 or 4 moments where you're like, if this doesn't go their way, it's cooked, including the final drive in LA in the regular season.
Yep.
Where Jimmy Garoppolo, legend has it, actually threw the ball downfield, and it was caught by people on his team, and they went on a game-winning drive, and they won. And
in overtime.
Yes, they won the thing. So, but you don't want to do it that way. Not this team.
You'd rather not.
You know what I mean? But I get it. They're less dynamic right now, but the bottom line for me on this one is that you're very likely, if the Niners lose Sunday, you're very likely to come out with significant concerns about at least one portion of the field. That's the way I'll say it. Because if they do, if the offense can't function, then I'm wrong, and all of these things are now, all of the things people have said are going to be true. Because the Rams don't have a great defense, and this is the Niners South. This is their house. So what's the reasoning for going down there and you can't move the ball? Like what? And if the Rams, with no offensive line and no receivers, if they move the ball up and down the field on you, well, what the hell is this defense? What are we doing? So I got to see how it looks, but that'd be my guess. Niners lose this game, you're going to show up on Monday with significant concerns about one side of the ball, if not both.
Fair, but still, you look at it, and if you have any rationale or if you're at all a reasonable human being, you could look at it and say, all right, you still have 14 more of these. And I'm thinking about the year that I referenced where they went 3-5, and I just pulled up the box score for my own mental reference. They lost to Arizona to fall to 3-5, and that game was at Levi Stadium.
And it was embarrassing.
Arizona 31, San Francisco 17. Colt McCoy,
yeah.
22 of 26.
And who's my man that got trucked at the goal line? He was on the Niners for just that year. He's a corner and got absolutely obliterated like pancakes.
Was it Josh Norman?
No, it wasn't Josh Norman. Darn it. I'll look it up. Anyway.
I'm just looking at
I'll look at the box score.
I'm looking at the box score right here, and it was, James Conner. I'm looking for James Conner, who had 3 touchdowns, 2 on the ground, 1 via the air, and Jimmy Garoppolo threw for 326. He got sacked 5 times, and you lose to Arizona to fall to 3-5.
What year was this? 21?
2021.
Okay.
Was it Dre Kirkpatrick?
Thank you, Dre Kirkpatrick. And who was the running back on the Cardinals?
Eno Benjamin. Yeah, that great Eno Benjamin.
Absolutely trucked him. The Niners were embarrassed in that game. They were awful. They were awful in that game.
At that point, at 3-5, we all were outraged at the state of the team and this and that, and then they would go on to win 7 of their last 9 in the regular year.
You remember the next Monday night, and Kyle has admitted this, the following Monday night, if the Niners lose and Garoppolo did not perform well, that was a wrap.
Yep.
Trey Lance gets the gig. They were 3-6. Remember who they were playing?
The Rams.
The Los Angeles Rams.
Yep.
Jimmy only threw for 182 yards.
Balled out.
But the Niners won by 21.
Quarterback rating of 141.7.
That's good.
That's very good.
That's very, very good. Yeah.
No answer for Elijah Mitchell.
Jimmy Garoppolo, 15-19, 182, 2 tuds, no picks.
That's my point, is not to, praise Jimmy Garoppolo for a 15 of 19 performance, but to just remind everyone that this is week 3, so it's not a must win. Yes, you should beat the Rams, and you should have beaten Arizona that year where you fell to 3-5. And I'm just checking the notes. You were favored by 3.5. Arizona was actually pretty good that year, but you should have won that game. You should win this game. But if you don't, it's not time to panic. I
don't know that yet. I don't know that yet.
I do.
You
And
don't.
maybe because I'm just a little bit more
you don't know,
mature and a little bit more wise than the majority of you.
No, because you don't know what it looks like. Like, what's the definition of panic? I didn't say it's time to panic about the standings, but I can panic about the way, like, if the defense gets shredded by this offense, I can panic. Yes, I can.
You're allowed to.
Yes.
But I wouldn't. I mean,
why not?
Because there are adjustments that can be made with 14 games left to go.
I mean, that's always
and when you
true.
get
That's
7
a catch-all.
teams that make the playoffs at 1 and 2, you're still very much in the picture.
Yeah,
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
I can honestly say that the 49ers are not built for what you're talking about. Like, this is not, my expectations are not going to change that fast to the point where I can just wrap my head around, well, let's see if we could sneak in. I thought this was Super Bowl or bust, for goodness sakes.
Well, it is.
And I understand that they got a lot of injuries, but I'm not adjusting my expectations 3 games into the season to be like, yeah, it's fine. They're 1-2. Let's see if they can, scratch out 9 or 10 wins in a wild card. No, this team's way too good for that.
But if you scratch out 9 or 10 wins in a wild card and McCaffrey's healthy and Debo's healthy and Kittle's healthy, and all 3 of those guys are going to be healthy at the end of let's say they go 8-1, and that's good enough. And I love the tie.
You want that tie
8-1, and that's good enough to get you a wild card somehow, some way. But all those guys are healthy, then they're going to be a tough out.
Yeah, I don't want them to be a tough out. Like
it's Super Bowl or bust no matter what.
If that's what you get, that's what you get, and that's what you root for. But it's way too early for me to start thinking about that being okay. Like, my gosh, look at this roster. I understand that there are some injuries, but look at the other roster. This is a dreadful football team they're playing. Dreadful.
That's a little strong.
It's not.
I think it's a little strong.
The Arizona Cardinals flicked this team off the field in 5 minutes. The game was over.
Well, Arizona's better than you thought.
Arizona.
You can give Arizona their flowers through 2 games because they're better than you thought.
A kid in his second NFL game ran the Rams off the field in 5 minutes last week. 5.
He's a first-round pick.
I understand that. He had...
Some think that he's going to be the next great wide receiver. And he's on the Hall of Fame track.
And some know that, no, he's not. He has 5 career catches in the league. His first game was 1 catch for 4 yards, and he was one of the lowest separators in the entire league. So
if you project out his 2-week stats with touchdowns, he's on pace for 385 touchdowns for his career.
How about catches? He's got 5 in 2 games. He's on pace for about 38 catches this year.
All he does is score touchdowns. So when you're that good, you don't need catches.
Okay.
You just score touchdowns.
All right, let's go to Fred in Richmond. Hi, Fred. What's cooking in your world?
Oh, man, just got off work, man. Listening to the show and a huge fan. I just think as a Niners fan, I'm not panicking. I'm not worried. I mean, the Rams are depleted right now. I would have a little panic just because of it's being a divisional game. If the Niners was to lose, I just can't see that. Like, I understand any given Sunday, but I just can't see that. I believe that Brock Purdy is just going to keep flicking that ball, get it to Brandon Aiyuk. Mason continues to stay on his high journey, and the Niners come out with a 31, maybe 31-10 victory. The defense should really annihilate the Rams. Like I said, again, it's a divisional game. Leonard Floyd should probably just be all over Matthew Stafford due to the fact they were teammates not too long ago. But I'm not panicking. The Niners still a Super Bowl or bust in my eyeballs because it's only week 3. And, I mean, nobody played in the preseason. So this is the new NBA parody. You know how it is in the NBA, load management. Kittle, if it was a playoff game, Kittle might play. I'm pretty sure he would play. So, I mean, fall back. Nick Wright he need clickbait. That dude knows nothing. I mean, I never heard him say nothing about Kansas City before Patrick Mahomes. He wasn't screaming Alex Smith, but, you know, that's for another show. Thanks for having me on, y'all.
Thanks, Fred. Appreciate it. Yeah, like, I mean, look, I want to make sure this is very clear. I'm excited for Brock Purdy's opportunity. I expect him to still play very well. I don't need it to be sparkly. I don't need it to be statistically driven. I need him to play well. Like, don't turn the ball over and move the ball. It doesn't need to be 30 points. I have no rules here. Just play well and take that opportunity. At the same time, and I'll be here Monday. I'll be here Monday to take my L if I'm wrong. There are no excuses. Like, that's what I won't do. That would be totally disingenuous for me to say I expect him to play well and then show up Monday and be like, well, he didn't have half of his players. No. If I'm going to sit here and say this guy's a good quarterback, he's got to be a good quarterback.
Exactly.
And if I'm going to say this guy's a great play caller, then he needs to be a great play caller. And yes, you can do that with Chris Conley. Yes, you can. He's been in the NFL for a long time. And by the way, he's not even option 1 or 2. You know, just got asked by one of our really, really good listeners on YouTube, Chicago Jason, about Brock being with receivers that he doesn't have a lot of rapport with because Brandon's not really like up to speed and then the rest of the guys are new. I'm like, I don't feel like that's what's happening here. First of all, it's time for Brandon to be up to speed. It's week 3, and you showed up for the final week of camp. So that means you have been running around playing football now for a month almost. Like, time to be up to speed, number 1. Number 2, Juwan Jennings, not new. Number 3, Chris Conley, not terribly new.
Not new at all.
And even if you want to move down to the rookie, who is a rookie, but you've been playing with him for all camp, in Jacob Cowing, Saubert, like, sure, it's not going to look the same, but I don't want to bake in any excuses to this. It's still a group, to me, that Brock and the 49ers as a group should be able to use to move the ball.
There are no excuses in the NFL, ever. And, you go out there and you line up and you're going to have 11 guys on your offense. I'm pretty sure that they're still going to have 11 guys out there. And you go out there and you play. This is different than an NBA game where you have Steph and Clay and Draymond all out for load management and whatnot, and you're playing the third game in 4 nights on the road. Okay, you might lose to Orlando or New Orleans or whatever team that you're gonna play against. Who cares? There's 82 of them. It doesn't really matter. In football, you got 17 of them. There are no excuses. You've got a quarterback who was top 5 in the MVP voting last year, and he is healthy. And you've got an offensive coordinator and a head coach that I'm being told is one of 2 coaches that everyone would want in the NFL, and he's not hurt, I don't believe. So you have a top 5 MVP candidate quarterback. You've got one of the best coaches outside of Andy Reid in football. You've got an all-pro in Brandon Aiyuk. You've got a Hall of Fame left tackle. There are no excuses. And you're going up against a team that has as many, if not more, injuries than you do.
There's the point. Here's the way I look at it. If we stop thinking about who's not going to be there, let's just think about who is. Who's got the better football team on Sunday? It's not even close. It's not even close.
Well, even if it was close, you've got a quarterback who everybody's telling me is $60 million a year, and you've got a head coach who everyone's telling me is the best thing this side of Andy Reid.
Look, both teams have good coaches and both teams have good quarterbacks.
Sure.
So, and I actually would argue that both teams have a very workable young running back. Both teams. But let's leave there. Now where do we go? Who's got the better receivers? Clearly the 49ers have more accomplished receivers with no Puka and no Cooper. Just the fact that Brandon Aiyuk is there means the Niners get the edge in receivers. Who's got the better offensive line? Not even close. Who's got the better defense? Shouldn't even be close.
Yeah.
That's what I like. If you really want to get nerdy with me, that's where my mind goes in this game. The defense should be amazing. We got a new staff, and we're feeling a little some type of way about it after some of the stuff that we watched last week. We've already got a very public set of criticisms to go toward Nick Sorensen because of the way he set up the defense on the Justin Jefferson 97-yard touchdown. Now, that's one play. Not going to make a decision on a D coordinator based on that. But you've got new personnel, you've got a new staff, and this is the type of game that you should look great in. And you've done it to this team many, many times in the past. The Niners largely have had Matt Stafford's number when they play the Los Angeles Rams. So that's my deal. The Rams should not get to 16 or 17 points. They should not.
Agreed. And if you look at pressure rate in the NFL, Brock Purdy's been pressured on 29% of dropbacks, which is 5th most in the NFL. Stafford is at 31%, which is 4th most in the NFL. He's missing 3 offensive linemen. The Niners aren't missing any offensive linemen. And the Niners have this defense that we all want to talk about, Nick Bosa, and he had a good game, I think, against Minnesota with 2 sacks. And Leonard Floyd, we're still waiting for him to really wreck a game. And Javon Hargrave in the middle of the defensive line, we're looking for him to wreck a game. This is one, and I agree with you, where the D-line in particular should be able to feast against an offensive line that's missing 3 starters and an offensive package that doesn't have the 2 top wideouts on their team and 2 of the top, I'd say, 20 receivers in football, maybe even 2 of the top 15.
Yeah.
And they're both going to be out. So go ahead and key up on the run. Make sure that Kyron Williams doesn't beat you on the ground, and go ahead and feast on Matthew Stafford at 36 years of age in a game that won't be a hostile environment.
If you're just joining us, go ahead and add George Kittle to the list. So there's no Debo, there's no Christian, and now there is no George Kittle. He's been listed as doubtful. That means he's almost assuredly not to play. And it's interesting to get that news the day after you and I spoke to Jay Gruden, who said this.
I'd be more concerned about George Kittle than anybody. I think George Kittle makes that offense what it is. He is the best blocking tight end and receiving tight end combination there is. And if you look around the league, not many teams have a blocking tight end like George Kittle that can go out and run pass routes and break tackles like he does. They're almost non-existent right now. I think he's the most valuable player on the team. Personally, I love Trent. I love Brock. I love Debo, but George Kittle is a monster. If he's not in there, I don't know what they're going to do. So you got to figure out ways to get another tight end in there and continue to hit people with Mason in the running game so your play actions are there on first and second down, and on third down, do the best you can and protect the quarterback and try to get through this game and try to win it probably by a field goal or whatever.
Quote, if he's not there, I don't know what they're going to do. And I haven't heard many people talk about this. We hear George Kittle go out and our mind immediately goes to, oh, Purdy lost another weapon. You know who this is the worst news for? Is J.P. Mason. That's who this is the worst news for, because that's who the 49ers could, you would think, lean on in a game like this. That game that you brought up when the Niners beat the Rams on Monday night in 2021.
Yep.
Go look at the splits in terms of pass attempts versus rushes. 19 times they threw the ball. 44 they ran the ball. Now, that was Jimmy's Niners. This is Brock's, and it's different. But if Mason is running downhill the way he has in the first two games, of course you would lean on that more. But there's no George Kittle, and I do really wonder what it's going to look like. I know it's not a hostile environment, but it is the road, and it will be loud. And some of the young guys on the line, Dominic Pooney, they struggled with that last week. Jake Brendel has not had a very good start to the year. Trent is there. That's great. But that's the other thing that I want to look at. You know what I mean? And Brock's life will be made easier, by the way, if the defense plays the way we think it can and if Mason is running the ball the way he has.
Yeah, go ahead and win the time of possession, which we've talked about over the last 2 years. When they win the TOP battle, they're 20-4. So that is, for me, the ultimate formula. Like you said, in the other game we referenced 2021 against the Rams, you didn't throw it a lot. You ran it, and I think you said 40 times. Yeah, 44 times. 44 times on the ground. And I'm looking at it. Jeff Wilson, Debo got 5. Elijah 27 for 91.
Yep.
Which is not what you would call a completely dominant game, but he did enough to keep the ball in the hands of the quarterback. And so that for me becomes the formula yet again. But it is made harder by the fact that you don't have George Kittle in that run blocking. And so Eric Saubert's going to have to play more than he's played so far in his young Niner career. And Jake Tonjes, if he gets the call at the other tight end. And, you know, the other real X factor, I think, in this game is Kyle Juszczyk. And Juszczyk's been used a lot this year in a second tight end role where it's classically 21 personnel, 2 running backs. But with Jordan Mason, they don't run a lot of I formation with Juszczyk in front of Mason. So I would imagine that Juszczyk snaps go up and that he's used as a second tight end in many formations.
All right, what do you expect to see from Brock, and what do you say if they lose this game this weekend? We're taking your calls at 888-957-9570. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. This is Willard and Dibbs.
What's up? It's your boy.
Oh, I know about the stat that you texted me, Grandy. Director of Sports Lucas Alexander and my partner Dan Dibley and I had a lengthy conversation about said stat before the show. Would you like to all hear it?
Tell us.
Okay.
Because I was eating my salad. I might have tuned you two out.
Well, I know.
I was looking at an empty donut
I'm
box.
going to eat it.
Yeah, I was a little mad at that. I'm
Really?
glad you brought that. That was going to be my what's bugging me.
Oh, was it?
No doubt.
I stole that sucker.
Well, and it always bugs me.
Yeah.
If you have food here in the radio world, we bring food a lot of times, leftovers or freshies. And when the food is gone, when you brought the food, you're responsible to dispose of the container. Or if you take the last thing from a food container, then just throw it out. Such a tease.
Grandy seems to know who took the last donut and left the empty box on the table.
I took the second to last donut, and then I watched the next person grab a donut out of the box. All I will say is it's a member of the sales staff.
Say who it is. You won't.
No,
Yeah,
I don't want you to, because then I will harbor not a grudge. This is not quite grudge worthy, but there will be resentment.
Yeah, we like this person too.
Yeah, and that's what.
And I like endorsements, so just let's move on.
Totally.
I mean, right? Let's move on. But anyway, you want to hear a fun stat?
I would love it.
And then apparently Big Trent said something that everybody needs to hear. Okay,
was it Big Dom?
No, it's not Big Dom. No, Big Trent. Big Trent. Check this out. Thanks to our buddy Nick Wagner, who does a great job covering the 49ers. He's the one who sent this out. This is fun. Ready? Since the 49ers acquired Christian McCaffrey in 2022, Brock Purdy has been under center for a total of 10 snaps without McCaffrey, Debo, and Kittle. 10 snaps.
Okay.
7 of those snaps were passing plays. How do you feel he did?
0 for 7 with 5 picks.
Not 5, not 6,
Totally.
not 7.
Yeah. How'd I do?
Brock went 3 for 7 for 49 yards, no touchdowns, and 1 interception.
Oh, wow.
Now, 5 of those 10 snaps came in mop-up duty in an ugly loss against the Kansas City Chiefs. If you remember, that was Christian's first game with the 49ers, and he did not play a full complement of snaps because he showed up to the facility about 7 hours before the game. It was actually Friday.
Right.
But no, five of those snaps came prior to Brock Purdy even being the starting quarterback for the 49ers. Okay? There's your small sample. Now, we could play it the other way, too. Purdy has been under center with all 3 of them on the field for a total of 537 snaps.
Okay.
And in those plays, Brock is 299 of 449 for 3,903 yards, 25 touchdowns against 8 interceptions, also 155 rushing yards and 2 rushing touchdowns. That's Brock Purdy with his big 3 weapons.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he's better when he has the big 3 weapons. And the idea of him being, quote, under center, I'm going to allow Nick the latitude of the fact that he probably wasn't.
Those were my words, not his. He just called them snaps.
Okay, that's better.
Right.
Because under center is something we don't often see now in the National Football League.
Fine.
With the pistol and the shotgun and all the rest of it. Sure.
He was behind center.
Near the center.
Yes, he was on the field as the quarterback of the football team for that many snaps.
What that stat tells me is that we have no idea how he's going to look without those 3 on the field. Because you want to talk about small sample, and I know that we've all used that, and I think Kirk Morrison this morning with the guys in the morning roast talked about a small sample size, which kind of triggered me a little bit.
Does it? Why?
Because at what point does a small sample become a medium sample? When you talk about 10 snaps, that is a small sample size to me. When you look at now we're coming up on 2 full seasons worth of regular season starts. Is that still a small sample?
It's not that small. I get what they're saying in terms of like we want as much data as possible. If you're talking about it in terms of what kind of a contract are you going to offer them, But no, it's not a small sample if what you're trying to find out is if Brock is good. It's not. You want it to be, some of you. You want it to be.
Well, you want it to be if you want to disprove it.
Yeah, because you want to not be convinced. You want to know what small sample size Steve does? And I bet you've all experienced this 1,000 times. Brock Purdy can be 4-2 in the playoffs, and one of those losses isn't really his. He can be 4-2 in the playoffs. He can have been to an NFC title game every time he's played quarterback. He can win football games at what feels like, I don't have the data in front of me right now, but it feels like something in the neighborhood of 75 to 80% of the games he starts, they win. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. What's he at right now? About 24-7 or something like that?
18-5 regular.
Okay.
4-2 post. So he's at 22-7.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. So there you go. So whatever that is, that feels like that's
about 70%. Darn near.
All right.
Yep.
Okay. So he can win all those games. He can have success in the playoffs. He can be fifth in the MVP. He can throw for more yards than any 49er quarterback has ever thrown for in the history of this organization in a season. He can go over 30 touchdown passes in a season. He can do all that stuff, and then he'll go out on Christmas and turn the ball over 4 times, and someone will go, see, I told you he sucks.
Yep.
That is the small sample size Steve stuff that I can't stand, especially in the social media generation. That's social media Steve. That's your name if you do that. You watch for 3 seasons, and it's like, good, this is great, that day was mediocre, this is good, that was really good, that was kind of good. They win almost all their games, going to the NFC title game both years, and then you have a bad quarter. Told you, he sucks. That's what I hear a lot. That's what I hear a lot. And maybe that's just fanning. You know, you got nacho cheese on your cheek, and you're like, he sucks. Okay. But like, come on. And I know some of you are believe me, some of you are dialing that up for Monday already. You're getting it ready. You're getting your take ready before the game even starts. Mine's hopeful. I think that's my prediction. My prediction is he's still going to be very, very functioning as a quarterback. And my prediction is that the 49ers are going to win this game and that he is going to look good. Will he look great? I don't know. That's hard to say. And it's like I would predict that Brock Purdy, I'm going to go 1 turnover max. I'm going to go less than 5 sacks. I'm going to go north of 220 passing and a W. Like that would be my prediction. But some of you are you're turning the wheel already. You're getting it ready.
Well, you're champing at the bit to make yourself right.
This will prove that he is a product of the system.
This reminds me of my old buddy, Chef Sean, who I used to live next to for 25 years, and he had an expression, make yourself right. And he said that to one of his bosses. He was a chef, and the chef was coming down on him for something, and he's like, you just want to make yourself right. And that's what a lot of fans are waiting for this Sunday. You're waiting to make yourself right. Because if Brock Purdy goes 17 of 24 for $178 and 1 touchdown and 1 pick, it doesn't matter if they win or not. What it's going to tell people is, see, he can't do it without all that talent around him. And if he goes out there and he goes 23 of 27 for 288 and 3 touchdowns and no picks, those of you Brockistans who live in Brockistania, you're going to say, see, he's the dude. He's the sauce. Give him $60 million. And I'm not saying that you'll say this, but people who are ready to anoint Brock and crown Brock, whatever happens on Sunday becomes a big old fat confirmation bias because you're going to see what you want. And if you think that Brock is a product of the system and a product of the talent around him, you're going to look at a game where maybe he's underwhelming and you're going to say, well, see, Aiyuk had 9 catches, and other than that, he couldn't do a damn thing. Yeah. Brock's overrated.
Well, you're not wrong at all. However, just speaking for me now,
the president of Brockistan,
I'm not actually looking for something to happen to this game for me to say, see, Brock's the dude. I'll already say it.
Correct.
It's already
I do think that a lot of people are looking at this game as the first time that they can have their confirmation bias be realized.
I don't know what everyone needs to wrap their head around the fact that the 49ers are going to pay this guy and keep him. The owner already said it.
Exactly.
So
going to reset the market.
A lot of people are running around with this take as if something's about to happen that's not going to happen. It's already been decided. The 49ers, the only way that changes is if there's something hellacious with injury or something just completely doesn't about face, which based on 2 games into this year, I'm incredibly confident is not going to happen. I don't know why it would. You know what I mean? So, like, I get the person that goes, I want to see more, but I guess my question to that person would be, you want to see more of what? What is it you're trying to convince yourself of? If what you want is, I want to see more to assess whether or not Brock is truly one of the top, great quarterbacks in the game. Does he belong in that conversation? That's fine. I have no issue with that because things like that, those come out over time. I don't think 2 years into Tom Brady's career, everyone was like, well, there's the greatest player we've ever seen. That takes time automatically. But if you're saying I need to see more so that I can be convinced that Brock is good and worth a contract, you're having a conversation by yourself.
Because they already think that this is a done deal.
This is gone.
Right.
It's gone. And it doesn't matter if he is somewhat of like a match with Kyle Shanahan and that's why he produces, because Kyle's also not going anywhere.
Exactly. He's going to be a match with Kyle Shanahan.
So there you go. The Niners have decided that match really works and they're right.
Right. And
it's done.
For all of the Kirk Morrisons out there, and I love Kirk, shout out Bishop O'Dowd in Oakland, California, but all the people who are looking at stats, Brock Purdy right now has had 15 games in his career with a passer rating of 100 or greater. There are only 2 quarterbacks who've had more 100-plus passer rating games in their first 25 starts than Brock Purdy, and it's Patrick Mahomes and Kurt Warner.
Wow.
And he's tied
Hall of Fame to be.
He's tied with Carson Palmer, Dak Prescott, and Tony Romo. If he has more than 100 quarterback rating here, he joins Kurt Warner in second all-time. And I know passer rating's not the end-all, be-all, but it does speak to a quarterback's efficiency and his ability to throw touchdowns and not turn the ball over. And so far, Brock Purdy is 15 for 23 in his career starts in having a passer rating of 100 or greater.
I love that Kurt Warner speaks on Brock as much as he does because he really is, the one where you can play some sort of a comp game. Whenever people do Brock Purdy and Tom Brady because of where they were drafted, it bothers people and it isn't fair. It's like, why are we talking about these 2 guys in the same sentence? Kurt Warner's a Hall of Famer too, but here's why. Kurt got thrown in, and I know Tom did too. Everyone got thrown in because of injury, right? Kurt, Tom, Brock, everyone got thrown in because of injury. But you know what Tom did? Tom took a bunch of whatever receivers, and there was a whole Patriot way that turned this thing into an incredibly sustainable dynasty. Kurt Warner walked onto a field where he was surrounded by Hall of Famers, surrounded by the most unbelievable collection of skill position players that I had ever seen in my life when it happened.
They had a nickname.
When
your offense has a nickname, it's probably pretty good.
And the word in it was show. I know 2 teams.
And greatest.
Right. And I know 2 teams that got that. The Rams of Kurt Warner and the Lakers of Magic Johnson.
Right.
That's it. That's the list.
When your unit has a nickname like Legion of Boom or Steel Curtain or whatever you want, if your defense or your offense has a nickname, it's probably pretty good.
And for those of you who weren't here when this happened, it was very rare that people looked at Kurt Warner, who wasn't drafted at all. It was very rare that people looked at the way he was playing and went, well, I mean, he's got really good players around him. So he's not actually doing anything. He's a trust fund baby. No one said that. People were like, who the hell is this guy? This is incredible.
And he also had an offensive coordinator who was revolutionary.
Absolutely.
In Mike Martz.
Totally. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. an Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Now, you just referenced Kirk Morrison. He was on the morning show. If you're new to, if you just jumped on, getting off work, whatever it is, let's play it for you. It's almost a minute long. Stay for the last 10 seconds. That's what really got people discussing things.
At the end of the day, we've also seen a larger sample size, right? Especially with Matthew Stafford. He's a larger sample size. I think Dak Prescott, same thing, larger sample size. But when it comes to Brock Purdy, we're still thinking about it. And then you still got buyer's remorse. I mean, I really feel like, Brandon Aiyuk walked in there, robbed the 49ers with no mask on, and now you're stuck with a contract of like, man, is this going to be the player or not? I think that's also something that's in the back of the mind of a lot of people as well is, okay, you got the weapons now. It's not like Brock Purdy doesn't have the weapons. He's got them. Can he make this team go? And that's all it is. Week in and week out, you got one of the best defenses in the league. I think we want to see more statistically. We want to see more where the 49ers won because of Brock Purdy, not despite Brock Purdy, if that makes sense.
I mean, first of all, no, I don't want to see more statistically. Second of all, I don't know what stats you're missing. 4,280 yards last year, 31 touchdowns, 11 picks, fifth in the MVP, and number one rated quarterback in the league. So apparently it's not those stats you're looking for. I don't need any other stats, but the other comment is even worse. I would just tell Kirk, and I swear I'd say this to him if he's sitting right here. I love Kirk also. Kirk, if you don't think the Niners are winning because of Brock Purdy, you need to have a conversation with Fred Warner, and I would hope that you respect him. Fred can't stop talking about how Brock Purdy is the reason that they've got a chance every year. And, of course, he's right. I love what Jay Gruden said yesterday about, this conversation we consistently have here in the Bay Area about, who's the most important player on the team. He said, well, the quarterback is a completely different animal.
Exactly.
Of course it's the quarterback.
It's always the quarterback.
It's always the quarterback, and then everybody else.
Yeah, it's fascinating when you look at it from just, if you took the names off of the resumes, I'm looking at a guy who went 21-6 his first 2 years with 7,800 yards, 62 touchdowns, but 31 picks. Then you take another guy who had 6,500 yards. He went 20-10 his first 2 years. Okay. 46 touchdowns, 26 picks. Sounds like a lot. And then you have a guy who has gone 18-5 with 6,200 yards and 45 touchdowns and 16 picks. All pretty similar. It's Tom Brady, it's Kurt Warner, and it's Brock Purdy.
Except for one of them's turning the ball over a lot less.
Right.
Brock Purdy.
And the other two have rings in their first 2 full years as a starter.
They also have yellow jackets.
Right. And they have, Brady has a yellow jacket, obviously, and Kurt Warner went on to have a yellow jacket career, but early in their careers, Brady had 26 picks his first 2 years, but he had a ring. And Kurt Warner had 31 picks his first 2 years, but he also had a ring. And Brock Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant, doesn't have a ring, but he turns it over a lot less, and he doesn't have quite the same yardage totals, but his TD interception ratios are exactly the same as those 2 other guys who have gold jackets.
What were Tom's yards?
His first 2 years, he had 6,600 yards.
And Brock has?
Brock has through 23 games, he's got 6,200.
62.
And Tom did that in 30 games.
And Brock has?
23 games.
Okay, so actually I would argue his yardage is more.
Correct.
It's tracking for much, much more.
Right.
And people do forget the way Tom Brady, early in his career, they forget that offense. Tom Brady was not slinging it around.
No, and he had 12 picks his first year when they won the Super Bowl, and he had 14 the next year. Brock Purdy had
11 last year.
Right. He has 16 picks in 23 starts.
Okay.
So his rates are lower interception-wise than both those guys. And I know that Kurt Warner threw it a lot more. Greatest show on turf.
Sure.
They also had Marshall Faulk, which was, kind of helpful.
Marshall Faulk, Isaac Bruce.
Yep.
Torrey Holt. Was Oz Hakeem?
Yep, I believe so.
Jeez.
If you want to compare what Kurt had,
fast.
it actually compares very well to what Brock has normally, which is what makes this Sunday, for me, all the more fascinating because all of a sudden you don't have Isaac Bruce, Aiyuk, nor do you have Marshall Faulk.
I can't remember that ever even happening, by the way. I don't remember Kurt Warner having to go play a game with who was wide receiver 5. I don't even know who that was.
Yeah.
But it's just fascinating, man. Look, we're beyond used to it. What I focus on is not someone's opinion, because that is granted. You're allowed to have a perspective and opinion. If you think Brock is lesser than, if you think he's not that good, product of the system, product of teammates, whatever, it's totally fine. What I point to are the little things that I hear that are just provably false, right? We had the texter text in earlier, Xfinity Mobile text line. Everything's a screen pass. Oh my God, provably false. All right, how about Patrick Peterson? He was on the morning show. I thought this was a great conversation that the guys had. Take a listen to what he said with things that are related to Brock. First of all, just his thoughts on Purdy, the QB.
So, for me, especially have an opportunity to play against Brock and have an opportunity to game plan against him and watch film, he's almost it's just their offense. They are an inside the numbers offense, passing game wise. If you look at majority of Brandon Aiyuk routes, he's running skinny slants. He's running glance routes, skinny posts. It's very rarely that he's running out routes or Brock Purdy is throwing the ball outside the numbers. So if you're able to pack the middle of the field and force San Francisco 49ers or Brock Purdy to beat you with their left hand, then you can get them in the passing game. But the running game is what sets up the passing game for the San Francisco 49ers, setting up the play actions, setting up the boots, setting up the screens. So that's a task in his own, trying to stop the run. And that's what makes them so lethal, because their running game is so efficient. It just makes everything come together.
It's just funny. It's funny to hear that. For those of you who don't know, Patrick Peterson was with the Steelers last year and literally said before the game that he was going to get a pick. He almost did. I'll give him that. Oddly, in the middle of the field.
Yeah.
But he also got beat for 2 touchdowns. Brock Purdy was 19 of 29 for 220 with 2 touchdowns and no interceptions in that football game. The running game was very good. McCaffrey had 22 carries for $152, but 65 of them was 1 carry. I'm just listening to him talk, and you're like, I don't know why defenders do this. Well, the only routes they're running are this. And it's rare that he throws over there. If you know exactly what they're doing, how come you can't stop it?
Exactly.
Why? Why does it sound this way repeatedly? You got a line of people to be like, well, all they're doing is, beating you. All they're doing is beating you.
Yeah, you know what they're running, and you can't stop it. That becomes fascinating. And, everything's set up by the run. Well, now they have a different running back. They have an undrafted guy who's number 2 in football in rushing yards. And, all they do is run the ball yet so far through 2 weeks, including a very good Jets defense that was able to stop Ramondre Stevenson quite handily. You couldn't stop Jordan Mason. So what is it?
What do you expect to see from Brock Purdy this weekend? No Kittle, no Debo, no Christian. And what if the Niners lose? Fill that blank in. Then what? We'll take your calls throughout the afternoon all the way up to 6 o'clock. That's what we do. 888-957-9570. We would love to talk to you on Willard and Dibs.
Sebastian Maniscalco.
Now, is this a family? Is this your mother? Where is she? Is she in the crowd? The mom's up there. What kind of family is this? I'm sorry.
It Ain't Right Tour 2020.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
You know what data I would love? Like, is everyone getting hurt or does it just feel like that? Like, this was a hell of a week. This is what, quote, no injuries feels like.
Right.
Kyle Shanahan, after the game, no injuries.
Well,
next thing you know, Debo, Kittle, Bosa, Ward. What? I mean, I just saw this breaking news. He had 8 sacks last year for the Raiders. Malcolm Kuntz, he has suffered a major knee injury in practice and is out for the year.
In practice? Wow.
Think so. Yeah. Yes, during a recent practice.
Jeez. I don't know if it's more than ever before, or is it just a case, and Steiny made this point earlier, and I kind of agree with him, the 17-game season makes it so you can be a little bit more cautious with injuries that are not as, quote-unquote, severe. I don't know George Kittle's particular hamstring severity as it pertains to a true must-win.
Yeah.
But it feels to me like with a 17-game schedule, the amount of urgency is lessened insofar as guys like trying to play through it.
I don't know, because the injuries feel like the real deal. You know what I mean? Like Kenneth Walker in Seattle is dealing with a real deal. Evan Engram, something happened in warm-ups last week. And by the way, he's doubtful for this week. We could go on and on and on, right?
I do think that there's 2 different levels of injury. There is an injury that is like truly debilitating / season ending, like when you break your fibula,
sure,
you broke an ankle, broken this, torn that. Those are like really, okay, that's an injury that you're going to be out for X amount of weeks or months, or maybe your season's over, and I get that. And then there are other injuries that appear to be less severe, and it feels to me like teams are being more cautious with those injuries, knowing that every game is not as important as it used to be.
We're going to go back to the phones in a sec, but we wanted to play this for you. Trent Williams, kind of talking about the next man up mentality.
Next man up. It's up. Guys are the best in the world, but who really feels sorry for us? So it's next man up league. Couple guys that we want to see get more action anyway. Hated had to come on the heels of somebody being injured, but when opportunities present themselves, and nobody would have known Jordan if a couple guys didn't go down, and nobody would have known Brock if we didn't lose 3 quarterbacks in 1 year. It's a blessing in disguise, and guys just got to be ready to step up.
That's an interesting way to put it, right? Like, think about all of the 49ers one way or another who have sort of like come from injury. I could, he mentions Brock Purdy. He mentions Jordan Mason in a completely different form. The 49ers have Nick Bosa on the team because of an injury. I don't want this season to go that way. That's not what I'm saying at all. But like, yeah, I would imagine in a locker room, that's the way it's handled. They don't handle it like we do, where we're just like, oh, hell, like, and I'll tell you what, he mentions there's some people that we wanted to get more time to anyway. I wonder who is he talking about there? Is he talking about Eric Saubert?
Could be.
Because Because who else is filling in? Is he talking about Jacob Cowing? I would love to see what he can do on the football field this weekend.
Of course, and you might get your wish granted because you're in a situation where you don't have a lot of your other wide receivers available. Deebo Samuel played 60 snaps, 60 of the 70 snaps that you had available in last week's game, and we know that he's not going to be out. Jordan Mason has now become a household name, not only here locally, but across the country because of Christian McCaffrey. So he's going to get more snaps. And you look at, what we'd have with Ricky Pearsall, had he not gotten shot, he would be getting a ton of snaps, and he'd be probably one of the most added players in fantasy football.
By the way, he might be back before Deebo.
Good point.
As crazy as it sounds, we may get some Ricky Pearsall out of this. He absolutely might be back before Deebo. Deebo was going to be at least a couple weeks, so it's not just this week and next week for Deebo necessarily.
Right.
Now, will Pearsall be ready week 5? I don't know. But, that's a fun one, too. 888-957-9570. Who's not been getting time and who you want to see? Who would you like to see more of that may get an opportunity out of this? For me, that answer is Jacob Cowing.
Yep.
Because the 49ers do have a hard time with downfield wide receiver speed, at the highest of levels, I think that he's someone who can bring that dynamic to the football field.
We'll see if he gets the opportunity. Last week against Minnesota, he played a grand total of, checks notes, 0 snaps.
0 snaps.
He played 3 snaps on special teams.
And dropped the ball one time.
Exactly. So is he a guy that Kyle Shanahan's going to feel really good about giving a lion's share of opportunity to after what we've seen? And so far, he's played 0 snaps on offense, and he's played 7 snaps on special teams in 2 games.
Right.
So you're going to go from no snaps to what? Suddenly now you're going to get 40 snaps?
No. I don't think anything like that. But if he's in there for 12, take a couple shots. Take a couple shots. Give it a shot. Let's see where we're at. You know what I mean?
Feels to me like he's going to be further down. Like Ronnie Bell, for me, would get that opportunity before Jacob Cowing.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know where the trust level is.
Right.
But the trust level must be somewhere. They're sticking him out there to catch punts. That's trust.
They had. I don't know if they will again.
I don't know.
And Kyle Shanahan, it seems to me, has a very low tolerance for that, which is go catch the ball and you don't catch the ball.
What coach doesn't?
Well,
no coach has patience for dropping the punt.
I think that Shanahan and Steve Kerr sit down in a shadowy cafe somewhere and they talk about how much they hate young people. And I'm obviously kidding, but if you look at the young people and their snaps, Isaac Guerrero got 1 carry and it didn't go well.
I don't love the young people.
End of snaps for Isaac Guerrero.
You know what John Lynch said today now? I mean, it's just John Lynch talking. They really, really like Guerrero.
Yeah.
There were like a couple reelies in there.
Okay.
They really like him. That'd be my second answer.
Guerrero.
Yeah, let's take a look.
Okay.
Let's take a look.
Sure.
They think he can pop a couple. So let's see it.
I look at wide receivers and think that you're going to see a lot more Chris Conley. Obviously, he played 9 snaps last game. Juwan Jennings is going to go up into not the Deebo role, but he'll get the Deebo amount of snaps, I would imagine. It's going to be Aiyuk and Deebo. It's going to be Aiyuk and Juwan.
I hope Juwan doesn't get the Deebo snaps because remember against Detroit when they came out, they're like, all right, jet sweep Juwan. Okay, 2nd and 12. Let's do this next. So, yes.
And that was a classic Kyle Shanahan. Like, I didn't know that he was back there and stuff, or I probably wouldn't have called it and stuff. And I kind of regret that.
He thought Deebo was on the field. Deebo wasn't on the field.
Right.
Lots of people going on out there.
He ran a little running play for a wide receiver that wasn't Deebo, and they lost, I think, 6 yards on the play or something.
It didn't go well.
I would imagine your receivers, it's going to be Conley and Juwan and Brandon Aiyuk, but it's mainly going to be Aiyuk and Juwan Jennings.
Sure.
Jordan Mason's going to get all the carries, and probably Jake Tonjes is going to be the second tight end with Saubert. But I do think, for those of you interested in props, keep your eyes on Kyle Juszczyk in the pass game. I think that Juszczyk is going to have a bigger role than normal.
That'd be great. There's a lot of trust there. By the way, speaking of Jacob Cowing's muffed punt, Kyle Shanahan a couple days ago.
It's one muff punt. I mean, just when it comes to catching stuff, he's been as natural of a catcher as we've had in our 8 years here, just in practice, how he's been in the games. I know that one got away from him, which we can't have those, but everyone muffs one here and there, and you just hope that was the end of it.
Everyone muffs one here and there. All good.
Some guys muff 2 here and there.
Well, then you're out.
Okay.
Then you're out. but not yet. Not one.
And he knows he can't do that.
Yeah.
That's kind of what he said about Steve Wilkes.
Exactly.
He knows he can't do that.
Jacob knows he messed up.
He does.
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
Well, maybe not. Let's go to Rob in Concord. Hi, Rob. You're on with Willie and Dibby.
Hey, guys. Love the show.
Thank you.
Friday. So, really quickly, I think Brock Purdy is a great quarterback in the sense that he's doing everything he can. And I always look back and tell a couple of friends, a couple of Niner fans that while maybe there are struggles, you could put any quarterback back there. If they're not getting the protection, especially on the left side, I don't care if it's Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers, Kurt Warner, the list goes on of fantastic or great. It doesn't matter. I mean, they're going to get hit. They're going to be under pressure. But I'm happy with Brock Purdy. That being said, I'm still not sure about Kyle Shanahan. Maybe it comes down to, how when he came into this league as a 49ers coach or from being an OC on other teams, that he's been named this genius. And as he is, I just don't know if he's a genius playbook offensively. The struggles that he has when he's under duress.
Rob, you're my favorite caller of the week because you have represented a couple of things that I have the hardest time understanding, and I'm not trying to call you out, but I do want to. Can we talk a little bit? Can we have a chat, Rob?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's do two things. First of all, why does everybody talk about this genius word as if Kyle has it tattooed on his forehead? Kyle has never called himself a genius. Kyle has never called himself a genius. And I feel like people are so triggered by the word, and I don't even really hear it all that much. If I do hear it, it's coming from other people in the NFL. Richard Sherman has said it, for example. And so I'm like, if people who've played for the guy or people who have tried to defend the guy think that his system is genius and very, very difficult, yet Kyle has never asked to be called that, why does that get everyone so much, Rob?
That's the thing is, I don't know. That's not one thing that I try to call him. Again, it's something that where he's received that title. I think if we heard less of that, I think many people would probably not put the pressure to watch the games and hope that every time that Kyle is on the field with the 49ers, that the expectation is 50-plus points, right? And if the 49ers aren't scoring and are not getting ahead of the team that they're playing by 14 points, then it's well, what's Kyle going to do now? He's under duress. What's the game plan? Is it now just pass, get away from the running game? So to me, that is a concern, but it's not the sense that I'm trying to call the man a genius.
Yeah.
In all fairness, he's gotten the team to 4 NFC championships. Mine, of course, one where Brock Purdy was injured, but getting the team to the Super Bowl and coming up short, okay. But we've seen other teams where, hey, look, they'll never get the opportunity, so hopefully the Niners get another opportunity this season. Mindful that the team can stay healthy, and if they can, maybe they'll get healthy at the end of the season when it matters the most. And, if they can stay healthy through the end of the season and into the postseason, then, I think it's fair to say that most teams in that situation normally have the most success.
Yeah, Rob, thank you very much. I mean, the other thing I was going to kind of bring up is at a certain point early in his call, he goes, I'm still not sure about
Shanahan.
I'm still not sure about Shanahan.
Right.
And I can't even say it without laughing. He said he's sold on Brock Purdy, but not on Shanahan.
That's interesting.
And I'm sitting here thinking to myself, look, you don't have to love Kyle Shanahan. That's not what I'm saying. But how could you not be sold on him? Look what he's built. Why do we always go, that play call? Why don't you look at 6 years, remember where the Niners were for a long time before he got here?
The crapper is the answer.
I don't understand. How can you not be sold on Kyle Shanahan? You cannot have a smart conversation and be like, that guy's a crappy coach. That's crazy.
Agreed.
It's absolutely crazy.
We talked yesterday about where you wanted to rank, and I think that it was Kay Adams who had the soundbite from the Up and Adams podcast talking about outside of Andy Reid, who would you look at as the best coach? It was Deshaun Jackson who answered, and he answered Sean McVay.
Sean McVay.
And I do think if you want to look at the top 5 coaches in the NFL, Sean McVay, you could argue, is in there. Andy, it's tough to say that he's not number 1.
Yep.
And then we talked about John Harbaugh, Mike Tomlin, Kyle Shanahan. For me, there's your group of 5. And however you want to order them, it's up to you, and it's all up to personal preference. But I do think that you can't have a conversation about top 5 coaches in the NFL without including Kyle Shanahan. Is he perfect? Of course not. Is he sometimes too much of an offensive coordinator and not enough of a game manager? That's a criticism that you can maybe levy, and you can look at that and think maybe that's a fair way to look at it. But I don't know if you can look at what he's done, and I agree with you, from where they were to where they are year in and year out. For me, it's hard to say. I'm still not sure about Kyle Shanahan.
I look around the league, and I don't even know. The 5 you brought up, from Tomlin, Harbaugh, McVay, Shanahan, and Reid, I think those would be the most popular 5 answers. I don't even know sort of how you would deviate from that too far. Other names that I guess you could bring up, DeMeco Ryans has had a wonderful start.
Great start.
To his Houston career.
Yep.
So he's rising fast. The other Harbaugh just got back into the league. That's off to a good start. But, I mean, it's been 2 games.
What he did the first time counts, I think.
For sure.
If you're looking at,
then that's fair. And
even Sean Payton, at what he did the first time.
Although things are getting questionable fast
which is
over
why
there.
I would not put him in my top 5, even though his New Orleans stint, I think, would put him in the conversation. I do think that what he's doing in Denver is a little bit wonky.
Last year, people would have said, hey, here comes Mike McDaniel.
Okay.
Although that's hit the skids a little bit. And then, look, if I just want to drink and have a good time, Dan Campbell is the best coach in the league.
Absolutely.
His Applebee's commercials are hilarious. 4th and 27, he goes for it. I'm in on Dan Campbell.
We're going to bite a kneecap off.
Like that's kind of the one-night stand of coaches. Like,
totally.
if I'm just here to party and have a good time, Dan Campbell, that's my guy.
If I'm sitting outside in the winter and I need a seat warmer, I'm sitting next to Mike McCarthy, because he's been on the hot seat for about 3 years.
Well, whoever's on the Cowboys is always on the hot seat.
But he's been on that seat now for years, and I do think that
LaFleur is good too. Yes, very, very good coach.
Good coach, and
so's O'Connell.
Well, and I was going to say
he's a good coach.
And McDermott in Buffalo, I do think gets a little bit. Well, I think that he gets a little bit of a bad rap. He's better than mid. They've been very successful, and this year though. Much like Brock Purdy this weekend, this year for Mike McDermott becomes a litmus test where you don't have an offense with all these weapons. You got to go out there and still be a really good team in a tough division. So much like Brock this weekend without weapons, I do think that McDermott this whole season becomes a little bit of a test for him to see what you can do now without all those weapons.
Now, I want to circle back for a second to this genius conversation. Because my God, it comes up every day. And do you know what it sounds like to me? I want to compare it to something real quick. Kyle is a supposed genius. To me, sounds exactly like this. Farhan told us we were getting Shohei. It's the same comment. I don't know where this came from. Why does everybody, I don't think, like the word genius, for me, it's like something's wrong with my Apple computer, so I'm going to go to the Genius Bar. Or, I don't know, Einstein, but like, he's a very good football coach, provable, very, very good football coach. And you will hear people say, and I mean now people who've played defense in the NFL, his offensive scheme, his movement, pre-snap motion, I guess some people will use that word. It's genius. It's hard. It's whatever. It's very complex. But I feel like a lot of people come after this word as if Kyle has it as his license plate. He didn't do that. And I don't even know that many people who are. So why have we gone down this road of like, oh, Mr. Genius can't convert on third down. Why has that got people's brains in that direction? Nobody said that.
Well, it's because of the perceived arrogance is what it is. And it's perceived arrogance and it's perceived genius because he's got the laminated play sheet and he's a son of a coach and they are very innovative in what they do. And he's been able to do a lot with an undrafted running back now and a Mr. Irrelevant quarterback and all these other things. He's overachieved in perception, and he does it with a certain amount of humility that comes across to some people as him being smug and arrogant. And he thinks he's the smartest guy in the room. And I honestly want my head coach, my play caller, to think that he's the smartest guy in the room.
I don't know that he does.
That's the perception. It's all perception.
It's another label where it's like, is he very, very believing in what he's doing? Yes.
They all should be.
I would refer to that as confidence. Is Dan Campbell the smartest guy in the room when he goes for it on 4th and 3 when he should kick a field goal? Or is he just like, well, look at him. He's got a beard and he yells and he's fun.
Got big stones.
Yeah, right. There you go. There you go.
Look at the big rocks on Campbell.
So if you look like a blue-collar dude, you got stones. But if you're kind of, if you look like, his dad was nicknamed the Rat. Like, if that's your look, well, now you're the smartest guy in the room. Or if you're Farhan, and to me, even the race card comes into it with Farhan, where he's just automatically, he's a laptop nerd. It's like, that's not who these people are. It's not. None
of them. Can you tell me that Dan Campbell is not smart because he's a big, brawny guy who makes reckless calls on 4th down? So now he's just a big, dunderhead, lunk-headed guy because he's so big?
I don't think you can be a head coach in the NFL if you're not smart. I don't think you can be that successful in life if you're not smart.
And I don't think you can be a head coach in the NFL if you're not a leader of men. So Kyle Shanahan's this genius with this laminated play sheet, and the perception then becomes, well, he's just a brainiac who can't really control a locker room, and he's not a real leader because he's just this offensive wizard and he's a genius. But none of that's actually true. And Dan Campbell is smarter than you think, and Kyle Shanahan is more of an alpha male than you think.
Yep. Absolutely.
So it just comes down to perception.
Well, I also think, look, if you've been a 49er fan for a little while, here's one thing. Forget my opinion or yours. The opinion of those who work in the building. You want to know who's more arrogant than Kyle Shanahan? Jim Harbaugh. That's who's more arrogant than Kyle Shanahan. That's who's a bigger you-know-what to the people around him. That's who wears people out more. When we had gotten this far into Jim Harbaugh's regime, everybody was gone. Correct. He was gone, and everyone was mad at everyone. So now we're 6 years in, right? Is this year 7?
Year 7, I think.
We are 6.5 years into Kyle Shanahan, and I don't see things coming apart at the seams in terms of emotion, in terms of relationships, in terms of the standings. I don't see that.
No.
So this arrogant jerk, does he have a little bit of a swagger in him? Does he have a little bit of he's just going to say it and put it on the table? Sure, he's direct. Does that mean some people might think he's a jerk? I'm sure some people do. But it sounds like very few compared to people who think the opposite who have played for him.
Exactly. And you've never really seen a locker room break apart. And you look at the trajectory of Kyle Shanahan's coaching tenure, and it's gone only up, other than the year where his quarterback got hurt in week 2 or week 3. That was a down year. But other than that, his teams have been competitive. The roster has been full, and players have shown a desire to want to come here. So whatever fans think and whatever the perception is, that perception is outside the building, and it's usually wrong.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Okay, we're taking your calls as we head into our final hour of the week. 888-957-9570. What do you think we're going to see from Brock Purdy this weekend? And fill in the blank. If the Niners lose this weekend, then blank. What now? And oh, by the way, we'll fade the Dibbers action coming up around the corner also. Good pick last night.
Appreciate it.
On Willard and Diff.
Yeah, you're welcome. And you talk about fill in the blank. Well, I'd like to fill in the blank by filling in the bank. And it's Dan Dibley here to talk about my bank, which is Fremont Bank. And if you're looking to fill in the bank blank, you should fill it in with Fremont Bank because it is a great bank. It's a family-owned bank, and I've actually met the family that started the bank 60 years ago. And when you go into the branch, you get that family-owned feel because the teller, the manager, everybody knows you. They may not know you by name right away, but you go in there 2 or 3 times now, and they're going to get to know you, and they're going to feel comfortable wanting to help you with your financial goals. And when you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, that money stays locally, and they take it and they reinvest it into businesses and home ownership and everything else in the Bay Area that makes our community so great. I gave you a homework assignment, and I hope you take me up on it. Go into one of the branches. They have 21 throughout the Bay Area. Get to know the people at Fremont Bank, and I promise you that you will want to leave your big box bank and be a part of Fremont Bank because we talk about it all the time. It's Fremont Bank, and it's full-service banking with no compromises.
I'm David.
I'm John. And I'm Chris. We're the 3 brothers that own Jack's Restaurant and Bar with 5 locations in the Bay Area.
We learn the restaurant.
I've played this game. I've coached this game.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, it's your pick. When do you want to do Fade the Dibbers?
We could do it whenever you're ready, because I would like to, well, if I can, Grandy, if you cut the music, please. This is a serious moment. I want to apologize to all of the Dibber faithful out there, because what happened yesterday, that's not me. I'm better than that. I've played this game. I've coached this game.
You haven't.
You're right. I've neither played this game nor coached this game. I've played many games and
I've played this game. I've coached this game.
I love that, man. I wish he would call back, because that was one of my favorite calls of all time, because he was coming down my road because I was ridiculing him and his call. But I do want to apologize for what took place last night, because the pick I gave out was exactly why we're doing this bit, Fade the Dibbers, because that pick was ferocious. And I'm going to borrow from Low Neal.
Well,
it was an embarrassment.
Yeah.
It was never in doubt from the opening snap or two. The Patriots defense, I thought, they looked pretty good by and large. But when you look at that offense, my God, the Patriots offense, it stinks.
Did you guys all stay around long enough to see Drake May? Did you wait till the end?
I was out.
Yeah, you're smart if you left. It was a colossal snore.
It was bath time at that juncture.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Rubber ducky, you're my pal.
Exactly all of that.
If you got to the end, raise your hand if you made it to the end last night and saw. Granted, did you see Drake May?
I had it on. I wasn't actively watching.
Oh my God!
Well, the O-line is terrible.
Yeah, but this kid.
Oh, man.
This kid, and listen, this is absolutely no assessment of his play. That's not what I'm doing. It's garbage time on a Thursday night, and it's his first NFL game, and they're teeing off on him. But his awareness of what was going on around him is going to need some work.
Yeah.
Because this dude would drop back, and if read number one wasn't there, he would just be like, I'm going to run, Mom. I can make it. And somebody in a green jersey would tattoo this. It happened like 3 times in 5 plays. It's like, buddy, you're going to need to get the ball out of your hand. The very first throw he did, first snap of his career, almost a pick six.
Oh, man.
Almost a pick six. Third snap of his career, he's like, I'm going to step up in the pow. Ow. I mean,
that really hit me.
Absolutely tattooed to the ground. I'm surprised his number isn't still on the grass. And I was like, oh my gosh, somebody just run the clock out here. Like, who's calling plays over there? Hand the ball off.
Yeah.
The game's over. What pick in the draft was he? Was he third?
Third, yeah.
The third pick in the draft. You're going to get him killed.
4 for 8, 22 yards, 2 sacks.
It was so bad. Oh, God. Yeah, so, anyway, you're right. That was a bad pick.
No, and I want to apologize.
It's one thing to lose. Like, we all lose. Everybody loses. That was just
when
a bad
the three
pick.
of you immediately pounced on it, and my good friend Baltimore Joe texted me, like, don't do that.
Don't do that.
So I'm 4-3 on the year.
You know what, though? Who's stupid? You gave out a bad pick, and I don't think the three of us bet our life savings on it. We were so sure.
You should have.
I know, and we didn't.
Yeah, I was going to say, you got nothing to apologize for, dude. Great pick.
Yeah, it's
You're
called
welcome.
Fade the Dibbers.
And actually,
so
Grady
we did.
texted me. I think you texted me thank you or good pick or something to that extent.
We're much more angry when you get something right.
Well, coming up in 7 minutes, I'm gonna get one right.
Well, we'll see.
I like my chances, and it's been a little bit of a vacillation sensation. I've been going back and forth.
Yeah, you said the pick just changed,
and it's changed again. Since
again?
then. Yeah.
Since it changed again,
which is only telling Grandy to fade me.
we're so bad.
I get it.
He's making stuff up literally as it goes along.
I'm 4-3.
Is it going to change again, like during the Open?
Oh no, it's locked. It's locked.
Do you want to do it right now?
I can't do anything until the theme song plays. So whenever y'all decide that you're ready for it, I'm here for it.
Doug,
I'm here till 6.
Doug, just stand by, Doug, because we see you and we're coming to you. But let's go. Fade to Dibbers before he changes his mind again.
It's time for
Fade to Dibbers.
Please explain. Nostradamus gives out his pick.
You bet against it, you make money.
Cash me out one time.
It's that simple.
Hey, Dibs, your picks stink.
Dibs. What's the lock of the day?
Dude,
that part of it doesn't bug me when I win.
It hits so hard after you
Off a
take
loss.
the Patriots.
It does. I mean, I took the Patriots and 20 and a half is what I got it at. Whatever. It didn't matter. That thing stunk.
Your picks did.
They do stink.
It did last night. That stunk.
It stunk.
All right, let's do it. What's coming up this weekend?
Well, the Niners are favored by 6.5 against the Rams, and they don't have Kittle, they don't have Debo, they don't have CMC. So I was thinking, you know what? This feels like a classic underplay.
Oh.
But the more I've thought about it, 43.5, that's the kind of number that's a little bit precarious because even though the Niners don't have those guys and the Rams don't have 3 offensive linemen or 2 weapons, this one could still be a lopsided game in the Niners' favor. So I'm going to do it. This is where I started. I'm taking the Niners and I'm laying the 6.5. There you have it.
Oh, no.
I know it's hard for you guys because
you did this last week and they lost outright.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's a good point. Grandy, you're not taking the Rams in the points.
Yeah, why are you pumping your fist?
Guru is on Dibs' side, so we got both people working for us.
You got to tell me that going in.
I don't even want to watch the game now.
It's over.
I
It's a
don't
lock.
even want to watch.
Never mind. Take the under.
Hang on.
Too late.
I got to text Christy. We're changing our plans on Sunday. I'm going golfing. I don't even want to watch a game.
Take the Niners, lay the points.
God, will you stop?
Me and Guru, huh? Me and the Goo.
You know what? We might have a problem with this bit. If you keep taking the Niners every weekend and they miss the playoffs, this whole city's going to be coming at you.
I get it.
Hey, Niners could win by 3, and we could all be fine.
I don't know that I'm happy with it. No. What does that mean?
That means the Niners win 13-10, and I should have bet the under.
And that means that the offense stunk.
That means your guy stunk.
Exactly.
It's going to be a long week for you, Brock Purdy.
Or their defense stunk. If they give up 23, they win 26.
Exactly.
23.
That's why I don't want them to win by 3, because it means one side of the ball wasn't very good.
Brock Purdy.
I nailed last night's score prediction.
What?
Well,
Half of it.
Yeah, I think I had the Jets scoring 23 points, so that was pretty damn close.
I think they scored
24.
Yeah.
But I was close on my Jets portion.
Did you say 23-17?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, that wasn't going to happen.
This one, to me, feels like, the Niners should win this game by 10. And even without all those guys, the Niners should be able to win this game 24-14. So I probably should take the under, but it's too late. I'm locked in. Me and Goo, my brother. Niners minus 6.5.
Oh, no.
With a loss, I'm 4-4. With a win, I'm hot again.
I just call a therapist. The anxiety level just flew through my chest.
Slap me for what I'm doing.
Oh, my God.
I hit my prize picks last night now.
That's where you were. And then what you
this morning
you were going to take the under.
This morning I was thinking, you know what, this feels like an under. The Niners D against a depleted Ram O-line and no weapons.
Good Lord.
And it feels like there's going to be a lot of punts in this game. I was thinking, you know what? This kind of feels like an under. 43.5 is not a big number, but it feels like a lower scoring game. But then I thought about it again. And I thought, you know what? The Niners in a bounce back spot. Kyle Juszczyk in the flat. Brandon Aiyuk in a get right game. Give me the Niners. And I'm laying the 6.5. Cuckoo. I said cuckoo.
Oh, gosh.
Lock that S up, Grandy. Thank you.
You already did.
I know. We're into the silly hour.
Can't lock it
Giggles
again.
Willard here for the final hour of the week.
You can't lock it again unless you're one of those weirdos that has 17 locks on your door because you're all freaked.
That depends where you live now. I used to live in a spot where 2 locks was not enough.
You could not get me to put money on this game. On anyone.
Well, I'm not putting money on it. I just put my reputation on the line.
Well, that's even worse. This is a stay away.
Have you forgotten the name of that segment?
Yeah, Fade the Dibbers.
Yeah, I'm not betting on the Rams, Lucas.
All right. Guess you don't like free money.
Yeah, and guess you're not bought in on the segment either.
No, you guys have watched me. I have been very selective with Fade the Dibbers, and actually, I would argue I've been nails on those picks. When you picked the Bills, I went with you. The Niners.
Had I not taken the Niners here and you had to make a pick, where would you go on this one? If you had,
I don't know. Yeah, I would. I guess I would. Probably Niners. The Rams are terrible.
Right.
The Rams are terrible, but
I'm feeling better now about myself.
When both teams are missing in upwards of 3 or 4 key players, that's a stay away. That's like betting on college football week 1. We haven't seen them play in the preseason. You don't know what the hell's about to happen. What'd your Ducks do week 1, Grandy? What happened in that game?
Favored by nearly 50 against Idaho and won by 10.
There you go. I'm not betting on college football in August. You're just like, minus 50. You don't know what the hell's going to go. I mean, bunch of 19-year-olds who just showed up. They got no idea what the hell's going to happen.
Idaho plus 50 was the lock.
Yeah.
Yeah, where was I on that? Anyway, take the Niners, lay the 6.5. Talk to me Monday. I'll be 5-3.
Oh, geez. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. All right, Doug in Wichita, thank you for hanging out. What's cooking, man?
Hey, Nick, no problem. Actually, dinner just got finished cooking.
Oh, good. What's tonight, Doug?
Tonight, for dinner, it's orange chicken and rice.
Okay, did you just DoorDash it, or do you make orange chicken?
Oh, no, my wife made orange chicken. I should clarify that. I didn't make it. The wife
That's awesome, Doug. That's awesome.
Yeah, no, all clean ingredients, all that good, no processed crap. She even got the orange peels and did her own zest for the flavor. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I make orange chicken, too. I go to Trader Joe's, I get a frozen bag of orange chicken, and then I cook it and I eat it.
Hey, that's nice, man. We just got our first Trader Joe's here in Wichita maybe 2 years ago.
It's exciting.
It's cool, man.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah, you should go there.
All right.
Anyway, hi, Doug.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. So, Brock Purdy, he is our quarterback. I'm going to say this. He's going to come out, and this is what he needs to do, and I think he will do. He will play a good game. It may not be Michael Vick running all over the place to beat Green Bay and on the frozen tundra type game, but he's going to come out. He's going to play. And if he's really going to be missing all these other guys that he has rapport with, he's going to play a good game. Now, once the ball is out of his hands, it's not on him, okay? If the guys drop the ball, they drop the ball. Hey, got to break them in. We're going to beat the Rams. Ain't sweating it. Shanahan, I understand what the caller's saying, that all the outside noise about him being a genius could possibly be getting to his head. I don't think so. I think he's a great coach because I'm like you guys. I'm thinking back, not so long ago when we sucked, and it was just like, man, can we win a game? Can we maybe score consistently? Maybe. Well, now we are, and we do. So I think he's just not caught up, that's a bad term. He believes in his system, and he has proven that it will work. And it's just a matter of getting over the hump. Let's don't forget Mr. Reed over here in Kansas City with the 5 NFC championships and a Super Bowl. Couldn't get over the hill until he got over here in Kansas City, okay? Patience, people. Be a Jedi. Trust the Force.
Love it. Love it. Doug, thanks. Enjoy the orange chicken, man. Listen, this one is going to be very interesting. I have reached the point of being able to be excited about it. It took a hit when you just picked them, but outside of that,
shake that off.
No, really.
Got a winning record.
I am excited about this one. I'm a big believer in that in life. When the stuff happens that you don't want to happen, just try to breathe and not try to see the positive right away. Because, no, you got to sit with it for a second. But, and sometimes it takes longer than other times. I used the example earlier, when Jimmy Garoppolo tears his ACL, you're like, this sucks. And then a year later, you're like, oh, we have Nick Bosa and we're going to the Super Bowl. Okay, so sometimes Steph Curry's ankles. Oh, wait, we got him for 4 years and $44 million, and now we can fit Kevin Durant and Andre Iguodala on the team, and we're going to have a dynasty. So sometimes it takes longer than others, and this one's not as important. it's not a good thing that these three players are hurt, but I am excited about what this may lead to for both Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy. I think it's a wonderful opportunity to show what they can do.
It's a whole team thing for me in that same vein. It's a whole team exercise in show me what you can do, because we talked about last year and how that season played out, and you had almost no injuries. Bosa and Debo was out for just a couple games. Trent missed a couple. Aiyuk didn't miss any. Purdy was healthy. McCaffrey was healthy. George Kittle was healthy. You went through a year where you didn't have any significant injuries, and now this year you have significant injuries. Yep. Christian McCaffrey's yet to play. Debo is going to miss at least 2 weeks, maybe more. George Kittle's going to miss this game, it looks like, and possibly more.
Who knows?
And on and on and on. So you look at last year, and it was smooth sailing, and then this year it hasn't been really that way early on, yet it's an opportunity for other people. Trent Williams with a great quote that you played earlier about this giving opportunity to other people, and that's the way you look at it in football. And it doesn't mean that come November, you might be 6-6 and everybody gets healthy and you might be able to go on a run there. Every year is different. And so for this Sunday, are you in a spot where you feel terrible about your chances to get the Rams? Absolutely not.
Here's the comment by Trent.
Next man up. It's up. Guys are the best in the world, but who really feels sorry for us? So it's next man up league. Couple guys that we want to see get more action anyway. Hate it had to come on the heels of somebody being injured, but when opportunities present themselves, and nobody would have known Jordan if a couple guys didn't go down, and nobody would have known Brock if we didn't lose 3 quarterbacks in 1 year. It's a blessing in disguise, and guys just got to be ready to step up.
You know what I noticed that time that I didn't notice the first time is everybody having a good time in the background.
Yeah, a lot of woos.
Yeah. Can I get a woo-woo?
Totally.
And you know, I like, I'm not saying that tells the entire story, but I do think that sometimes the way we react and the way an actual team reacts to certain situations is very, very different. You know what I mean? Because they're there and they're experiencing it. And it does not sound to me like the 49ers are licking wounds and feeling down and all of that. I think that they're about to go play their rivals. The more than half the stadium is going to be red, and even with all the injuries on paper and not on paper, they have the better team, and so there remains no excuses, and they should go play well, and I expect them to.
Yeah, and they expect themselves to, and I'm sure for the Rams on their side of the ledger, they're thinking the same thing. I don't believe that the Rams are going to this game thinking, oh, geez, no Cooper Kupp, no Puka Nacua, no offensive linemen. We're down 3 offensive linemen. Man, should we even show up to this game? I don't know if it's even worth it to show up to this game. I'm sure they have the same mindset of next man up and figure out how you're going to go out there and get the job done.
Let's go to Kurt in Hayward next up on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Kurt. Thanks for calling.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Great show, fellas. And as far as the Rams and the 49ers this Sunday, for sure the 49ers will win. I'm going to tell you why. First of all, this is going to be Purdy's best day as a quarterback in the last 2 games. This is where he has to shine for his $60 million next year. This type of game. He has to shine in this game. And Brandon Aiyuk has to wake up. I got him at 2 touchdowns in this game. I got the defense coming alive. Fred Warner is going to intercept 1 ball. The Rams are going down. The score is going to be 28-17. Purdy has to show what he's worth in games like this. Bottom line.
Bang. Yeah.
Thank you, Kurt.
Thank you, Kurt. I'm feeling better about my pick, Kurt. Thank you. I needed that little pick-me-up.
I don't want to get into this semantics thing, but no, Brock Purdy does not have to shine. The same way Brandon Aiyuk does not need to go for 100 yards. The 49ers need to win.
Of course.
Don't care who, like, this whole,
it's interesting you say that
because it's not a country western. We're not having a showdown at the OK Corral and someone needs to this, that, and whip out their you-know-what and twist it around and show everybody quién es más macho so that you can get a contract. No, that's never been who these guys are. So, I don't want to watch the game that way. I want the 49ers to be an effective group. And if that means that Brock Purdy turns around and hands the ball off to Jordan Mason 40 times and he goes for 200 yards and the Niners win by 10, then so be it. So be it. I don't think that's what's going to happen. I think that actually the definition of Brock Purdy is that Kyle Shanahan can go into a game like this and still feel comfortable throwing the ball. If this were Jimmy's team, you ain't throwing the ball Sunday.
Well, we've seen it in the playoffs where he threw the ball 9 times or 8 times. Yeah, in that game. And I do think that in this game, without Debo and Christian and George, if George doesn't play and he's listed as doubtful, which 99% of the time means he's going to be out, there will be 2 scoreboards. And yes, the first scoreboard is the actual scoreboard, who wins the game. But beyond that, everybody, including all of us here on this radio station and fans listening to us, we're going to be looking at Brock Purdy with a certain amount of scrutiny because he doesn't have those other weapons. So it does actually matter in the court of public opinion how Brock Purdy looks without these other guys on his team.
My point is that I want him to play well. That does not need to be stats. It doesn't need to be stats. You know, this gets very circumstantial. You get to the red zone, you hit Brandon Aiyuk, he goes down at the 1, Jordan Mason runs it in from the 1, and we go, oh, I don't have any touchdown passes. It's like, no, you're in charge of moving the ball. You're in charge of moving the ball.
Yeah.
So the ball moves. That's what don't turn it over. If I got one sentence for Brock Purdy this weekend, that's it. That's it. I don't need touchdown passes. I don't need 300 yards. Don't turn the ball over. If they don't turn it over, they're going to win the football game. That's how I feel.
That's usually the case.
Yeah.
Although last Sunday they were even in the turnover battle. They had 2, Minnesota had 2, and you lost the game. And normally when you win the time of possession battle, you win the game. And you won the time of possession battle and you didn't win the game. So last Sunday was a little bit of an anomaly in many ways. I would like to see Brock Purdy in this offense get in the red zone and score a touchdown. That would be nice. And convert third downs and defensively get off the field on third down, because that through 2 games it's been a challenge. It's
Worst
been a bit
in
of
the
a
league,
problem. Right? On third down?
I think so.
I think
one of them.
Yeah,
They're
bottom 5 is what I think I had yesterday when I looked it up. And third down conversions on offense, they're toward the bottom of the middle third in converting third downs. And that's been, hasn't been a huge issue through 2 games, because against the Jets, it didn't really matter. Third down, you were comfortably in front most of the way. But last Sunday against Minnesota, you were 2 of 10 on third down, and Minnesota was 7 of 12. And that became a huge factor in the ball game.
888-957-9570 is the number. What do you think you're going to see from Brock Purdy this weekend? Down 3 weapons. And how are you feeling if they lose this game? And I know what you're saying with what you said earlier. Like, no, it's not a must win or whatever. I don't think you're blowing off the importance of this one. And it's always feeling inflated because it's the next one. Like, this is football. There's not a lot of them. We probably inflate the importance of all of the games. The Niners can certainly rally back if they lose on Sunday. Who knows? Maybe they won't lose again all year long. That's within the rules too. So sure, there's that. I just look at it this way. I don't think there's a way to lose this game and not come back Monday concerned. And there is actually one thing for all of our talk about Brock Purdy. To me, this is the game where I want to come out feeling good about the new defensive regime. That's what I want. I want to come out feeling good about the other pass rushers not named Bosa. I want to come out feeling good about Talanoa Hufanga. And I want to come out feeling good about the positioning of the safeties. This offense in L.A. was going to have to probably silent count in their own stadium and has no receivers and no offensive linemen. If they move the ball with regularity in this game, I will be concerned Monday morning, no matter what the final score is.
Fair enough. And I think that's a good way to look at it, especially when you look at third down conversions, and they are 31st right now defensively. They're allowing 59% of third downs to be converted. And against Minnesota on the last drive where they settled for 3, but they chewed up a lot of the fourth quarter. It was a 3rd and 7. It was a 3rd and 8, and they converted a 3rd and 2. 3 third down conversions on the drive that resulted in a field goal that ultimately made it a 6-point victory. So I do think if you look at the pressure, who's under the most pressure? I think Brock Purdy's under a significant amount because he doesn't have the weapons around him, but also Nick Sorensen, the defensive coordinator, because this defense has not looked as, I guess, a lot better than where we left them last year.
Felt good about it on Monday against the Jets, didn't you?
Yeah, felt good about it, but then against Minnesota, I felt a little bit puzzled. Some of the coverages, not only on the 97-yard touchdown catch where it looked like you didn't have a very good scheme in there, and I know we had a guest on earlier in the week, or we played some sound. Might have been from Baldy, actually, on the morning show, saying, I don't know what that was, but you can't have two safeties as your two deep guys, and Jair Brown kind of bit on an over route, and he didn't get deep enough, and so that was an attention to detail mistake, and also you're really trying to rely on your four-man front to get home. They only blitzed 4 times against Minnesota. I think you have the 3rd or 4th lowest blitz percentage so far through 2 games. So I just want to see this defense be a little bit more aggressive and really take this game over with an offense that is depleted on the other side.
It's an interesting kind of a take, especially if you want to dive really deep into Rams, Niners, X's, and O's. Remember a couple of things. First of all, if they don't like blitzing, you would hope that they would want to start this game out the same way. In other words, you would hope that your front four can beat an offensive line that is missing 3 starters. However, Matt Stafford, very, very good, and Sean McVay getting the ball out of his hands. And remember what it was like last year when the Niners went to L.A. week 2, and the Rams were beating them. They were up 17-10, and they were really moving the ball. And a Kyron Williams wasn't a fumble. It was a ball bouncing off of his hands that was picked off early in the second half, sort of flipped the momentum of the game. And if I'm remembering correctly, it was Fred Warner on a blitz in the 3rd quarter that finally got to Stafford. But that dude was untouched in the first half. I know there's no Puka. I know there's no Cooper. But then again, last week they played the Vikings, and there was no Kirk Cousins. There was no Jordan Addison. There were portions of no Justin Jefferson.
No Hawkinson.
And no TJ Hawkinson. And they moved the ball. Not great, but pretty good, at least at key moments. So that team was injured. This team is even more injured. I don't want to assume that just because some people are out, that means that there's absolutely no way to move the ball. But I don't see the talent on the Rams side to justify not having a good game defensively. That's actually where my head is at. You're right. All eyes on Purdy. That's what we do. He's the quarterback. But this is a game for the Niner defense.
Agreed. And I was just looking at the numbers from last year. Stafford goes 34 of 55 in that game.
Crazy.
55 throws. He threw for 307, and Kyron Williams only ran for 52 yards on 14 carries. So it was a lot of what you're talking about, which is one step and out, and the ball was out quick. And it was Puka Nacua who was a big part of it that day. He had 15 catches for $147. And you didn't have Cooper Kupp in that game at all. He was already out in week 2. So, it's not totally different what you're going to face. And, different names. They still have Tutu Atwell and, different wide receivers. But by and large, I think it's going to be the same approach from the Rams. So maybe you won't see actually a lot of blitzes, because if Stafford's going to get rid of it that quickly, maybe you wind up not going to a lot of blitzes. And according to Pro Football Reference, the Niners have blitzed 6 times this year. 9.5% blitz rate, which is the lowest in the National Football League.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
This league, man, there's absolutely, it's so funny to me. I'll say this again. Go back to 3 weeks ago where everybody was confident in a few things. You could go through the whole deal. Well, the Niners are going to win the West, and the Lions are going to win the North. The South is going to be something stupid, and the Eagles and Cowboys will battle it out in the East. And then you go over to the AFC, and it's like, well, the Ravens will win that division, even though it's a good one. And obviously the Chiefs, they're going to do their thing. They're dominant. And then Houston, that's been somewhat predictable. Everybody else in their division's awful. And then you go over to the East, where the Jets were going to be amazing. And then they came out on Monday night and they were terrible. The Bills, you thought would be good. You want them to clean it up. And the Dolphins were exciting. And so some of that has been, I guess, a little bit accurate. But the storyline of an NFL season, there's nothing like it. It is the most wavering thing in our lives. To go from Tua is now going to be out long-term to the Ravens are playing for their lives in Dallas on Sunday. Go look at the metrics if you go 0-3. Go look at the metrics. How many teams? I think one. Is it one? I know the Texans did this a few years ago.
Yep, 2018.
But to go to the playoffs after an 0-3 start is next to impossible. And the Ravens have to go to Jerry's world to try to avoid coming 0-3. The Chiefs got totally outplayed for an entire day by a supposedly broken Bengals team, but still found a way to win. Maybe the Chargers are actually good. The Eagles have lost us. The Lions are almost 0-2. Jordan Love is hurt. The Bucks look incredible. So do the Saints. And the Niners are missing half of their big-name players. The NFL storyline's insane. It's incredible how quickly it surprises us every single year.
Right. The teams that you think are, go ahead and rubber stamp them into the playoffs. Yeah. Baltimore is a good example.
Well, that's a long way of saying that's why I don't do Super Bowl or bust. It's actually not the only reason, but it's one of them. It's just not the time to talk about Super Bowl at the beginning of a season. There's just too many things that have to happen.
Agreed, but when you have a team this deep and you have a head coach who is a genius, then, I mean, if you don't lose your quarterback, like Miami, if Tua's out for a long time and it looks like he's going to be out for a long time, and some are saying that he might be out for the year, and if that's the case, well, you can go ahead and wad up Miami's playoff hopes and throw it in the dumpster and throw it in the trash, much like you did last year with the Jets. And the Jets actually had a better year, I think, than you probably would have expected. But it's because they had a very good team. They had a deep team, great receiver, great running back, and an elite defense. So short of the Niners losing Brock Purdy, it still is Super Bowl or bust, in my opinion, even if they go to L.A. and lose this weekend.
Well, listen, I understand the hope for it. But, you said the Niners are such a deep team. Well, are they?
We're going to find out on Sunday.
There you go. I don't know that yet. I don't know how deep the 49ers are. I know that Christian McCaffrey has missed the season so far and that they're 1-1. And one of them was a bit frustrating. And now they're going to play the Rams with other key players out. So I don't know how deep they actually are. Let's take some more calls. 888-957-9570. Dale in the Creek. What's up, Dale? Thanks for calling.
Hey, guys. Happy Friday.
Yeah, Dale?
Yeah, happy Friday.
Yeah.
Happy Friday.
I just want to say, name the top 5 quarterbacks in the league, and if they don't have their top 3 weapons, let's see how they do. All I want from Brock Purdy is a solid performance. I think he's capable of that. Everything you're saying about teams going down 0-3, that's why I'm worried about the Rams this weekend. Have a good weekend, guys. Thanks for taking the call.
All right, Dale, thanks.
Yeah,
That's
Dale.
a fun exercise for a second. Let's go with Dale for just a moment. How would you assess Patrick Mahomes in a game if there was no Kelsey and there was no Rashee Rice? And I guess what? Do you want to do Pacheco or Xavier Worthy?
I think Pacheco's fair.
Okay. Well,
because they're going to be without him.
Well, he is out. All right. So there you go. That's their running back, wide receiver, tight end. Same thing with the Niners.
Yep.
How would you assess Patrick Mahomes? Would you immediately give him some slack, or you're like, no, you're Patrick Mahomes, too bad?
You're Patrick Mahomes, and you've got Andy Reid. So I do think that there's a lot of that's baked into any of these conversations because you've got the best coach in football, and you've got the best quarterback maybe ever, according to some people. So, and we've seen them do it already with Rashee Rice instead of Tyreek Hill, where nobody knew what a Rashee Rice was, and now they've got some new running back who they're bringing in, some guy who's got a pet alligator, And, you're not expecting Kansas City to go out and lose.
His name is Carson Steele. Dibs.
Yeah, Carson
Steele.
And
That's a real
Crocky
person.
J.
Yeah, Crocky J is the name.
Thank you. Crocky J is the name of his alligator. So nobody's looking at Kansas City and thinking, oh, boy, go ahead and hang an L now. And I know they still have Kelsey and Rashee Rice. But
it's interesting, though. We're expecting less from Stafford because his 2 top weapons are out.
I would look at it more because of the 3 offensive linemen that they're missing.
Okay,
3
that's fine, too.
linemen.
Either way, that's a Super Bowl winning quarterback who was the number 1 pick in the draft.
Right.
And he's getting cut slack automatically.
No, not really.
You don't think so?
Slack from whom?
Matt Stafford is literally, and this is a stupid point, but it's sort of interesting with our conversation. In some of my fantasy leagues, Matt Stafford is sitting on the waiver wire right now. Nobody's picking him up.
In our league, he's on the waiver wire.
Nobody wants him.
Right.
Why?
Because he's not going to go out there and put up big numbers.
You're expecting him to not do well.
Well, and I think that you were expecting him not to do well from the start of the year.
Oh, I don't
which
think
is why
so.
nobody drafted him.
No, but he was drafted in most of the leagues. I think he got dropped.
I don't know if he got dropped in our league, but
I think so.
Yeah, I'd have to check.
Yeah.
Well, and the spread is still sitting at 6.5.
Yeah.
So the spread hasn't moved with the Kittle news that he's doubtful, and that number still sits where it is. Dolphins are underdogs at Seattle because they lost their quarterback.
Yeah, they have no quarterback. That's different.
Yeah, when you lose your quarterback, it becomes a much bigger thing. Just circling back before we go back to the phones, and I'm loving these Friday calls. The Chargers in 1992 started the year 0-4, and they made the playoffs.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Good for them.
Yeah, and I'm looking at it. They scored 29 points in their first 4 games combined.
Would that be the Chargers team that played the 49ers in the Super Bowl?
No, this team lost to Miami in the divisional 31-0.
That was the year later? It was the year after they lost in the Super Bowl to the Niners?
This is the 92 Chargers.
Oh, 92. Then it was the year later. Yeah. It was after that they went to the Super Bowl.
This is the Bobby Ross Chargers.
Got it.
Led by Stan Humphries.
Well, Stan Humphries is who led
Stan
them.
Humphries.
Yeah, that's who went to the Super
Marion
Bowl.
Butts was their leading ball carrier that year.
You didn't need to go there.
I did. They started 0-4.
John Sally.
Thank you. They won 11 of their final 12 to make the playoffs. So even if Baltimore loses this weekend, there's an additional playoff team and an additional game. We don't need to hit the panic button just yet.
Sam in Berkeley. Hi, Sam. What's cooking?
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm gonna reach here. I mean, it's a little conspiracy theory I got, but it's a reach, so y'all might have to hang up on me, flush me, do what you guys gotta do.
All right.
But I feel like Shanahan, he's kind of like a players coach. I feel like he's even like friends or buddy with a lot of these players, like star players, superstars on the team. Your CMCs, Debo's, Trent Williams, etc. First off, the holdouts, Aiyuk and Trent, I don't even think those are real holdouts. A plan was in place. I think that was just to get out of training camp, get out of preseason. They're always going to play and get signed. Now, I watched that Netflix thing, Receiver.
Yep.
And I didn't really realize how injured Debo and Kittle kind of were through that whole playoff run.
Yep.
Like, it seems like that they just had that lingering bug through the whole, I guess, playoffs or the end of the season, which didn't kind of help us out, maybe even lost us the Super Bowl. So I think Kyle now is like, you know what, guys, if we can just even get 6-4, 5-5, let's ramp it up towards the end of the season, get healthy, get a little hot streak, kind of like what Kerr did with the Warriors. I want to say the Klay Thompson year when we came back and kind of made a run. Like, protect your players. Seems like half the league's injured already anyways. Let's just eke these little wins out and see if we can be healthy and make another push. I don't know. That's just a little theory I had.
Yeah.
Maybe.
So, Sam, we're not gonna flush you. We're not gonna yell at you. We're not going to call you crazy. We are gonna move on because there's other callers. There's only one of your conspiracy theories that I will slightly buy. I don't think Brandon Aiyuk was just sitting out camp. That makes no sense. He's in his early 20s. Yes, he was almost traded, and there were actual problems that were being worked out there. I will buy the Trent Williams one. I tried to say this all month. There was literally absolutely 0.00% chance of Trent Williams not being ready for week 1. Now, as far as the load management idea that you're having out there, like, that's how arrogant you think Kyle is, and I'm here to tell you, he's not that arrogant. No coach is like, yeah, if we're 5-5, let's just be 5-5 after 10 games. Nobody looks at the NFL season that flippantly and believes that they can just snap their fingers and go get as many wins as they want. You run the risk of totally cratering your season if you played it like that. And you certainly wouldn't do it in a way where you're like, yeah, let's just have like all the good players sit out in one particular week because we know we can beat the Rams. Like, no, there's enough respect for opponent every single week in the NFL. I mean,
especially these divisional games, and 3 of the next 4 are divisional games. So those games, when you start talking about tiebreakers and winning the division, these are the games that matter the most.
Dibs, lovely Christy and I are in one of them survivor pool deals that had about 800.
You still in it?
800. Well, we had multiple entries because we pooled our entries. 800 plus people in this thing. You know what it's down to?
Probably about 70.
100.
That's after 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
Yep.
So that tells you about we could beat, like the Ravens, we could beat the Raiders. The Bengals. Oh, we'll beat the Patriots.
Yeah, no.
No, you won't. You can't assume anything.
Well, think about just that. The Patriots beat the Bengals in week 1, and then you saw what you saw from the Patriots last night, and it makes you think about week 1. How in the hell did you beat the Bengals?
And then the Bengals the very next week had the Chiefs. They had them.
Exactly.
They had them.
But they let them off the hook.
Yeah.
I do agree with his point about Brandon Aiyuk. I don't think that Brandon Aiyuk had any interest in going to camp, because if the offer was there, and that's what all the sources have told us and all the reports, that he ended up signing the exact same offer that was there 10 days earlier. He didn't sign the offer 10 days earlier because he didn't want to go to camp.
Well,
and maybe he thought that he didn't need camp. I can't get inside the mind of Brandon Aiyuk, but I know this. He didn't go to camp, and he's come out slow.
I sort of read what he was saying as it was the Niners and Aiyuk were in cahoots to miss camp.
Yeah, I don't believe about. I don't think that there was cahoots.
I don't know what Brandon wanted. I don't know if Brandon knew what Brandon wanted, because Brandon wanted a trade and publicly requested one, and then as soon as it was about to happen, ran into Kyle's office and said, "Don't trade me. Let's talk this out."
Exactly.
So I think that was a big part of the problem all summer, is that Brandon wasn't really in touch with what he wanted, or he knew what he wanted, but he tried so hard to leverage more money out of it, he was willing to kind of play a game of chicken with it, which was a bad idea. Rich in Fremont here with Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Rich, thanks for calling.
Hey, guys, thanks for taking my call. You know, I think the one thing that, because I've been listening to these callers, talk about the Rams, and I heard you guys talking about it too, and I think the one thing that we probably should remember, even though the Rams appear to be pretty much a lame duck for a win, the one thing you need to remember is that they still have Matthew Stafford, okay? He can deliver the football. And you remember, before Puka Nacua became who he came, is because Stafford was throwing passes to him. He was nobody before then. So how do we know the Rams aren't fighting for another no-name to have a big game against the NFC West division rival, the 49ers? Because at the end of the day, this is what it's about. It's not about who's injured. It's the fact that Kyle Shanahan has to play against the Rams. Okay? And so anything's possible. I mean, I don't want to think like that on that level because I'm a Niner fan, but I don't want to go in there thinking, if I'm the Niners, going there thinking, they're just going to lay down and we're just going to walk out here with a win. No. It's kind of like what John Lynn said. You want to win a Super Bowl, you got to earn it, and it starts at every single game. And this game is no different than any other game. So if you go in there thinking, we're the Niners, we're just going to come here and clean your clock. It's like, well, no, that's not going to happen. If you want to win, you better beat them.
Yeah, you can't. Rich, I agree with the larger point. You can't assume anything in the NFL, no matter how injured somebody is. If you've been a 49er fan long enough, all I have to do is say the name Coy Detmer. I remember that night. I remember when the Niners were going to, oh my gosh, they were going to blow them out. Coy Detmer. Not Ty Detmer.
No.
His brother.
Oh, yeah.
Came in and started doing the saddle up, like whip them out there on the field, and won a football game. Now, the other side to it, though, that Rich just said, how do we know that the Rams Don't have some other no-name who's going to pop? Here's the answer, because we've already seen it. Like, I don't want to downgrade Puka Nacua by saying, yeah, like the Rams can just produce any old thing, and maybe they got another rookie laying in wait. They don't. They've already played 2 games. I'm not saying that some of these players can't play, but they do not have another Puka Nacua. 2 weeks into the season last year, and Puka, I think, was a 5th rounder, I think.
That sounds right.
5th rounder, and nobody outside of the Rams offices had heard of him. 2 weeks into the season, do you know how many targets, forget catches, targets for Puka Nacua in the first 2 weeks of his career last year?
I'm looking at it right now.
It's an unbelievable number.
35.
35.
He had 25 catches for 246. No touchdowns, but 25 grabs for 246 through 2. And, yeah, he would go on to have an historic rookie campaign.
He's special. He's a great player.
Not Sunday, he's not.
Nope, he ain't playing.
He out. Matthew Stafford career, and I know we have more calls to get to, and I'm so happy people are calling on this beautiful Friday night. Stafford for his career, 1-8 against the San Francisco 49ers. And that, of course, includes, this is just regular season, I believe.
Oh, okay.
But that includes his time in Detroit as well.
Yep, okay. Next up. Oh, Robin's on the line. Hi, Robin. What you doing?
Hey, sugar.
Hi, sugars. I'm trying to formulate my what I want to get across, but I hope it comes across. So, listen, Debo's my husband. Me and my friend Shatai, and we share him. She said, "Oh, her husband is hurt." Anyway, this is what I want to say. If Mahomes didn't have what you guys said, he'd be running for his damn life, too. Just like when his receivers was dropping all them balls, he didn't look so great, did he? Okay? Now, when it comes to Brock, I think that there's a lot of, not on you guys' part of it, but contradiction, period, and sometimes a little hypocrisy in some people. Because, let me see if this sums it up. Joe Montana, I forgot what interview I heard him in last year or something. He said he was really lucky as a quarterback to land where he landed and who he landed with. He said that makes the break or makes the success of a quarterback. And I see it. People hype because they fit the prototype. They hype Trevor Lawrence. Trust Love, he throws more interceptions. Okay, I don't care what you say about Josh Allen. He might fit the prototype. He might be athletic. What has he done? Okay, who's that other one? So it's Josh Allen, Joe Burrow. See another one, right? I mean, maybe I'm old school and judging wrong. Okay, but this is what I see. I say that to say this. Now we put those same expectations on Purdy. Why? Because he was the last in the draft, and he's delivered beyond expectation where his status was. But then some of our fan base, they expect too much out of him at the level of a Joe Montana. What I would like to see is him grow and develop. He needs to learn to move around in the pocket a little better. But I also think they're a product of their coaching. And does anybody develop a quarterback any damn more? Peace out, and I love you both.
Oh,
love
Robin.
you too, Robin.
Boom.
Yeah.
Absolutely right.
You develop quarterbacks on the fly now is mostly how you do it.
Well, I mean...
Other than Michael Penix Jr., who maybe is being developed while he watches Kirk Cousins.
Or the entire Green Bay Packers organization who grab their quarterbacks in the first round and then make them sit there for 3 or 4 years.
That's fair.
Yeah, like they've been great at it. So, but you're right. Like nobody has the patience for that anymore. Robin said something, though, that I really agree with, and it's hard to thread this needle sometimes. But she was talking about how Joe Montana said he was so lucky where he landed. Don't get it twisted. That's very true about Brock Purdy. It's incredibly true. Nobody's arguing that. But what people have a hard time with is doling out credit when you see something go well and simply saying, well, either Shanahan produced Purdy, Purdy produced Shanahan. No, it's just the fit. That's all it is. And that's why it doesn't matter. Like the most irrelevant conversation we have in sports is what would Purdy like if he would be on the Jags? What would Purdy look like if he were a Panther? I don't care.
Exactly.
It doesn't matter. What would Brady look like if he were a Buck? Oh, wait, that one's different. That's Tom.
Right.
But, like, what would this guy look if he were over there? It doesn't matter. Like, I don't want Brock Purdy to ever go be good or whatever on the Jaguars. This is a great fit. There's a system here. He runs it better than anyone we've ever seen. He gets credit for that. He's also very lucky where he landed.
Yes, and they're lucky that he landed here because turns out he's really good at running the system. And you could say that about any quarterback virtually across the league. Is Patrick Mahomes fortunate for landing on an Andy Reid team?
Big time.
You bet.
Big time.
Because if he was, I don't know, a Patriot and he had to sit there behind Tom Brady and then Brady leaves and you have the roster that they have, Patrick Mahomes is not Patrick Mahomes. He's on the run. He's better than Drake May and what we saw last night.
Wow, yeah.
And I've started looking at some of the highlights. That poor guy. Talk about developing quarterbacks. He's developing a complex.
Well, okay. Is there anybody in the league right now that's a really good quarterback you think who's unlucky for where he ended up? And maybe he's kind of sitting there in the weeds. I give you one name that pops to mind, and it's a little early to really figure it out yet. But the first name that most people will think of when I ask that is Justin Herbert. Is Justin Herbert unlucky for where he ended up? Because we've had a hard time sort of assessing Justin. Statistically, good. Our eye test, really good. Production, playoff victories, Zippo. But now is he going to win games but do it with his run game?
Right.
And now he's hurt, and he might miss this weekend. But that's going to be a complicated one. But I would argue more than not that, yeah, Justin would probably be a different entity in this league if he had ended up on a healthier organization. And maybe now it's getting healthy, but it hasn't been. It's the Chargers.
Yeah, exactly. And even if he succeeds now, it feels like he'll be doing it in ways that we would not have anticipated because they're going to be run first.
Let me ask you this one. You'll love this one. What about Baker?
It's a good example. As a Browns, he was struggling, and there's Johnny Manziel who struggled, and then Baker went in there and did mostly the same. He was a little bit better, but bad system, and now he's on a team with much better weapons and a much more of a winning culture, and all of a sudden he's shining.
Well, and he went to the Panthers, and that was also wobbly. Yep. And he went to the Rams for a second.
Oh, that's right. He was a Ram.
Remember the Ram?
That's right.
He had a good Monday night game one time, but that was never meant for the long haul. And now, again, I don't think he'll ever be the star of the league, but he at minimum looks very serviceable. From a production standpoint, top half of the league. And now you're right. He's got good receivers. He's got a good defense. Guess what? The Bucs are going to be good.
Yep.
So, all right. 888-957-9570 is the number. If you want to weigh in on any of this, your Niners anxiety, what you think Brock will look like without some of his weapons this weekend, and if the Niners lose this one, then what? 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibs.
Heading into the weekend, and I'm happy to be doing it because I'm feeling really good about where I'm at with my weight loss.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Yep. There we go. All I can say is I'm excited.
Yeah, me too.
I'm excited. This is not what we want, but maybe it's what we need. Maybe we need to see this.
It's always different. I mean, you get 17 of them, and they're all going to be different, and you go into it thinking a certain thing, and I always love that because we did the schedule game. We played the schedule game right when the schedule came out, and I think I had him at 12-5, and I believe I had this marked as a win. Whatever I had and whatever I thought, it's all such nonsense because then you get to the game week, and you realize no Puka Nacua for the Rams, 3 offensive linemen out, no Cooper Kupp, and Steiny texted me about half an hour ago and said, no Higbee. Like he wants me to.
No Higbee.
No, but it was Steiny's way of saying I'm listening, which I thought was hilarious, and so I wanted to mention that. And
I didn't know that he texted, but anyway, go ahead.
He'll text me usually around this time when he is listening. He's in the car, and he'll give me some random shout-out that just indicates he's listening. And no Debo, and looks like no Kittle and no McCaffrey, so everything we thought 3 weeks ago, 3 months ago, 5 months ago about this matchup, you can go ahead and throw it out because you have no idea when you look at it in advance. And just like next week against New England, will it be Drake May? I know the head coach yesterday said, Jacoby Brissett's going to be the starter until he's no longer the starter. Thanks, coach.
Great statement.
Yeah, which, I mean, who knows what it'll be next week. And so every game, you look at it individually, and you get 17 of these. And so, yeah, to answer your statement or to respond to it, I am also super excited because this is not the Rams matchup that we had anticipated, but for obviously different reasons, this one's pretty exciting now.
Well, that's why we're not supposed to play schedule game anymore. Not supposed to play win-loss because they say the same thing to you every time. Who's playing in the game?
Yeah.
When we get to December, who's in? Who are the quarterbacks for the two teams?
I had the Niners at 5-0 after 5 weeks.
No, that's not going to happen.
I don't like my chances.
That one's not going to happen. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like who knew 3 weeks ago? And I think, is this a matchup this weekend? Are the Packers in Tennessee? All right. So 3 weeks ago, you're like, okay, Packers in Tennessee. Let me take a look at the look-ahead line. What do we got here? Yeah. Next thing you know, former Titans quarterback-to-be Malik Willis is going to potentially start the game for the other team.
Yeah, it's a revenge game.
Now, we don't know that. Jordan Love is still a maybe.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Listed as questionable.
Okay, so he's a maybe. But like that, everything changes on a freaking dime.
Texans and Vikings, Chargers and Steelers, battle of unbeatens.
Oof.
What? What? Oh, we all saw that. Now the Texans, everyone's been high on, sure.
Vikings are going to win that game.
Vikings 2-0. Houston favored by 2 on the road. You like them home dogs? I know you like them home dogs.
The Vikings are going to win that football game. No running game for the Texans. Joe Mixon and Dameon Pierce, both out. That will be a Cam Akers production for the Houston Texans. And we already know what we know about the Vikings defense, especially at home. And I love the Vikings in that football game.
Chargers at Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh, a 3-point home favorite.
Steelers will win that game.
That's an interesting one.
I don't think Justin Herbert is going to play. Did you watch his practice?
Didn't look good.
Arc?
Yeah.
No, his arc.
Oh.
Out Wednesday, in Thursday, out again today.
That's not good.
And then told people he has a high ankle sprain.
Right.
So even if he plays, he can't move.
Be a little hobbled.
Now, maybe he's just going to hand the ball off to J.K. Dobbins and Gus Edwards all day long, who look rebirthed under Jim Harbaugh. But I like the Steelers.
Yeah. I also like the stack. And I mentioned this, I think, Monday, how I hated the fact that there was 10 morning games and 3 in the afternoon this week.
Well, what is
we got 7 in the morning.
Okay.
And we've got 5 in the afternoon.
There you go.
So I know, and this is a classic 2-screener where you got the one screen on the red zone and the other screen will be on the Niners in the afternoon, but you got 5 afternoon games. And if you look at those 5, they're really, like Ravens-Cowboys has some sex appeal.
Oh, big time.
And then the other one is Lions-Cardinals, first one to 50 in that one.
No, that's a fun one. That's a fun game. That's a fun game. And I even have some love for Dolphins and Seahawks. The Seahawks are 2-0, and we got to see the Dolphins without Tua. The other game, the Raiders hosting the Panthers. I don't know. Andy Dalton's the starting quarterback now.
Yeah.
Andy Dalton's the starting quarterback.
Right. And how do you want me to react to that?
The Panthers are now more viable than they were last week.
Fair enough.
Is how I would like you to react.
Well, Raiders at home with a chance to go to 2-1, which would be something. That would be exciting for them. But at the end of the weekend, you're probably going to still have, you got Chiefs and Falcons on Sunday night, which is a good little Sunday night game.
Oh, is that the night one?
And then we have twin Monday night games, which I don't love. I'll be honest about that.
I don't know. Why do they do that? Why do they do that?
I'd have to get in a network exec to answer that.
And they used to do it
week one.
Yeah. And then Niners and Jets, they're like cleared out. And now it's week 3. And it is, I don't get it.
I honestly don't know
I don't
why.
know what is the concept of ABC essentially having 2 competing products at the same time.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
You got the early game Jaguars and Bills, and then you've got Commanders and Bengals.
Yeah, but the early game starts 45 minutes before the late game.
Right. And the late game is on ABC and then ESPN Plus. So I don't know what the thinking is. What the rationale is.
I have an important question.
Yes?
Does Dibbs make 2 picks on Monday?
You're damn right he does. He makes 1 at 4 and 1 at 5.
Whoa, that feels like a lot of pressure. I better do my homework. As hot as I've been, you fade the dippers. You're all welcome because your boy's going to be hot. I'll be going into that one at 5 and 3.
You are not, listen, I know you say things tongue in cheek. You cannot yell hot when you picked the Patriots +6 last night.
You've lost 2 of your last 3.
Yeah, you are not hot.
I've won 4 of my last 7.
You're not even warm. You're just sitting there trying to figure it out.
I have it dialed, and yesterday wasn't a clerical error. Yesterday was a good old-fashioned brain cramp.
It was just an error.
Just a big-time error.
Yeah. What position do you play in baseball?
I was a second baseman.
Okay, E4.
Yeah.
E4.
And my late father, Dwayne Dibley, rest in peace, used to scream at me, get in front of it, because I would olay every single ground ball. There was never a ground ball that I caught where I caught it in front of me.
You didn't olay that one. You got in front of it, and it went right
Straight
between your damn wickets.
Right between the legs.
Right between the wickets.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
It's a bad beat.
All right.
It was bad that I got beat. It was a bad pick, is what it was.
It's just bad.
I get the Niners given 6.5. I feel good about that one. But, yeah, it's going to be fun in the morning with 7 games, full-on red zone. None of those games, I don't think, really commands solo viewing. The best game, I think, would be
Texans-Vikings. Eagles-Saints. Eagles-Saints. Watch, this is the game where the Saints announce themselves to the world as real.
Yeah.
They're going to beat the Eagles.
Or frauds.
They're going to beat the Eagles.
Favored by 2.5 at home.
They're going to beat the Eagles.
Yeah. And you and I, head-to-head in fantasy.
I know.
And I'm already off to a big lead. I'm comfortably in front.
I don't know that I would say that.
Check the percentages.
Yeah. Oh, percentages.
You hate that so much.
No, actually, I love it. I love it. That's what I did to Steiny in the championship last year after his big Thursday night. I congratulated him on his title. And then it all went.
It unraveled,
Yeah.